Chapter 145. The Royal Family of the Great Xia in Flight. Zhou Yang meets the master of the demon's sacred palace. The Heavenly Sword sect? Huang Xianji's countenance grew even colder. Do you also intend to interfere in the affairs between the Evil Soul sect and our Great Xia? No. To her surprise, the swordsman opposite shook his head. The Heavenly Sword sect and the Evil Soul sect belong to opposing paths of righteousness and evil, and we have never engaged in collusion. Even when facing warfare against the demon's sacred palace, we maintain two separate battlefields to confront the demon race. My participation in this conflict is a personal endeavor, unrelated to the Heavenly Sword sect. I owe a personal favor to the master of the Evil Soul sect, and I have come to repay that debt. After this battle, should the Great Xia desire vengeance, they need only seek me out. The voice of the Heavenly Sword sect's man remained calm, as he unequivocally stated that this was a personal action, unrelated to his sect, while openly accepting any potential retribution from the Great Xia. This rendered Huang Xianji somewhat unable to counter his assertions. Is it worth it for a single soul pearl? The male cultivator from the Evil Soul sect spoke. Why not hand over the soul pearl to us, and we shall immediately retreat? How does that sound? Absolutely not. Huang Xianji resolutely refused. Then let us go to war. As her words fell, both sides clashed once more. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital, the members of various prominent cultivation families sat in fearful silence, too intimidated to show their faces. The situation was dire. The cultivation families in the Great Xia imperial capital were scarce, even in possessing a Yuan-Ing cultivator who would dare to meddle in the battle between divine transformation experts. At this moment, despair enveloped their hearts. Although they held confidence in Huang Xianji, how could she stand against three divine transformation foes alone? Fight! Over a dozen Yuan-Ing cultivators from the Evil Soul sect surged into the imperial capital, making a beeline for the royal palace. Clearly, for this operation, even the sect master of the Evil Soul sect had taken action, descending upon the Medicine King Valley with the enchanted artifact, the Evil Soul Lantern, to hold everyone there at bay. Not only were the esteemed elders of the Medicine King Valley detained, but other divine transformation and Yuan-Ing cultivators also dared not act recklessly. Any attempt to reveal themselves would result in being locked on by the enchanted artifact. Even a Medicine King cauldron could not protect them. The mere aftermath of an enchanted artifact's attack could obliterate a lowly cultivator. Moreover, the adversary was the Evil Soul sect, a top-tier sect, with its master personally blocking the gates of the Medicine King Valley. Was it possible that other divine transformation cultivators of the Evil Soul sect had not arrived? They might have come, lying in wait for you to dispatch reinforcements to the Great Xia imperial capital, only to ambush you en route. Thus, the Medicine King Valley truly had no means to provide support to the Great Xia imperial capital, which was evidently understood by the latter. With two enchanted artifacts confronting each other, the entire Great Xia territory had witnessed this spectacle, leaving no room for ignorance. The Evil Soul sect had even deployed enchanted artifacts this time, clearly demonstrating their unwavering determination to acquire the Soul Pearl, vowing not to relent until their goal was achieved. The over a dozen Yuan-Ing cultivators from the Evil Soul sect charged into the royal palace, directly heading towards Emperor Xianxian. Xianxian, a rather cultured middle-aged cultivator dressed in royal robes, sat high upon the throne. At this moment, the grand hall had been cleared of all but the elite cultivators of the royal family. The battle general from the Qingtian palace, along with the esteemed offerings and several other Yuan-Ing cultivators, were also present. Upon their encounter, a violent clash erupted. Alas, the number of Yuan-Ing cultivators from the Evil Soul sect far exceeded that of the Great Xia royal family, nearly doubling their ranks. The lower-tier Golden Core cultivators could not even participate in such a battle. They would be swiftly slain, ultimately forced to retreat with the royal family's younger generation. Xia Qinglan and Xia Qingming are also among the retreating personnel. Xia Qingyun, along with the Crown Prince, leads the others in their withdrawal. At this moment, the expressions of all the royal descendants are quite grim. The Great Xia royal family has suffered a devastating blow, as the Evil Soul sect has directly attacked their doorstep, signifying the impending annihilation of Great Xia. Where shall we flee? To the Valley of the Medicine King? No, there are currently two celestial artifacts clashing there. Going would be tantamount to seeking death. Let us seek refuge with Uncle Wang in Liuguang City. Let us proceed, quick and pace. Amidst several beams of escape light, the flying vessel, laden with the royal fugitives, swiftly heads toward Liuguang City. Concurrently, at the very moment this grand battle unfolds, Zhou Yang has now arrived within the dark forest. Even from such a distance to the medicinal garden, he can sense the tremors in the heavens and the earth. It is the might of the celestial artifacts being unleashed, causing the very fabric of reality to shudder. The power of celestial artifacts. Zhou Yang's expression grows grave as he turns his gaze toward the direction of Great Xia, his brows furrowed deeply. He can perceive that this is a confrontation between two celestial artifacts, and reflecting upon the ominous signs that have recently befallen Great Xia, it is highly probable that a certain sect from the Great Shang has launched an assault. I wonder if Great Xia can withstand this onslaught. It would be too late for me to return now. The people have already reached the dark forest. I should first escort my sister back before contemplating the crisis facing Great Xia. Zhou Yang sighed. Indeed, it is a season fraught with troubles. His figure swiftly glided past, ultimately halting atop a towering tree whose canopy sprawled over the vast forest below. Who goes there? What manner of person is this? In a mere moment, a great demon approached to inquire.
Simultaneously, upon entering the confines of the dark forest, Zhou Yang sensed an almost imperceptible divine consciousness locking onto him. That divine presence was extraordinarily vast. Apart from a formidable being of the void refining stage, few could possess such an immense consciousness.
Two transformed great demons encircled Zhou Yang, their expressions solemn as they gazed at him, preparing to speak once more when a melodious voice rang out from a distance. Ah, is the head of the Zhou family who has arrived. Generals, would you kindly escort the head of the Zhou family to the main hall of the palace? The palace master wishes to meet him. This was the voice of Luluo. The two great demons could certainly recognize it, yet they were astonished that this human had come to meet the palace master. The great demons did not ponder further. Such matters requiring thought would be left to those above them. They merely needed to engage in battle. Zhou Yang, with an impassive expression, followed behind the two great demons and arrived at the palace of the demon saint. Upon entering, he finally beheld his sister, Zhou Yun. Fortunately, she bore no injuries and was not imprisoned. Seeing this, Zhou Yang could not help but feel a sense of relief, and his previously indifferent demeanor softened slightly. I have long seen the information regarding the head of the Zhou family in our clan's intelligence reports. I have been deeply intrigued. Today, upon meeting, you are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 146. The Demon Holy Palace offers great benefits. Qingmu's request. The master of the Demon Holy Palace, adorned with a veil, gracefully strolled with her elongated legs, her enchanting figure swaying elegantly as she approached Zhou Yang. With a tone imbued with curiosity and awe, she gazed at him. Indeed, as Greenlow had mentioned, Zhou Yang's innate talent and spiritual roots were not at all inferior to those of his sister, Zhou Yun, and might even surpass them. The Zhou family was truly remarkable, having produced two natural-born celestial beings. Such extraordinary fortune and opportunity were simply extraordinary. Greenlow had also spoken of the Zhou family possessing over 10 individuals with superior spiritual roots akin to those of the sacred lineage. Could it be that the entire Zhou clan was composed of celestial beings descended from the heavens? Otherwise, how could such an inconceivable phenomenon occur? The master of the Demon Holy Palace was internally astonished. However, being the leader of a top-tier power, her composure was undeniably steadfast. You flatter me, Zhou Yang replied calmly. I am merely a humble cultivator at the nascent soul stage. How could I possibly attract the attention of someone as esteemed as the palace master? The head of the Zhou family is far too modest. The master of the Demon Holy Palace raised her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled lightly. My words carry no hint of exaggeration. They may even fall short of your talents. The two of you, brother and sister, should be described as celestial beings in exile. Until now, I had never conceived that such extraordinarily gifted individuals could exist in this world. Today, you have truly opened my eyes. Hearing this, Greenlow grasped Zhou Yun's hand and approached Zhou Yang, saying, Master Zhou, I am Greenlow, the leader of the Emerald-Eyed Demon Fox clan. And I am also the one who took your sister, Zhou Yun. My original intention in visiting Qingmu City was to bring back the little one. For that mischievous little creature has caused quite a stir in the Zhou family. On behalf of the Emerald-Eyed Demon Fox clan, I wish to express my gratitude to you. Is this how the clan leader expresses gratitude to the Zhou family? Zhou Yang turned to Green Lo, his tone unperturbed. After purchasing the little fox at the auction, my sister, Zhou Shui, has always treated her as family, and the others in the Zhou family have never mistreated her. You should have gathered this information from her. Yet you silently took my sister away. I truly see no trace of gratitude from you. Clan leader Green Lo. I apologize, Green Lo said, looking at Zhou Yang with genuine remorse. Her expression was grave and sincere. I acknowledge that my actions were indeed wrong, and I sincerely apologize. Enough, Green Lo. This is not your fault. The master of the demon holy palace waved her hand dismissively. It was my command. Green Lo merely went to the Zhou family in Qingmu city with a token of gratitude to retrieve the little fox. I requested her to bring you along if you were at home, as I was quite curious about you and wished to meet you in person. However, when she arrived at the Zhou residence and did not see you, she discovered the extraordinary talent of your sister, Zhou Yun, and thus shifted her focus to bring her here as a guest. Therefore, if there is any apology to be made, it is owed by me, Qingli. Now Zhou Yang finally grasped the name of the master of the demon holy palace, Qingli. Internally, he rolled his eyes. If it were Green Lo, he might have been able to stand his ground. Even though he had realized that Green Lo was not at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, but rather at the transformation stage. It made little difference in Zhou Yang's eyes. However, Qingli, the master of the demon holy palace, held a position of great authority in the entire cultivation world. Her cultivation was at the virtual refinement stage, representing the highest combat power in the cultivation realm. Beyond that lay those who transcended through tribulation to ascend, beings from another world. Regardless of whether such figures still existed in the cultivation realm, they were likely preoccupied with transcending and ascending, unconcerned with the trivial matters of the mortal realm. For those of such elevated status, what could possibly be more important than ascending to the celestial realm? Unless a cataclysmic event were to befall the cultivation world, even a battle between righteous and demonic forces, or a conflict between the human and demon races, would fail to capture their attention. Thus, while Zhou Yang felt a measure of confidence in front of Qingli, it was tempered by the recognition of her formidable stature. He could only engage in a strained dialogue as equals, a privilege granted due to his possession of two powerful cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would not even warn a glance from someone of her caliber. Qingli wore a phoenix crown upon her head, one of the sacred treasures of the demon race, the sole powerful artifact of the demon holy palace. In ordinary circumstances, would such a figure, who commanded a celestial artifact, engage in casual conversation with a mere nascent soul cultivator? The only reason she treated Zhou Yang and his sister with courtesy was due to their potential and capabilities. Yet, potential alone was insufficient against tangible strength. Hence, Zhou Yang chose to consume the sword heart grass, gaining the golden divine ability before coming here, which granted him the confidence to converse on equal footing and the possibility of bringing Zhou Yun back. Master Zhou, Qingli said calmly, my demon race, or rather the demon holy palace that I represent, has no intention of opposing the Zhou family. You should understand that if I truly wished to act against you, I could easily unleash my celestial artifact from the virtual refinement realm. No matter how extraordinary you are, you remain merely a nascent soul cultivator, utterly incapable of resisting such power. If you and your sister cannot withstand it, then the cultivators of the Zhou family are even less able to do so. The reason I am still conversing with you amiably is that I recognize the innate talent of you two siblings. As I mentioned earlier, you are both natural-born celestial beings. Given time, your chances of achieving immortality exceed those of anyone else, greater than mine, greater than the dragon maiden of the northern demon race, and greater than that ancient ice block beneath the sea. Zhou Yang was certain in his heart. Qingli's emphasis on their talents indicated she must have ulterior motives, making the situation more negotiable. It was certainly preferable to discuss matters than to engage in outright conflict. Even if he possessed cards unknown to her, they could only ensure his safety, not allow him to safely take Zhou Yun away in the presence of such powerful figures. At this moment, Zhou Yun spoke up, Yang, you must consider this carefully. Do not suffer a loss because of me. Dear sister, how could you say such a thing? Qingli looked at Zhou Yun with exasperation. Have I not properly entertained you during your stay here? Have you suffered in any way? I genuinely invited you here as a guest. The matters I wish to discuss with Master Zhou are mutually beneficial. Rest assured, I will not make excessive demands. I would never ask you to assist the demon race or to help me conquer the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. Nor would I request your aid in attacking the Great Shang dynasty. Then what are your specific requests? Zhou Yang inquired. How could you call them requests? Qingli replied with a smile. I wish to represent the demon holy palace and sign an agreement with Master Zhou, one that would be of immense benefit to you and the entire Zhou family. Zhou Yang internally rolled his eyes. So it turns out she came to bestow favors upon him? How could he possibly believe that? The demon holy palace exerted such effort to bring them here merely to offer them benefits without seeking anything in return? What a farce. Indeed. Qingmu's subsequent words revealed her true intentions, yet he perceived them as trivial and insignificant. Of course, Qingmu continued. The demon holy palace cannot provide assistance to Master Zhou without some form of compensation. Although I am the palace master, such actions would surely incite discontent among my subordinates. Would they not? Therefore, the agreement I wish to propose contains several stipulations. Firstly, we, the demon race, swear by the name of the demon emperor from the celestial realm that we shall not initiate hostilities against the Zhou family unless the Zhou family first breaches the agreement, causing significant harm and loss to the demon holy palace, at which point we will retaliate. Secondly, considering the scarcity of cultivation resources for the human race, the demon race is willing to support the Zhou family with a large-scale low-grade spiritual stone mine, a medium-sized dragon flame iron mine, and 100 millennium-aged Tianxing grass spiritual herbs. This is to aid the rise of the Zhou family. Rest assured, the locations of these spiritual herb gardens and mineral veins are not in the dark forest, but rather in the jungle swamp. Although they are a bit distant from Qingmu City, with the current capabilities of the Zhou family, extraction should pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it is no surprise that the Demon Sage Palace is so generous. Their initial investment is truly magnificent. Chapter 147, Alliance of Both Parties. Green Vine follows closely. Do not be deceived by the abundance of spiritual herbs and grasses in Zhou Yang's possession. They are all amplified by the system. It can be said that had he not recently struck it rich in the cave of the jungle swamp, he would not have accumulated such a trove of treasures. At this moment, among the resources provided by the Demon Sage Palace, he places the utmost importance on the medium-sized dragon flame iron mine. This vein differs from star-patterned steel, while the latter is a material for crafting low-grade magical artifacts. Dragon flame iron is the primary material for medium-grade artifacts, and can even serve as an auxiliary material for high-grade artifacts, making it significantly more precious than star-patterned steel. If it were to come into his possession and be further enhanced by the system, wouldn't it transform into a super-large mine? A super-large mine of primary materials for medium-grade artifacts would suffice for the Zhou family for several hundred to 1,000 years. Even if the number of Zhou family cultivators and their population were to increase in the future, it would be impossible to deplete such a vast reserve of top-tier resources swiftly. This is a material for crafting medium-grade artifacts, not spiritual tools or magical artifacts, which have usage restrictions, requiring at least nascent soul cultivation. In several hundred years, even if the Zhou family is filled with nascent soul cultivators, each equipped with a complete set of magical artifacts, that would still be sufficient. As for the spiritual stone mine and the 100 millennium celestial star grasses, they would undoubtedly be viewed as excellent resources by the Demon Sage Palace or other cultivators, but to Zhou Yang, they seemed rather ordinary. Is there anything else? Zhou Yang maintained a calm facade. Qingmu, observing this, couldn't help but marvel. Despite the plethora of resources before him, Zhou Yang remained entirely unfazed. Truly, he is an innate celestial being, possessing a composure that is beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Furthermore, we of the Demon Sage Palace will have an individual accompany you. But this is not to surveil you. After we sign the agreement, we will swear an oath in the name of the Demon Emperor. You should understand the esteemed position of the Demon Emperor in the hearts of our kind. He would never violate a promise or an oath. Qingmu stated earnestly, I will send someone to assist you. This serves both as a means of support and protection. What do you think of Sister Greenvine? Although she has just entered the transformation stage, her combat prowess is commendable. Among her peers, the fighting strength of the demon race surpasses that of the average human cultivator. She also possesses a legacy artifact from the Emerald-Eyed Fox clan. That poses no issue. Zhou Yang harbored no concerns about being monitored. He could easily handle a mere Greenvine, unless it were a formidable entity like Qingmu wielding a celestial artifact. He feared no other presence from the Demon Sage Palace. In this agreement, all benefits accrue to my Zhou family. If the Demon Sage Palace or the demon race has any demands, please voice them. Zhou Yang stated seriously, recognizing that the other party could not possibly provide him with such benefits without reason. Even if they valued him and wished to invest in him, much like Xia Zhenfeng did, they would certainly have their own requests, such as the dragon scale grass or aiding Xia Qingxian in her cultivation journey to protect the De Xia royal family in the future. The Demon Sage Palace indeed has its demands. Qingmu smiled. Our request is not excessive. When the siblings of the Zhou family ascend to immortality, we hope you can assist me or the great demons of the Demon Sage Palace in overcoming their tribulation. Your constitution is that of a born celestial being. Impervious to calamity, the tribulation period will be the safest phase for you both among all realms, unlike our demon race. Once we enter the tribulation phase, it is far more perilous than for human cultivators. The heavenly Tao seems to favor humanity, while the trials faced by the demon race are several times more challenging than those encountered by human cultivators. Qingmu gazed at Zhou Yang with anticipation. I wonder if the Zhou family head can agree to this request? Zhou Yang remained silent for a moment, inwardly acknowledging the truth of the matter. Clearly, they valued his celestial root talent. Indeed, the celestial root designates a natural celestial being, free from any calamities or hindrances from the heavenly Tao until ascension. Even inner demons cannot intrude upon his consciousness, highlighting the dominance of the celestial root. After contemplating, Zhou Yang looked up, meeting the expectant and beautiful eyes of Qingmu and Green Vine, and smiled. This matter is simple, I agree. Before our ascension, I shall ensure that no more than 3 great demons from the Demon Sage Palace receive protection from me to aid them in overcoming their tribulation and attaining immortality. This condition can be written into the agreement. 3. Splendid. Qingmu nearly leaped with joy. And it was no wonder that a powerful being like her displayed such exuberance. The difficulty of ascending through tribulation is staggering, especially for the demon race. Even for her, a great demon with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, the hope was scant. However, with Zhou Yang, the innate celestial being, as a guarantor, surely the heavenly Tao would afford some respect, wouldn't it? The difficulty of tribulation ascension would naturally diminish significantly. 3 slots, 1 for herself, 1 for Green Vine, who would need to exert considerable effort assisting Zhou Yang, thus deserving of a slot, and the last could be allocated to the little huntress, the great tree beneath them, or even the old turtle. All would be worthy contenders, and she would ensure a bit of competition among them. Or perhaps, Qingmu's gaze flickered, her beautiful eyes resting upon Zhou Yang's handsome visage and proud figure. Such an innate celestial being is undoubtedly deserving of her and Green Vine. If she could draw closer to him, perhaps securing an additional 2 slots would be effortlessly within reach. Qingmu spoke softly. On behalf of the Demon Sage Palace, I would like to express my gratitude to the Zhou family head for your commitment. I shall have someone prepare the agreement immediately. Let us hasten to swear and sign it. The turbulence of spiritual energy in the southern region must be evident to you, dear Zhou family head. Following the cessation of hostilities between the Deshang and the Demon Sage Palace, they have turned their aggression towards the Xia. I believe you are eager to return to Qingmu City to oversee the defenses, am I correct? Therefore, let us not squander any more time. What do you think? Thank you, Palace Master Qingmu, for your understanding. Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. By the way, I must also extend my apologies to Palace Master Qingmu regarding a certain matter. Haha, I know precisely which matter you refer to. It is of little consequence. The Black Bear's duty is to protect the secret realm for the Demon Sage Palace, and his failure to guard the Dragon Origin Snow Lotus, resulting in his demise at the hands of Prince Xia Jinfeng, was due to his own insufficient strength. Within our demon race, he met his rightful end. Qingmu stated matter-of-factly. The demon race places even greater emphasis on the principle of the weak being dominated by the strong. Dying at the hands of an enemy is simply deserved. As for now, the Demon Sage Palace and the Zhou family are no longer adversaries, but rather true allies, a transformation that is truly astonishing. Then I must thank Palace Master Qingmu for your magnanimity. Zhou Yang nodded. That Dragon Origin Snow Lotus also holds considerable significance for me, having allowed me to awaken my true dragon divine ability. Speaking of which, I indeed owe a favor to the Demon Sage Palace. Let us proceed to the contract. I will also swear an oath by the heavenly Tao that the Zhou family cultivators will not take the initiative to oppose the Demon Sage Palace or instigate large-scale conflicts with you. As for minor skirmishes between demon beasts and cultivators, such matters cannot be constrained by oaths. That is only natural. As long as our higher-ups understand, it suffices. Let the younger generations of demon beasts and cultivators settle their disputes among themselves. This shall serve as a trial for them. Qingmu paid no mind to these trivial matters. Thus, after Qingmu had the agreement prepared and both parties reviewed it without issue, they proceeded to sign the contract. Following the oaths of the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao, the agreement came into effect. The matter has finally reached a splendid resolution. One so exquisite that even Zhou Yang is left in awe. He originally embarked on this journey with the intention of confronting the divine artifact head-on. However, to his astonishment, he found that he didn't even need to employ the trump cards he had meticulously prepared. He acquired immense benefits with minimal effort. Having only agreed to assist the 3 great demons of the Demon Saint Palace in transcending their tribulations before ascending to immortality. To Zhou Yang, this was hardly a burden. Chapter 148. Return to Qingmu City. The Royal Escape Team? The agreement has been duly finalized, a pact that both parties will adhere to with strict diligence. Starkly different from the one signed with the Demon Saint Palace and the Great Shang. In that prior agreement, the Demon Saint Palace did not invoke the name of the Demon Emperor, nor did the Great Shang invoke the name of the Heavenly Tao. It is likely that both parties harbored no genuine intention of honoring the agreement, each waiting for the opportune moment to breach it. In contrast, the pact Zhou Yang signed with Qingmu is bound by the authority of the Demon Emperor and the Heavenly Tao, rendering it exceedingly rigorous. Some may argue that the Demon Emperor is of the demon race. Would invoking his name not lead to favoritism towards his kin? In truth, this is not the case. The demon race has long been discarded by the Heavenly Tao, which has consistently shown hostility towards them. The Demon Emperor, the most formidable leader of the demon race in the celestial realm, possesses a cultivation level that could rival the Heavenly Tao. And he is known for his unwavering commitment to his promises, enforcing stringent constraints on his kin. Therefore, should a demon invoke the name of the Demon Emperor, the likelihood of breach is exceedingly rare. To do so would mean facing ostracism from the various demon clans, abandonment of protection by the Demon Emperor, and even the potential for bloodline degradation and regression in cultivation. Various calamities would ensue. The protection offered by the Demon Emperor to the countless demons is not mere rhetoric but a tangible reality. Thus, upon signing the agreement, Zhou Yang and Qingmu have effectively become allies. In the realm of cultivation, the enmity between humans and demons has not escalated to a life-or-death struggle. It has not reached such extremes. Zhou Yang, accompanied by Zhou Yun, prepared to return to Qingmu City, while Lu Luo, cradling the little fox, trailed closely beside them. Having delegated her clan's affairs, her current task is to remain by Zhou Yang's side, ready for his summons. Naturally, as the head of her clan, Zhou Yang would not burden her with trivial matters. She would only be called upon in the face of significant challenges. After all, having a formidable cultivator of her caliber by his side is undoubtedly advantageous. After a short while, the group returned to Qingmu City. Upon arriving at the Zhou residence, they were greeted by a throng of people within. Zhou Yang, Xia Qinglan, spotting Zhou Yang's return from a distance, was instantly elated and rushed over to greet him. Xia Qinglan, I thought you had returned to the imperial capital. What brings you back to Qingmu City? Zhou Yang inquired. By the way, I had left Qingmu City to investigate the situation in the south, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier. I can assure you, the Demon Saint Palace will not make a move against the Great Xia territory. Well, thank you for making that trip. Upon hearing this news, Xia Qinglan's expression did not exhibit overwhelming joy. Instead, she remarked, I imagine even while in the southern region, you must have sensed the events unfolding in the northern part of Great Xia, correct? Indeed. How about we discuss this in the living room? Zhou Yang glanced at Zhou Yun and Lu Luo beside him. After all, Lu Luo was also a guest now, and it would be inappropriate to have her standing at the doorstep. Very well, let us proceed to the living room. Xia Qinglan stole a glance at Zhou Yun, with whom she shared a good rapport, and nodded in acknowledgement. Then her gaze fell upon Lu Luo, and she was momentarily taken aback by Lu Luo's extraordinary beauty. Taking a moment to regain her composure, Zhou Yang, who is this lady? Noticing that even the little fox, typically unapproachable, was comfortably held by this unfamiliar woman. Xia Qinglan's curiosity was piqued. This is Lu Luo, from the Demon Saint Palace. You should be able to deduce her identity now, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Demon Saint Palace, Lu Luo? Xia Qinglan was initially taken aback, realizing that Zhou Yang had connections with a great demon from the Demon Saint Palace. Then, her surprise deepened. Lu Luo of the Demon Saint Palace was none other than the leader of the green-eyed Demon Fox Clan. Are you the Demon King of the Demon Saint Palace? Lu Luo of the green-eyed Demon Fox Clan? Xia Qinglan immediately inquired of Lu Luo herself, not out of disbelief in Zhou Yang's words, but because the revelation was astonishing. Having a Demon King from the Demon Saint Palace accompany Zhou Yang was truly remarkable. Of course, there has never been any profound enmity between the Demon Saint Palace and Great Xia, though some minor grievances exist, such as the once-in-a-century beast tide. Nevertheless, this was merely the action of the beasts themselves, and even the Black Bear Demon King, the mastermind behind the scenes, rarely participated. His first intervention ended with him being slain by Xia Zhenfeng. Truth be told, the Demon Saint Palace suffered greatly in that instance, while Great Xia incurred no real losses. Every century, many gained significant benefits from the onslaught of the beasts. Yes, young lady, I am Lu Luo. And you are? Xia Qinglan, the little princess of Great Xia, is not particularly renowned in the cultivation world, so Lu Luo naturally did not recognize her. I am Xia Qinglan, a daughter of the Great Xia royal family. It is a pleasure to meet you, clan leader Lu Luo. Xia Qinglan replied with a hint of respect. Respect was indeed warranted, according to reports. Lu Luo is one of the 4 most beautiful demons, possessing formidable strength as a fully realized nascent soul great demon. To become a demon king, her prowess must extend far beyond mere completion of the nascent soul stage. It can be said that while many demons attain the nascent soul stage, only a select few ascend to the rank of demon king. These demon kings possess a minimum cultivation of a complete nascent soul and are immensely powerful. Each can contend with ordinary human cultivators without faltering. Such is the formidable strength of demon kings. Under equal cultivation levels, demons are inherently stronger than human cultivators. Not to mention that these great demons are among the finest of their kind. In reality, Luluo is far more complex than Xia Qinglan perceives. Not only has she surpassed the great completion of transformation into form to reach the god transformation stage, but as a demon king of the Demon Saint Palace and the leader of the green-eyed Demon Fox clan, she wields the clan's treasured heirlooms. To be entrusted with a clan's heirloom, it must be at least a high-grade treasure, or perhaps even a top-grade one. And it must align perfectly with the clan's essence. The power that such a treasure can unleash, when combined with Luluo's status and cultivation, is indeed formidable. I am equally pleased to make your acquaintance. Could you enlighten me on the events that have transpired in Great Xia? Luluo was eager to know the specifics. As the incident had only recently occurred, and without having witnessed it firsthand, she could only speculate. However, the activation of 2 divine artifacts indicates that the conflict must have been extraordinarily fierce. As the princess of Great Xia, Xia Qinglan should possess some concrete information, correct? Let us discuss this in the living room. Xia Qinglan stepped into the Zhou family's living room, where she found Xia Qingxian engaged in earnest conversation with several Zhou family cultivators. Upon seeing Zhou Yang's return, she was overjoyed and rushed over. Zhou Yang, you have returned? Huh. Luluo, Zhou Yun, are you both unharmed? Upon spotting Zhou Yang, Xia Qingxian initially beamed with joy, but a quick glance revealed Luluo cradling the little fox, causing her expression to shift slightly. However, upon noticing Zhou Yun standing unharmed beside Zhou Yang, she breathed a sigh of relief. I am fine, Qingxian. I apologize for causing you worry. Where are the others? Zhou Yun approached and took Xia Qingshuan's hand, inquiring. They are assisting in the accommodation of the Great Xia royal family. Xia Qingxian glanced at Xia Qinglan, who nodded in response. Qingxian, I have entered into a non-aggression pact with the Demon Sacred Palace. The Demon Sacred Palace and the Southern Demon factions shall not lay hands upon the Zhou family or the Great Xia. They will not interfere in matters within our territory. As Zhou Yang recounted the events of his journey to Xia Qingxian, the entire gathering in the living room, including Xia Qingxian, was struck with astonishment and excitement upon learning of the extensive resources bestowed upon the Zhou family by the Demon Sacred Palace. Particularly, the members of the Zhou family who practiced cultivation were visibly exhilarated, with even Xia Qinglan feeling a profound shock. The Demon Sacred Palace's willingness to invest such considerable resources to forge a connection with the Zhou family speaks volumes about their current status, which now rivals that of the Great Xia royal family. In fact, if we consider Xia Zhenfeng as an ally of the Zhou family, the Zhou family's strength and influence may have surpassed that of the Great Xia royal family. Given the dire circumstances facing the Great Xia royal family, it is paramount for them to maintain a harmonious relationship with the Zhou family. Chapter 149, The Soul Pearl. Zhou Yang's Delight. Journey to the Great Xia imperial capital. The Evil Soul sect has mobilized a significant number of high-level cultivators to launch an assault on our Great Xia imperial capital. Among them are 2 transformation stage cultivators and 1 from the Heavenly Sword sect, all 3 targeting our venerable matriarch. Additionally, numerous nascent soul cultivators have been dispatched to confront the lower-ranked members of the royal family. My father has remained behind with the family's formidable members to fend off the attackers, while we, under the escort of our protectors, have ventured to Liuguang City in search of Uncle Wang's refuge. Upon arriving in Liuguang City, we learned that Uncle Wang is currently in Qingmu City with the Zhou family, prompting us to alter our course once more. Xia Qinglan initially explained the circumstances surrounding their journey to this place, then continued. The adversary's objective is the Soul Pearl. Perhaps they are aware that the Soul Pearl is not in our possession, which is why they have refrained from pursuing us, allowing us the fortune to escape to this location. I wonder how things are faring with my father and grandmother. What is the Soul Pearl? Zhou Yang inquired with curiosity. The Soul Pearl is a legendary artifact said to originate from the Netherworld, though this remains mere folklore, as no one can substantiate the existence of the Netherworld. Furthermore, we cannot ascertain whether the Soul Pearl indeed hails from there, Xia Qinglan elucidated. The Soul Pearl is a naturally formed semi-finished immortal artifact. Wait, naturally formed? What does that imply for a semi-finished immortal artifact? Zhou Yang's mind raced with intrigue. Are you suggesting that the Soul Pearl was not crafted through refinement? Indeed, It is a natural treasure, superior to top-tier artifacts, and nearly reaches the level of an immortal artifact. However, it has yet to attain full status as an immortal artifact due to the absence of an artifact spirit, likely because it has not undergone the refinement process. The Soul Pearl's capabilities are far less formidable than those of a true immortal artifact. Yet, the Evil Soul sect covets this semi-immortal artifact. Their mission is to seize this treasure from our Great Xia royal family. A natural treasure, surpassing top-tier artifacts, and approaching the level of immortal artifacts. Yet lacking only an artifact spirit, Zhou Yang murmured to himself. If this artifact is indeed natural, akin to a vein of, or, could it be amplified by the system? No, even if spirit stones are extracted, they remain natural, yet extracted spirit stones cannot be amplified. The Soul Pearl likely follows suit. Zhou Yang sighed inwardly, then prepared to dismiss the thought, only to have a sudden inspiration to consult the system. System, is this Soul Pearl truly a naturally formed item? Can it be amplified? Zhou Yang's question was casual, yet the system's response filled him with immense joy. Host, the Soul Pearl originates from the Netherworld, and it is indeed a cohesive whole. Classified as a treasure that is naturally birthed in accordance with the rules of the Netherworld, eligible for amplification by the system. Zhou Yang was astounded. He finally understood that the Soul Pearl is a cohesive entity, distinct from those mind ores. If an entire vein were extracted, it could indeed be amplified, whereas individual mind pieces could not. Thus, he pondered, if wild spirit herbs and plants could be procured by family cultivators or outside cultivators and sold to the Zhou family. Wouldn't that also allow for direct amplification? Upon consulting the system, he confirmed its feasibility. At that moment, Zhou Yang felt a sudden urge to slap himself. How had he not considered this method earlier? Now, he was aware of such a splendid opportunity. Had he known beforehand, he would not have had to toil so hard in search of these resources. From this point onward, he would know how to proceed, ensuring that the Zhou family would never lack for spirit herbs, plants, and fruits. Clearly, the family's offerings could reach new heights, as the supply would be virtually inexhaustible. And what of the subsequent news? Are you aware of anything further? Zhou Yan inquired eagerly. Xia Qinglan shook her head. I am also unaware of the precise details of what transpired afterward, nor have I received any messages from the imperial capital. In any case, the various families in the capital have largely fled, considering the Evil Soul sect is far too powerful for our royal family to contend with. What is the situation with the Apothecary King's Valley? Zhou Yang asked solemnly. The Apothecary King's Valley? They are too preoccupied to provide assistance to the imperial capital. The sect leader of the Evil Soul sect, Xia Wuxian, personally led the charge with the Evil Soul Lantern. The Grand Elder of the Apothecary King's Valley emerged from seclusion to confront him, bringing the Apothecary King's cauldron to stand against him. Even now, we can still feel the pressure of the immortal artifact. Xia Qinglan's voice carried a note of sorrow. It was evident that, regardless of how this encounter concluded, the dignity of the Great Xia royal family had been irreparably tarnished. Once the elite cultivators of the Great Xia royal family are nearly depleted, it is likely that a new ruling family will emerge. Of course, this largely depends on whom the Apothecary King's Valley chooses to support. After listening to Xia Qinglan's account, Zhou Yang gradually rose and stepped out of the living room, gazing in the direction of the imperial capital. Now is the most opportune moment. If the Soul Pearl is taken by the Evil Soul sect, I shall never have another chance to obtain it. Zhou Yang pondered, realizing that once the Soul Pearl falls into the hands of the Evil Soul sect, guarded by their formidable refinement stage experts and immortal artifacts, the opportunity will be lost to him. However, the current situation is different. The leader of the Evil Soul sect is occupied in a standoff with the Apothecary King's Valley, while their remaining 3 transformation stage cultivators are no match for me. Moreover, had the Evil Soul sect not attacked, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to acquire the Soul Pearl from the Great Xia royal family. Reflecting on the present circumstance, Zhou Yang recognized this as an exceedingly rare opportunity to secure a semi-finished natural immortal artifact. Thus, he hesitated no longer and resolutely decided to intervene. With the 2 immortal artifacts still locked in confrontation, swift action is imperative. Otherwise, should the Soul Pearl be lost, seizing it will become an arduous task. Uncle Xia. Zhou Yang projected his consciousness, summoning Xia Jinfeng from his cultivation. Xia Jinfeng appeared before Zhou Yang, his previously solemn expression now softened by a hint of joy. Good. It is a relief to see you return safely. Uncle, there is no time to waste. We must set forth to the Great Xia imperial capital at once. Zhou Yang stated with determination. To the imperial capital? Xia Jinfeng's expression shifted slightly. Are we going to support the royal family? Precisely. But what of Qingmu City? What if we encounter the enemy? I have reconciled with the demon's sacred palace, and they have even dispatched a demon king to accompany me, available for my command. Hence, you need not worry about the safety of Qingmu City. Zhou Yang decided to leave Liluo behind to guard Qingmu City. Her identity as a demon king would render her involvement in such internal conflicts inappropriate. Unlike him and Xia Jinfeng, she bore no such concerns. Very well. Then let us not delay any further. Let us make haste. Xia Jinfeng was anxious about the situation in the capital, yet he could not simply abandon it. He had to wait for Zhou Yang's return. Otherwise, not only would the safety of the Zhou family and Xia Qingxian be jeopardized, but also that of the royal descendants who had fled. Fortunately, he no longer needed to worry, as he could directly accompany Zhou Yang to the capital. He was eager to see what great prowess the celestial soul sect's transformation experts truly possessed. Chapter 150, The Besieged Huang Xinji. Soul Orbs and Remnant Souls. Zhou Yang did not seek out the younger members of the Great Xia royal family. At his current level, interactions with them were unnecessary. He entrusted such matters to Xia Qingxian and Xia Qinglan. With the presence of Green Lo, the likelihood of mishaps on the Zhou family's side was minimal. One could assert that Green Lo, a transformation realm demon king wielding the clan's heirloom artifact, would ensure the Zhou family's safety unless the sect leader of the Celestial Soul sect arrived wielding a celestial artifact. Therefore, with the assurance that Qingmu City would remain unscathed, Zhou Yang and Xia Jinfeng took to the skies, heading towards the location of the Great Xia imperial capital. Their speed was remarkable, far surpassing that of any flying vessel. Both could unleash the flight speed of transformation realm cultivators, easily reaching dozens of times the speed of sound. As they approached the northern territories of Great Xia, the oppressive presence in the sky intensified, a palpable aura emanating from celestial artifacts. During their flight, Zhou Yang looked up to behold a titanic figure in the distance, a dark demonic shadow confronting a golden fire crane, both poised yet reluctant to strike. Towards the direction of the imperial capital, fierce tremors resonated, indicating a violent clash. The Empress Dowager's strength is indeed formidable, Zhou Yang remarked softly. Her spiritual root is a first-grade heavenly root, and she wields a superior artifact. However, her opponents are numerous, and she cannot hold out for long. Xia Jinfeng's expression tightened with concern. After all, she was his mother. Following his retreat from the capital, her mere presence had deterred his brother, Xia Jinshan, from pursuing a complete massacre. One should not assume that Xia Jinshan was unwilling to eliminate Xia Jinfeng. Previously, Xia Jinfeng was merely a golden core cultivator, a loss that posed little concern for the royal family. Now, however, Xia Jinfeng was a nascent soul master whose true strength was comparable to that of a transformation realm expert. The disparity between him and Xia Jinshan was immense. For Xia Jinfeng possessed a celestial spiritual root, making his ascension to immortality nearly inevitable. In contrast, Xia Jinshan's spiritual root was far inferior, and it would be a remarkable feat for him to reach the transformation realm, with the prospect of transcending to the void refinement stage being virtually non-existent. As time passed, the two soared through the sky like beams of radiant light, passing over cities so swiftly that those on the ground scarcely sensed their passage. At an altitude of 100,000 meters, mere mortals were oblivious, while cultivators only felt the terrifying auras that swept by after their departure. Upon finally arriving at the Great Xia imperial capital, they were met with a scene of devastation. The once magnificent city lay in ruins. Although Huang Xinji was engaged in battle high above with 3 transformation realm experts, more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators, including the Great Xia Emperor Xia Jinshan, were fiercely defending the palace. Within the palace, protective formations established by Great Xia struggled to buy time, but their endurance was waning under the relentless onslaught of their numerous foes. The continuous bombardment from over a dozen nascent soul cultivators had already shattered the formations. As the Great Xia's nascent souls surged into the fray, the aftermath of this battle inevitably impacted the capital, leading to the collapse of various grand edifices. Xia Jinshan, will you yield the soul orb? If not, the nascent souls of your royal family shall be extinguished. A leading nascent soul cultivator from the Celestial Soul sect coldly declared. Amidst the ruins of the imperial palace, Xia Jinshan, adorned with a crown, maintained an elegant demeanor despite the chaos. With one hand behind his back, he responded, "The soul orb is a treasure containing the fragmented spirit of my father. Do you truly believe I would hand it over to you? If I were to do so, what difference would it make to the fate of Great Xia? If you surrender the soul orb, I swear on behalf of the Celestial Soul sect that we shall return the remnants of the founding emperor's spirit to you. What say you?" The nascent soul of the Celestial Soul sect promised. "Do you think I would trust you?" Xia Jinshan retorted coldly. "What kind of integrity does your sect possess? Everyone knows that while my father succumbed to madness and perished during his ascension, his spirit has already reached the transformation realm. You, Celestial Soul sect, are renowned for manipulating souls. Would you truly forfeit the remnants of a transformation realm cultivator?" Upon hearing this, The nascent soul expert from the Celestial Soul sect fell silent for a moment, then revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, you are indeed not easily deceived. Worthy of being a royal emperor. However, in the face of true power, all resistance is futile. Xianxiafans, behold. A scream echoed nearby as the last nascent soul of the Great Xia royal family was besieged and slain. Its spirit merged into its nascent soul form and, just as it prepared to break free and flee, it was intercepted by the vigilant Celestial Soul sect's nascent soul, captured within a containment vessel. The adversary was the Celestial Soul sect, masters of soul manipulation. In the face of such enemies, the chances of a nascent soul escaping were nearly non-existent. In this battle, all 4 of the nascent soul guardians protecting Xianxiafans perished. If they could reclaim the sealed nascent souls and spirits, there remained a possibility of reincarnation, as they had not truly died. On the other hand, only 2 of the Celestial Soul sect's nascent souls were severely injured by the explosive retaliation of the Great Xia nascent soul. None had perished. The disparity in numbers was too great, allowing the enemy to employ a strategy of overwhelming force. Xianxiafans, how will you resist now? The leading nascent soul of the Celestial Soul sect grinned maliciously as he observed the 11 surviving nascent souls converging towards him. His cautious approach to Xianxiafans stemmed from fear of hidden trump cards, now that his side had dealt with the other nascent souls. The 12 would converge upon Xianxiafans, ensuring a decisive victory. The Celestial Soul sect was not foolish enough to take unnecessary risks when victory was within their grasp. With the Great Xia Empire on the brink of ruin, the Yaoang Valley was blocked by their own sect, rendering any support impossible. As for the fleeing remnants of Great Xia, the Celestial Soul sect had dispatched their elite forces, with the primary target being the Soul Orb, crucial to Great Xia's high-level strength. Once they dealt with these formidable opponents, the younger members of the Xia family would be at their mercy. Deploy the 12 soul killing formation. Annihilate Xianxiafans. The leading nascent soul bellowed, and along with his own presence, they launched an assault on Xianxiafans. Xianxiafans' complexion darkened as he sighed inwardly, realizing that he was doomed this day. However, his children and other royal descendants had escaped, based on his mental probe. They were heading towards Liuguang City. With the protection of his brother, they should be able to survive. If they could endure this wave, the Celestial Soul sect would likely withdraw after achieving their goal, as the celestial artifacts' prolonged confrontation would deplete precious spirit stones significantly. With the presence of Yaoang Valley, the territory of Great Xia should be preserved, though the dominance of the Xia family would undoubtedly be shaken. If the Medicine King Valley continues to support the Xia family, then after my demise, the one most capable of ascending to the throne would undoubtedly be the Wang Di. I hope Wang Di can leave behind his bloodline descendants. Xianxiafans gazed at the formidable enemies of the evil soul sect attempting to encircle him, snorting coldly as he drew forth a treasured blade, immediately striking at the nearest nascent soul. Meanwhile, high above the imperial capital, at an altitude of 100,000 meters, Zhou Yang and Xianxiafans finally came to a halt, their eyes resolutely fixed on the tumultuous scene in the air where 4 figures continually appeared, vanished, and collided. Thunderous sounds erupted as magical artifacts clashed, producing a cacophony of booms. Subsequently, a beam of sword light flickered like a cold gleam, assailing a female cultivator clad in yellow. The earthly ring, a protective spell, flickered to life, yet it merely managed to withstand the sword light for a fleeting moment. Swoosh! A flash of blood coursed across the yellow-clad woman. Mother! Xianxiafans, filled with anxiety, transformed into a fleeting shadow and surged forth. Chapter 151, Dominance. Zhou Yang vs. 12 Nascent Souls. Zhou Yang heard Xianxiafans' transmission. Zhou Yang, I will handle the battle involving my mother. With my participation, the adversary will not gain the upper hand. You should first address the conflict in the imperial capital. As for my brother, despite his numerous flaws, if he can be saved, then do so. We cannot allow him to perish before my mother's very eyes. Understood. Zhou Yang marveled at Xianxiafans' vision and magnanimity. Then with a flicker of his figure, he descended towards the imperial capital. He needed to swiftly resolve the battle below before heading to the aerial conflict. The Soul Pearl was undoubtedly in Huang Xianji's possession. It was a semi-finished celestial artifact, and even though it had not been refined into a complete celestial tool, its incomplete functions and lesser pressure could mean it was likely not an offensive-type celestial artifact. With Xianxiafans joining the fray, the Soul Pearl should be safeguarded. After the battle, if he supported the imperial capital and preserved both Xianxiafans and Huang Xianji's lives, then acquiring the Soul Pearl should not be overly difficult, right? However, observing the Daxiao royal family's steadfastness in not surrendering the Soul Pearl even under such pressure from the evil soul sect, Zhou Yang felt that the likelihood of obtaining it was diminishing. Huang Xianji would rather perish than relinquish the Soul Pearl. and Xianxiafans was willing to watch the younger generations of his family flee to the southern borders, witnessing the deaths of numerous nascent soul cultivators. Yet still chose not to yield the soul pearl. There must be a reason behind this. If he demanded the soul pearl in exchange for saving lives, it might not be as straightforward as he hoped. Well then, at worst, he could add some conditions later, such as offering hundreds of dragon blood fruits, hundreds of dragon scale grasses, or even some spirit stone and/or veins. Regardless, he was determined to secure the soul pearl. It was a treasure that could amplify his capabilities through the system. As a semi-finished celestial artifact, once augmented by the system, its minimum quality would reach that of a top-tier celestial artifact, which was truly extraordinary. Such an important item, he could not afford to let slip away, no matter the cost. As Zhou Yang landed, he heard a bellow from above. The evil soul sect, how dare you harm my mother? Prepare to die? Boom. Xia Jinfeng was exceedingly violent. He was nearing the late nascent soul stage, having cultivated at an impressive pace, likely thanks to consuming numerous elixirs and spirit fruits. Among the Zhou family's spirit fruits, several could enhance cultivation, although they required considerable time to refine. Coupled with some elixirs that boosted mana, the cultivation speed could increase several-fold. Moreover, with the advantage of his celestial spiritual root, Xia Jinfeng's progress was akin to a daily transformation. A single day's training could equate to 2 or 3 years for an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, and within 10 to 15 days, he could achieve a minor breakthrough. Zhou Yang paid no heed to the battle above, with Xia Jinfeng's involvement, not to mention that he would not immediately defeat the adversaries. He could at least draw away the firepower of a god transformation expert, alleviating some pressure from Huang Xianji. After buying sufficient time and resolving the conflict below, he would then return to thoroughly eradicate the enemies above. Zhou Yang would refrain from utilizing the heavens tilt at this moment. He needed to save it for confronting the evil soul sect's leader. What if that individual suddenly directed a celestial artifact at him? Without a safety net, wouldn't he be in peril? However, he could bring forth the true dragon form, though it was not necessary against the nascent souls below. These cultivators were not worthy of such a divine technique. 12 nascent souls. Did they truly require a formation to slay Xianxiafan? Such caution was taken to an extreme. Upon discerning the scene below, Zhou Yang felt a jolt of surprise. Then he beheld Xianxiafan, disheveled and grievously wounded, nearly at death's door, yet still wielding a treasured blade, glaring fiercely at the surrounding nascent souls, devoid of his previous elegance. Do you covet the soul pearl? Ha ha. Xianxiafan suddenly burst into laughter. Then with a flip of his palm, he produced a black orb, the size of a dragon's eye, swirling with gray mist, and declared, I shall destroy it now. Let your efforts be in vain. Ha ha ha, destroy it? Destroy a naturally occurring semi-celestial artifact? Do you, Xianxiafan, possess the capability to do so? The leading nascent soul cultivator remained entirely unfazed, scoffing at the notion. What a joke. Was a semi-celestial artifact so easily destroyed? The soul pearl's durability, while not on par with celestial artifacts, was far superior to that of ordinary treasures. Even for a nascent soul cultivator, destroying a low-grade treasure was no small feat. Mid-grade and high-grade treasures could only be obliterated by god transformation or void refinement experts. Thus, to him, the threat of destroying the soul pearl was undoubtedly a bluff. Ha ha ha, did you not listen to my words? Yet, Xianxiafan remained resolute, continuing, my father's remnant soul resides within the soul pearl, nurtured over hundreds of years. His divine soul has now grown to the peak of god transformation. Indeed, even if I were to detonate my father's soul and combine it with the damage of my self-detonation as a nascent soul, it would not completely obliterate the soul pearl. However, under such internal and external bombardment, I can at least guarantee that the soul pearl will sustain significant damage. If you wish to refine it into a celestial artifact, ha ha ha, it will undoubtedly take hundreds, if not thousands, of years to repair the damage. You, upon hearing this, the malevolent figure of the evil soul sect's nascent soul leader's countenance changed drastically. Was the opponent truly willing to perish together? Indeed, if what the other party claimed was true, an explosion from a peak god transformation remnant soul within the soul pearl, coupled with the external force of the nascent souls, while it could not destroy the soul pearl, would certainly inflict some degree of damage. Do not underestimate that slight damage. This was a semi-celestial artifact, half a tier above a top-tier treasure. Once damaged, repairing it would indeed take hundreds or thousands of years. The evil soul sect had no desire to spend such an extended period on repairs. Xianxiafan, should you dare to harm the soul pearl, I assure you that the evil soul sect will annihilate every last descendant of your Xia family. And as for Huang Xianji, once her body is slain, our sect's god transformation expert will ensure her soul is burned in the earthly fire for 1,000 years. The leader of the evil soul sect roared in fury. Yet, Xianxiafan showed no sign of trepidation. He raised his gaze to the heavens, where a furious voice resounded. If he heard correctly, it seemed to be Wang Di's voice. Haha, it turns out Wang Di has grown powerful enough to engage in battles among god transformation experts, while I am surrounded and battered by a horde of nascent souls. Your Majesty Xiaxin? A youthful, vibrant voice suddenly reached his ears, prompting Xiaxin to turn and discover Zhou Yang, the head of the Zhou family from Qingmu City. As mentioned in the intelligence from the Qingtian Palace, who dares to interfere in the battle between my evil soul sect and Daxia? Seeking death, are you? The encircled Yuanying suddenly noticed the appearance of Zhou Yang, and they gasped in astonishment. Their spiritual senses had been solely focused on Xiaxin, preventing him from detonating the soul pearl, and they were unprepared for the sudden emergence of a stranger within their midst. Esteemed elders of the evil soul sect, greetings. I am Zhou Yang, the head of the Zhou family from the Qingmu city of the Great Xia, and I humbly seek your guidance. As Zhou Yang spoke calmly, he summoned his flying sword, Chuxue, directing its tip towards the leader of the opposing party. He had not intended to engage in lengthy discourse with these Yuanying, as he initially suspected the soul pearl to be in Huang Xianji's possession. However, to his astonishment, it was actually in the hands of Xiaxin. There was no doubt regarding the authenticity of the soul pearl. Upon seeing it in Xiaxin's grasp, Zhou Yang immediately confirmed with the system, by the heavens. This is indeed the genuine soul pearl. Now that he knew the soul pearl resided with Xiaxin, the situation had become straightforward. Moreover, he understood why the royal family of Great Xia was reluctant to relinquish the soul pearl. It contained the remnant soul of the founding emperor of Great Xia. No wonder Huang Xianji and Xiaxin were willing to fight to the death rather than surrender it. It was a matter of their husband's and father's lingering spirit, something they could never agree to part with. You are Zhou Yang, the head of the Zhou family? Xiaxin's voice reached Zhou Yang's ears, tinged with a hint of emotion and regret. The emotion stemmed from the fact that Zhou Yang had come to rescue him, while the regret arose from the realization that Zhou Yang, despite his prodigious talent, was still an injured Yuanying, unable to provide substantial assistance against 12 formidable Yuanying opponents. Preserving his own life would already be a remarkable feat. How could he possibly engage in battle? Indeed, your majesty must have heard of me. Zhou Yang replied with a serene smile. It was Princess Qinglan who relayed a message to me. This time, I am fortunate enough to save your majesty's life. I wonder if Princess Qinglan will express her gratitude. Qinglan. Even in the midst of a perilous situation, the emperor's gaze flickered with interest. He had certainly heard of Zhou Yang, who had become the most renowned figure among the younger generation within the territories of Great Xia. This young man was indeed a terrifying prodigy. If memory served him correctly, Zhou Yang was merely 17 years of age, yet he had already reached the realm of Yuanying, with combat prowess surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Xiaxin was keenly aware of Zhou Yang's capability to battle beyond his level. Thus, it was no wonder that Zhou Yang, with his formidable strength and unwavering confidence, dared to stand alone against the 12 Yuanying of the evil soul sect. Xiaxin recalled his brother, Xianxiafans, who, despite failing to usurp power from him, had an astute eye. He had invested in Zhou Yang before he even rose to prominence. At that time, Zhou Yang was still in the foundational or golden core stage. Xiaxin had to admit that he was truly impressive for having betrothed his beloved daughter, Xianxian, to Zhou Yang and repeatedly supporting the Zhou family of Qingmu City. He pondered whether he could intervene in time. Though his daughter Qinglan might not possess the beauty of Xianxian, she was not lacking in charm, and her demeanor and character were exceptional. Even if she were deemed unworthy of Zhou Yang, she could still serve as his concubine, based on the intelligence he had gathered about Zhou Yang. Even if Qinglan became a concubine, she would not be neglected. This was certainly worth considering. Once today's predicament was resolved, he would have a thorough discussion with Qinglan about this matter. While Xiaxin entertained such thoughts, his outward demeanor remained composed. On behalf of the Great Xia, I express my gratitude to the head of the Zhou family for coming to our aid. Might I inquire if you can contend with these 12 Yuanying of the evil soul sect? Merely 12 Yuanying, hardly worthy of mention. Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, as Chuxue began to move in his hand. Upon witnessing this, the 12 cautious adversaries, who were meticulously arranging their formation, were infuriated. The leading Yuanying bellowed. Do you dare to strike first? Truly seeking death, while brazenly declaring us mere Yuanying. Are you not also a Yuanying yourself? My Yuanying differs from yours, Zhou Yang retorted. You may not fully comprehend, so let us engage in combat, and you shall experience it firsthand. Zhou Yang wasted no breath on needless chatter. With Chuxue unleashed, a true battle was imminent. The 12 Yuanying were indignant. They were a formidable collective, and it was, perhaps, ungracious to say that even a deity would need to tread carefully in their presence, let alone a fellow Yuanying practitioner like Zhou Yang. Their disdain for his dismissive attitude only deepened their resolve to teach him a lesson, one that would cost him his life. The formation they had established erupted into action, their combined magical energy coalescing under the command of the leading Yuanying. He channeled all his power into a small soul banner artifact, which, upon absorbing the energy, swelled dramatically, transforming into a massive flag that exuded swirling clouds of gray and black smoke. A ghastly apparition, formed from the smoke, let out a fearsome roar before charging towards Zhou Yang. "Be cautious, head of the Zhou family," Xianxiafans shouted in urgent warning. "Interesting." Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, maintaining the momentum of Chuxue as it surged forward. With a piercing sound, Chuxue pierced through the ghastly figure, continuing undeterred towards its true target, the leader of the opposing faction. The specter was merely an obstacle in its path. No. The leading Yuanying gasped in alarm, hastily activating the formation's power to conjure a formidable defensive shield. Boom. Chuxue collided with the shield, shattering it into fragments and sending the leader reeling, but the barrier had afforded him a moment that preserved his life. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang faced the wrath of the ghastly apparition, which had been empowered by the combined magical energy of 12 Yuanying practitioners. This was a specter birth from a mid-grade artifact soul banner. Yet, Zhou Yang remained undaunted. This apparition might pose a challenge to an average deity, but it was now confronting a being of Zhou Yang's caliber, an existence akin to a cheat. "Dragon might, manifest," Zhou Yang exclaimed, a terrifying draconic aura erupting from him, pressing down upon the apparition. As its form faltered, Zhou Yang clenched his fist, revealing a portion of his draconic physique and delivering a devastating blow. Zhou Yang's entire right hand transformed into the shape of a dragon's claw, tightly balled into a fist, and came crashing down. With a resounding explosion, the ghastly apparition was obliterated. It wasn't that the apparition lacked strength, but even in revealing only a fraction of his draconic form, Zhou Yang's punch possessed the overwhelming force of a peak deity's attack. One strike was all it took, and the apparition could not withstand such formidable power, exploding into fragments. With a series of splattering sounds, including the leader of the opposing faction, who had barely survived the earlier encounter with Chuxue, all were left gasping and spitting out copious amounts of blood. The malevolent spirit had been summoned from the soul banner through their cunning. And now that the fiend had been vanquished, they found themselves suffering from a tremendous backlash, sustaining significant injuries due to their shared connection. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Xianxiafans could hardly contain his elation. "So, it seems, you are not invincible after all?" Just moments ago, these 12 individuals were besieging him, and he was on the brink of collapse when Zhou Yang arrived. With a single display of his prowess, Zhou Yang swiftly defeated all 12 adversaries, leaving Xianxiafans both astonished and awestruck. His predominant emotion, however, was one of relief, for it seemed he would survive this day. Regrettably, the Yuanying cultivators from the Zhou Clan had met a dire fate, their souls and Yuanying captured by the minions of the evil soul sect. Yet, if they could be retrieved, there remained hope for the salvation of their lives. Zhou Yang understood the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike while the enemy was weak. Despite his overwhelming superiority, he showed no mercy, denying his foes any chance to regroup. With a decisive thrust, the blade of Chuxue erupted forth. The air was filled with the sound of sharpness slicing through flesh. All 12 Yuanying grandmasters fell before Zhou Yang's might, though perhaps not fully extinguished, as they had fused their souls with their Yuanying, clutching their accompanying magical artifacts in a desperate bid to escape. But Zhou Yang would not allow their flight. Chapter 153, The Intimidation of Zhou Yang. A ceasefire among the combatants. With a disdainful snort, a dragon's might descended, enveloping all the Yuanying within its grasp, diminishing their strength and flight speed. Zhou Yang, employing the same method against them, recognized that these Yuanying were the culmination of their magical prowess. To annihilate them would be an utter waste. Thus, the 12 Yuanying and their souls were sealed and collected by Zhou Yang. Mission accomplished. Zhou Yang clapped his hands in satisfaction. Xianxiafans approached with palpable excitement. Indeed, the head of the Zhou family is extraordinary, facing 12 peers of the Yuanying realm. You triumphed with such ease, annihilating them entirely. Truly formidable, truly impressive. Hearing such praise, Zhou Yang could not help but smile. Your Majesty overstates my abilities. By the way, are these the Yuanying and souls of the esteemed ancestors of the Great Xia royal family? From the storage bag of the evil soul sect's cultivator, Zhou Yang retrieved 4 Yuanying and souls sealed within bottles. Indeed, it is so, Xianxiafans marveled. Had it not been for the intervention of the head of the Zhou family, the Great Xia would have surely faced annihilation. The contributions of the Zhou family will never be forgotten by our royal lineage. Your Majesty, please take charge of these ancestors' Yuanying and souls. We are uncertain of the situation above. Let us first ascertain the circumstances and resolve this matter swiftly, Zhou Yang said, his gaze shifting skyward, where the intensity of the battle far surpassed that below. This was the true battlefield of the transformation stage, where even Xia Jinfeng, with his Yuan Ying cultivation, exhibited formidable power rivaling that of the transformation masters. Very well, Xia Jinshan nodded. He surveyed the devastation of the Great Xia imperial capital, nearly a third laid to ruin, and sighed at the terrifying destructive capacity of cultivators in battle. He could only hope that his mother and brother could withstand the onslaught against the transformation masters above. With the strength of the Zhou family head, even the transformation masters would find a worthy opponent, no doubt. Zhou Yang glanced at Xia Jinshan, noting his disheveled appearance. Though he had survived, he was grievously injured and unable to continue fighting. Even flying would be a challenge. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yang summoned his magical energy and flew Xia Jinshan towards the battlefield above. In a flash, they reached the periphery of the celestial conflict, where they beheld Huang Xianji single-handedly facing two transformation masters. Despite sustaining some injuries, remnants of her earlier battle against three transformation masters, she was more than capable of holding her ground against the two. Meanwhile, Xia Jinfeng engaged in combat with a swordsman from the Tianjian sect, whose prowess was formidable. Huang Xianji had previously been wounded by this very individual, as his powerful strikes were enough to breach her formidable earth-based defenses. Xia Jinfeng, also a sword cultivator, could not surpass his opponent's expertise as the latter's sect was renowned for its swordsmanship. Nevertheless, Xia Jinfeng relied on the exceptional combat capabilities afforded by his celestial spirit root, engaging the mid-transformation cultivator from the Tianjian sect with his mid-Yuan Ying cultivation. Their battle was evenly matched, drawing admiration from all transformation masters present, including the astonished opponent from the Tianjian sect. Is this the disgraced prince of the Great Xia? The swordsman marveled, utterly flabbergasted by Xia Jinfeng's prowess. The five individuals soon sensed the arrival of Zhou Yang and Xia Jinshan. The expressions of the two transformation masters from the Evil Soul sect darkened considerably. They could scarcely fathom how 12 Yuan Ying had failed to secure victory. What logic was at play here? That man. I seem to recall him. Suddenly, one of the transformation masters, a middle-aged woman, spoke up, and the two retreated, realizing that their prolonged assault on Huang Xianji had yielded no results. With Xia Jinfeng's arrival, the strength of their assault had diminished significantly. Acknowledging the futility of their efforts, they understood their objective was not Huang Xianji, but rather to seize the soul orb from Xia Jinshan. The cultivator who had earlier purchased the azure-eyed fox cub from the auction house had now transformed into a formidable Yuan Ying master. The female master of the Evil Soul sect fixed her gaze on Zhou Yang, her heart swirling with tumultuous waves. She could scarcely believe that the foundation stage cultivator she had encountered the previous year had now ascended to the ranks of a Yuan Ying cultivator with the might of a transformation master. Surely, this could not be an illusion. It was no illusion. The horrifying image of her sect's 12 Yuan Ying being decisively slain by Zhou Yang lingered in her mind, instilling a profound sense of dread that compelled all present to cease their combat. Indeed, the swordsman from the Tianjian sect, who had been battling Xia Jinfeng, also halted his assault, retreating while casting a wary glance at Zhou Yang. Is it him? The male cultivator from the Evil Soul sect murmured in astonishment. Didn't you say the one who bought that cub was a mere foundation stage cultivator? Indeed, it is he. The female cultivator affirmed, recalling Zhou Yang's earlier foundation cultivation level. Yet, even then, his potential and burgeoning strength had been evident, particularly during that auction, where he had boldly confronted a golden core cultivator and nearly defeated him, earning Xia Jinfeng's respect. At that time, the female cultivator of the Evil Soul sect, who had attained the transformation stage, was also present and observed the entire process. However, for someone masquerading as a golden core, the skirmish between the two was merely a trivial matter, and thus she did not pay it much heed. Therefore, when she beheld Zhou Yang, who had merely been at the foundation establishment stage a year prior, now transformed into a formidable nascent soul cultivator, the shock and astonishment that surged within her mind were beyond imagination. Furthermore, there was another matter that the female cultivator of the Evil Soul sect could not comprehend. Had the demon king of the demon's sacred palace not noticed that his little princess was missing? Was he not coming to the Great Xia to seek vengeance? After all, the demon's sacred palace had already ceased hostilities with the Great Shang. Did they not have time to spare? As the female cultivator pondered, the few individuals present had already taken their positions. Xia Jinfeng was the first to approach Huang Xianji, inquiring about the extent of his mother's injuries. Upon seeing that although she bore severe wounds, her life was not in jeopardy, he finally felt a sense of relief. He then led Huang Xianji to stand before Zhou Yang. Huang Xianji glanced at Xia Jinshan, who, with a flick of his hand, produced the soul orb and handed it to her. The battle had erupted so swiftly that he had been unable to deliver the soul orb to Huang Xianji in time, nearly resulting in catastrophe. Only upon receiving the soul orb did Huang Xianji truly exhale in relief, for within the orb resided the remnants of her husband's soul, which demanded her utmost attention. Zhou Yang observed this with a furrowed brow. It was evident that Huang Xianji placed great importance on the remnants of the soul within the orb. It seemed that he would need to devise a mutually beneficial approach to obtain the orb. Zhou Yang, the head of the Zhou family in Qingmu City? Huang Xianji inquired, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, a faint smile gracing her lips. On behalf of the Great Xia dynasty and the royal family, I express my gratitude for your assistance. You flatter me, Your Majesty, Zhou Yang replied, waving his hand. I am merely a humble cultivator born within the territories of the Great Xia dynasty, and although I am betrothed to Qingxian, we have yet to marry. I hope that should we wed in the future, Your Majesty will grace us with your presence. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. At that time, both I and the Crown Prince shall undoubtedly attend. After all, Qingxian is also my granddaughter. Huang Xianji nodded with a smile. Then let us set aside our familial matters for now and first deal with these adversaries, shall we? As Zhou Yang spoke, his gaze turned towards the two members of the Evil Soul sect and the male cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect who had gathered together, their eyes fixed sternly upon Zhou Yang and his companions. Sir, are you truly the legendary head of the Zhou family in Qingmu City? Came the low voice of the male cultivator from the Evil Soul sect. Oh, since when did I become a figure of legend? Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly. I am but the head of an ordinary family, nothing remarkable. Upon hearing this, the three adversaries fell silent, casting peculiar glances at Zhou Yang. You ordinary, young man. I witnessed you at the auction in Liuguang City last year. The female cultivator scoffed coldly. I never imagined that a mere foundation establishment cultivator from last year would, within just a year, attain the level of a nascent soul cultivator with such formidable strength. You, Zhou family scion, have provoked the Evil Soul sect. Truly audacious. Oh, have I provoked the Evil Soul sect? Are you now prepared to slay me on the spot? Zhou Yang stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at them. Moreover, your Evil Soul sect launched an unprovoked attack on our Great Xia, nearly killing our emperor. If you do not provide an explanation for this, do not expect to leave here unscathed. Such arrogance. The male cultivator spat, his voice laced with venom. A mere head of a small cultivation family. What stroke of fortune has granted you the ability to fight above your level, leading you to such hubris? I foresee your path to higher realms will be fraught with difficulty. You need not concern yourself with that. Let us settle this with our strength, Zhou Yang declared, as his flying sword, Initial Snow, began to dance beside him, signaling his intent to strike. Wait, Zhou family head. I have a question that I would appreciate your clarification on. The female cultivator interjected suddenly. What question? Zhou Yang paused to inquire. I wish to ask. Has the demon's sacred palace not sought trouble with your Zhou family? Have they not come to the southern borders of the Great Xia? The female cultivator queried, her brow furrowed. Or has the green-eyed fox clan not caused you any issues? Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. I see. So the little fox was stolen from the green-eyed fox clan by you, was it? The female cultivator of the Evil Soul sect maintained a stoic expression. I do not know what you are talking about. I am merely curious. The demon's sacred palace has ceased hostilities with our Great Shang. So it is possible they might act against the southern borders of the Great Xia. Haha, then you shall be sorely disappointed. Zhou Yang had already deduced that this individual was indeed the impostor who had masqueraded as the golden core female cultivator, stealing the little fox and selling it to the Great Xia. Perhaps at that time, the Evil Soul sect had already anticipated that a year later, the Great Shang and the demon's sacred palace would cease hostilities, and had been preparing for an offensive against the Great Xia since then. Truly, the scheming of a top-tier sect knows no bounds. Everything was within their calculations. Were it not for his possession of the celestial spiritual root, which made the high-ranking members of the demon's sacred palace seek his favor, they would never have been so accommodating. Had the little fox been purchased by another clan and faced any mistreatment, it would undoubtedly have incited the wrath and retaliation of the green-eyed fox clan. If that were the case, it would have played directly into the Evil Soul sect schemes, leading to an assault on the imperial capital of the Great Xia. With the Medicine King Valley rendered immobile, the southern territories invaded by demon clans, and the Great Xia facing an untenable predicament, its annihilation imminent. It was Zhou Yang's emergence that entirely disrupted the Evil Soul sect's plans. On the contrary, the Zhou family had forged a connection with the demon's sacred palace, establishing an alliance, and rather than incurring the resentment of the demon clans, they had reaped substantial benefits. Should the Evil Soul sect learn of the truth, their teeth would surely grind in rage, their eyes burning with fury. The The female cultivator of the evil soul sect, observing Zhou Yang's calm demeanor, understood that her machinations had utterly failed and was baffled by the situation with the demon's sacred palace, which seemed to be indifferent to the matter. Regrettably, this was not the time for such reflections. She would ponder the underlying issues upon returning to the evil soul sect. For now, she must devise a way to seize the soul orb from the Xia family. Indeed, she remained fixated on the soul orb. After all, the grand display orchestrated by the evil soul sect was all for the sake of this orb, resulting in the deaths of 12 nascent soul cultivators. If they were unable to obtain it, would not their deaths be in vain? It would be ideal to acquire the soul orb, as it would also allow the souls and spirits of the slain nascent soul cultivators to be restored. That would be a truly joyous outcome. However, at present, it seemed that the three of them were unable to exert comprehensive pressure on Zhou Yang and his companions. They needed to bolster their own combat strength. With a grim expression, the female cultivator exchanged glances with the male cultivator, both nodding in agreement as they sent a message to the evil soul sect's leader. Zhou family head, do you believe you have us at your mercy? The male cultivator of the evil soul sect declared coldly. I admit, while you possess nascent soul cultivation, your combat prowess has indeed reached the level of transformation. Together with Huang Xianji and this prince of Xia, you could match us in strength. But do you think we lack reinforcements? The female cultivator interjected. Originally, this assistance was intended for the higher-ups of Yaowang Valley, who might come to our aid. However, Yaowang Valley has outright abandoned the rescue of your Xia royal family and did not send anyone. Thus, our ambush position between Yaowang Valley and the Xia imperial capital is rendered unnecessary. At this moment, we shall eliminate you, Zhou Yang, along with the senior officials of Xia, and seize the soul pearl. Is that not a perfect outcome? This soul pearl is a coveted prize for our evil soul sect. Boom. Not far away, two formidable auras descended with a resounding crash, heralding the arrival of two late-stage transformation gods. As the light of their escape dissipated, a grim-faced elder clad in black and a cold-eyed young man in dark robes appeared, both of whom possessed strength surpassing the three before them. Late-stage transformation gods. Be cautious, Huang Xianji immediately warned, and Xia Zhenfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Xia Zhenshan, however, pursed his lips in silence, having found inner calm. Regardless of the outcome, as long as he guarded the soul pearl in his possession, he deemed it a mission accomplished. Now, devoid of combat capability, he would rely on his mother, his brother Wang, and Zhou Yang to fight on, even if he were to perish in the next moment. It mattered not. What shall we do, Zhou Yang? Xia Zhenfeng's eyes reflected urgency as he looked to Zhou Yang, filled with questions. Uncle Xia, there is no need for concern. I have everything under control. These two late-stage transformation gods are hardly a cause for alarm. Zhou Yang's gaze locked onto the two emerging late-stage transformation god experts. Their prowess evidently surpassed the previous three, as the male and female cultivators from the evil soul sect were merely at the early stage of transformation, while the Tianjian sect cultivator was at the mid-stage. The entrance of these two late-stage transformation gods instantly became the focal point of the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with disdain, and the brooding young man spoke first. Huang Xianji, I command you to surrender the soul pearl immediately, or I shall obliterate every member of the Xia royal family, leaving not a single soul behind. Chapter 155. 1 against 5 transformation gods. The true form of the ancestral dragon reveals its might. The young man's visage, though youthful, belied an extraordinarily aged voice, and his words were laden with unyielding authority, threatening the lives of all within the Xia royal family. Upon hearing this, Huang Xianji's expression remained unchanged, her voice steady as she replied, to think that 4 late-stage transformation gods from the evil soul sect have come forth, alongside a mid-stage transformation god from the Tianjian sect. If they were to perish here, even the evil soul sect would suffer significant losses, wouldn't they? Ha ha ha. The elder beside the young man laughed heartily, tilting his head back. Huang Xianji, your bravado is indeed impressive. Who among you can stand against us? You? Or your son? The elder dismissed Huang Xianji and Xia Zhenfeng entirely, confident in their superiority. Huang Xianji, despite her formidable strength, had already been embroiled in battle for some time, depleting her magical energy. How could she possibly compare to their full power? And Xia Zhenfeng, even with his ability to fight beyond his level, was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Matching the mid-stage transformation god from the Tianjian sect was no easy feat, let alone being a rival to the 2 late-stage transformation gods. They regarded Huang Xianji and her son with disdain. Yet Zhou Yang, too, held no regard for the two. Have you finished speaking? Zhou Yang said calmly. If so, shall we commence battle? Child, do not presume that a stroke of fortune has granted you significance. To us, you are but a tiny insect, easily crushed. The young transformation god spoke indifferently to Zhou Yang. How splendid! Let this insignificant insect experience your esteemed prowess and discover who shall be crushed. Zhou Yang replied with keen interest, and without further ado, he launched his attack. Chushuego. With a flick of his finger, the flying sword Chushue soared forth, reappearing before the young transformation god. A mere trick dares to present itself? The young transformation god scoffed, extending a hand imbued with gray magical energy, forcefully reaching for the flying sword. Is it you who seeks death? Zhou Yang shook his head. To dare grasp my flying sword, even with magical protection, you shall undoubtedly suffer grievously. As expected, just as Zhou Yang's words fell, a cry of alarm erupted from across the battlefield. The young transformation god's right hand was pierced, his layer of magical protection utterly incapable of withstanding Chushue's piercing assault. Having succeeded in her strike, Chushue sought another attack, only to be intercepted by a golden gourd thrown by the elder, resulting in a resounding clash. This golden gourd was evidently no ordinary treasure, as it successfully blocked Chushue's onslaught. Zhou Yang bore no resentment. After all, the elder was a late-stage transformation god from the evil soul sect, and it would be unusual if he lacked high-grade treasures. It seemed impractical to rely solely on Chushue to eliminate these two. Thus, he resolved to reveal some hidden cards to conclude this conflict. You dare to injure me? Today, I shall kill you and shred your soul. The young transformation god's injuries healed rapidly, yet his anger remained unabated. Feeling the sting of humiliation as he recalled the moment he reached for the flying sword, believing it to be an effortless capture. After all, he was a legitimate late-stage transformation god. How could he not seize a mere nascent soul cultivator's sword? Yet, he had failed not only to grasp it, but had also suffered an injury to his hand. The embarrassment was overwhelming. He was determined to eliminate Zhou Yang to redeem his honor. Without hesitation, the young transformation god struck. 9 heavens, 10 earths, dark needle. He shouted, hurling forth a slender needle radiating a dim, ominous glow. This needle moved with blinding speed, imbued with a special formation and a venomous soul-shattering toxin, designed to harm the spirit. Many a cultivator's sea of consciousness has been obliterated beneath my dark needle. Today, you shall taste its might. The young transformation god exclaimed triumphantly, envisioning Zhou Yang's pitiful fate beneath his artifact. Be careful, Xianxiafans urgently warned. That is the dark needle, specifically designed to pierce the sea of consciousness and shatter the soul. If your physical body lacks sufficient strength, it will be instantly penetrated, and you won't be able to stop it. Physical strength? Zhou Yang chuckled, and his form began to shift. Hiss, roar. A colossal being suddenly manifested before everyone, leaving all in a state of shock. A dragon. A true dragon. Indeed, Zhou Yang had transformed into a genuine 5-clawed golden dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length, its regal might descending from the heavens, overwhelming all. The dragon's claws swept forth, and the so-called powerful and venomous artifact, the 9 heavens 10 earths dark needle, though its name was illustrious, appeared feeble before the dragon's claws. Bang! With a mere touch, the dragon's claw collided with the needle, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The young transformation god's eyes widened, and he felt a wave of dizziness and pain, spitting blood as he recalled the dark needle, only to find it riddled with cracks. This was a mid-grade artifact, and yet, under the opponent's attack, it had been severely damaged with a single strike, nearly shattered. What manner of beast is this, capable of transforming into a true dragon? This is dire. Quickly, everyone, unite your strength in an assault. This individual possesses extraordinary fortune, having awakened the form of a true dragon. The elder of the evil soul sect's countenance shifted drastically as he hastily summoned everyone to attack. If I am not mistaken, this is the effect of the dragon origin snow lotus. This person has awakened the divine ability, the true dragon form. A divine ability, and such a formidable one at that. The male and female cultivators of the evil soul sect, previously filled with envy, now gazed upon the true dragon manifested by Zhou Yang with a burning jealousy. They were consumed by envy. For this was a divine ability that allowed one to become a true dragon. Its might is well known, and the rare elixirs capable of bestowing such a transformation are exceedingly scarce. In the entire cultivation world, only a handful of sacred grounds possess this divine ability. How powerful! Upon witnessing Zhou Yang's transformation, Huang Xianji instantly shattered the mysterious needle. The true dragon stood resolutely before them, enduring the assault of 5 god transformation cultivators with unwavering strength, its dragon form unscathed. Are you merely scratching an itch? A magnificent and authoritative voice emanated from the dragon's mouth, followed by a resounding dragon roar, as golden dragon flames erupted forth. Boom! The elder's golden gourd, The magical artifacts of the male and female god transformation cultivators and the flying swords of the heavenly sword sect were all obliterated by the dragon flames. Indeed, obliterated in a true sense, far worse than the previous young cultivator's mysterious needle, which was utterly annihilated by the terrifying golden dragon flames, leaving the four in a state of shock. All of you, remain here. Under the oppressive might of the dragon, the strength of the five adversaries could not be unleashed, only managing to exert a fraction of their usual power. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang's combat prowess had surged to a level akin to that of a formidable void refinement expert. Were it a mere true dragon form, it would be impossible to exhibit such terrifying power. However, this was no ordinary true dragon form, but the immensely powerful ancestral dragon form. Seizing the moment when their magical artifacts were destroyed and their spirits shaken, Zhou Yang charged forward. The formidable might of the dragon form was perfectly unleashed as another torrent of golden dragon flames descended upon the five. The cries of despair echoed as their souls fused and burst forth, their spiritual entities far surpassing the nascent soul in speed, capable of fleeing in an instant. Yet, Zhou Yang had long been prepared, waiting for this very moment. Suppression, annihilation. The surrounding space trembled violently, the instant almost freezing in time. But it was enough for Zhou Yang to act. Seizing that fleeting moment, a third wave of golden dragon flames descended, and the five god transformation experts were reduced to nothingness. When Zhou Yang's form diminished and reverted to that of a human cultivator, those around him stared at him in stunned silence. All five god transformation cultivators, obliterated by a mere nascent soul practitioner wielding the divine ability of dragon transformation. They were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Chapter 156. The malicious gaze of the evil soul sect master. A celestial finger of the demonic shadow. All five of the evil soul sect's god transformation experts, eradicated. This scene not only shocked Zhou Yang's allies, but also left the distant observers, including the Medicine King Valley and the evil soul sect master, utterly astounded. Simultaneously, Qingmu, the master of the demon sacred palace, was closely monitoring the battle in the Great Xia imperial capital. She had entered into an agreement with Zhou Yang. He could not perish midway, or else her investment in the demon sacred palace would be rendered futile. At this moment, Qingmu was situated far in the southern regions of Great Xia, silently observing. Upon witnessing Zhou Yang transform into a dragon and obliterate the five god transformation experts, her eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. This is no ordinary true dragon form. Absolutely not. The aura alone is distinct. Qingmu's gaze was intense as she murmured to herself. Just how many hidden cards does he possess that I am unaware of? Qingmu initially believed that after consuming the dragon origin snow lotus, Zhou Yang would merely awaken in ordinary true dragon form. However, upon witnessing the true manifestation of this divine ability, she realized that what Zhou Yang had awakened was far beyond the realm of a mere true dragon form. As a demon, she could perceive its extraordinary nature more clearly. Even from such a distance, she could feel the overwhelming majesty and unparalleled authority emanating from him. Is it the body of the Dragon King? Or perhaps the legendary ancestral dragon body? Impossible. Qingmu was startled by her own conjecture. Quickly shaking her head, it must be the Dragon King's body. Zhou Yang's luck is astonishing. That dragon origin snow lotus is not an elixir of great age. How could it grant him such a powerful divine ability? It is truly perplexing. Meanwhile, in another location, amidst the high skies where the two void refinement elders of the Medicine King Valley faced off, one of the elders suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, evil Wuxian. Have you seen? Your evil soul sect's god transformation experts are utterly useless, mere remnants, and even those nascent souls are worthless. The elder of the Medicine King Valley was releasing pent-up frustration, for the evil soul sect had blocked their doorstep, bringing shame upon the valley. Previously, the atmosphere among the members of the Medicine King Valley, including him, had been grim. Their sect was besieged at the door, while the Great Xia royal family was mercilessly slaughtered by the nascent soul and god transformation cultivators of the evil soul sect, leaving them feeling utterly defeated. Particularly after witnessing the evil soul sect indeed ambush two late-stage god transformation experts on the road between the imperial capital and the Medicine King Valley. They had refrained from recklessly sending reinforcements, or they would have certainly fallen into a trap, for the Medicine King Valley possessed only 2 or 3 god transformation experts, lacking the high-end combat power of the evil soul sect. Just as despair enveloped them, the situation in the Great Xia imperial capital underwent a dramatic transformation. The arrival of Zhou Yang and Xia Zhenfeng completely altered the tide of battle, as Zhou Yang single-handedly slaughtered 12 formidable nascent soul practitioners, leaving everyone in awe. And just when they thought such feats were already beyond belief, the subsequent scene rendered them utterly speechless. Zhou Yang faced off against 5 god transformation experts, including 2 late-stage masters, and yet, he single-handedly vanquished them decisively, leaving no possibility of resurrection. Zhou Yang's divine ability, transforming into the true dragon form, astonished them all. Such a powerful divine ability. Could it be that Zhou Yang also possesses it? The cultivators of the Medicine King Valley were filled with joy, with Zhou Yang present. The Great Xia royal family was secure. Meanwhile, across from the High Elder of the Medicine King Valley, the evil soul sect master, Xia Wuxian, wore a countenance as dark as water, seething with a fury akin to a bereaved soul. Those were the god transformation experts accumulated by the evil soul sect over millennia, 4 in total, 2 early stage and 2 late stage, with another mid-stage expert remaining behind. Yet now, they had become the only surviving members of the sect. Among the fallen god transformation experts was also a mid-stage member of the Heavenly Sword sect, whom he had personally invited to assist in battle, now lost here. He would have to provide an explanation to the Heavenly Sword sect. With this thought, Xia Wuxian's anger flared. His gaze fixated on the distant skies of the imperial capital, locking onto Zhou Yang, as malice boiled within him like scalding water. On the opposite side, the elder of the Medicine King Valley narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether this old fool intended to strike at a mere nascent soul junior. Truly shameless. Your evil soul sect's actions can now be declared a failure. At this moment, you should hastily take your celestial artifacts and depart, instead of concocting any foolish ideas. The Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, upon contemplating the situation, suddenly altered his expression, exclaiming in astonishment, "Evil immortal, have you truly forsaken all semblance of dignity? Medicine King Cauldron, restrain him." In the heavens above, the majestic azure golden crane emitted a piercing cry and charged towards the opposing force. Below, the dark shadows of malevolence that enveloped the sky swung an arm, tearing through the fabric of space, and descended upon the imperial capital of the Great Xia like a celestial meteor, a single finger descending with ferocious intent towards Zhou Yang. The overwhelming oppressive force emanating from the divine artifact firmly locked Zhou Yang in place, rendering him immobile. This strike from the dark shadow could only be met head-on. Zhou Yang, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Everyone, retreat. The farther, the better. Uncle Xia, take the others and withdraw. Trust me." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenfeng, who had initially appeared anxious, regained his composure, understanding that Zhou Yang would not recklessly seek his own demise. If Zhou Yang remained so tranquil in the face of the divine artifact strike, he must have a plan. Consequently, Xia Zhenfeng, accompanied by the concerned Huang Xianji and the conflicted Xia Zhenshan, retreated rapidly. As for the Great Xia's imperial capital, the immortal clans had long since vacated, and the few remaining mortals had also mostly fled, leaving behind only those who belonged to the noble families and royal lineage. As the battle progressed, most had already escaped hundreds or even thousands of miles away, with those who remained facing the whims of fate. In the sky, witnessing the retreat of Xia Zhenfeng and the others, Zhou Yang gazed up at the descending dark shadow's finger, reminiscent of an obsidian pillar, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Very well, if I could not unleash that divine ability within the Demon Saint Palace, then let me see its power against the evil soul sect's divine artifact. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yang slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the colossal finger descending from the heavens, as the golden spiritual energy around him began to surge with fervor. Though his form was constrained, he could still lift his hand, and he could certainly initiate an attack with his divine ability. At this moment, Zhou Yang was engaged in a battle against a proactive strike from a divine artifact. In the annals of the cultivation world, no human Yuan-ing cultivator had ever withstood a strike from a divine artifact and lived to tell the tale. While the Demon Clan had the Xiangui Demon King who achieved such a feat, no human had done so, even among transformation stage cultivators. Those who could endure a divine artifact strike without perishing could likely be traced back to ancient times. Zhou Yang was on the verge of creating a legend. Success would grant him eternal renown, while failure would spell his demise. All eyes were fixed upon Zhou Yang, and far to the south, Qing Li's expression was one of deep conflict, her phoenix crown shimmering with red brilliance. Should she intervene to save Zhou Yang? Yet, upon witnessing Zhou Yang's unwavering confidence, which appeared impervious to the heavens' pressure, she sighed and chose to trust him. Nevertheless, she resolved in her heart that if Zhou Yang were to perish beneath the evil soul lamp, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance, first annihilating the 10,000 Beast sect, and then completely obliterating the evil soul sect. Chapter 157. A sword that shakes the world. The first to confront a divine artifact. Evil Immortal gazed at the opposing side, where the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley attempted to thwart his actions with the Medicine King Cauldron, foolishly thinking he could impede him. Old Luo, Your cultivation is inferior to mine. And the supreme spirit stones absorbed by the evil soul lamp far exceed those of the Medicine King Cauldron. What do you intend to compare? Dream on. The Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of anger as he watched the dark shadow endure an attack from the Medicine King Cauldron's spirit, only to stagger a few steps back. The finger pointing towards Zhou Yang remained unwavering in its descent. He spat, "Evil immortal, have you truly no shame? Look at yourself. Do you still possess the demeanor of a senior? Ha ha ha, how utterly laughable. What face does my demonic sect have?" Evil immortal chuckled with delight, seemingly envisioning Zhou Yang's imminent demise. A prodigious talent such as he was about to perish at his hands. How could he not be elated? This brat dared to slay so many transformation stage masters and several Yuan cultivators from my evil soul sect. Killing him with ease is somewhat regrettable. However, considering his extraordinary talent, dying beneath a divine artifact strike does not tarnish his legacy. He could have had an immeasurable future. Yet fate has deemed it unwise for him to oppose my evil soul sect. This is indeed his path to demise. You. Old Luo seethed with rage, but found himself powerless against the situation. He had already commanded the Medicine King Cauldron to attack once. Yet it failed to vanquish the dark shadow entirely. Evil immortal was right. The evil soul lamp absorbed spirit stones of a far superior quality compared to the Medicine King Cauldrons. The latter could not afford to waste its limited attack opportunities, each requiring substantial amounts of spirit energy. Meanwhile, the opponent remained unfazed. Old Luo, bound by his duty to protect the sect, could not recklessly squander attack chances. With no other recourse, he could only hope for a miracle, but how difficult that would be. Zhou Yang was already a remarkably monstrous existence. Yet, he was merely a Yuan cultivator. How could he possibly survive a strike from a divine artifact? Only the ancient Xiangui could withstand such an assault in the transformation stage, relying on innate talent and defense. Moreover, it should be noted that the 10,000 Beasts sect's divine artifact, the 10,000 Beasts ring, was not known for its combat prowess. It was a functional artifact, and its offensive capability paled in comparison to that of the evil soul sect's artifact, which bore the essence of true celestial-level malevolence. This further underscored the difficulty Zhou Yang faced in surviving such an onslaught. As Zhou Yang felt the overwhelming force descending from above, he was truly under immense pressure. The dark shadow's finger, compared to his diminutive form, resembled the chasm between a mountain and an ant. Should it truly descend, and he fail to withstand it, it would obliterate not only Zhou Yang but the entire imperial capital of the Great Xia, leaving behind a vast inland lake. Zhou Yang's expression grew solemn as the golden spiritual energy around him coalesced to its zenith, invoking the supreme golden divine ability, Heaven's Tilt. With the energy gathering complete, the sky behind him began to show signs of fracturing. Heaven's Tilt. Zhou Yang suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating across the heavens, infused with an unparalleled dragon's might. Akin to the king of dragons issuing a decree, or the celestial emperor commanding the immortals, shaking the cosmos with his authority. Following this thunderous proclamation, all present, including Old Luo from the Medicine King Valley, Evil Immortal from the Evil Soul Sect, and even the distant Qing Li of the Demon Saint Palace, felt their pupils constrict in unison. What was this? Was this a divine ability? What a fearsome power! The intensely concentrated golden spiritual energy shattered space itself. No, this was using the gathered golden spiritual energy to fracture space, while simultaneously summoning forth an even greater, more potent accumulation of golden spiritual energy. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the space behind Zhou Yang shattered, and from the ruptured expanse surged forth a golden spiritual energy far more vast than what Zhou Yang had gathered, swelling to dozens or even hundreds of times its original magnitude. This golden spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal golden sword spanning 100,000 meters. With a mere gesture from Zhou Yang, the golden sword soared into the air, hurtling towards the dark shadow's giant finger with astonishing speed. Even this superlative 100,000-meter-long golden sword appeared as a mere toothpick before the imposing finger, yet this toothpick bore the might to contend with it. Boom! The long sword trailed a golden tail, resembling a golden meteor, as it collided thunderously with the giant finger of the demonic shadow. A continuous roar echoed from the heavens, and waves of terrifying sound rippled across the vast territory of the Great Xia, even reaching the realm of the Great Shang. Observing from above the black iron mountains to the south, Qingli also felt the overwhelming force of the sound waves surge through the air. Such formidable power. Zhou Yang should not be underestimated. His hidden cards are astonishingly powerful. Qingli sighed, casually waving her hand to deflect the sound waves, not only shielding the black iron mountains, but also protecting Qingmu City. Palace Master, came the voice of Lu Luo. She was naturally aware of Qing Li's arrival. In fact, even without Qing Li's intervention, her own presence at Qingmu City would suffice to withstand such a scale of sound wave backlash, though not as effortlessly as Qing Li. Lu Luo conveyed telepathically, Zhou Yang's strength far exceeds our expectations. I did not anticipate that he possesses such a trump card. This is a golden divine ability. And it's not a minor one. It feels more like a supreme divine ability. Indeed, I sense it too. A mere ordinary divine ability could never allow a nascent soul cultivator to withstand a strike from a celestial artifact. Celestial artifacts are far more powerful than what ordinary cultivators can imagine, Qing Li stated with gravity. One might say, if a void refinement master were to confront a blow from a celestial artifact without any magical treasures or divine abilities, they would surely meet their demise. Yet Zhou Yang, a nascent soul cultivator, stands 2 major realms apart from void refinement, and he managed to match a celestial artifact blow with a single strike of his golden divine ability. Precisely, in the distance above the imperial capital of Great Xia, after Zhou Yang's strike, the golden longsword vanished, and the giant finger of the demonic shadow from the evil soul lamp also dissipated. The 2 horrifying attacks mutually annihilated each other. One could say that Zhou Yang achieved a far more comprehensive result than the everlasting mystic tortoise of the Demon Saint Palace, which merely withstood attacks through pure defense. Zhou Yang, however, countered the strike from the evil soul lamp with his own offense. In simpler terms, Zhou Yang has now acquired the means to deliver a blow equivalent to a celestial artifact. The mystic tortoise only provided defense. Its offensive capabilities could not reach the level of celestial artifacts, nor even the void refinement level. It pales in comparison. At this moment, above the Medicine King Valley, the expression of Xiao Wuxian darkened to an extreme, resembling someone who had just consumed something foul, his face flushed with anger. Opposite him, the elder of the Medicine King Valley, old Luo, threw back his head in hearty laughter. Ha, splendid. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. As far as I know, this Zhou Yang is still quite young, seemingly only 17 years of age. A 17-year-old cultivator possesses a trump card capable of a celestial artifact strike. What a monstrous talent. How terrifying will he be when he matures to the void refinement stage? Xiao Wuxian, you have indeed provoked a formidable adversary. Old Luo grinned. Do not even think about launching another attack against him. I, old Luo, have today pledged to protect the young friend Zhou Yang. Even if it depletes the spiritual energy reserves within the Medicine King Cauldron and costs me my life, I will hold you and your evil soul lamp at bay. Old madman, today I shall accompany you to the very end. Xiao Wuxian's expression twitched. Indeed, he was mad, but not foolish. This old fool clearly valued Zhou Yang's talent. Cultivating a good relationship with such a prodigious genius is something any cultivator would desire. However, creating enmity with such a cultivator is something no one would wish for. He intended to eliminate Zhou Yang today, to extinguish this danger in its cradle. Yet this old fool would undoubtedly not allow him to act freely. Damn it. Why has this plan failed so miserably? All because of that wretched Zhou Yang. Xiao Wuxian cursed inwardly, finding himself in a quandary. Old Luo continued to laugh. Even in high spirits composing a poem, a sword strikes heaven, shaking the world. Its glorious name spreads throughout the cultivation realm. The evil soul sect shall become the sharpening stone, boldly clashing with the first among celestial artifacts. Though it bore no rhyme, old Luo felt his poem was magnificent. Such grandeur was more than sufficient. Chapter 158. I shall confront Xiao Wuxian. Xiao Wuxian, what will you do now? Old Luo spoke leisurely. If I were in your position, I would immediately turn tail and return to the evil soul sect, hiding away and not showing my face again. Ha ha. You had me in stitches. A void refinement master, struck by a celestial artifact, was actually neutralized by a nascent soul youth. Xiao Wuxian, do you not realize that today's battle will be recorded in the annals of the cultivation world? Old Luo's words struck Xiao Wuxian like daggers to the heart. His complexion darkened, for old Luo spoke not but the truth. This grand battle would undoubtedly be inscribed in the history of the cultivation realm. And the protagonist would certainly not be himself, but rather Zhou Yang. To withstand no? To directly engage with a celestial artifact without faltering at the nascent soul level. This news would spread across the southern region, and even beyond, to the overseas realms and the demon clans, cementing Zhou Yang's reputation. Meanwhile, the tale of Xiao Wuxian, a void refinement cultivator wielding a celestial artifact against a mere nascent soul cultivator and failing to secure victory, would surely make him the subject of mockery. Old Luo, do not force my hand. Xiao Wuxian's eyes burned red as he glared at old Luo, the elder of the Medicine King Valley. Force your hand. Me? Old Luo retorted. Unyielding. You, the master of the evil soul sect, brandishing a celestial artifact to blockade the Medicine King Valley, and yet you dare to say not to force your hand? Is there any sense of justice left in the world? Is there still a law to uphold? Oh, indeed, there is not. The cultivation world has always revered the strong. The one with the mightiest fist is the one who holds the truth. Old Luo's expression turned cold, his tone resolute. You, Xia Wuxian, obstructing the Medicine King Valley with your evil soul lamp, and then you tell me not to compel you? Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? Does the Medicine King Valley lack dignity? Are we so easily bullied? Xia Wuxian, what if I were to take the Medicine King Cauldron to your evil soul sect and provoke you? Xia Wuxian fell silent, pondering the question. What would he do? It was unnecessary to ask. He would certainly not respond with the cordiality old Luo currently displayed. He would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and a battle with celestial artifacts would ensue. Who would dare to swagger at the gates of the evil soul sect? They would be met with fierce retribution. Xia Wuxian's lips twitched, and he turned his gaze away from old Luo, instead focusing on the distant imperial capital where Zhou Yang stood. He felt a burning desire to tear Zhou Yang apart. At this moment, Zhou Yang, having unleashed his strike that shook the heavens, found his golden energy depleted. The sky returned to tranquility, although his aura remained unchanged. It lacked the same vigor, as he had just expended his most powerful trump card and would be unable to launch another strike in the near term. Of course, he could still activate his other divine ability, the ancestral dragon true form, as long as he did not face a celestial artifact, even against a void refinement opponent. He could still contend with them once he activated his ancestral dragon true form. After exhaling deeply, Zhou Yang turned and returned to where Xia Jinfeng and the others awaited. That celestial artifact strike was indeed formidable, Zhou Yang remarked, prompting several to roll their eyes in exasperation. Xia Jinfeng couldn't help but retort, Zhou Yang, the words you speak would surely infuriate Xia Wuxian. Young friend Zhou Yang, Huang Xianji smiled. Your battle today will truly astonish the cultivation world. This tale will undoubtedly spread across the major regions and even reach overseas and the demon clans, where your legend will be heard. A bit of empty fame is nothing to concern myself with. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. The crisis in the imperial capital has been resolved. But I wonder how things stand at the Medicine King Valley. Will that Xia Wuxian retreat? Given the character of Xia Wuxian, it is uncertain whether he would retreat. Huang Xianji sighed, stating, this individual has always been accustomed to being tyrannical. Persuading him to withdraw will likely require a battle. With the Medicine King's cauldron present in the Medicine King Valley, can we truly fear him? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, having been cornered at the doorstep. Is retreat even an option? Huang Xianji shook her head. While that may be the case, one must possess the means to fight back. Although the Medicine King Valley is the foremost sect within the Great Xia territory, it can only reign supreme within the confines of our realm and cannot be compared to the Evil Soul sect. The activation of a celestial artifact necessitates an exorbitant number of supreme spirit stones. Just considering the technique Xia Wuxian employed against you earlier, it must have consumed at least 10,000 supreme spirit stones. These are no ordinary stones. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang suddenly understood. No wonder the Medicine King Valley seemed so passive earlier. They were evidently intimidated by the requirement of supreme spirit stones. However, he possessed supreme spirit stones himself, 100 million. To be precise, even if activating a celestial artifact required 10,000 supreme spirit stones, he could afford to activate it 1,000 times. He could engage at will. Zhou Yang felt a surge of indignation towards Xia Wuxian. You old rascal, if you wish to use your celestial artifact to eliminate me, I shan't allow you to have it easy. You of the Evil Soul sect may have abundant supreme spirit stones, but let us see who possesses more. I shall exhaust every last one of your supreme spirit stones, or I shall not share your surname. Once the supreme spirit stones of the Evil Soul sect are depleted, your celestial artifact shall merely be a decoration. No, it can still be activated, but it would require the innate power of a void refining expert. Lacking sufficient power would mean sacrificing one's lifespan, which might only allow for a few more feeble activations. Zhou Yang was determined not to let Xia Wuxian depart so easily after suffering a blow from a celestial artifact. He must retaliate. Uncle Xia, please escort Huang Xianji and His Majesty to Qingmu City to take refuge. I shall pay a visit to the Medicine King Valley. Zhou Yang spoke solemnly. Once this matter is resolved, you may return to the imperial capital to commence rebuilding. Zhou Yang, what purpose do you have in going to the Medicine King Valley? The two void refining experts are at an impasse there. Do not meddle foolishly. Xia Jinfeng urged. I intend to confront Xia Wuxian. Zhou Yang replied coldly. He just struck me with his celestial artifact. I wish to see how many more times he can activate it. The three inhaled sharply, gazing at Zhou Yang as if he were mad. Are you serious? Go ahead, do not worry about me. After all, we have the Medicine King Cauldron here, don't we? Zhou Yang smiled confidently. Even if struck by a celestial artifact again, with the true form of the ancestor dragon, he could flee if necessary. though it wouldn't be as imposing as directly nullifying the celestial artifact's attack. He would not be so reckless as to gamble with his life for the sake of revenge against Xia Wuxian. However, Huang Xianji was not entirely at ease. Young friend Zhou Yang, I shall accompany you. Jinfeng, you take Xinshan to Qingmu city to reunite with the children. We shall discuss everything upon our return. Seeing this, Xia Jinfeng and Xia Jinshan could no longer dissuade her and had to acquiesce. Xia Jinfeng had initially intended to accompany them, but since Xia Jinshan was severely injured and lacked combat ability, one of them had to stay behind to ensure his safe return. Alone, he would be vulnerable to an ambush from other evil soul sect experts. Huang Xianji's presence alongside Zhou Yang was preferable to Xia Jinfeng's, as she was an experienced transformation expert with strong ties to the Medicine King Valley. Although the valley could not send reinforcements for this battle, it was for valid reasons. It was not that they were unwilling, but rather unable to do so. Huang Xianji and Zhou Yang soared towards the Medicine King Valley, while Xia Jinfeng escorted Xia Jinshan to the Zhou family's residence in Qingmu City. Xia Jinfeng resolved that after ensuring Xia Jinshan's safety, he would proceed to the Medicine King Valley. He could not allow his mother and Zhou Yang to face the wielder of the celestial artifact alone. Chapter 159. Let us start with a trial of 10,000 supreme spirit stones. At the Medicine King Valley, Old Man Luo and Xia Wuxian naturally noticed the approach of the two. Old Man Luo marveled at Zhou Yang's audacity, having just exchanged blows with Xia Wuxian. He now dared to confront the enraged figure directly. Zhou Yang's bravery was truly remarkable. Xia Wuxian, too, was taken aback. This Zhou Yang seemed utterly unafraid of death. Initially, he had thought that after receiving his attack, Zhou Yang would flee, yet here he was, willingly walking into danger. Was he seeking his own demise? A smirk crept across Xia Wuxian's face as his fury diminished, replaced by a sense of mockery as he awaited Zhou Yang's arrival. In a short while, the two streaks of light halted above the Medicine King Valley. Zhou Yang and Huang Xianji were not fools. They landed beside Old Man Luo, seeking the safety offered by the celestial artifact, the Medicine King Cauldron. To charge directly at Xia Wuxian would indeed be the act of a true fool. Junior Huang Xianji, I pay my respects to Elder Luo. Junior Zhou Yang, I pay my respects to Senior Luo. Zhou Yang followed Huang Xianji in greeting the esteemed elder of the Medicine King Valley, who had lived for thousands of years and wielded immense power through the celestial artifact. Such a figure deserved their utmost respect. Ha ha ha, you two young friends, no need for formalities. Old Man Luo joyfully waved his hand. What gall you possess to come directly here. Xia Wuxian has been waiting for you with the evil soul lamp. Xia Wuxian. Zhou Yang straightened, turning to face the distant figure 10 miles away. You dare to come here, boy? Do you truly fear for your life? Xia Wuxian coldly regarded Zhou Yang. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. He chuckled darkly. Can you still utilize that technique from earlier? I rather doubt it. A mere nascent soul cultivator can hardly unleash such a formidable spell multiple times in quick succession. With thousands of years of cultivation experience, Xia Wuxian knew it was impossible for Zhou Yang to use that powerful technique again so soon. Zhou Yang remained unfazed and instead turned to Old Man Luo. Senior Luo, how many supreme spirit stones are required for the Medicine King Cauldron to launch an attack? Old Man Luo was somewhat taken aback, but did not dwell on it. Zhou Yang was still young, merely 17. It was only natural for him to be unaware of such details, so he began to explain. The Medicine King Cauldron is not primarily an offensive celestial artifact. Its greatest function lies in alchemy. Nevertheless, its offensive and defensive capabilities are commendable, albeit slightly inferior to the evil soul lamp. To unleash an attack, it requires between 3,000 to 5,000 supreme spirit stones. In terms of lower-grade spirit stones, that amounts to 30 to 50 billion. As he spoke, Old Man Luo's face displayed a hint of bitterness. The crux of the issue was not merely the vast quantity of 30 to 50 billion lower-grade spirit stones, but rather the fact that even if one possessed that many lower-grade stones, they could hardly exchange them for 3,000 to 5,000 supreme spirit stones. The Medicine King Valley has accumulated less than 20,000 supreme spirit stones over the years. Old Man Luo lamented. Supreme spirit stones are exceedingly rare. Even traveling to the central and eastern regions would yield little, as the sanctuaries and top sects there are also hoarding them. These are the only stones capable of fueling celestial artifacts and represent the foundation of any top sect or sanctuary. Old Man Luo continued. If a top sect lacks sufficient reserves of supreme spirit stones, when faced with a formidable enemy, the void refining experts can only drain their own power and lifespan to forcibly activate the celestial artifacts. But how many times can that be done? Thus, the reserve of supreme spirit stones is the greatest assurance for a top sect that possesses celestial artifacts. I heard from Elder Huang that the blow from the evil soul lamp earlier cost at least 10,000 supreme spirit stones. Why would they expend such a significant amount? Zhou Yang inquired curiously. It is because the malevolent Xia Wuxian has unleashed the evil soul lantern against you from a considerable distance. This is the first reason. The second is that the evil soul lantern is a primary offensive celestial artifact, its destructive power far surpassing that of the Medicine King's cauldron, which naturally leads to a greater consumption of precious spirit stones. Thus, it can be estimated that the recent attack consumed around 8,000 to 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. The Evil Soul sect is indeed quite wealthy. They spend their precious spirit stones without a hint of reluctance. Old Master Luo sighed. The few of them communicated through their spiritual senses. Otherwise, if Xia Wuxian were to overhear, he would likely spit blood in rage. The Evil Soul sect does possess a considerable amount of top-tier spirit stones, with approximately 50,000 stored within the Evil Soul Lantern alone, and an additional 20,000 in their sect's reserves. However, this has been accumulated over many years. No family acquires spirit stones without effort. Little did they know that this time, their attempt to steal would result in a significant loss. Not only did they fail to obtain the Soul Pearl, but the activation of a celestial artifact cost them over 10,000 top-tier spirit stones without eliminating Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang glanced at the azure golden celestial crane confronting the demonic shadow in the sky and inquired, does summoning it, even without launching an attack, also consume top-tier spirit stones? The consumption is not excessively high. Even throughout an entire day, it would likely only use about 1,000 top-tier spirit stones. The artifact spirit's external manifestation allows for immediate offensive capabilities. Otherwise, from the awakening of the artifact spirit to its manifestation and attack, it would be too late. By the time other celestial artifacts are descending upon one, your artifact spirit might still be in slumber. Old Master Luo's reasoning held merit. Although the manifestation of the artifact spirit does consume top-tier spirit stones, it is significantly less than that required for an attack, and the duration is quite extended. How many top-tier spirit stones do you believe the Evil Soul sect possesses? Zhou Yang posed the crucial question. While the Evil Soul sect is indeed wealthier than our Medicine King Valley, it is not comparable to the likes of the 10,000 Beasts sect. If we were to estimate their reserves of top-tier spirit stones, it certainly wouldn't exceed 100,000. If it did, they would not be so restrained. They would have long since deployed attacks to deplete the reserves within my Medicine King's cauldron. Old Master Luo cast a glance at Xia Wuxian across from them and commented, as we continue to wear each other down, I have already sent word to a friend who will send me 20,000 top-tier spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Huang Xianji was taken aback. 20,000 top-tier spirit stones? That amounts to 2 billion low-tier spirit stones. Old Master Luo certainly has a significant reputation. Old Master Luo stroked his beard with a smile. As a Dan Master of the Void Refinement Realm, I have some standing. Coupled with the reputation of the Medicine King Valley, borrowing 20,000 top-tier spirit stones is not a significant issue. Haha, Old Master Luo, that is unnecessary. Zhou Yang suddenly chuckled, waving his hand as a multitude of spirit stones shimmering with spiritual energy appeared before them, an impressive collection of top-tier spirit stones, causing both of them to widen their eyes in astonishment. Old Master Luo, here are 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Please take these for your use. If Xia Wuxian prides himself on having abundant top-tier spirit stones, let us drain him dry. Let us begin with 10 or 20 celestial artifact attacks to test the waters. Zhou Yang proclaimed boldly. This scene left not only Old Master Luo and Huang Xianji in shock, but even Xia Wuxian across the way was nearly rendered speechless. His eyes wide as saucers at the sight of 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Indeed, 100,000. Xia Wuxian felt a chill run down his spine. What manner of being is Zhou Yang to produce such a sum of top-tier spirit stones all at once? This spells trouble. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Old Master Luo laughed heartily, then waved his hand to store the 100,000 top-tier spirit stones within the Medicine King's cauldron. Subsequently, the cauldron began to vigorously absorb the spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones, replenishing its reserves. Chirp! The azure golden celestial crane let out a cry, its aura suddenly surging as the celestial artifact was poised to strike. Chapter 160. The Master of the 10,000 Beasts sect calls for thunder. Qingmu appears. Confrontation among the 5 sects. Xia Wuxian glared, his eyes filled with rage and astonishment. That was indeed 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Was he planning to overwhelm him with sheer spirit stones? Strangely enough, this was indeed a plausible outcome. The reserves of top-tier spirit stones within his Evil Soul Lantern were only sufficient for 4 or 5 attacks, whereas the opposing 100,000, given the consumption rate of the Medicine King's cauldron, could facilitate 20 attacks. Could it be that he was truly to perish here? No. While the celestial artifact could still be used a few more times, it would be prudent to retreat now. Xia Wuxian's heart began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, To escape, he must first withstand an attack from the opposing Medicine King's cauldron. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wuxian activated the evil soul lantern, expending another 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. The demonic shadow, now invigorated by the spiritual energy from the precious stones, sprang into action, its massive hand obscuring a significant portion of the sky. Its size and might greatly surpassed that of the azure golden celestial crane. After all, the spirit stones consumed in a single attack by the evil soul lantern were double that of the Medicine King's cauldron, resulting in a potency several times greater, a perfectly reasonable reaction. The artifact spirit of the Medicine King's cauldron, witnessing this, screeched defiantly and charged forward. Boom! Bang! After an intense and brutal clash, the azure golden celestial crane retreated, having exhausted the spiritual energy drawn from that batch of top-tier spirit stones. On the other side, although the demonic shadow emerged victorious in the confrontation, it too had depleted a significant amount of its energy. While some remained, it was far from ample. Xiao Wuxian felt immense regret as he observed Old Master Luo's actions, his eyes turning red with envy. Old Master Luo waved his hand again, depleting another 5,000 top-tier spirit stones, instantly replenishing the Medicine King's cauldron with spiritual energy, allowing the azure golden celestial crane to regain its vigor. It let out a triumphant cry and soared into the sky. You are despicable. I will not yield. Xiao Wuxian seethed in fury, his figure flickering as he retreated over 100 kilometers, while the once mighty demonic shadow began to shrink, decreasing from a height of 100,000 meters to a mere 10,000 meters, ultimately transforming into a dark giant of less than 10,000 meters tall. The giant's palm lay flat, seated cross-legged in space like an imposing statue, while Xiao Wuxian, wielding the evil soul lantern, stood upon its palm, his gaze flickering. On Old Master Luo's side, noticing Xiao Wuxian's movements, he too gestured for the azure golden celestial crane to reduce its size. The celestial crane, initially towering like a divine beast at 300,000 meters, now shrank back to less than 10,000 meters. Old Master Luo, accompanied by Zhou Yang and Huang Xianji, stood upon the crane's back, flying closer to Xiao Wuxian. Old Master Luo, do you truly intend to fight me to the bitter end? Xiao Wuxian coldly regarded him. What? Are you afraid? Old Master Luo, emboldened by Zhou Yang's 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, felt his fighting spirit surge. He believed that if he could deplete the reserves of top-tier spirit stones within Xiao Wuxian's evil soul lantern, he would be able to subdue him. In a contest of speed, his Medicine King's cauldron had no fear of the evil soul lantern. After all, the spirit of his celestial artifact was the crane, while the flight speed of Xiao Wuxian's shadow could not possibly rival that of the crane. Are you truly unafraid of a mutual destruction? Xiao Wuxian exclaimed angrily. Mutual destruction? Old Master Luo laughed heartily. How could you and I reach such an end? Is it merely based on the celestial artifact in your hand? While my Medicine King's cauldron may not match the offensive power of the evil soul lantern, in a situation where top-tier spirit stones are abundant, both being celestial artifacts, what can you truly do to me? You. Xiao Wuxian found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at Old Master Luo, then at Zhou Yang, and finally at Huang Xianji, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. At that moment, Xiao Wuxian suddenly felt a surge of joy. Turning his gaze toward a particular direction, Old Master Luo's expression shifted as well, his brow furrowing slightly. Zhou Yang's eyes glimmered, revealing a peculiar expression. Huang Xianji, though a moment slower to react, also sensed something unusual from the expressions of the others. Throughout history, the legends of the sword immortal have been sung, with a single sword arriving from the west to open the gates of heaven. After a soft chant, a tall middle-aged man, bearing a sword on his back, stepped forth from the void, a gentle smile gracing his face as he addressed those present. I am Song Shuhang, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Greetings to you all. Humph, so it is Master Song. Old Luo cast a dissatisfied glance at him. At the same time, Luo's words reached the ears of Zhou Yang and Huang Xianji. Let us exchange pleasantries. Although one of our members was summoned here by the vile Xiao Wuxian, we mustn't create enemies everywhere. The Heavenly Sword sect is far more formidable than the Evil Soul sect. I suspect that old dog will arrive shortly as well, and he is even more difficult to deal with. We should first establish a rapport with Song Shuhang to leave ourselves some room for maneuvering later. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang exchanged glances with Huang Xianji, noticing a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. It was understandable. Just moments ago, Huang Xianji had been besieged by a mid-stage transformation of God Cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect in collusion with the Evil Soul sect. And now she was expected to pay her respects to the sect master of the very sect that had attacked her. What logic was this? Such is the way of the cultivation world. Those with greater strength possess the greater say. I, the junior Zhou Yang, Pay my respects to Master Song. I, the junior Huang Xianji of the Great Xia, pay my respects to Master Song. Hee, no need for excessive formalities. Song Shuhang nodded with a faint smile before continuing. Young friend Huang Xianji, I must sincerely apologize to you regarding the recent events. These words startled Huang Xianji, a formidable being of the void refinement stage. And the leader of a top sect would apologize to a junior? Song Shuhang continued, Old Luo, you are aware that my Heavenly Sword sect is a legitimate righteous sect, while the Evil Soul sect represents the demonic path. In the face of the war against the demon tribes, we have coordinated with the 10,000 Beasts sect to present a united front. Beyond this, my Heavenly Sword sect has never conspired with the Evil Soul sect. This time, one of our transformation of God elders was saved by Xiao Wuxian in the war against the demon race. He came here to repay a debt of gratitude, a matter I consented to. However, he lost his life as a result, and I will not intervene on his behalf. These were his own choices, and he should have been prepared for the consequences prior to his departure. Members of my Heavenly Sword sect take responsibility for their actions. Given the circumstances, let us cease this matter here. With that, Song Shuhang fell silent. Xiao Wuxian furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from commenting. Song Shuhang was correct. The Heavenly Sword sect was indeed a righteous faction, and they had always been adversaries of the Evil Soul sect, only uniting in the face of the Demon Palace due to the mediation of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Without the intervention of the 10,000 Beasts sect, they might have even turned on each other on the battlefield. Old Luo showed no surprise at this exchange, while Huang Xianji let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Yang's expression remained unchanged, pondering. Could it be that the Heavenly Sword sect truly embodies such righteousness? Just as the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect made his appearance, another figure emerged. This was a robust man, appearing much like a brawny villager, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, with disheveled hair and sharp eyes, stepping forth through a ripple in space. The master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Howling Thunder. Old Luo murmured, this is indeed the leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect. It is said that he was once a hunting dog raised by a sect master during his mortal days. Later, when the sect discovered his extraordinary spiritual root, they took him in as a disciple, and he eventually reached the void refinement stage, becoming the sect master. His former hunting dog, due to its remarkable qualities, also transformed into a spirit beast, growing at a pace not much slower than its master. Alas, after the sect master failed to transcend, many years later, Howling Thunder ascended to the position of sect master. A spirit beast as a sect leader certainly breaks new ground for the human race. Zhou Yang and Huang Xianji gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged man, the very master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, who commanded the sacred artifact known as the 10,000 Beasts Ring. The 10,000 Beasts sect was a sacred place, having once produced true immortals. Unlike the Medicine King Valley, which had never seen an immortal, relying solely on the Medicine King Cauldron to secure its status among the top sects, its true foundation falling short of that of a place that had birthed immortals. Old Luo, could you do me the favor of allowing Xiao Wuxian to depart? Let this matter end here. Howling Thunder spoke calmly, his imposing presence akin to a mountain, exerting pressure upon all present. The sheer terror of a void refinement spirit beast wielding a sacred artifact was daunting. Should it unleash its wrath, it would spell disaster. Old Luo frowned. You speak so lightly of this matter, as if uttering a single sentence could make it vanish. Have you considered my feelings? I do not refuse to give you face. Brother Howling Thunder. Old Luo addressed him as brother due to Howling Thunder's considerable age. Spirit beasts, akin to demon beasts, or perhaps another name for the demon race, lived long lives. A void refinement stage spirit beast would have a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years, and Howling Thunder must be around 7 or 8,000 years old. While Old Luo was barely under 5,000, an impressive achievement to reach the void refinement stage at such a young age. When Xiao Wuxian previously blocked the entrance of my Medicine King Valley, you did not stand up to speak. Old Luo stated coolly. Now backed by Zhou Yang's 100,000 prime spirit stones, he felt unperturbed. Your 10,000 beasts ring may be formidable, but who knows how many top-tier spirit beasts it holds. The artifact spirit is said to be an ancient behemoth, rumored to be the soul of the fierce beast Zhu Yang. But what of it? I am in the right now, my strength formidable. Why should I yield? Old Luo, are you truly refusing to give me face? The robust man seemed blunt and straightforward, his displeasure evident upon hearing Old Luo's refusal. Howling Thunder. Just then, a clear and melodious voice resonated from the void, as a graceful figure materialized in the air. This was an extraordinary woman, veiled and adorned with a phoenix crown, her flowing gown a riot of colors. Her sudden appearance caused a dramatic shift in the expressions of all present. Palace Master Qingli. Chapter 161, Confronting Howling Thunder. Qingli observes with amusement. The arrival of Qing Li left everyone astonished, except Zhou Yang. It was entirely normal for Qing Li to pay attention to the developments here, given the gathering of such powerful figures. The Medicine King Valley, represented by Old Luo wielding the Medicine King Cauldron. The Evil Soul Sect, represented by Xia Wuxian wielding the Evil Soul Lamp. The Heavenly Sword Sect, likely accompanied by their celestial artifact under Song Shuhang. The 10,000 Beasts Sect, evidently arriving with Howling Thunder and the 10,000 Beasts Ring. With 4 sacred artifacts converging here, if a conflict were to erupt, it could very well upheave the entire southern region. As the demon race held sway over a significant portion of the territory in the southern region, the palace master of the demon's sacred palace could not possibly overlook such a scene. Qing Li's appearance was not only to witness this shocking spectacle and showcase the might of the demon's sacred palace, but also to support Zhou Yang. Otherwise, the Medicine King Valley alone would find it challenging to confront the 10,000 Beasts Sect and the Evil Soul Sect. And while the Heavenly Sword Sect had explicitly stated they would not intervene, they were still a top sect of the Great Shang. With the 10,000 Beasts Sect mediating and the royal family of the Great Shang involved, they might very well conspire against the Medicine King Valley. What is it? Palace Master Qing Li? We have only recently signed a truce. Are you now here on human territory to reignite the flames of conflict? Howling Thunder directed a hostile tone towards Qing Li. Does the demon's sacred palace speak so casually? Is a signed agreement worth tearing apart on a whim? In response, Qing Li merely smiled. Howling Thunder, your words seem to be a misjudgment. I merely wish to observe the excitement here. Who claims that my demon's sacred palace is preparing to reignite the flames of war? Since we have signed an agreement, we shall not recklessly violate it. You can rest assured on that matter. Then have you come merely to spectate? Hu Lei scoffed. Now that you have witnessed the commotion, isn't it time for you to depart? Why the hurry? Qing Li retorted with a huff. This is not the territory of the Great Shang. I shall come and go as I please. This is human territory. Can a mighty being of your demon race simply wander in at will? Hu Lei insisted, refusing to yield. The Myriad Beast Sect hardly represents the entirety of humanity, does it? This is the Great Xia, and the landowners have yet to voice their opinions. Qing Li stated, glancing at Huang Xianji. Friend Huang, our acquaintance feels as if we have known each other for ages. The demon's sacred palace has never been in conflict with the Great Xia. I wonder if the Great Xia welcomes my presence? Huang Xianji appeared momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend why such a prominent figure would act in this manner, seemingly favoring the Great Xia. Zhou Yang grasped Qing Li's intent and spoke directly. The Great Xia certainly welcomes the Lord of the Demon's Sacred Palace as a guest. Indeed, the Great Xia welcomes all who come with goodwill. However, those like the Evil Soul Sect, who arrive with malice and seek to wreak havoc upon the imperial capital, shall naturally be met with blades. As he spoke, Zhou Yang turned his gaze toward Hu Lei. Lord Hu Lei, you demand that we release Xia Wuxian. Have you considered the feelings of the Great Xia? Or do you imply that Xia Wuxian's assault on the royal family is sanctioned by you? By your support? You speak with reckless abandon. Hu Lei shot back with a cold gaze. Ignorant youth, when our esteemed elder of the void refinement speaks, what right have you to interject? Truly domineering, Lord Hu Lei. Zhou Yang squinted his eyes. Have you grown accustomed to tyranny in the Great Shang, that you would carry such behavior into the Great Xia? It is evident that you wish to protect a scoundrel like Xia Wuxian, revealing your true nature. Compared to you, the genuine demon can appear far more straightforward and discerning. You, Hu Lei's face flushed with indignation at the insinuation that he was not a true demon or that he lacked discernment. Yet, Zhou Yang had struck a nerve. Xia Wuxian had indeed been emboldened by the benefits he had received from the Myriad Beast Sect. As for the Heavenly Sword Sect, they were a righteous sect and enemies of the Evil Soul Sect, thus he would not offer them any favors. The Myriad Beast Sect, though a sacred ground, was a neutral entity and treated both righteous and demonic paths equally, with the sole enemy being the demon race. Hu Lei, a canine demon who was not skilled with words, found himself at a loss for retort against Zhou Yang's accusations, his face growing crimson with embarrassment. Qing Li watched the exchange with amusement, stifling a laugh. Zhou Yang's words had undoubtedly offended Hu Lei, had she not intervened. Hu Lei might have been so incensed as to hurl the Myriad Beast Sect at Zhou Yang. However, with her presence, Hu Lei dared not act so recklessly. After all, Qing Li adorned the Phoenix Crown. If he dared to act against the myriad beasts, would he disregard the existence of the Phoenix Crown? Ultimately, after several moments of heavy breathing, Hu Lei restrained his impulse to obliterate Zhou Yang with the myriad beast's ring. While he was brash and headstrong, he was not a fool. Qing Li's presence, coupled with her evident bias towards the Great Xia, made it clear that should he dare to strike, the Phoenix would surely be summoned to confront him. Let my words be clear today. Xia Wuxian must leave unscathed, otherwise, the Myriad Beast Sect will spare no effort to intervene. Hu Lei declared, glaring at old Luo and the others before casting a sidelong glance at Qingli. If your demon's sacred palace chooses to meddle, then the Great Xia will be complicit with the demon race against its own kin. I shall ensure this matter reaches the ears of the human sanctuaries in the central and eastern domains. I shall see if you can bear the stigma of betraying humanity. Chapter 162. Is a great war about to erupt? Zhou Yang demands a price. Lord Hulei, can you truly represent humanity? Qingli asked with a smile. The human cultivators have yet to utter such claims. What are you saying? Our myriad beast sect is a sacred ground of humanity. How can we not represent humanity? Hulei responded solemnly. Hey, Zhou Yang interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated. Lord Hulei, when did I ever become your representative? You can only speak for the myriad beast sect. You cannot claim to represent all of humanity. At least, I do not recognize such a claim. The Great Xia does not either. Huang Xianji stated firmly. Lord Hulei, you do not represent humanity. Likewise, we do not represent humanity. I only represent the Great Xia at this moment. I wish to ask you, Lord Hulei, does the Evil Soul sect have the protection of the Myriad Beast sect? Absolutely not. Hulei waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the topic. He sought to be direct. I have come here today for the sake of the three great sacred grounds of the Great Shang and to consider the Great Xia. Do you not realize that if you truly retain Xia Wuxian, how many lives will be lost in the ensuing conflict over the celestial artifacts within the territory of the Great Xia? Are the countless lives of our royal family simply to be dismissed? Huang Xianji retorted angrily. The Evil Soul sect has also lost 12 Yuaning cultivators. What more do you want? Hulei responded gravely. The Yuaning cultivators of your Great Xia still have their Yuan-ing and souls intact, while the Yuaning cultivators of the Evil Soul sect are truly dead. Moreover, there are 4 transformation gods and 1 from the Heavenly Sword sect who have perished. Is it not the case that your Great Xia is reaping benefits while pretending to be aggrieved? Are you suggesting that we cannot retaliate against the Evil Soul sect for their aggression? Huang Xianji shot back. Of course not. What I mean is, since your losses are not significant, why persist in clinging to Xia Wuxian? After all, should a battle ensue, the losses for both sides will be immense, and Hulei glanced at Qingli. It will only provide amusement for the demon race. Oh, Lord Hulei, are you implying something about me? Qingli laughed. Why would I find amusement in the Great Xia? I would only find humor in the Great Shang, and in the Myriad Beast sect and the Evil Soul sect. Quite the contrary, my purpose here is not solely to express support for the Great Xia. Your Highness Huang, the demon's sacred palace occupies vast territories in the south, with resources we cannot exhaust. Thus, would the Great Xia be willing to collaborate with the demon's sacred palace? For instance, we could offer some mines and spiritual herb resources, and collaborate on their exploitation, splitting the resulting spiritual stones evenly. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Huang Xianji immediately smiled. Certainly. The Great Xia has never had conflicts with the demon's sacred palace, nor any enmity. Cooperation is naturally not an issue. We can discuss the specifics after this matter is resolved. Excellent. Let us agree on that. Seeing the two of them so engaged and discussing collaboration, the Lord of the Myriad Beasts sect was seething with rage. Hulei exclaimed furiously, Friend Huang, do you truly wish to collude with the demon race? What do you mean by colluding? Huang Xianji replied. The Great Xia and the demon race have never had a significant feud. Why should we not cooperate? On the contrary, your Myriad Beast sect has always eyed the Great Xia with suspicion, and now that the Evil Soul sect has attacked, you emerge to defend them. In that case, do not think that we will cooperate with the demon's sacred palace, even without this issue. The Great Xia stands opposed to your Myriad Beast sect and the entirety of the Great Shang. Very well, Hulei responded solemnly. In that case, let us see how this unfolds. Today, I, Xia Wuxian, must take away Qingli. If you wish to intervene, then do come and try. I am not intimidated by your phoenix crown. A millennium ago, we clashed once. I wonder if you still possess the strength for another battle. I have never feared you. Qingli's expression suddenly turned frosty, and a crimson glow emanated from the phoenix crown atop her head. Opposite her, Hulei let out a cold snort, and an ancient bronze ring on his arm instantly radiated a dark crimson aura, expanding and slowly revolving around him. As the two premier cultivators prepared to unleash their celestial artifacts upon each other, the onlookers tensed with anticipation. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. Truth be told, his purpose in this conflict was to acquire the Soul Pearl, and he did not wish to witness such a high-stakes battle unfold. He had already revealed one of his trump cards, and now, without any remaining, if Hulei's 10,000 beasts ring struck him, even if he survived, the cost would be too great. The reason he had come to the Medicine King Valley to confront Xia Wuxian was undoubtedly a desire for retribution against the attack launched against him. Now that he had accomplished most of what he intended, he observed Hulei's demeanor, it was clear that he would not relinquish Xia Wuxian easily. Indeed, Xia Wuxian represented one of the three major sects of the Great Shang, wielding a celestial artifact. If he were to perish here, the Great Shang would suffer the loss of a formidable cultivator and a celestial artifact, effectively obliterating the evil soul sect. Should the demon Holy Palace return to confront the Great Shang and the 10,000 Beasts sect, it was uncertain whether they could withstand it. The 10,000 Beasts sect, being a sacred ground of the Great Shang, would certainly not allow such a calamity to occur, hence their unwavering stance. Qingli was undoubtedly contemplating the opportunity to eliminate Xia Wuxian, which was why she had appeared, seeking a chance to strike. However, she did not shy away from Hulei's intimidating presence and was resolute in engaging him in battle. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Yang cleared his throat and spoke. There is no need to escalate this conflict. Given the circumstances, I propose a suggestion. Xia Wuxian may depart. But the evil soul sect must pay a price for their actions, at the very least compensating for the damages incurred by the Great Xia royal family, correct? Both Hulei and Xia Wuxian turned their gazes toward Zhou Yang, questioning whether this junior could indeed represent the Great Xia. Seemingly perceiving their skepticism, Huang Xinji glanced at Zhou Yang and then stated, Indeed, Xia Wuxian must bear the consequences. The evil soul sect recklessly attacked our Great Xia royal family, resulting in the destruction of a significant portion of our imperial capital. If he is allowed to leave unscathed, how will the citizens of Great Xia perceive our royal family? Chapter 163, Compensation of 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. 10 bottles of 9 nether soul-condensing water. Hulei and Song Shuang both directed their attention towards Xia Wuxian. Naturally, having invaded another's territory and failing to achieve their aims, it was unreasonable to think they could simply walk away without compensating for their actions. Xia Wuxian gritted his teeth and demanded, Huang Xinji, what compensation do you seek? 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. Huang Xinji stated in a deep voice. Observing the shift in Xia Wuxian's expression, she scoffed. Your evil soul lamp's activation for an attack costs 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. What? You hesitate at the thought of compensating that amount. Xia Wuxian's lips twitched, yet he ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well, I concede to the 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. Not so fast. Huang Xinji raised a hand, stating, I have one final condition. Xia Wuxian, infuriated, retorted, Huang Xinji, do not push your luck. 10,000 top-quality spirit stones equate to 100 billion low-quality spirit stones. That would suffice for your Great Xia royal family savings for a century. Do you dare to propose further demands? Huang Xinji coldly responded. These 10,000 top-quality spirit stones would merely suffice for the reconstruction of our imperial capital and to compensate the families and individuals lost in battle. If you refuse to comply, then so be it. Xia Wuxian's face darkened at her words. He glanced at the smug expression of old Luo, who had an abundance of top-quality spirit stones within the Medicine King Cauldron, 100,000 top-quality spirit stones, and yet they dared to come to him to fleece more. How audacious! He then looked at the demon Holy Palace leader, Qingli, realizing that this demon lord was resolutely backing Great Xia. Reluctantly, he understood that refusal was not an option. Otherwise, after the Great Shang had painstakingly achieved a ceasefire with the demon Holy Palace, they would soon find themselves embroiled in conflict again, and the reason would be his doing. In such a case, the evil soul sect would likely be scorned by the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Beasts sect, becoming pawns in the war against the demon Holy Palace. No, it would be far better to acquiesce and see what Huang Xinji's final condition entailed. What is it then? Speak, but if it is too unreasonable, I shall not comply. Xia Wuxian declared, for he would not agree to absurd demands, such as surrendering the evil soul lamp. Such a request would spell doom for the evil soul sect. I require 10 bottles of 9 nether soul-condensing water. Huang Xinji stated, her gaze unwavering. What? Xia Wuxian gasped in shock. How could the Great Xia be aware of such an item? Are you jesting? My evil soul sect possesses none of that. Xia Wuxian immediately shook his head. 9 nether soul-condensing water? Hulei and Song Shuang exchanged curious glances towards Xia Wuxian. Zhou Yang, uncertain of its significance, looked curiously at the others. Qingli, noticing this, smiled and explained. Zhou Yang, 9 nether soul-condensing water is a rare treasure capable of repairing soul damage, found only in ancient caves, secret realms, or old ruins. Hee. I learned of it purely by chance. I see. Zhou Yang understood now. It was Qingli who had informed Huang Xinji about this essential item. Repairing souls. The 9 nether soul-condensing water must be invaluable, not merely for ordinary damage. Huang Xinji indeed required it to mend the residual souls within the soul pearl and assist those several half-dead Great Xia nascent soul cultivators. The request for 10 bottles likely indicated that Qingli also needed some. Qingli had provided the information, and it was an item most needed by Great Xia. Seizing the opportunity to acquire it from Xia Wuxian was only fair. At the very least, some benefits should be shared with her, especially considering how far she had traveled to support them. Not to mention, they would need to consider the scale and influence of the Demon Holy Palace if they hoped to collaborate in the future. Xia Wuxian, do you truly possess 9 nether soul condensing water? Song Shuhang from the Heavenly Sword sect inquired with curiosity. This item is exceedingly rare, if you truly have it. How about selling me a bottle? 1,000 top-quality spirit stones per bottle would not leave you at a loss. Hulei chimed in. My 10,000 Beast sect has several elders whose souls are damaged and have been in seclusion for centuries without recovering. Could the evil soul sect sell us some 9 nether soul condensing water? Feeling all the gazes fixated upon him, Xia Wuxian felt increasingly uneasy. Damn it. His sect had only recently discovered a small amount of 9 nether soul condensing water during an exploration of ruins, and now these wolves were closing in on him. However, he could not lie. With so many experts of equal caliber present, a falsehood would be detected by the celestial senses, and given Hulei's straightforward nature, he might just abandon him to fend for himself. Then he would be in dire straits, losing his greatest support. With both the Demon Holy Palace leader Qingli and Old Luo attacking him, even possessing a celestial artifact would not suffice. His reserves of top-quality spirit stones were certainly not as plentiful as theirs, and the 100,000 top-quality spirit stones still remained untouched within the Medicine King Cauldron. With no other options, Xia Wuxian could only reluctantly agree, hoping that the others only knew that his sect had acquired 9 nether soul condensing water, but were oblivious to the actual quantity. In the ruins, a substantial reserve of the 9 nether soul condensation water was discovered, approximately 30 bottles, valued at around 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. This substance holds immense significance. It can mend the soul of those at the refining void stage and even heal the injuries sustained by tribulation-level experts. Furthermore, it can be utilized in the crafting of soul artifacts, magical treasures intricately linked to the soul and spiritual consciousness. The recent endeavor to procure a soul pearl was prompted by the evil soul sect's acquisition of the 9 nether soul condensation water, with the intent to forge a soul-type celestial artifact. Should this endeavor succeed, the evil soul sect would possess 2 celestial artifacts, and Xia Wuxian would have a greater chance of transcending, potentially ascending to the celestial realm. With the protection of a soul-type celestial artifact, he felt his success rate in overcoming tribulations would increase significantly. Regrettably, not only did they fail to obtain the soul pearl, but they also had to relinquish a considerable amount of 9 nether soul condensation water. Upon returning, he would need to part with some of it for trade with the Beast sect and the Heavenly Sword sect. While this transaction was somewhat acceptable, as it offered an explanation, at least the spirit stones would be accounted for. Relinquishing 10 bottles to Huang Xianji caused him considerable discomfort, but refusing was not an option. Reluctantly, Xia Wuxian nodded and said, very well, 10 bottles of 9 nether soul condensation water. This is your final condition. I trust you understand the rarity of this substance. It is more than sufficient for compensation. Should you propose further demands, it would be utterly impossible, even if it meant depleting the evil soul sect's resources. I would not yield. Huang Xianji chuckled with delight, exclaiming that she had made a tremendous profit. Upon receiving 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, she would use a third for compensating the deceased in the Imperial City and for reconstruction efforts, leaving her with a reserve that was nearly double the original stock of top-grade spirit stones. The royal family of Daxia lacked celestial artifacts, and having a stock of top-grade spirit stones seemed of little use. However, these precious stones held significant value in the mortal realm. They were essential for high-level formations and the creation of celestial artifacts. Whether in the central domain or the eastern domain, top-grade spirit stones were the most valuable currency. With 10,000 top-grade spirit stones at her disposal, she could procure countless treasures, easily acquiring dozens of magical artifacts, not to mention lower-tier spirit tools and ammunition. The royal family of Daxia was not comparable to these top-tier sects. They did not lack such resources. Daxia was merely a formidable cultivation family, requiring not the most elite items, but rather mid-tier magical artifacts and ammunition. After painfully parting with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones and 10 bottles of 9 nether soul condensation water, Xia Wuxian shot a fierce glare at Zhou Yang before departing with Hulei and Song Shuhang. Once the compensation was secured, Huang Xianji immediately handed 5 bottles of 9 nether soul condensation water to Qingli, stating, here are the 5 bottles promised to you. Thank you, Palace Master Qingli, for supporting Daxiao this time. I wonder if the cooperation between our two parties, as you previously mentioned, is still valid? What I have said naturally holds true, but I will leave the details to my subordinates for negotiation, Qingli replied, joy illuminating her face. She had not anticipated such a significant bounty from this trip. This was indeed a valuable acquisition. The ancient tortoise of the Monster Saint Palace had endured the Beast Ring's onslaught last time, sustaining damage to its soul that had yet to heal. With just one bottle of 9 Nether Soul condensation water, it would surely recover within a month. The remaining 4 bottles could also be utilized during her future tribulation phase to counteract soul damage, thereby increasing her chances of success. Upon realizing the preciousness of this substance, even Zhou Yang could not suppress his envy. Such treasures were exceedingly rare. Very well, delegating the matter to my subordinates is acceptable. Huang Xianji nodded with a beaming smile. Zhou Yang, with this matter concluded, I shall return to the Dark Forest. Once you have settled your affairs, feel free to visit the Monster Saint Palace. The collaboration between the Monster Saint Palace and the Zhou family can commence. Qingmu remarked cheerfully. This partnership between the Monster Saint Palace, the Zhou family, and Daxia has paved the way for future exchanges. For instance, we can establish a trading post in the Black Iron Mountains, and I can authorize access to that secret realm of the monster race for cultivators from the Daxia territory. Really? Huang Xianji exclaimed in surprise. That secret realm had always been reserved for the monster race to train their juniors. It was truly rare for the palace master to permit Daxia's cultivators to enter. Moreover, she had heard that the Zhou family was also collaborating with the Monster Saint Palace. It made sense, given Zhou Yang's extraordinary talents, that the palace master would highly regard him and seek a partnership with the Zhou family. Indeed, this is the case. However, I must return now, as the Monster Saint Palace is quite busy, Qingmu stated, nodding to Zhou Yang, Huang Xianji, and the distant old Luo before vanishing in an instant. As a powerful figure of the refining void stage, she possessed the ability to traverse space in the blink of an eye, likely having returned to the southern border already. Zhou Yang, my young friend, old Luo began, approaching with a conflicted expression after Qingmu had departed. About your 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Senior Luo, please feel free to speak candidly. Zhou Yang replied with a smile. The cooperation between my Zhou family and the Medicine King Valley has always been fruitful. There is no need for formalities. Haha, very well then, I shall be straightforward. I hope to retain your 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Of course, the Medicine King Valley is not looking to take such a sum without recompense. After all, this is a vast wealth equivalent to 1 billion inferior spirit stones. The value of these top-grade spirit stones surpasses that of many top-tier sections. Aside from celestial artifacts, which are invaluable, few can produce 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Zhou Yang's ability to do so has certainly astonished many, which is the primary reason Xiao Wuxian chose to retreat despite the significant losses faced by the evil soul sect. And how do you propose to exchange these 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Zhou Yang inquired. The amount is substantial, and if you wish to acquire an equivalent value in pills or other items all at once, the Medicine King Valley cannot accommodate such a request. Therefore, I propose that we sign a contract with the Zhou family for a term of 100 years, wherein we supply a continuous stream of various pills to you, equivalent to 10 billion inferior spirit stones worth of resources each year. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's heart agreed. The Zhou family was not in need of money, while 100,000 top-grade spirit stones appeared significant to the Medicine King Valley. Zhou Yang had nearly 100 million top-grade spirit stones in his exclusive space and was unsure how to spend them. The Medicine King Valley's request to sign a 100-year agreement without returning the top-grade spirit stones was simply perfect. Let me think, Zhou Yang mused, appearing contemplative regarding the feasibility of the proposal. Meanwhile, old Luo grew somewhat anxious, saying, 10 billion inferior spirit stones worth of pills and resources each year is already the maximum we can provide. We cannot offer more, as our sect's elders and disciples require resources for their cultivation. Zhou Yang, if this is unacceptable, I can refund you a small portion of the top-grade spirit stones, leaving you with around 60 or 70,000. Seeing old Luo's anxious demeanor, Zhou Yang realized that the Medicine King Valley was indeed facing significant financial strain. Providing 10 billion inferior spirit stones worth of pills and other resources each year would deplete their annual supply, likely leaving them unable to offer many additional pills needed by other cultivation families. As the venerable Luo had suggested, let us proceed accordingly. Zhou Yang remarked with a smile. Let us sign a century-long agreement, with 100,000 premium spirit stones to be delivered to the Yaowang Valley in advance. I have faith in the integrity of Elder Luo. Upon hearing this, the old man Luo could not contain his joy. Possessing these 100,000 premium spirit stones would bolster the confidence of Yaowang Valley immensely. Although the entire sect would be working for the Zhou family over the next century, it would also significantly enhance the sect's developmental capacity. With these spirit stones at hand, resources that were previously deemed unattainable could now be pursued. Ruins and secret realms that were once too daunting to explore could now be ventured into with celestial artifacts. Should they happen upon one or two celestial items, it would indeed be a windfall. The value of celestial artifacts is immeasurable. A single artifact could be worth around 100 million premium spirit stones. Presently, Zhou Yang's reserves of premium spirit stones could nearly procure one such artifact, though acquiring one remains a formidable challenge. From ancient times until now, the trade of celestial artifacts has only occurred once each in the eastern and central domains, with the eastern artifact fetching nearly 100 million premium spirit stones, and the central artifact exceeding that amount. The powers that procured these artifacts have since ascended to the ranks of top-tier sects, a legacy that endures to this day. While Zhou Yang conversed with Elder Luo, Huang Xianji attentively listened to their dialogue, astonished that such a monumental transaction had been concluded in mere moments. Having recently acquired a substantial fortune of 10,000 premium spirit stones, she initially believed that the Daxiao royal family would still profit significantly. Now, observing the scale of this agreement, she felt rather small in comparison. Yet, there was little to be done. Premium spirit stones are indeed exceedingly precious. Huang Xianji spoke up. Elder Luo, if Yaoang Valley and the Zhou family reach such an agreement, does it not imply that 99% of the elixirs produced by Yaoang Valley over the next century will be supplied to the Zhou family? In that case, would not the prominent families within the Daxiao territory be deprived of high-quality elixirs? Elder Luo sighed. Alas, despite our best efforts in alchemy, we at Yaoang Valley will indeed struggle to cater to the other families within the Daxiao territory while prioritizing the Zhou family. Zhou Yang also contemplated these matters and realized that his family could not perpetually rely on Yaoang Valley for elixir resources. They must cultivate their own alchemists. Elder Luo, this is indeed a concern. How about this? The Zhou family shall send some of our members who are interested in alchemy to train within Yaoang Valley, and we would be grateful for the valley's guidance in their alchemical skills. Elder Luo paused, taken aback by the suggestion, and then furrowed his brow in contemplation. He pondered whether to acquiesce. The Zhou family was evidently preparing to nurture their own alchemists. If he agreed, it was easy to envision that once the Zhou family's alchemists matured, it would become challenging for Yaoang Valley to profit from them. Perhaps the Zhou family would even compete with Yaoang Valley for business. However, to refuse outright after just receiving the substantial benefit of 100,000 premium spirit stones, along with the promise of 100 years' worth of elixirs, would be rather ungracious. After considerable deliberation, Elder Luo ultimately nodded in agreement. Zhou Yang was elated. With even a few alchemical talents returning from Yaoang Valley, the Zhou family's alchemy hall could soon be established. Elder Luo invited both of them to the main hall of Yaoang Valley, where the agreement was to be simultaneously signed by the Valley's leader and the Elder Luo. As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Yang needed only to sign alone to represent his family. Huang Xianji was merely there as a witness. After the agreement was finalized, the two prepared to depart. Yaoang Valley could not insist on their stay, especially since the Daxiao imperial capital had just been devastated, and Huang Xianji needed to return to address pressing matters, while Zhou Yang had to head back to Qingmu City to manage family affairs. As they flew southward towards Qingmu City, they encountered Xia Zhenfeng, who had come to offer his assistance. After escorting Xia Zhenshan back to Qingmu City, he grew concerned for the safety of Huang Xianji and Zhou Yang and decided to come to their aid. However, before he could reach them, he stumbled upon their return. How did it go? Were matters resolved? Xia Zhenfeng inquired. Huang Xianji recounted the final resolution to Xia Zhenfeng, who grew somewhat displeased upon hearing that Hulei himself had intervened on behalf of Xia Wuxian. Yet, he nodded in approval when he learned of Zhou Yang's suggestion to demand compensation. With Hulei, the sect master of the 10,000 Beasts sect, personally involved, it was clear that Xia Wuxian would not be able to remain. Given that his departure was inevitable, it was crucial to seek reparations for the losses suffered by Daxia. 100,000 premium spirit stones, in addition to 10 bottles of 9 nether soul-condensing water, represented considerable value, ample enough for the reconstruction of the Daxia imperial capital, with a substantial surplus remaining. Even to reconstruct the bodies of the royal family members who were merely left with their nascent soul spirits would not require such an exorbitant amount of premium spirit stones. It could be said that the Daxiao royal family, despite the loss of some lives in the capital, had not suffered a devastating blow. The three companions returned to Qingmu City, gathering in the Zhou family's hall, where only 4 individuals were present: Zhou Yang, Huang Xianji, Xia Zhenfeng, and Xia Zhenshan. Chapter 165. Zhou Yang seeks the Soul Pearl, reviving the founding emperor. This incident was fortunately resolved thanks to the intervention of the Zhou family head. Otherwise, the entire Daxiao royal family might have faced annihilation. Xia Zhenshan cast a grateful glance at Zhou Yang before smiling at Xia Zhenfeng, saying, "It is thanks to your discernment, Brother Wang." Even when Zhou Yang was still at the Golden Core stage, You had the foresight to betroth your niece Qingxian to him. I admire your insight. Humph. My judgment has always been impeccable, Xia Zhenfeng replied, his pride evident. In truth, he had recognized Zhou Yang's extraordinary potential even when he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, having already mentioned to Fu Bo that Zhou Yang's future would be limitless. Well, Brother Wang, you see, Qinglan is not too young either. She has always been quite close with Qingxian, since the Xia family has benefited greatly from the Zhou family. I would like to propose that Qinglan come to the Zhou family to strengthen her bond with Qingxian. What do you think? Xia Zhenshan beamed as he looked at Xia Zhenfeng. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhenfeng was immediately infuriated. Xia Zhenshan, are you dreaming? I disagree. While my niece Qinglan is not lacking, she cannot possibly compare to my daughter Qingxian. The match between Qingxian and Zhou Yang is simply perfect. Let your Qinglan stay out of this. Xia Zhenfeng firmly rejected. Mother, you see, Brother Wang is still the same, only considering his own interests without regard for the bigger picture. Xia Zhenshan lamented to Huang Xianji, then sighed, alas. I know Brother Wang must still hold a grudge over the past disputes for the throne. I apologize on behalf of my brother. It is only thanks to your intervention that Mother could escape the onslaught of the Xia sect. I regret the past. Xia Zhenfeng's face twitched. This man had made all the flattering remarks, yet it seemed he was the one neglecting the greater good. Huang Xianji understood their intentions and recognized that Xia Zhenshan was indeed keen on marrying Xia Qinglan and Xia Qingxian to Zhou Yang. She personally favored both sisters and believed that if they could bind their fates with Zhou Yang, the Zhou and Xia families would grow even closer. Huang Xianji chuckled and said, Zhenfeng, my son, do not take offense. Although Zhenshan's words may sound somewhat harsh, I believe it would be splendid for Qinglan to accompany Qingxian in marrying Zhou Yang. Their sisterly bond is already strong, and living together in the future would only strengthen that connection. They are not outsiders. They are family and will not cause any discord. Mother, why are you still siding with him? Xia Zhenfeng looked at Huang Xianji with helplessness, casting a glare at the grinning Xia Zhenshan beside him. This rascal must have conspired with Mother beforehand. Hey, everyone, shouldn't this matter involve me, the concerned party? Zhou Yang awkwardly inquired, scratching his nose. Zhou Yang, Qingxian and Qinglan share a deep sisterly affection. You wouldn't want them to be separated, would you? Huang Xianji asked with a smile, adding, I also understand that in the past, it could be seen as the Zhou family climbing too high. But now, given your extraordinary talents, Zhou Yang, it is we, the Xia family, who are fortunate to have you. I promise you this. Your children with them will have the right to inherit the throne of the Great Xia. What do you think? Upon hearing this, both Xia Zhenshan and Xia Zhenfeng exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, but they ultimately refrained from interjecting. Zhou Yang, however, smiled brightly and waved his hand, saying, the throne of the Great Xia is not something my Zhou family covets. His Majesty Xia Zhenshan is still young and vigorous. Even after the capital is rebuilt, he can continue to govern the Great Xia dynasty for many years. In truth, Xia uncle has already let go of the past regarding the throne. Otherwise, given his current unmatched strength against the mid-stage sword cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect, if he desired the throne, I believe His Majesty would be powerless to stop him, and I doubt the Empress Dowager could intervene either. That is indeed true. Huang Xianji nodded in understanding. Indeed, with Xia Zhenfeng's current formidable prowess, even she could not subdue him, let alone Xia Zhenshan. Xia Zhenshan, upon hearing this, also nodded in resignation, saying, if my younger brother wishes for that position, I would not mind yielding it. I have no interest. Xia Zhenfeng proudly raised his head. A look of disdain plastered across his face. I am now a cultivator with a celestial spiritual root, destined to ascend. Why would I care for the mundane title of emperor? Thus, since Xia uncle does not desire the throne, I, Zhou Yang, feel the same way. The future generations of the Zhou family can focus on their cultivation without concern for worldly power, Zhou Yang said with a smile. However, regarding the proposal from His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, I actually have a favorable impression of Princess Qinglan. This matter, however, must be decided by Qingxian. If she disagrees, I cannot proceed. If she consents, I will not refuse. Princess Xia Qinglan was not lacking in beauty, and her cultivation talent was commendable as well. She was petite and full of spirit, charming and delightful. Furthermore, the bond between the two sisters was indeed commendable. Even when Xia Qingxian was still a mortal unable to cultivate, they had never quarreled, which was even more remarkable. Zhou Yang entrusted the decision entirely to Xia Qingxian. His primary purpose for being here with the three of them was to acquire the Soul Pearl. This was his foremost objective. Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, may I inquire if, given my significant assistance to the royal family, I might be eligible for some form of reward? Zhou Yang spoke earnestly. Of course, Huang Xianji replied solemnly. If you wish, we could even offer you the throne. If it weren't for your intervention, I fear the royal family would have faced massacre at the hands of the evil soul sect. This immense favor cannot be measured in resources or spirit stones. Speak your wishes, and even if it is difficult, the Great Xia royal family will do everything in its power to fulfill them. Indeed, Xia Zhinshan affirmed, his tone serious. Any request you have, the Great Xia royal family will endeavor to fulfill, without any jest. Very well. Zhou Yang nodded and slowly stated, I wish to have the soul pearl. What? The soul pearl? Huang Xianji and Xia Zhinshan were momentarily stunned, then fell silent with furrowed brows. Xia Zhinfeng was also left dumbfounded, his lips moving as if to say something, but ultimately, he remained silent. Observing their reactions, Zhou Yang internally chuckled, realizing that his bold demand would likely be met, though it would certainly not be received with joy, potentially causing a rift in their previously amicable relationship. Zhou Yang understood that what the Great Xia royal family truly valued was not merely the semi-immortal artifact Soul Pearl, but the lingering soul of their founding emperor contained within it. Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, I recognize that this request may seem excessive, considering it is a treasure so fiercely coveted by the evil soul sect, a semi-immortal artifact that can be refined into a true immortal weapon. Zhou Yang began. But Huang Xianji interjected, it is not merely the issue of the semi-immortal artifact Soul Pearl. I know. When I saved Your Majesty, I overheard the conversation between the evil soul sect's nascent soul and Your Majesty regarding the Soul Pearl, which harbors the remaining soul of your husband, the Emperor, and the father of Xia uncle. I surmise that your refusal to yield the Soul Pearl to the evil soul sect, choosing instead to fight to the death, is due to this reason, is it not? Zhou Yang stated. Indeed. Both nodded, with even Xia Zhinfeng agreeing, as that remaining soul was also his father. He too would not wish to see his father's essence extinguished. Even if it were merely a remnant, as long as it existed, there remained hope for revival. Empress Dowager, I understand that due to the circumstances surrounding the palace master of Qingmu, you have acquired a considerable amount of 9 nether-condensing soul water from the evil soul sect Xia Wuxian. However, while this treasure aids in the restoration of damaged souls and primordial spirits, the likelihood of completely reviving a remnant soul remains quite low. Zhou Yang continued. Whereas I possess a method to fully resurrect him. What? Really? Zhou Yang, do you mean this seriously? Indeed. Zhou Yang nodded earnestly. I jest not. The system's words cannot be erroneous. The remnant soul within the Soul Pearl, though fragmented and nearly devoid of chances for revival, depends on who is undertaking the task. After consulting the system, I learned that as long as the true spirit of the remnant soul still exists, there remains a possibility for salvation. The Soul Pearl is precisely the most effective treasure for targeting the true spirit of the soul. Once enhanced by the system, it can completely restore its essence, and even revive its original body. Reviving someone who has been dead for such a long time, and restoring their physical form, is a feat even celestial beings find exceedingly difficult. Yet now, Zhou Yang claims he can accomplish it. Xia Zhinshan and Huang Xianji exchanged glances, both harboring a hint of skepticism, while Xia Zhinfeng appeared to trust Zhou Yang more, as his celestial spiritual root was a gift from Zhou Yang. If such an innate spiritual root could be achieved, surely reviving a person would pose no challenge for Zhou Yang. Mother, I believe Zhou Yang can accomplish this. Xia Zhinfeng declared solemnly, I know this man. He does not engage in endeavors without certainty. Since he dares to make such a guarantee, he can undoubtedly fulfill this task. Moreover, we possess no other alternatives. We might as well place our trust in him this once and see what transpires. Huang Xianji pondered for a moment, then looked up at Zhou Yang, saying, Very well, if you can indeed revive Hong Tao, this Soul Pearl will be your reward. You may take it now. The founding emperor of the Great Xia, Xia Hong Tao, was also the father of Xia Zhinshan and Xia Zhinfeng, and the husband of Huang Xianji. He had nearly perished during his breakthrough to the transformation stage, leaving only a fragment of his soul preserved within the Soul Pearl, clinging to existence. The Great Xia royal family had never abandoned their hopes of reviving Xia Hong Tao, but the challenges of resurrecting a person are immense. It is easy to imagine that not only the Great Xia, but even the sacred grounds of the Central Domain and Eastern Domain lack the ability to accomplish such a feat, unless through the use of prearranged forbidden techniques or certain special immortal artifacts. All right. Zhou Yang's face radiated with a smile. He had secured the Soul Pearl, which he intended to use as a reward for resurrecting Xia Hong Tao. This arrangement promised a delightful resolution, as it would leave both parties with no debts to one another. Although Huang Xianji claimed that the Soul Pearl was the price for resurrecting Xia Hong Tao, its true value far exceeded this. The act of resurrecting Xia Hong Tao and saving the royal family of the Great Xia could not be measured against the worth of the Soul Pearl. Zhou Yang preferred not to owe too many favors. By resurrecting Xia Hong Tao, he would at least appear to have repaid his debt, and any further obligations could be settled through Xia Qingxian, Xiaqinglan, and Xiaqingming. Zhou Yang was keen to avoid entanglements, planning instead to offer the Xia family some celestial spiritual roots as compensation. The group decided to remain in Qingmu City for a few days. Results would be forthcoming in no more than 3 days. As for matters in the imperial capital, they could initially send someone to contact the cultivator families and inform the officials of the dynasty to prepare for reconstruction efforts. We shall reconvene in 3 days, Zhou Yang announced as he stood to leave. Watching his retreating figure, the three felt a surge of excitement. Should Xia Hongtao be resurrected, his formidable spirit and capabilities could potentially elevate the Great Xia to new heights. Most importantly, Xia Hongtao was the father of 2 of them and the husband of Huang Xianji. In just 3 days, if Zhou Yang succeeded, they would once again be reunited with their beloved kin. Upon exiting the hall, Zhou Yang encountered his mother, Lu Wanru, along with Xia Qingxian, Xia Qinglan, and Zhou Shui, who were waiting for him. He exchanged a few words, entrusting family affairs to them while he prepared to enter seclusion for cultivation. His intentions were threefold: to break through a minor realm, to augment the soul pearl, and to find a tranquil space to resurrect Xia Hongtao. As for LV Luo and his sister Zhou Yun had surprisingly befriended LV Luo, dispelling any earlier notions of conflict between them. They were currently engaged in teaching the younger generation of the Zhou family, while also seeking guidance from LV Luo on cultivation matters. Zhou Ping'an had joined the fray, and according to Xia Qinglan, Xia Qingming had shamelessly lingered nearby, seemingly mesmerized by LV Luo, who, however, paid him no mind. After a round of instructions, Zhou Yang cast a glance at Xia Qinglan before making his way to the training room. Xia Qinglan, somewhat perplexed, touched her face, wondering why her brother-in-law's gaze seemed peculiar. However, she dismissed the thought and headed to the hall with her sister, happily taking a seat beside Huang Xianji. Regardless of the discussions unfolding in the Zhou family hall, Zhou Yang, after conveying some instructions to LV Luo through sound transmission, settled into a lotus position on the meditation mat in the training room. He slowly opened his right hand, revealing a translucent orb the size of an eyeball, emanating a smoky gray mist. This was the naturally formed semi-immortal artifact, the Soul Pearl. The Soul Pearl was a miraculous semi-immortal artifact born of the natural elements of the underworld, and its classification as such was not without reason. The underworld had long been regarded as the realm of all things beyond life, entwined with death and reincarnation. The Soul Pearl possessed a powerful ability to protect the soul from annihilation. Indeed, once a soul was absorbed by the Soul Pearl, it could persist indefinitely unless it reached its natural end, gradually repairing any damage while remaining in a dormant state, oblivious to the passage of time, thus preventing any risk of madness from prolonged slumber. Furthermore, the Soul Pearl could generate a protective shield for its possessor. Xia Zhinshan had survived a siege by 12 Yuanian cultivators precisely because he activated the shield to deflect several attacks. However, similar to ordinary immortal artifacts, activating the shield required a substantial consumption of premium spirit stones, albeit, as a semi-immortal artifact, it demanded relatively fewer, approximately 100 premium spirit stones for a single activation. Such consumption was daunting for ordinary cultivators, equivalent to expending 100 million low-grade spirit stones for a single shield activation, a burden most could not bear. Yet, for top-tier powers, it was a trivial matter. The Soul Pearl shield could withstand considerable damage. If unprovoked, 100 premium spirit stones could sustain it for an entire day. However, if attacked, the consumption would escalate rapidly. Against the strikes of a refining void expert, it would likely only absorb 1 or 2 hits before being depleted. During Xia Zhinshan's encounter with the 12 Yuanian, he managed to fend off only 2 or 3 rounds of their assault. Facing 12 Yuanian, especially while they were arrayed, their combined might was formidable, with each wave of assault nearly equating to a casual strike from a refining void expert. Consequently, after enduring several rounds of attacks, the shield shattered, and Xia Zhinshan's stock of premium spirit stones dwindled rapidly. Had Zhou Yang not arrived in the nick of time, he might have lost both his life and the Soul Pearl to the evil soul sect. Zhou Yang pondered, "System, how can I resurrect the remnant soul within this Soul Pearl?" Upon scrutinizing the Soul Pearl, he discovered a nearly indistinguishable fragment of a remnant soul in a small corner of its internal space. Zhou Yang's brow furrowed. The condition of this soul was severely damaged, akin to a human corpse reduced to mere bones. Was resurrection even feasible? Ding. The host may extract the remnant soul and seal it within a jade vial. Once the Soul Pearl undergoes enhancement, resurrection can be achieved effortlessly. The system responded. The Soul Pearl originates from the ultimate realm of death, the reincarnation domain of the underworld. Even in its semi-immortal state, it possesses the ability to safeguard souls. After its enhancement, its capabilities will be perfected, making the resurrection of a remnant soul a trivial task. With satisfaction at the system's response, Zhou Yang nodded affirmatively. He extracted Xia Hongtao's remnant soul and sealed it within a jade vial before stowing it away. His gaze then returned to the soul pearl. System, enhance the soul pearl. Zhou Yang commanded solemnly. Chapter 167. 10,000-fold enhancement of the soul pearl. The clan subduing Imperial artifact, Jinhuan Pearl, emerges. The system inquired, Ding. Please select whether to enhance the quality or the quantity of the soul pearl. Obviously, quality enhancement. Zhou Yang replied with impatience. A quantity enhancement would yield thousands of soul pearls, which, as mere semi-immortal artifacts, would be of little use and hardly serve as a trump card. Initiate a 10,000-fold quality enhancement of the soul pearl. Zhou Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, the soul pearl was already a semi-immortal artifact, a tier above premium magical treasures. What level would it achieve after such an enhancement? Surely, it could not simply reach the standard of ordinary immortal artifacts, as the soul pearl was already on the cusp of that classification. The evil soul sect coveted it, and with their capabilities, they could likely forge an immortal-level soul pearl within a decade or so if they succeeded in reclaiming it. However, Zhou Yang had the system at his disposal, directly enhancing the soul pearl by 10,000-fold, an outcome far beyond the capabilities of the evil soul sect's crafting methods. Even if the evil soul sect enlisted a celestial being to aid them, the quality improvement would be modest at best. In contrast, the system's enhancement would aim for an extraordinary level of 10,000-fold. Ding. The system has detected the absence of a spirit within the soul pearl. It will directly implant a subsystem of its own to serve as a spirit. Do you agree, host? The system presented another inquiry. Zhou Yang was taken aback, pondering for a moment. Indeed, even treasures of a lower grade than the soul pearl typically possessed a fully sentient spirit. Observing other immortal artifacts, their spirits often exhibited intelligence comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. An artifact without a spirit was undoubtedly inadequate. However, aspiring to become an immortal artifact required a spirit of a much higher caliber. Zhou Yang had not considered this earlier, but he was relieved that the system could address the issue by duplicating its own subsystem to function as the soul pearl spirit. Authorization granted. Zhou Yang unequivocally acquiesced to the system's request. With the system's subsidiary subsystem acting as a spirit tool, the enhancement of the soul orb post-upgrade would undoubtedly be remarkable. Moreover, due to its nature as a subsidiary system, there was no necessity for Zhou Yang to refine the celestial tool himself. It would immediately recognize its master. Once the soul orb underwent its upgrade, a simple familiarization would suffice for unrestricted utilization. Upon receiving Zhou Yang's authorization, the system resumed its operations. As the system's power enveloped the soul orb, an inexplicable force commenced the upgrading process. The gray-black mist surrounding the orb gradually dissipated until it vanished completely. The orb itself underwent a transformation, shifting from a semi-transparent glass-like sphere to a resplendently pure golden orb under the system's influence. Within this orb resided a covert, terrifying power capable of suppressing all rules. This force was exceedingly subtle, eluding detection unless one focused intently, and it continued to recede. Ultimately, as the system's amplifying power faded, this suppressive force also vanished, or rather, became concealed within the soul orb. Ding. The system has completed a 10,000-fold enhancement upgrade of the soul orb. Ding. The soul orb's level has risen, and its name has changed to Soul Suppression Orb. Ding. Soul Suppression Orb, an imperial-grade celestial tool. A paragon of celestial weaponry only qualified for use by the supreme beings of the celestial realm, with no more than 10 existing in the entire celestial domain. Function 1. It reserves the true souls of cultivators, allowing for their resurrection even after death in the external realm through the consumption of spirit stones. Whether it be the soul, memories, cultivation level, spiritual root aptitude, or corporeal body, all can be perfectly revived. However, lost magical treasures and external items cannot be restored. Function 2. Point-to-point teleportation, categorized into passive and active modes. In passive mode, individuals with reserved true souls automatically receive a teleportation mark once a year, enabling them to teleport back to a vast open area within 10,000 miles of the soul suppression orb's location, regardless of their position, even across different worlds, provided they have reserved true souls. In active mode, the master of the celestial tool can freely utilize point-to-point teleportation to transport themselves to any location of a person with reserved true souls, or to transport any such individuals to other true soul locations or the soul suppression orb site, requiring the expenditure of spirit stones or celestial stones. Function 3. Absolute defense. The soul suppression orb can activate a protective shield covering a radius of 10,000 miles for a duration of 1 day through the consumption of 10,000 premium spirit stones or 1 celestial stone. This shield can defend against physical attacks, all 8 elemental magical attacks, soul attacks, mental assaults, and illusions, essentially providing protection against nearly all forms of attack. Should a formidable adversary strike the shield, it accelerates the consumption of spirit stones or celestial stones. Thus, by increasing the supply of spirit or celestial stones, the shield can be maintained indefinitely. Even celestial beings wielding celestial tools cannot breach this shield. The shield's coverage can be adjusted according to the host's will. Function 4. Spirit Gathering Celestial Array. Each activation requires a minimum consumption of 10,000 spirit stones, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy within a 10,000-mile radius. The spiritual energy is derived from the spirit stones. The greater the expenditure of spirit stones, the more concentrated the energy becomes. When using celestial stones, at least 1 celestial stone must be consumed per activation. When the spirit gathering array is in effect, it can resist any assaults from inner demons and can disregard 50% of cultivation bottlenecks. Function 5. The Spirit of the Imperial Tool. As the spirit of the Imperial Tool is formed by the system's subsidiary subsystem, it possesses formidable computational and organizational capabilities, assisting the master of the Imperial Tool in managing a vast network of forces, issuing various tasks, distributing rewards, and recording complex contributions, among other functions. Ding. The system reminds that the capabilities of the spirit of the Imperial Tool are far from fully developed, and the host is encouraged to explore further to unlock even more powerful abilities. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhou Yang took note of it, but his attention was predominantly captivated by the soul orb. No, it should now be referred to as the soul suppression orb. This orb had astonishingly transformed into an Imperial Tool, a celestial artifact of the highest caliber. What does it mean to possess an artifact of such rank? Could one truly claim ownership of something of this magnitude at this very moment? After reviewing the 5 functions of the soul suppression orb, Zhou Yang comprehended that it was not an Imperial Tool characterized by offensive capabilities. Rather, it was a functional Imperial Tool, exceedingly beneficial for family or faction dynamics. The ability to reserve true souls for effortless resurrection, coupled with its teleportation capabilities, meant that ordinary cultivators could automatically obtain a teleportation mark once a year to return to their family headquarters, while he himself could freely wield this teleportation ability. The absolute defense was, of course, a pre-existing capability of the soul orb. As long as there were sufficient spirit or celestial stones, it could endure perpetually. Impervious even to attacks from celestial beings. How terrifying. The 4th function was equally formidable, directly converting the energy and spiritual essence from spirit stones or celestial stones for cultivation by the surrounding cultivators, a spirit gathering array that could be manipulated for range and energy density. Undoubtedly a coveted asset for any faction. As for the final function, it could be considered the most crucial aspect of the soul suppression orb. If utilized effectively, it could bring monumental change to the Zhou family. The spirit of the Imperial Tool, being a product of the system's replication, naturally possessed remarkable computational abilities, and its organizational prowess was self-evident. The system had also mentioned that the spirit of the Imperial Tool's capabilities were not yet fully developed, leaving room for further enhancements. Zhou Yang's gaze sharpened as he pondered the implications of Function 5, which indicated that the spirit of the Imperial Tool could record the contribution points of family members and meticulously document and distribute tasks. This functionality bore a striking resemblance to a gaming task system, and beyond that, he envisioned the possibility of developing a remote communication feature akin to a chat system for the spirit of the Imperial Tool. Energized by this revelation, Zhou Yang's thoughts raced back to his previous world. Suddenly, he was struck by the concept of the internet. The spirit of the Imperial Tool, with its capabilities reminiscent of a superintelligent AI, could undoubtedly support the establishment of a vast internet system. Of course, he recognized the impossibility of single-handedly replicating an entire internet, but even a fraction of its functionalities would suffice. For instance, this Imperial Tool could create a communication network exclusively for the Zhou family, restricting access to external cultivators. Although authorization could be granted to allies, such as the Xia family, or figures like Qing Li and Green Lo from the Demon Saint Palace, as well as those from the Medicine King Valley. In the future, as the Zhou family expanded or when the need arose, they could issue tasks for outsiders to undertake, such as gathering particular wild spiritual herbs. Furthermore, with the soul suppression orb's point-to-point teleportation capabilities, the spirit of the Imperial Tool could mediate fair exchanges between different cultivators, with both parties merely required to cover the teleportation costs. The teleportation expenses, as he recalled from the family trials, were relatively minimal. The artifact obtained from Xia Jinfeng had facilitated teleportation for mortals without significant cost. Thus, It stood to reason that an imperial tool facilitating teleportation for cultivators would incur a similarly modest expenditure, likely only a few low-grade spirit stones for a single teleportation. Upon further inquiry regarding the spirit of the imperial tool, Zhou Yang confirmed that the cost for teleporting cultivators escalated with their cultivation level. For instance, teleporting a Qi refinement cultivator within the Great Xia realm would consume less than a single low-grade spirit stone, truly negligible. A formidable practitioner of the Void refinement realm traversed from the distant northern region to the southern region, expending merely 100 or so mid-grade spirit stones. A remarkably economical endeavor. For such a powerful being, the cost of a mere 100 mid-grade spirit stones is negligible. This transmission capability is astonishingly superior, surpassing the ancient teleportation arrays of the Immortal Realm by a magnitude of more than 100 times. The energy consumption for a single use of those ancient arrays is calculated in top-grade spirit stones, where one top-grade stone is equivalent to 10,000 mid-grade stones. Zhou Yang resolved that, once the teleportation function is perfected, the fees for each use should be increased tenfold or more. Even so, it is likely that users would be overjoyed, as the value remains exceedingly advantageous. Chapter 168, The Resurrection of Xianxiaaudiobooks, Development of the Soul-Controlling Pearl's Functionality. The emergence of the soul-controlling pearl signifies not merely a transformation for the Zhou family, but heralds a monumental shift for the entire Immortal Realm, effectively integrating it into a vast network akin to the Internet of the Blue Star from a previous life. After much contemplation, Zhou Yang decided to extend the utilization of the spiritual network beyond the confines of the Zhou family. Indeed, the spiritual network. Zhou Yang intended to harness the essence of the Imperial Artifact spirit to develop a grand network that spans the entirety of the Immortal Realm. This endeavor would necessitate time and meticulous refinement. This was a task Zhou Yang needed to undertake, but he resolved to proceed gradually, without haste. He merely needed to convey his ideas to the artifact spirit, which would autonomously operate and manifest certain functionalities. However, there was one more matter requiring his attention before that. Zhou Yang produced a jade vial sealing the remnant soul of Xianxiaaudiobooks. After communicating with the Imperial Artifact spirit, he extracted the true spirit from the remnant soul into the soul-controlling pearl. Upon receiving Zhou Yang's request for the resurrection of the remnant soul's true spirit, the artifact spirit provided the requisite cost in spirit stones. Astonishingly, it required only a single top-grade spirit stone. While this may seem extravagant to ordinary cultivators, as it holds the value of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it becomes a trivial expense for the purpose of resurrection. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a single resurrection, allowing each family member a complementary opportunity in their lifetime, after which further uses would incur a cost in spirit stones. For clan members, a principal sum of 100,000 would suffice. If the service were to be extended to outsiders in the future, the fee would likely increase tenfold. After all, this involves resurrection, which necessitates a reserve of true spirits. Outside cultivators may not feel secure in trusting their true spirits within the spiritual network system. However, the willingness to use it ultimately rests with the individual. As for Xianxiaaudiobooks, he had no choice in the matter. Zhou Yang forcibly extracted his true spirit and promptly allocated 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to the artifact spirit, sufficient for several centuries of utilization. Even with the spiritual network pervading the Immortal Realm, it would likely sustain its consumption for an extended period. The artifact spirit proceeded to extract Xianxiaaudiobooks' divine soul. Zhou Yang spoke solemnly. Now resurrect him. Within the soul-controlling pearl, a reserve of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones existed. For the mere act of resurrection, the spiritual energy contained within one top-grade spirit stone dissipated, and a body molded to resemble Xianxiaaudiobooks gradually materialized before their eyes. Finally came the restoration of the divine soul, a task that would prove daunting for others. Yet for the soul-controlling pearl, a natural semi-divine artifact originating from the nether realm, it was executed with ease. In an instant, the divine soul was restored, memories and realm regained. Though his body contained no trace of magical energy, this could not be repaired and would require him to cultivate gradually to recover. Upon regaining consciousness, Xianxiaaudiobooks slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he murmured, bewildered. "Your Majesty Xianxiaaudiobooks, I am the head of the Zhou family from the Great Xia dynasty. I have resurrected you. For further details, you may inquire with the members of the royal family. Huang Xianji, your wife, is currently a guest in my Zhou family, along with your two sons," Zhou Yang stated, casually tossing a robe to him. "Perhaps you should don some clothing first." Xianxiaaudiobooks focused his gaze and donned the attire. Turning to Zhou Yang. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. I am deeply grateful. Indeed, your Majesty must have many questions." I have already notified the royal family members, who await outside. You may proceed to gather information, while I must attend to other matters and cannot accompany you, Zhou Yang replied. Gesturing to open the door of the cultivation chamber, Xia Hongtao nodded, took note of Zhou Yang's appearance, and departed the cultivation room. Outside the cultivation chamber, Huang Xianji, along with Xia Zhinshan and Xia Zhinfeng, had arrived in response to Zhou Yang's message. Even the younger generation of the royal family was present, for they were there to welcome the founding emperor, Xia Hongtao. It would be inappropriate for them to be absent, as their presence was essential to show respect. The crown prince of the Great Xia, the third prince, Xia Qinglan, and Xia Qingming were all in attendance. The second prince, however, was nowhere to be found. Upon seeing Xia Hongtao for the first time, Huang Xianji rushed over, exhilarated. Husband, you have suffered. Father, the family exclaimed, greeting their emperor grandly. The Xia family members, witnessing Xia Hongtao's resurrection, were overwhelmed with joy, surrounding him with exuberant conversation. Huang Xianji quickly discerned that this was indeed her husband, who had truly returned to life. While the Xia family rejoiced, within the cultivation chamber, Zhou Yang was diligently exploring the expansion of the soul-controlling pearl's functionalities. The 5 primary functions were apparent, with the first 4 being self-evident in their utility. It was the 5th function that allowed for diversified expansion and could integrate with the preceding 4 for more nuanced capability development. However, realizing the true potential of the spiritual network was no simple feat. First, how would the transmission and feedback of information be resolved? Utilizing the Imperial artifact's spirit as a relay, perhaps employing spells for communication? That would not suffice. For one, the speed of spell-based communication would be inadequate, and its confidentiality would lack rigor. Spell communications could be intercepted by potent practitioners, which was a crucial consideration. To successfully promote the spiritual network, confidentiality must be a priority. Even for internal use within the Zhou family, secrecy is paramount. The Zhou family harbors numerous secrets, and should they be exposed to outsiders, it could spell disaster. While Zhou Yang himself was unperturbed by such threats, the varying strengths of his clan members posed a risk. If adversaries could not contend with Zhou Yang, they might still target the younger generation of the Zhou family. Ultimately, Zhou Yang pondered what medium or information carrier was universally accessible and could be utilized by the Imperial artifact's spirit for information transmission. Spiritual energy. In the end, he concluded that spiritual energy is the true medium present everywhere. It exists within the air but is distinct from it, as it persists even in places devoid of air. Spiritual energy is not merely a gas, but rather a high-energy particle that resonates solely with spiritual roots. This resonance could serve as an information carrier, employing spiritual energy as the medium, utilizing spiritual root resonance, and divine soul true spirits as linking channels. The divine soul true spirit serves as each cultivator's account. The spiritual root acts as the information port, and spiritual energy functions as the fiber optic transmission. Thus, the foundation for a colossal spiritual network has been established. Zhou Yang directly conveyed his thoughts and ideas to the spirit of the Imperial artifact. The spirit, as a subsystem of the system, possessed almost limitless computational power. With an intellect that transcended the ordinary, it swiftly responded to Zhou Yang after merely a few breaths. Master, your concept is feasible. I am currently laying the foundations for the spiritual network, which will take approximately 3 hours to complete. The majority of this time will be dedicated to constructing the foundational algorithms, establishing independent account codes for each divine soul essence, ensuring accurate information conversion during communication in different languages, and developing various discussion forums. Indeed, Zhou Yang had included plans for the construction of these forums in his communication with the spirit. For instance, members of the Zhou family would have access to an internal family task forum, as well as an external forum connected to various major factions. However, outsiders wishing to enter the internal forum would need to apply for authorization. There would be different sections, such as areas for alchemical discussions, weapon forging exchanges, and more. After 3 hours, everything was successfully established, showcasing the capabilities of the Imperial artifact spirit. Zhou Yang, observing the new functionalities of the soul-ensuring orb, nodded in satisfaction. The development of the spiritual network had been accomplished. Although it could not compare to the vastness of the internet from his previous life, the foundational template was in place, and it could be enriched over time. Moreover, these tasks could even be outsourced as missions. Rising from the cultivation chamber, Zhou Yang understood the importance of accumulating divine soul essences judiciously. He did not wish to forcibly absorb them, preferring voluntary participation. Of course, this was less of a concern with the Zhou family members, yet proper notifications needed to be issued. Upon returning to the Zhou family hall, Zhou Yang encountered members of the Xia family, all of whom looked at him with profound gratitude. Even Xia Qingyun, who had previously harbored conflicts with Zhou Yang, sincerely expressed his appreciation. His desire to compete with Zhou Yang had extinguished. The current Zhou Yang and the Zhou family commanded respect, and the entire Xia family viewed Zhou Yang as a new pillar of support. Although Zhou Yang's cultivation level was not yet formidable, his strength was undeniable, capable of contending with beings at the nascent soul and void refinement stages. The battle above the imperial capital was still vivid in everyone's memory. He had annihilated 5 major divine transformation experts, and had even held his ground against a void refinement master wielding an immortal artifact. Without such a weapon, Zhou Yang's personal prowess could undoubtedly stand toe-to-toe with a void refinement master. The awe-inspiring sword strike had captivated many, and the imagery of that battle lingered in people's minds, evoking admiration from the younger generation of the Xia family. Xia Jinfeng was exceedingly pleased with Zhou Yang. After all, he was his son-in-law. Xia Jinshan gazed at Zhou Yang with fervor, grateful not only for the revival of his father, but also for Zhou Yang saving him and his mother. It could be said that the Xia family owed their survival to Zhou Yang, a debt of immense gratitude. Xia Qinglan looked at Zhou Yang with a mix of shyness and anticipation. Her father and grandmother had already informed her of their intention to arrange a marriage between her and Zhou Yang alongside her sister, Xia Qingxian. She had always held affection for Zhou Yang, but due to his engagement with her elder sister, she felt it inappropriate to interfere. However, if it was the will of her parents and elders, she would be overjoyed, provided her sister Xia Qingxian agreed. Xia Qingxian was already aware of this arrangement and had no significant objections. She contemplated the implications more than Xia Qinglan and even the rest of the Xia family. The formidable Yaosheng Palace had allied with the Zhou family and sent one of the 4 renowned beauties of the demon race, Green Orchid, to accompany Zhou Yang, allowing him to command her as he pleased. Xia Qingxian was well aware of Green Orchid's beauty and the legendary Yaosheng Palace master, Qingli. She noted that Qingli had appeared at the Void Refinement battlefield in the Medicine King Valley to publicly support Zhou Yang and the Xia family. This was not merely a testament to the Xia family's prestige, but rather a reflection of Zhou Yang's standing. With 2 peerless beauties from the demon race vying for Zhou Yang's favor, she felt the need to find an ally. Who better than her own cousin, Xia Qinglan? Zhou Yang sensed the gazes of the 2 women, but did not comprehend the expressions they wore. He simply engaged in conversation with the Xia family members. Noticing that the senior members of the Zhou family were also present, including his mother, sister Zhou Yun, younger sister Zhou Shui, and cousin Zhou Ping'an, as well as several uncles and elders, he contemplated for a moment before producing the soul-ensuring orb. What is this? The soul orb? Huang Xianji was momentarily taken aback. The orb before her had undergone a complete transformation. It now emanated an aura akin to that of the Medicine King Cauldron. How had the soul orb changed so drastically? Xia Jinfeng was equally astonished and hurriedly inquired, Zhou Yang, is this truly the soul orb? The orb before him was utterly unlike the one he remembered. Previously, the soul orb had appeared as a translucent sphere shrouded in grayish-black mist, which, while remarkable, was still merely a semi-immortal artifact and a treasure of the Great Xia royal family. Now, however, it was a dazzling orb radiating golden light. Yet, the most striking aspect was the ethereal aura it exuded, a hallmark of true celestial artifacts. Could this be a celestial artifact? Xia Jinshan exclaimed in shock. A celestial artifact? Such a treasure could endure for millions of years. Which of the top sects or sacred lands in the mortal realm did not possess a celestial artifact to uphold their heritage? A sect without a celestial artifact, no matter how powerful, would ultimately fade like a mirage over time without such a foundation. Conversely, a sect with a celestial artifact, regardless of its decline, would still command respect from others, ensuring its eventual resurgence. Celestial artifacts were formidable weapons to deter external threats. Even if a sect had only a nascent soul or divine transformation expert remaining, those who valued their lives would hesitate to risk their existence against it. With sufficient reserves of high-grade spirit stones, one could unleash a celestial artifact in a single strike. This was the true trump card for sustaining a sect's legacy. Now, they were witnessing a celestial artifact with their own eyes, and it was one gifted by their Great Xia. Xia Jinshan felt a mix of emotions. Xia Jinfeng, however, was simply curious, pondering how Zhou Yang had managed to transform their semi-immortal artifact into a celestial one. Even if the evil soul sect had successfully seized the soul orb, it would typically require a decade or 2 of meticulous refinement to convert the orb into a celestial artifact, would it not? Huang Xianji initially felt a pang of regret that their treasure had transformed into a celestial artifact so soon after reaching Zhou Yang's hands. However, glancing at her husband, Xia Hongtao, she found solace. With his successful revival, everything was worth it. The soul orb was a treasure they had acquired during their travels in the western regions when they were secretly enamored with each other. Perhaps, exchanging the soul orb for Xia Hongtao's revival was the stroke of fate they had been granted. Huang Xianji silently grasped Xia Hongtao's hand, saying nothing. Upon witnessing this, Xia Hongtao could not help but smile inwardly as he clasped his beloved wife's hand. His heart brimmed with emotion, and he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Huang Xianji. His wife had never betrayed him. Even during his near-death slumber for centuries, she had steadfastly held on to hope, gathering his fragmented soul within the soul pearl, always yearning for his resurrection. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? As for the soul pearl, the cost of his revival seemed negligible. Now that he had returned to life, he would undoubtedly repay his wife's unwavering devotion. Moreover, after hearing his wife's account of Zhou Yang, he was struck by the astonishing capabilities of this young man, a prodigious genius who defied description. Fortunately, his second son, Xia Zhenfeng, had the foresight to ally with this remarkable individual, marrying their granddaughter Qingxian to Zhou Yang. In this light, Zhou Yang had indeed become his grandson-in-law. However, upon observing the regretful expression in Xia Zhenfan's eyes, he could not help but furrow his brow. Ahem, Zhou Yang. It seems the soul pearl has indeed begun to shine in your hands, Xia Hongtao remarked with a smile. This treasure was a serendipitous acquisition during my travels with Xianji in the western regions. Today, as it returns to your possession, it is undoubtedly a fated occurrence. The Xia and Zhou families are destined to be in-laws as decreed by the heavens. Xia Zhenshan, shaken from his earlier reverie by Xia Hongtao's words, nodded in agreement. Indeed, a fated union. We have already informed Qinglan that when Qingxian and Zhou Yang celebrate their marriage, a grand wedding will be held, with both sisters marrying into the Zhou family. What a momentous occasion this is. Zhou Yang, feeling a bit awkward, cast a glance at Xia Qingxian, only to be met with her disapproving glare, leaving him speechless. Xia Qinglan, shy and bashful, lowered her head in silence, prompting Zhou Yang to pinch his nose in exasperation. Huang Xianji shot a reproachful glance at Xia Zhenshan, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is due to Qingshuan's broad-mindedness and her close bond with Qinglan, not your doing. With your clumsy demeanor, what do you understand?" Alas, mother is right. Xia Zhenshan quickly conceded, realizing his faux pas, especially upon noticing Xia Zhenfeng's displeasure directed at him. After all, Xia Zhenfeng and Xia Qingxian's family had indeed been at a disadvantage in this arrangement. The fact that Xia Qingxian had agreed was a testament to her generosity, and he should have shown her some respect, if not for himself, then at least for his own daughter, Xia Qinglan. Thankfully, Xia Qingxian, embodying the grace of a consort, promptly took Xia Qinglan's hand, saying, "Sister Qinglan and I have been the best of friends since childhood. I am overjoyed at the prospect of being together with you for a lifetime." Chapter 170. The Delight of the Crowd. These functions are incredibly convenient. After a lively discussion, everyone's gaze gravitated towards the soul pearl. Curious about Zhou Yang's intentions with this artifact and whether it had grown more powerful now that it had been transformed into a genuine celestial artifact. Zhou Yang, what is the potency of the soul pearl as a celestial artifact? Xia Zhenfeng inquired eagerly. This was indeed a celestial artifact, and now the Zhou family could be counted among those who possessed one. The ownership of a celestial artifact significantly bolstered a family's prospects of enduring through generations, as there was little risk of their lineage becoming extinguished among mortal realms. The soul pearl is capable of generating a protective shield and nurturing the soul. With its elevation to celestial artifact status, these functions should be considerably enhanced, Xia Zhenshan confidently asserted. With supreme spirit stones now in hand alongside a celestial artifact, Zhou Yang's future appeared to be secure. Huang Xianji nodded in agreement, her face radiant with satisfaction. Ah, esteemed guests. The soul pearl has now transformed into a celestial artifact and has been renamed the soul-suppressing pearl, Zhou Yang announced with a smile. However, he refrained from disclosing that the soul-suppressing pearl was not an ordinary celestial artifact, but rather an imperial artifact, an elite category even within the celestial realm. While celestial artifacts were plentiful, imperial artifacts were exceedingly rare, highlighting the stark disparity in their significance. It was difficult to fathom the extent of power that specialized imperial artifacts wielded, especially those designed for offensive capabilities. Zhou Yang did not dwell on such thoughts and instead provided the crowd with a brief overview of the soul-suppressing pearl's functions. Upon revealing that the soul-suppressing pearl possessed 5 remarkable abilities, the first being resurrection, allowing one to return to life as long as their true spirit essence was stored within the pearl, everyone was utterly astounded. This was indeed a celestial artifact, and its auxiliary capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. The ability to resurrect at will was a testament to its origin from the realm of the dead. The second function, teleportation, also left the audience in awe. In the current cultivation world, ancient teleportation arrays had become obsolete, and even when they existed, the cost of a single use was exorbitant. Utilizing the teleportation function of the soul-suppressing pearl was astonishingly affordable, to the point where even mortals with modest means could afford it. The third feature, absolute defense, was an extension of the pearl's original capability, which did not come as a surprise to the crowd. Zhou Yang observed their expressions of realization and chose not to elaborate further. This absolute defense could withstand even the collective onslaught of celestial beings, provided there was sufficient supply of supreme spirit stones or celestial stones. The fourth function, the spirit gathering array, filled everyone with joy, as it promised to accelerate their cultivation speed significantly. The fifth function, however, left some puzzled. They merely grasped that it pertained to the artifact spirit. The concept of an artifact spirit was not unusual. Celestial artifacts possessed consciousness akin to that of humans, much like the spirit crane of the Medicine King Cauldron or the demon shadow of the evil soul lantern, both demonstrating intelligence comparable to that of seasoned cultivators. Nonetheless, the spirit of the soul-suppressing pearl was unique. After Zhou Yang provided a thorough explanation, he decided to demonstrate its capabilities, instructing the artifact spirit to initiate its pre-programmed functions after the crowd infused their true spirit essence into it. Xia Jinfeng suddenly received a prompt in his mind, and upon consenting, he felt a portion of his true spirit essence being drawn in. Following this, the soul-suppressing pearl presented him with a second prompt, inquiring whether he wished to activate the spirit network. Xia Jinfeng was bewildered. What was the spirit network? However, he did not dwell on it and agreed without hesitation. Subsequently, a portal to a new realm opened before them. As the spirit network activated, all present were immersed in its interface. The spirit network's display was a semi-transparent virtual frame that floated before each individual, allowing them to customize its visibility to others. This virtual frame could not be typed upon. Instead, communication was facilitated through divine consciousness, enabling users to input text or transmit voice messages. There was even a recording function for live streaming or video recording. These functionalities were effortlessly managed by an Imperial artifact, even if there were language barriers. The artifact spirit could translate, transforming the content into comprehensible text and speech for all. This advancement enabled not only seamless communication among humans, but also interaction with the demon race, as communication among both races primarily relied on divine consciousness. The spirit network incorporated this technology. This spirit network is astounding, exceedingly convenient. Zhou Yan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had discovered a section of the spirit network filled with various family tasks from the Zhou family, clearly detailing deadlines, critical notes, and the rewards for task completion. After attempting to accept a task, she found that some independent tasks had already been claimed, with her task panel reflecting the updates and countdowns. Certain multi-participant tasks allow for the tracking of how many individuals have accepted them, yet they do not disclose the identities of the participants, thereby safeguarding their privacy. However, those who undertake the tasks can opt to reveal their names at their discretion. Furthermore, what are these forum sections? Astonishingly, one can send messages, choose to send text, voice, or even video messages. Xia Qingxian exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Xia Qinglan hurriedly clicked in and indeed discovered these features. After a moment's contemplation, she posted a message in the Alchemy Forum section. Hello, Sister Qingxian. On the other side, Xia Qingxian promptly noticed the message from Xia Qinglan and began to respond. This interaction drew the attention of others, and soon everyone was engaged in lively discussions within the forum. Zhou Yang, your method of information exchange is truly groundbreaking. It is no wonder it is a celestial artifact, possessing such formidable functionalities. Xia Jinfeng remarked, astonished. However, can this forum messaging feature accommodate only a limited number of participants? Is there a possibility for private conversations akin to spell communication, ensuring confidentiality? Zhou Yang smiled, fully aware of Xia Jinfeng's intention. Uncle Xia, please access your personal account. This unique account is available to every cultivator who has stored their true spirit. The backend of this account contains several options. Everyone may take a look. Prompted by Zhou Yang, the group paused their casual forum exchanges and turned their attention to the account settings. In the account backend, there exists an option to add accounts, which serves as a means to incorporate other personal accounts. Once added, one can engage in private conversations with the respective individual. Moreover, Zhou Yang implemented a spirit stone balance feature for each account, allowing cultivators to store their spirit stones within it. The storage method is remarkably simple. The spirit of the Imperial artifact directly absorbs the spirit stones, securing them within the celestial artifact. The internal space of the Imperial artifact is immense. It could contain the entirety of the spirit stones from the cultivation realm without ever reaching capacity. When cultivators require them, they can withdraw at any time, functioning as a storage pouch for spirit stones, albeit one that can only hold spirit stones and not any other items. An exceedingly important feature is the transaction and transfer capability, enabling two cultivators to transfer spirit stones to one another even if separated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The group joyfully experimented with these functions, filled with elation at their sheer convenience. Chapter 171. Authorization of various functions. Promotion of the evening mode. Moreover, I will also authorize the ability to resurrect, available for cultivators who have stored their true spirits, charging a fee of 10 high-grade spirit stones for each resurrection. Zhou Yang directly multiplied the resurrection cost by 10. Of course, this is the price for outsiders. The Zhou family members, as well as those from the Xia family and the Demon Saint Palace, will receive some complimentary slots. Each person is entitled to one free resurrection. Why only once? To prevent individuals from recklessly provoking formidable foes, treating their lives with indifference. It is crucial to understand that resurrection merely restores life. Any lost treasures or captured items at the time of death cannot be recovered. You make a valid point, Zhou Yang. Complete free access cannot be granted, even to family members. Equitable exchange is essential, as that which comes too easily is seldom cherished. Xia Zhenfeng nodded in agreement. I even feel that instead of offering a free resurrection opportunity, you could charge family members the cost price of one high-grade spirit stone for resurrection. This way, it distinguishes them from outsiders while demonstrating your care for family, ensuring they do not receive benefits without merit. Uncle Xia. One high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones. While it may not be much for me, it remains excessively high for other cultivators. Zhou Yang replied with a wry smile. Let it be so. Family members will have one free resurrection opportunity, which can even be used to revive others, provided the revived individual has also stored their true spirit. All right, I concede. Your point is well taken. 1 million low-grade spirit stones is indeed a considerable sum, excessively burdensome for ordinary cultivators. Xia Zhenfeng nodded, fully comprehending Zhou Yang's actions, which were indeed beneficial for the Zhou family, as well as the Xia family and Demon Saint Palace. Lu Luo had been relatively quiet, absorbing the marvels of the spirit network. The fact that Zhou Yang had acquired a celestial artifact was indeed astonishing. However, what truly amazed her was the extraordinary function of the spirit network within this artifact, capable of distributing its various functionalities to other cultivators. The ability to resurrect, communicate over vast distances, and transfer spirit stones was simply delightful. Zhou Yang, Lu Luo hesitantly inquired. Must one be physically present at the Zhou family to join the spirit network? After all, the celestial artifact resides within the Zhou family. It seems one cannot join without being here. Indeed, that poses a significant issue. If all cultivators must adhere to this, it would be quite cumbersome. Yes, this complicates the promotion of the spirit network, making it challenging for other cultivators to join. Such a splendid creation. I feel there is no need to allow others to join. Just the Zhou and Xia families will suffice. Perhaps occasionally permitting a few select individuals we deem worthy to join. I believe it would be more enjoyable to have a larger number of cultivators involved. A bustling environment is far more vibrant. Primarily, this spirit network can generate spirit stones. Just look, the resurrection function alone can yield 10-fold spirit stones. And the shield function can also be utilized. If I expend some spirit stones, I can create a powerful protective shield, though it requires a substantial amount of spirit stones. Only affluent cultivators may be able to afford it, correct? Indeed, the shield function, similar to the resurrection function, is accessible to every cultivator's back-end account. Once utilized, spirit stones will be deducted from the account balance based on consumption and duration of use until the stones are exhausted or the cultivator cancels the shield. After listening to Lu Luo and the others, Zhou Yang smiled and remarked, the spirit network indeed benefits from a larger user base. Should our Zhou family, or the Xia family and Demon Saint Palace wish to undertake any endeavors, we can directly publish tasks in the task area, allowing countless cultivators to accept them. With the artifact Spirit's Assurance, upon completion of the task, both the task issuer and acceptor can communicate and negotiate the terms, including the transfer of items, with the costs being mutually agreed upon. The fees for transfers are quite minimal, yet naturally, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the costs incurred. As for the concerns raised by Lu Luo, there is no need for worry. Any cultivator who activates the spirit network may invite others to join, as each cultivator who connects to the spirit network becomes a node within it, allowing nearby cultivators to join through that node. Upon hearing this, Lu Luo indeed found an option in the account backend to invite other cultivators to join the spirit network. This is fantastic. There is no need to travel all the way to Qingmu City to join. What a convenience. With this feature, the number of cultivators joining the spirit network will increase. and under various invitations, it will become increasingly simple and rapid for cultivators to join. Indeed, Zhou Yang stated with a serene smile. Once everyone from the Zhou family and all members of the Xia family have joined, I shall issue a task inviting cultivators to join the Spirit Network. Any cultivator who becomes a part of the Spirit Network can undertake this task, and for each cultivator invited, one will receive a reward of 100 low-grade spirit stones. I am confident that once this grand strategy is implemented, within a month, an overwhelming majority, around 90%, of ordinary cultivators in the southern region will have joined. As for the higher-tier cultivators, their skeptical nature may cause them to hesitate for a while before they decide to join. Furthermore, to extend the reach of the Spirit Network to the central region of the cultivation world, as well as the bustling eastern, northern, and western regions, will require time. Everything else is merely a trivial matter. In addition to these functionalities, I shall continue to unveil other features of the Spirit Network, Zhou Yang elaborated. The internal task system of the Zhou family will be accessible solely to its members, and the Xia family will similarly establish one, as will the Monster Saint Palace. This feature will eventually be expanded to all cultivators, allowing every sect, every faction, family, and even dynasty to create their own exclusive internal sections. Within these sections, there will be extensive forums for communication, a task system, and more. This convenience is simply unprecedented. It is truly the greatest boon for the cultivation realm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, for those large factions, this feature is a monumental advantage. If the Xia family can establish such an internal system, communication among members will become far more expedient. While these are the internal sections of the various factions, the most crucial aspect of the Spirit Network remains the public domain, where all factions can voice their opinions and publish tasks. For instance, the Great Xia, with its Qingmu Palace intelligence system, could exclusively disseminate important news from within the Great Xia to all cultivators, and this information could even be monetized. Each cultivator wishing to view subsequent updates would need to pay spirit stones. In the techniques section, cultivators facing challenges in their practice could post inquiries and invite powerful experts to provide answers, which could also be a paid service. Renowned cultivators could share instructional videos on their cultivation methods for a fee. As Zhou Yang spoke with increasing fervor, his enthusiasm was palpable. Consider this. The Spirit Network encompasses all cultivators in the realm. Once a powerful cultivator's reputation is established, an ever-growing number of ordinary cultivators will take notice of them. Following is another feature. When you post information, videos, or voice messages, those who follow you will receive notifications. They will be required to pay spirit stones to access your content. Perhaps the contributions of 1 or 2 cultivators may seem insignificant, but imagine the impact of hundreds of thousands. If each person contributes 10 low-grade spirit stones, that amounts to 10 million spirit stones, earned without stepping outside. The crowd listened, wide-eyed, astonished by this remarkable opportunity. When will such a feature be available? I see no signs of it now, Zhou Yan remarked after searching for some time. Only discovering the video posting function in the Zhou family's internal forum, but not in the public domain. This feature is still under development, Zhou Yang explained. The Spirit tool is diligently working on related functionalities daily. Each day, the Spirit Network is updated in ways that further align it with the cultivation world. I will also introduce a feedback collection feature, enabling all cultivators to participate. They can send suggestions for improving the Spirit Network, and those whose suggestions are adopted will receive generous rewards of spirit stones, or even rare spiritual herbs and fruits. Zhou Yang's vision for the Spirit Network had evolved from merely an internal Zhou family network to the grandest network in the cultivation world. The enhancement and expansion of the Spirit Network necessitate the participation of the entire cultivation realm. Deep within him, a clandestine thought lingered. If every cultivator were to store a fragment of their true spirit within the Imperial tool, it would mean entrusting their very lives to Zhou Yang. Should events progress to that extent, it would equate to him having effectively taken the entire cultivation world hostage, making him the singular supreme being within it. Of course, such notions would remain unspoken. He could never reveal this until the Zhou family faced annihilation and his own demise loomed near. Cultivators are not fools. The true spirit is a mere fragment of their consciousness, and while it holds significance, it is not irreplaceable. If one were resolute, they could sever the connection to that fragment, forcibly disconnecting from the Spirit Network. To use that fragment to eliminate a cultivator would necessitate the intervention of an immortal. And why would an immortal resort to such convoluted methods? However, the soul-binding pearl is an imperial tool, vastly superior to an ordinary immortal. And even if Zhou Yang chose not to eliminate a particular cultivator, he could utilize the true spirit's locating function to teleport and dispatch his enemies. Should a foe prove particularly insufferable, he might even revive them merely to slay them repeatedly. It is precisely because the true spirit can be severed by the cultivator that there exists some degree of resistance. However, it should not be overly pronounced, which is why Zhou Yang harbored such confidence in promoting the spirit network. Compared to its drawbacks, the benefits of connecting to the spirit network are immense. After all, one might endure for a moment, but can they truly withstand it for a lifetime? When do you intend to begin promoting the spirit network? Xia inquired. After reviewing all the functionalities of the spirit network, an ingenious idea struck her. If they paired the spirit network's teleportation feature with the spirit tool's impartiality and fairness, selling resources such as minerals and spiritual herbs produced by the Zhou family to all cultivators connected to the spirit network would be far more profitable than traversing the realm in a flying ship to sell them. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Zhou Yang had not anticipated Xianxiafan's insight. Had he known, he would have exclaimed in astonishment, "This is nothing short of online shopping." Truly, she was the most astute business mind in Liuguang City. Within a few days, perhaps, Zhou Yang replied. These features have only recently been developed. Gather all the members of the family. They will be the first users of the spirit network, tasked with identifying any inconsistencies or areas for improvement. Rewards will be offered based on the suggestions provided, ranging from a minimum of 100 low-grade spirit stones to a maximum of 100 high-grade spirit stones. 100 high-grade spirit stones. Xiaoqing gasped in shock. Are you truly that affluent now? Zhou Yang chuckled. Given the Zhou family's immense wealth, derived from abundant resources, spiritual herbs, and mineral veins, we can earn tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones annually. This wealth surpasses nearly all cultivation families in the Great Xia territory, second only to the Great Xia royal family and the Apothecary Valley. However, compared to the Zhou family's fortune, Zhou Yang's personal wealth was on an entirely different level. His quality of spirit stones was assessed by the high-grade standard, and he possessed an abundance of them. That is an extraordinary sum, exclaimed Xia Zhenfeng, equally astonished. Indeed, 100 high-grade spirit stones. How extravagant! Xia Zhenshan lamented. Though the spirit stones were not his, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. For Zhou Yang was already destined to be his future son-in-law, and seeing such lavish expenditure inevitably tugged at his heartstrings. Haha. There's no need to deny that Zhou Yang can indeed produce this amount of spirit stones. However, Zhou Yang, once the spirit net is activated, it will continuously consume spirit stones at every moment. Is the consumption rate significant? Huang Xianji was well aware of Zhou Yang's affluence. She had witnessed him casually handing over 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to the old man from the Medicine King Valley. It was reasonable to assume that Zhou Yang possessed far more than merely 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, at least several hundred thousand, if not more. In this case, the usage of the soul-suppressing pearl as a celestial artifact, solely for the activation of the spirit net, should suffice for consumption. Indeed, compared to Zhou Yang offering top-grade spirit stones as rewards for suggestions, her greater concern lay in the aftermath of the spirit net's implementation. Countless cultivators would perpetually utilize the spirit net, leading to its incessant activation, akin to daily usage of a celestial artifact. Wouldn't such consumption be astronomical? Even with an abundance of top-grade spirit stones, it would still be inadequate for such relentless expenditure. Do not worry, Your Highness. The daily consumption post-activation will be limited. Not substantial. At most, one top-grade spirit stone a day. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. Although one top-grade spirit stone is indeed considerable, equating to the consumption of 1 million lower-grade spirit stones daily, it pales in comparison to other offensive celestial artifacts, which could expend thousands to tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones with a single attack. The reason lies in the fact that the spirit net primarily relies on the computational power of the artifact spirit. The inherent might of the Imperial artifact itself is minimally utilized. For functions such as resurrection and teleportation, the consumed spirit stones would be deducted from the user, not from the artifact's own spiritual energy, and, conversely, would generate additional spirit stones. Moreover, it is paramount to note that each cultivator connected to the spirit net relies on their own magical power to support their client-side connection, thereby negating the need for the Imperial artifact to allocate its power for maintenance. This is one of the reasons the spirit net can only be promoted among cultivators and not among mortals. The other reason pertains to spiritual roots. Only those endowed with spiritual roots can connect to the spirit net. Although a daily consumption of one top-grade spirit stone is considerable, it is trivial when juxtaposed with the formidable capabilities it offers and the potential spirit stones to be earned in the future. Upon hearing this, Huang Xianji sighed in relief and nodded. We shall assist in the promotion, she declared. I will issue a command to the Qingtian Palace, mandating everyone to connect to the spirit net. Then, those from the Qingtian Palace will reach out to other cultivators across various regions, inviting them to join. And those wandering cultivators, added Xia Jinfeng with a grin. They relish traveling to complete tasks and earn spirit stones. With the advent of your spirit net, they will have even more opportunities to undertake assignments. Not to mention, your incentive of offering spirit stones for inviting cultivators to join will surely delight them, encouraging their enthusiastic participation. Given this, I shall expedite the process and perfect the spirit net as soon as possible, Zhou Yang exclaimed, rising from his seat and nodding at Xia Qingxian. Subsequently, Xia Qingxian, accompanied by Zhou Yun and several cousins, exited to summon the Zhou clan members. Witnessing this, the elders of the Zhou family also ventured out to lend a hand. In no time, all the members of the Zhou clan in Qingmu city had gathered, including Zhou Hua, Zhou Hai, and the fated child Zhou Yuliang, along with a significant number of individuals who had recently transitioned from mortals to cultivators. Despite their considerable numbers, totaling around 100 when combined with those previously assessed by the family, most of their cultivation levels remained at the Qi refining stage. Except for 10 individuals who had consumed the Super Dragon Scale herb, the remaining members were primarily at the initial Qi refining stage, with a few at the second or third layers, and a majority still oscillating around the first layer. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuliang, Zhou Hai, and the top 10 cultivators had already progressed to the mid-Qi refining stage. When Zhou Yang made his appearance before all the Zhou clan cultivators, excitement surged among them, gazing at Zhou Yang with reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Chapter 173, Official Promotion, a sensation in the Southern Domain. As Zhou Yang introduced the spirit net, the expressions of the Zhou clan cultivators transformed into confusion. They had never heard of such a concept before. Following Zhou Yang's elucidation, they realized that the Zhou family had indeed acquired their own celestial artifact, and this so-called spirit net was a creation of the patriarch, designed based on the artifact's functionality. It would enable countless cultivators to communicate, accept tasks, and earn rewards on the spirit net. How incredibly convenient. Consequently, all the hundreds of cultivators present accepted the invitation to join the net, allowing the artifact spirit to extract a fragment of their true soul. With this fragment, they established a connection with the artifact spirit, thus earning the qualification to enter the network. Upon truly opening the spirit net, it was as though they had unlocked the gates to a new world. Even the likes of Zhou Hai and Zhou Yuliang were wide-eyed, exploring the myriad of extraordinary features the spirit net had to offer. Cultivators at the mid to late Qi refining stage may undertake recruitment tasks. For every individual they bring into the spirit net, they shall receive a reward of 100 lower-grade spirit stones. You are among the first batch, so do not squander this advantageous opportunity. If executed well, you could amass tens of thousands of spirit stones. Zhou Yang continued addressing the assembly. Cultivators at the mid and late Qi refining stages can venture to nearby cities for tasks, while foundation-building cultivators can travel further afield to larger cities. As for the wandering cultivators in Qingmu City, let the early Qi refining individuals handle them, ensuring they have their share of opportunities. Agreed? Haha, absolutely. The mid and late Qi refining cultivators cheered exuberantly, while the foundation-building cultivators remained composed, feeling superior. They regarded the wandering cultivators in Qingmu City with disdain. Aside from the Zhou family, there was only the Li family, and their relationship with the Zhou family required no special effort to forge. The mid and late Qi refining cultivators assigned to surrounding cities would be more than capable. Though fewer in number, the foundation-building cultivators could leverage the powerful spirit net, with its diverse functions, to attract countless cultivators to join. Patriarch, what if those cultivators we guide to join also undertake tasks? Won't that lead to competition for the rewards? Inquired a young man at the second layer of foundation building, his voice tinged with hesitation. Perhaps you could restrict others from accepting tasks, granting us a little more time? What are you thinking? Are you questioning the patriarch? A mid-foundation building man shot a glare at the youth. The patriarch is offering such generous rewards to promote the spirit net and encourage more people to join, and you wish to limit others' access to tasks for your own gain? That would certainly breed resentment toward the patriarch. Zhou Yang, understanding the youth's perspective, recognized it as a desire for increased spirit stones. This sentiment was likely shared by many other cultivators, who might feel that the patriarch should allow their own clan's cultivators to earn a bounty before outsiders joined and contested for tasks. Haha. I imagine many of you harbor similar thoughts, wishing to restrict others' access to tasks so that you can monopolize the rewards. Zhou Yang smiled calmly. However, the most powerful among you is merely at the mid-foundation building stage. The Zhou family is still developing slowly. Aside from myself, who has reached the nascent soul stage, the highest cultivation level among you has yet to attain the golden core stage. I ask you this. If I wish to promote the spirit net to the central and eastern domains, can you manage it? You wouldn't even make it halfway without being obliterated by demonic beasts or evil cultivators. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, The young cultivator immediately lowered his head in embarrassment. Indeed, with their current cultivation levels, how could they aspire to undertake all promotional tasks to earn spirit stones? Such aspirations were utterly unrealistic. The esteemed Golden Core and nascent Soul Masters were likely figures they could hardly even encounter, let alone collaborate with for promotion. Nevertheless, the thoughts you have are indeed sound, and this can be viewed as a commendable suggestion. Zhou Yang pondered aloud. Considering that the other cultivators joined later, I shall impose a restriction on the task of recruiting. Aside from cultivators I have specifically authorized, such as yourselves, the members of the Li family, the royal family of the Great Xia, and those from the Monster Saint Palace. All other cultivators who join the Spirit Network will be barred from accepting tasks for a period of 3 days. In essence, these unfamiliar cultivators will only be able to undertake recruitment tasks 3 days after joining the Spirit Network, thus enabling them to earn substantial spirit stones from these endeavors. Long live the family head. Thank you, family head. Which scoundrel just shouted long live the family head? The esteemed family head possesses an immortal demeanor, destined to ascend to the heavens and share longevity with the skies. To say long live the family head is akin to cursing him. Precisely. The crowd of cultivators erupted into cheers, their chatter growing lively and chaotic. Hearing this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile, and then remarked, with this 3-day time limitation, you will have ample opportunity to reap great rewards. Rest assured, any forthcoming lucrative tasks or beneficial features will first undergo testing within the Zhou family. You will be among the first to familiarize yourselves with the new tasks and functions. Whether you can seize the opportunity to earn spirit stones will depend entirely on your own efforts. With this declaration, the crowd erupted into another round of enthusiastic cheers. Subsequently, everyone began to pack their belongings, preparing to embark on their ambitious endeavors. The members of the Xia family also made their preparations, but only Xia Qinglan remained behind. Xia Qingming wished to stay as well, but was forcibly pulled away by Xia Zhinshan, who twisted his ear, reminding him that the capital awaited their return for reconstruction, a matter of great importance. Xia Qinglan remained due to Zhou Yang, while Xia Qingming's presence was deemed unnecessary. Once the Xia family departed, a large number of Zhou family cultivators followed suit, leaving the Zhou residence eerily empty. Even Zhou Shui accompanied her 2 cousins to undertake the task of recruiting individuals into the Spirit Network. Zhou Ping'an wished to join but was swiftly subdued by Lu Wanru, becoming notably more compliant, left only to watch enviously as his sisters departed. His envy escalated particularly when he saw Zhou Hai, Zhou Xiaoyu, and Zhou Yuliang come to bid him farewell. It was nearly maddening. Zhou Hai, Zhou Xiaoyu, and Zhou Yuliang, all among the top 10 cultivators, had reached mid-stage qi refinement, thus qualifying them for this promotional task, an opportunity that was simply a gift of spirit stones. Their usual monthly supply of spirit stones was merely 100 or so, which was already tenfold more than what the Zhou family had previously enjoyed. However, this was still insufficient compared to the current wealth of the Zhou family. In addition to exchanging their contributions for resources, they could also acquire resources through the spirit stones they earned. No Zhou family cultivator received resources without merit. Even Zhou Yang's mother and sister had to exchange contributions for resources, except for the private allocations Zhou Yang provided. It must be noted that Zhou Yang had the authority to freely mobilize all resources belonging to the Zhou family, yet as the family head, he typically adhered to established protocols. As the Zhou cultivators departed, the Li family cultivators arrived, elated to join the network, and promptly set out for other cities to commence their recruitment efforts. Additionally, Lilua temporarily left Qingmu City to return to the Monster Saint Palace, where she would report to Qingli regarding the significant matter of the Spirit Network, as it was imperative for her to personally inform her and invite her to join the network. Zhou Yang had also promised to create a separate section akin to that of the Zhou family's internal platform, exclusively for the Monster Saint Palace's demonkin and beasts, with Qingli serving as the section's moderator and Lulaw as the deputy moderator. The promotion of the Spirit Network for the demon race would be entirely overseen by the Monster Saint Palace. Zhou Yang's ambition to promote the Spirit Network extended beyond just the human cultivators. His target encompassed the entirety of the cultivation world, which necessitated consideration of the demon race as well. Meanwhile, news swiftly arrived from Liuguang City, indicating that the spirit artifact had received an authorization application from Zhou Yun. A special authorization request directed at the Lu family, where Lu Qian resided. The Lu family was connected to Zhou Yang's aunt, Zhou Lanxin, and sought to partake in the benefits of this endeavor. Such trivial gains were granted, and upon receiving Zhou Yang's consent, the spirit artifact approved the application. Concurrently, after 3 days, the spirit network had skyrocketed in popularity within the Great Xia's cultivation realm, even amidst the frenzy of scattered cultivators eagerly accepting tasks. Many had already set off towards regions beyond the Great Xia. A substantial number of scattered cultivators, having joined the spirit network, began their journeys toward the central domain, eastern domain, and neighboring Dashang, and by the time they arrived, the 3 days had passed, allowing them to accept tasks and commence their fervent recruitment efforts. Chapter 174. Transmitting to the merchant's capital, the Dashang Emperor's astonishment. In the preceding 3 days, the Zhou family, Li family, Lu family, and Xia family members had been actively engaged. With the royal status of the Xia family and their control over the Qingtian Palace, they rallied the entire Great Xia's cultivators to join the spirit network, yielding remarkably significant results. Over 70% of the cultivators within the Great Xia's territory were recruited by the Xia family. The remaining 30% were divided among the Zhou, Li, and Lu families. Naturally, the promised spirit stones from Zhou Yang were distributed to their respective accounts via the spirit artifact. These spirit stones could be utilized for numerous purposes within the spirit network, whether for posting tasks, serving as transaction funds, transferring to others, or even purchasing resources such as elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts listed for sale. Even if one chose not to make purchases, they could still withdraw spirit stones, though a minimum threshold of 100 low-grade spirit stones was required for withdrawal. As the spirit network had only just launched, Zhou Yang had not yet established any withdrawal fees for spirit stones. However, as the volume increased, a fee would inevitably be instituted. Otherwise, the more users there were, the more withdrawals would occur. The cost of transferring spirit stones via the Imperial artifact to cultivators' accounts would be substantial. After 3 days, the earliest participants in the spirit network within the Great Xia had already accepted recruitment tasks and were enthusiastically spreading out across the southern domain, fervently recruiting individuals to join the spirit network. Dashang, being the foremost dynasty in the southern domain with a broader territory and population than the Great Xia, boasted a number of cultivators several times greater than that of the Great Xia. Naturally, it was the prime target for the Great Xia's cultivators. Thus, a multitude of Great Xia cultivators surged into Dashang in no time. The imperial capital of Dashang, the most prosperous city in the southern domain, witnessed the influx of thousands of Great Xia cultivators today. These cultivators varied in cultivation levels, with the majority being Qi refinement cultivators, a few at foundation establishment, and scarcely any golden cores or nascent souls. The higher-tier cultivators had all ventured to the central domain and eastern domain, where the real opportunities awaited them. The central domain, as the heart of the cultivation world, housed the highest population of cultivators, while the eastern domain thrived commercially, with its cultivators, both sect members and scattered practitioners, enjoying immense wealth. This prosperity was well known throughout the cultivation world, attributed to the eastern domain's proximity to the sea and its extensive commercial ties with various sects from overseas islands and even the oceanic demon race, supported by boundless marine resources. Returning to the Dashang imperial capital, the sudden arrival of thousands of Great Xia cultivators inevitably drew the attention of the local cultivators, prompting the Dashang royal family to adopt a vigilant stance. After all, the Sinister Soul sect had previously launched an attack on the Great Xia royal family, with the notorious Xia Wuxian even using a celestial artifact to blockade the entrance to the Medicine King Valley. Only after suffering significant losses did he manage to retreat unscathed. Now, the sudden influx of Great Xia cultivators into Dashang's imperial capital raised suspicions. Were they here for revenge? However, upon meticulous investigation, the royal family of the great merchants was left bewildered. How could it be that all that had arrived were merely Qi refining practitioners? There were scarcely any foundation establishment or golden core cultivators among them. Did the Great Xia truly believe that they could instigate turmoil within the imperial capital of the great merchants with such insignificant Qi refiners? Summon the scouts. Continue the investigation and ascertain the true purpose of these individuals. The emperor of the great merchants, an elder clad in yellow robes, bore a visage that betrayed his age yet emanated authority. Simultaneously, he was a formidable cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The strength of the great merchants' royal family far surpassed that of the Zhou Clan. However, within the great merchants, their dominion was merely nominal, significantly undermined by the presence of 3 formidable factions: the Heavenly Sword sect, the Evil Soul sect, and the Sacred Beast sect. Each of these was a top-tier power wielding celestial artifacts, effectively rendering the great merchants' royal family as mere puppets, with less control over the dynasty than the Xia family had over the Great Xia. Shortly after the old emperor issued his orders, the guards dispatched for reconnaissance hurried back, their faces reflecting astonishment. "What news?" the old emperor inquired, furrowing his brow at the guard's peculiar expressions. The guard hesitated, as if grappling with something bizarre. Noticing this, the emperor urged impatiently, "Speak. What did you discover?" "Your Majesty, I gathered some information, but it is rather strange." After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, the guard continued, "The Great Xia cultivators have come to promote something called the Spirit Net." Spirit Net? What is that? A spiritual artifact? The old emperor asked with curiosity, instantly associating the term with some form of mesh-like magical tool or spiritual device, suspecting it could not be of high caliber. Given the presence of only chi refiners and a mere handful of foundation establishment practitioners. "No, Your Majesty, the Spirit Net is not a tangible object." The guard struggled to articulate the nature of the Spirit Net. "What nonsense is this? Can you not perform your duties properly?" The old emperor, growing increasingly irate at the guard's inability to clarify, slammed his palm on the table and declared, "Enough. Take me to see it personally." "Your Majesty, you must not take such risks." The guard urgently advised against it. "Risks? This is the imperial capital of the great merchants. How could mere chi refiners and foundation establishment practitioners from the Great Xia pose a threat to me?" The old emperor, being a peak nascent soul cultivator, scoffed at the thought of fearing such a contingent. Besides, he was accompanied by several nascent soul protectors, and in the heart of the imperial capital, under the watchful eyes of the royal family, how could he come to harm? Thus, led by the guard, the old emperor made his way to the streets of the imperial capital outside the palace. Before a shop selling magical artifacts, several chi refining practitioners from the Great Xia were animatedly discussing something, showcasing a translucent screen that floated in the air before them, occasionally tapping on it. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the display screen of the Spirit Net. Here, we can observe a myriad of information. Look here, this is a bulletin board for various announcements. And over here is the task section, where cultivators from all over the Great Xia post tasks. Oh, this is the task section for cultivators from your own great merchant's territory, where many have already begun posting and accepting tasks, making it exceedingly convenient." As the Great Xia practitioners enthusiastically explained, the surrounding great merchants' cultivators were left astonished, filled with curiosity and amazement. The Great Xia possessed such a remarkable invention? Unsurprisingly, a considerable number of the onlookers chose to join the network. After a brief interaction, they soon found themselves captivated by the network, discovering a task that allowed them to invite others to join after 3 days, earning a reward of 100 low-grade spiritual stones for each successful invitation. Instantly, they comprehended the true purpose behind the arrival of these Great Xia practitioners. They had come all this way to promote the network for the sake of obtaining spiritual stones. Alas, these newcomers would have to wait 3 days before they could invite anyone else to join. Nearby, the old emperor and his guard were likewise present, having donned the attire of ordinary cultivators, thus remaining unrecognized. The emperor's curiosity reached its zenith upon witnessing the cultivators operating the Spirit Net. He approached a chi refining practitioner in the late stage and inquired, "Young friend, what precisely is this so-called Spirit Net? Where does it originate from? It is astonishingly wondrous." "Senior, the Spirit Net is a feature derived from an artifact of the Zhou family of the Great Xia." The chi refining practitioner, glancing at the emperor and sensing his formidable aura, quickly responded, as this information was not classified. "What? The Zhou family of the Great Xia? The same family that withstood a strike from the evil soul sect's leader with a nascent soul body?" The old emperor exclaimed, astonished. The name Zhou Yang had long since spread throughout the cultivation world, but it was his confrontation with the evil soul sect that truly solidified his renown. "Indeed, it is the esteemed Zhou Yang," the chi refining practitioner declared with admiration. "Senior Zhou Yang acquired a celestial artifact, which possesses immensely powerful functions. Among these, the Spirit Net is the most impressive. Senior, I could speak endlessly, but it would be far better for you to experience it yourself." The chi refining practitioner looked eagerly at the emperor, explaining that the Spirit Net had recently updated its task to invite others to join. On the first day of inviting, participants discovered a peculiar issue. While inviting a chi refining practitioner yielded a reward of 100 low-grade spiritual stones, inviting a nascent soul cultivator also granted the same reward. This seemed rather unjust, and the matter was raised by a golden core cultivator to the artifact spirit. After the golden core practitioner invited a nascent soul elder into the network and received merely 100 low-grade spiritual stones, he was understandably displeased, diverting his focus towards chi refining practitioners. Other chi refining practitioners noticed the golden core cultivator attempting to recruit from among their ranks and felt a degree of resentment but dared not voice their concerns. The golden core elder, sensing the tension, hesitated to compete with the younger chi refining practitioners. Reflecting on the inherent inequity of the model, he recalled the feedback feature within the personal account system and reported the issue to the artifact spirit. The spirit, in turn, relayed the feedback to Zhou Yang, who deemed the suggestion highly valuable, recognizing the oversight. Consequently, he instructed the spirit to amend the rules for inviting new members to the network. The reward for inviting a Qi refining practitioner remained at 100 low-grade spiritual stones, but for each higher cultivation level, the reward would multiply tenfold. 1,000 for foundation establishment, 10,000 for golden core, 100,000 for nascent soul, 1 million for transformation, and 10 million for void refinement. This adjustment ignited fervor among countless cultivators. To Zhou Yang, the expenditure of spiritual stones was a trivial matter. Considering the limited number of void refinement masters in the entire southern region, barely a handful, one could count them on 2 hands, and in terms of high-grade spiritual stones, each void refinement cultivator would only be worth 10. Thus, the entire southern region would cost a mere 100 high-grade spiritual stones. Upon learning that this extraordinary function belonged to the Zhou family's celestial artifact, the old emperor felt a twinge of wariness, for after all, it was a celestial artifact. And who could say whether there lay hidden traps within? However, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided to allow the guard to enter the net. The Qi practitioner, upon witnessing that the old emperor had not entered the net, but rather the young man beside him, felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, as soon as the young man stepped into the net, he was rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones, leaving him utterly astounded. Could it be that this youth was a grand cultivator of the Golden Core stage? Chapter 175. The inaugural battle of the spirit net unfolds. Once he regained his composure and turned to look, he found that the figures had vanished. Inside the palace, upon the return of the two, the old emperor impatiently urged the guard, quickly, unveil this so-called spirit net. I must see what peculiar thing it truly is. Your Majesty, do take a look. This contraption is indeed quite entertaining. The guard, equally exhilarated, hurried to activate the spirit net, as this was his first encounter with such an amusing device, igniting within him an urge to explore further. As the guard opened the spirit net and adjusted it for visibility to others, the old emperor gazed at the virtual screen before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had never witnessed anything so wondrous. It was akin to a celestial artifact. The two of them leaned in, engrossed in examining the features of the spirit net, perusing through its various functions, communication channels, forum sections, and task boards. They were so completely absorbed that they lost track of time, becoming utterly enamored with the spirit net. The old emperor and the guard were captivated by the spirit net, especially when they discovered its resurrection feature, which left them utterly astounded. They had never imagined that the spirit net possessed such a miraculous ability. Resurrection at such a minimal cost. It was simply too advantageous. Throughout the vast territory of the Great Shang, all major cities and sects were set ablaze with excitement by this phenomenon from the Great Xia. The functions of the spirit net were so innovative that the inhabitants of this world had never before experienced such an explosion of information. It was a confluence of the majority of cultivators from the southern domain, and some had even encountered practitioners from the central and eastern domains, and even the presence of demon races. A golden core practitioner from the evil soul sect stumbled upon a task on the task forum. Fortuitously possessing the 5 vials required for the task, spiritual fruits immensely beneficial for the growth of demon beasts. However, upon contacting the task issuer, he was met with a request for a video call, as the other party insisted on seeing the spiritual fruits in person before agreeing to provide a reward. As the video call commenced, the golden core practitioner was instantly enraged. Why? Because he was a member of the evil soul sect, having participated in the war against the demon's sacred palace, where his beloved junior sister had perished at the hands of this very demon race. The iron-backed white ape? The golden core practitioner glared at the enormous ape in the video, seething, "You vile creature, return my junior sister's life." The iron-backed white ape was momentarily taken aback, but as its gaze shifted, it noticed the emblem on the other's robe, the embroidered pattern of the celestial artifact, the evil soul lantern. So, the one accepting its task was a practitioner of the evil soul sect. I have slain numerous of your kind on the battlefield, yet I have no recollection of you. So, a little brat from the evil soul sect, huh? What is you so incensed? The iron-backed white ape spoke in the language of the demon race, but thanks to the artifact spirit's processing, it was automatically translated into the language of the other race. The human language of the golden core practitioner was likewise transformed into the demon tongue, allowing for seamless communication. You seek this kind of spiritual peach, don't you? The golden core practitioner of the evil soul sect noticed the mockery in the ape's tone and, though filled with fury, understood that from behind the spirit net, he was powerless against it. He needed to devise another way to teach the ape a lesson, and thus he brandished the spiritual peach, grinning. This fruit is of great benefit to your kind. It even aids in transformation. However, despite the generous reward you offered, I would rather discard it than give it to you. Whatever, just a spiritual peach. Your kind can do without it. The white ape scoffed. Yet its eyes furtively lingered on the spiritual peach in the other's hand, betraying a hint of unmasked desire. It was on the verge of transformation and had searched for this rare spiritual peach for many years. Thankfully, the palace lord had personally promoted this marvelous spirit net, and it had seen many of its demon race companions reaping benefits through the spirit net's task form. Thus, it had posted this task with a sense of hope, never expecting that just a mere half-day later, someone would take it up. What should have been a cause for joy turned into vexation when it discovered that the task taker was a brat from the Evil Soul sect, a nemesis of its race. This was truly infuriating. The other party would certainly not easily part with the spiritual peach. The white ape sighed in resignation. Sure enough, after the Golden Core practitioner's words, he took a few bites of the spiritual peach and consumed it. Damn you, brat of the Evil Soul sect. You humans have no use for this spiritual peach. You are wasting a precious fruit. The white ape could no longer hold back and yelled in indignation. Upon witnessing this, the Golden Core practitioner erupted into laughter, reveling in the other's misfortune, finding more joy in the sight than in acquiring a vast number of spirit stones through the peach. Just you wait. The white ape declared before abruptly severing the video call, vanishing from the Golden Core practitioner's view, unaware of the impending turmoil. The Golden Core practitioner remained caught up in the exhilaration of having enraged the white ape. However, it wasn't long before he heard a commotion erupting from the nearby cultivation chamber. Damn those demon race creatures. Those cursed iron-backed white apes dare to openly insult my evil soul sect on the forum. Quick, contact our sect's brothers and sisters. This public forum has the majority of cultivators from the southern domain, including many from the central and eastern domains. We cannot allow these monkeys to insult my evil soul sect like this. The practitioners of the evil soul sect felt utterly wronged, having been mercilessly attacked by their arch-nemesis. How could they endure this? A counterattack was imperative. The Golden Core practitioner was momentarily taken aback, but soon his fury ignited. He hastily opened the public forum and indeed found a pinned post from none other than the white ape that had previously infuriated him. Without delay, the Golden Core practitioner accessed his account and opened his contact list, reaching out to his friends and peers within the sect, as well as several elders and stewards he had befriended, thoroughly explaining the situation that had unfolded. He could not feign ignorance. An explanation was necessary. After relaying his account, the Golden Core practitioner was met with unanimous support from his sect members. Even the renowned Xiao Wuxian, upon learning of the matter, proactively added him as a friend, causing the Golden Core practitioner to swell with excitement. Subsequently, nearly half of the Evil Soul sect's practitioners began to engage in a verbal battle on the forum against the iron-backed White Ape clan. Thus commenced a verbal war that would sweep across the entire southern domain. Initially, the conflict was primarily between the Evil Soul sect and the iron-backed White Apes, but it soon spiraled outward, with the Heavenly Sword sect and the 10,000 Beasts sect joining in. Meanwhile, the demon race, upon witnessing the major sects of the Great Shang banding together to bully their compatriots from the demon sacred palace, could not stand idly by. Thus, the various major demon races of the southern domain began to join the fray. Chapter 176. The Enthralled Spectators. The battle commences. Live broadcast of the conflict. The other cultivators, including the scattered practitioners and the numerous large immortal cultivation families, were all eagerly spectating the unfolding drama, their expressions brimming with excitement. They had never witnessed such an extensive verbal conflict before. This was a large-scale feud involving the majority of the demon clans under the banner of the Demon Sacred Palace. On the side of the human cultivators, it was primarily the three major sects of the Great Shang, long-standing adversaries. In contrast, the cultivators from the Great Xia and those from the central and eastern regions had relatively amicable relations with the Demon Sacred Palace, bearing no animosity. As the Demon Clan issued missions, they would engage in trades under the verification of the artifact spirits if they had the requisite items. However, the relationship between the Demon Sacred Palace and the Great Shang sects was exceedingly poor. The cultivators were essentially spectators, but the verbal skirmish was beginning to spiral out of control. At a critical juncture, amidst the throngs of observing cultivators, the leader of the Evil Soul sect made a post. The leader, Xiao Wuxian, proclaimed, "Princess Qingli, is this the demon clan under your Demon Sacred Palace? Merely a bunch of uncivilized beasts, daring to openly insult my Evil Soul sect? Humph, seeking death." Princess Qingli of the Demon Sacred Palace retorted, "Oh, who do we have here? Is that not Xiao Wuxian? How amusing. Previously, you were so brazen while blocking the entrance to the Medicine King Valley with your celestial artifact. What happened then? Did you not flee in disgrace? And now you dare to act so imposing? I must admit, I find you somewhat contemptible." The leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Song Shuhang, interjected, "Princess Qingli, this is merely a dispute among the younger generation. It need not escalate to a confrontation between sect leaders." With many friends from the central and eastern regions observing, This could have a detrimental impact. It would be prudent for both parties to temper their tempers and let this matter pass. While the Heavenly Sword sect also harbored enmity towards the demon's sacred palace, they held disdain for such petty verbal battles. The sword cultivators prioritized action, and this current exchange, reminiscent of a quarrel among shrews, was beneath them. Their disciples and elders, who had come to support, found themselves humiliated by the onslaught of insults from the demon clan. Zhou Yang, feeling the heat of the moment, thought to himself, I have yet to reproach you. Why are you stepping forward? Qingmu unleashed a torrent of words, which were automatically translated into a script comprehensible to all races, allowing everyone to grasp the exchanges. What is it with you? Zhou Yang queried in bewilderment. Is it truly commendable for two esteemed cultivators of the void refinement stage to engage in such a crude exchange? I may need to provide some feedback to the spirit of the spiritual network. Such foul language surely disrupts the decorum of the network. Qingmu dismissed him disdainfully. If you wish to provide feedback, then go ahead and do so elsewhere. Do not seek to provoke me here, nor attempt to defend the evil soul sect. As a righteous sect of the human race, associating with such a demonic sect only brings shame upon our kind. Incensed, Zhou Yang felt his nostrils flare in anger. You, as the leader of the demon's sacred palace, should not utter such disgraceful words. In a fit of fury, he promptly exited the forum and, still seething, opened his backstage to report the grievances, penning a lengthy critique of Qingmu's conduct. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang received feedback from the spirit of the artifact and could only chuckle in disbelief. The esteemed cultivators of the void refinement stage were indeed behaving in such a manner. He imagined not only himself, but also the other spectators were equally shocked by this disillusioning display. However, upon reviewing the feedback from the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, he contemplated but refrained from immediate action, only allowing the spirit to acknowledge receipt of the feedback and to inform that discussions were ongoing with the leader of the Zhou family regarding how to address the matter. Requesting patience for a while longer, addressing Qingmu was out of the question. The two families were currently in a favorable relationship, having just embarked on a collaboration, with Zhou's family reaping substantial benefits. It would be unwise to bite the hand that feeds. While countless cultivators, including Zhou Yang, were enthralled by the escalating conflict between the two void refinement powerhouses, another heavyweight figure entered the fray. The leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect, Qingmu, posted, Qingmu, do you truly think you can insult the leader of the evil soul sect without consequence? Do you intend to tear up the truce and reignite the war? If you desire war, then let it come. The demon's sacred palace fears no one. Qingmu countered, refusing to back down. A multitude of powerful demons rallied in support of Qingmu, their responses flooding the forum. The onlooking cultivators were exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing a renewed conflict between the two factions that had only recently ceased hostilities. How could they not be thrilled to witness such a spectacle? Yet, while the spectators were eager, they dared not incite the titans beneath the posts. These were cultivators of the void refinement stage, the pinnacle of power even in the central and eastern regions. Only those of the highest echelons, sect leaders, Holy Land sovereigns, and the like, held such formidable prowess. Thus the cultivators from both regions remained prudent in their comments. Should you wish for battle, then let us engage, Qingmu declared, unwilling to yield, especially under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators. Qingmu also stood resolute. Retreating now would paint her as a weak leader of the demon's sacred palace, devoid of spirit. Very well, let us find a suitable location, and let the spirit of the spiritual network transport us. Today, in the presence of countless demon allies, I shall definitively vanquish you. From henceforth, the 10,000 Beasts sect shall steer clear of my demon's sacred palace. Agreed. Qingmu echoed. Let us choose the battlefield where our two factions once clashed, the edge of the dark forest. Spirit of the network, transport me there. Neither was one to indulge in unnecessary chatter, and with ample spirit stones at their disposal, the artifact spirit promptly initiated the transport upon receiving their requests. In an instant, the two figures vanished from their original location, reappearing in the vast, blood-soaked expanse of the Great Xiang's southern border. Adjacent to the dark forest, a land stained red from years of warfare. As they materialized mid-air, both adversaries locked eyes, the air thick with tension. Just then, the spirit of the network, acting on Zhou Yang's directive, sent a message to both combatants. Both were momentarily distracted from their fierce standoff by the notification from the spiritual network. Upon reading the message, they were taken aback. The spirit proposed whether they would agree to broadcast their battle live, with the suggestion coming from none other than Xia Qingming. Earlier, as the two esteemed cultivators prepared for battle, Xia Qingming had been anxiously fretting, eager to witness such a monumental clash. He had messaged Zhou Yang, expressing his desire to observe the battle firsthand, hoping Zhou could accommodate him, considering their future familial ties. Zhou Yang, recalling this request, saw the potential for a live broadcast of the confrontation between the two void refinement masters. This would undoubtedly ignite the spiritual network. Thus, he granted Xia Qingming the permissions necessary to utilize the absolutely protective shield and the imaging capabilities of his virtual screen for the live broadcast. Xia Qingming was elated, realizing that what began as a simple desire to watch had turned into an exhilarating opportunity. He felt that this role was perfectly suited to his interests. Meanwhile, Qingli and Hu Lei exchanged glances, their brows furrowing at the unexpected message before them. The artifact spirit unexpectedly sent a message, stating that the spirit network intended to dispatch an individual to observe the battle in its entirety and broadcast it live, displaying the combat between the two to all practitioners of the spirit network. Was this not akin to a mere circus performance? Did they truly consider themselves mere jesters? Hu Lei felt a surge of irritation, and Qingli shared a sense of discontent. However, upon reading further, both of their expressions subtly shifted, revealing a glimmer of delight. In his final message to the two, Zhou Yang disclosed the compensation, should they agree. The broadcast of their battle would yield a generous reward of 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. Furthermore, the spirit network would offer additional incentives based on the number of viewers. For each observer, they would receive an extra 100 low-tier spirit stones. Though 100 low-tier spirit stones may seem modest, the sheer number of practitioners connected to the spirit network was substantial. As the figures accumulated, the total yield of spirit stones would indeed be remarkable. They contemplated that this was an opportune moment to inspire morale in front of numerous practitioners and their kin, showcasing their might. Thus, they both consented to the artifact spirit's proposal. Shortly thereafter, a figure was transmitted to a location less than 10,000 meters away in midair. Xia Qingming, inherently lacking the capability to observe such a battle from such proximity, was nonetheless shielded by an absolute defense barrier, rendering him impervious to the chaotic aftermath of the skirmish. Simultaneously, the soul suppression pearl facilitated his flight and tracked the live broadcast, requiring only a position to function adequately. On the public forum, a striking post emerged, live broadcast of the battle between two void refinement masters, free to watch. Upon witnessing the two formidable masters cease their verbal sparring and teleport to commence their battle, a wave of excitement surged among the practitioners, who had previously felt a tinge of regret. They were astounded to discover that the spirit network possessed such a feature, eagerly clicking to join the broadcast, where they indeed beheld the silhouettes of the two confronting each other in midair. Accompanied by Xia Qingming's commentary, esteemed friends of the human race and allies from the Demon Clan. What you are witnessing is the esteemed Palace Master Qingli from the Demon Sacred Palace and the esteemed Sect Master Hu Lei from the 10,000 Beast Sect. The reasons for their confrontation are well known to you all. I, Xia Qingming of the Great Xia royal family, shall provide a live commentary on the battle between these two void refinement masters. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous roar erupted as the two figures sprang into action, moving almost simultaneously, transforming into phantoms that collided with one another. The shockwaves of their battle surged forth. Yet just as Xia Qingming was taken aback, a nearly transparent shield illuminated around him, safeguarding him within its confines. Nevertheless, the powerful gust still propelled him several meters away. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xia Qingming glanced contentedly at the protective barrier surrounding him before resuming his commentary. Chapter 177, Masters of the Cultivation World. The Arrival of the Sea Demons. No one could fathom the monumental impact this live broadcast had on ordinary practitioners. Typically, how could ordinary cultivators ever hope to witness a battle between void refinement masters, let alone see it? They could hardly imagine what such a scene would entail. These were void refinement masters, whose mere incidental attacks could obliterate ordinary practitioners dozens of kilometers away. It could be said that this was the first encounter of its kind for the vast majority of practitioners below the nascent soul stage, witnessing a clash between the pinnacle of mortal cultivators. At present, the number of practitioners connected to the spirit network had surged to several million, accounting for nearly 30% of the total practitioners in the southern region, with some from the central and eastern regions. This was no insignificant figure. The total number of practitioners in the southern region was just over 10 million. The spirit network had only been established for a few days, yet it had already reached such an astonishing audience. Thus, this battle between two void refinement masters captivated the attention of all practitioners within the spirit network, from ordinary cultivators to mighty practitioners above the nascent soul stage. Even some divine transformation experts and fellow void refinement masters tuned into the broadcast, while a few, like the likes of Xiao Wuxian and Song Shuhang, personally ventured to the southern battlefield to support Hu Lei. Though Qingli faced Hu Lei alone, she harbored no fear. As the palace master of the demon's sacred palace, her strength was formidable, and with the phoenix crown in her possession, she had no reason to fear Hu Lei. Even if 3 Void Refinement Masters were to join forces against her, she could escape, if need be. Furthermore, with the battle being broadcast live, it was a fair one-on-one contest. If her opponent dared to employ such tactics, it would only lead to disgrace. Qing Li, audacious and skilled, commanded the Demon's Sacred Palace, a force that could stand toe-to-toe with the 3 leading powers of the Great Shang dynasty. This was not mere boast, it was a hard-won reputation. In combat, she embodied the spirit of the Demon Clan, engaging in a direct and fierce confrontation. The two exchanged blows in a dazzling display of frenzied assaults. Yet neither utilized any celestial artifacts. Their battle was not a fight to the death. Employing celestial artifacts required a substantial expenditure of top-tier spirit stones. Even for the affluent Demon Clan, such resources would not be squandered recklessly, let alone for the 10,000 Beast sect, whose reserves of top-tier spirit stones, while surpassing those of the Evil Soul sect and the Heavenly Sword Gate, were still limited to less than 100,000. They would not squander them in such a manner. This battle raged on for an entire day, concluding only at dusk. Ultimately, it appeared that neither side had achieved a decisive victory. In truth, Hu Lei had retreated first, while Qing Li stood proudly in the center, watching Hu Lei depart with a cold expression. Thus, the battle came to an end, and Xia Qingming, who managed the Spirit Network broadcast, prudently declared it a draw, avoiding any offense to either party. The grand scale of this battle ignited the entirety of the Spirit Network. For practitioners in the southern region promoting the Spirit Network in the central and eastern regions, this was a remarkable talking point. They immediately began disseminating the broadcast footage across various forums within the Spirit Network, attracting new members and reaping substantial rewards in spirit stones. As time passed, the Spirit Network proliferated throughout the central and eastern regions, with countless individuals flocking to join and experiencing its wonders, each one extolling its virtues. Within just a month, over 90% of the more than 10 million practitioners in the southern region had connected to the network. The eastern region, with nearly 100 million practitioners, closely tied to the wandering cultivators of the eastern sea islands, saw 80% of its practitioners join the network, extending its reach to the islands. In the central region, the heart of the cultivation world, vast in territory and populous, the number of practitioners with spiritual roots approached 400 million, over 30 times that of the southern region. Out of these 400 million practitioners, just over 300 million had joined the Spirit Network. Based on Zhou Yang's assessment, within a year, 90% of practitioners in the entire cultivation world would connect to the Spirit Network, save for those with heightened vigilance or those exploring remote ruins, as well as those in closed-door training striving to break through bottlenecks. The overwhelming majority of practitioners across the cultivation world would ultimately embrace the Spirit Network. As Zhou Yang marveled at the Spirit Network's ascendance within the cultivation world, Qing Li, who had already returned to the Demon's Sacred Palace, suddenly sent him a message through his Spirit Network account. Qing Li, this is Qing Li. Representatives from the Ocean Demon Clan wish to meet with you. If possible, it would be best for you to personally visit the Demon's Sacred Palace. Zhou Yang, upon reading this, felt a twinge of curiosity. The Ocean Demon Clan, being the foremost power among the demon clans, seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar to him. Why did they wish to meet him? Could it be related to the Spirit Network reaching the oceanic realms? The relationship between the Yaosheng Palace and various major demon factions is not particularly strained. In fact, it maintains a relatively amicable rapport with the Ice Dragon clan of the northern region and has a tolerable connection with the marine demon tribes of the southern sea. The promotion of the Spirit Network is something that the Yaosheng Palace can accomplish independently, so why would they seek a personal meeting with me? Are they perhaps apprehensive about the Spirit Network? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Yang departed from the Zhou family in Qingmu City, heading towards the Yaosheng Palace nestled within the dark forest. Utilizing his pinpoint teleportation ability, Zhou Yang felt it was rather foolish to traverse the distance on his own when he possessed the Spirit Network. Countless affluent cultivators were employing the teleportation feature daily, and as the master of the Spirit Network, it was absurd for him to fly when he could simply teleport. Upon encountering the emissary from the marine demon tribe, Zhou Yang was instantly captivated. What a stunningly enchanting woman. Chapter 178, The Sea Emperor's Palace. High Priestess Sierna. Zhou Yang, allow me to introduce you to the High Priestess Sierna of the Sea Emperor's Palace. Qing Li called out to Zhou Yang and began to present the alluring woman standing beside her. To Zhou Yang's astonishment, this woman was indeed the High Priestess of the Sea Emperor's Palace, the most influential figure within that realm, akin to Qing Li's stature in the Yaosheng Palace. Sierna's name exudes an exotic charm, and her appearance is strikingly unique, possibly a consequence of her long tenure in the depths of the Oceanic Palace. Her complexion is exceptionally fair, her features exquisitely refined, and her tall, graceful figure is complemented by flowing golden locks that exude an irresistible allure. Adorned in a pristine white robe and wielding a scepter shaped like a fishbone, though modest in size, merely the length of a forearm, Zhou Yang could sense an overwhelming power emanating from this seemingly diminutive artifact, undoubtedly a celestial-grade scepter. Within Zhou Yang resides the soul calming pearl, which allows him to sense the presence of celestial artifacts at such close proximity. Indeed, the scepter in her grasp is a celestial artifact. It is a pleasure to meet you, High Priestess Zirna. Zhou Yang greeted courteously. Greetings, Zhou Yang. Qingmu has mentioned you numerous times during our communications, and I have often pondered what manner of remarkable human cultivator could earn her such admiration. Now, having met you, I realize she was indeed modest. Zirna remarked with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue as they rested upon Zhou Yang. You must have surmised the reason for my visit to the Yaosheng Palace and my desire to meet you. With a calm smile, Zhou Yang replied. I can speculate it pertains to the spirit network, correct? Indeed. While Qingli has extolled your virtues, my curiosity alone would not compel me to leave the affairs of the Sea Emperor's palace to come here. However, the spirit network is astonishingly significant. Its emergence is poised to irrevocably alter the landscape of the cultivation world. My Sea Emperor's palace cannot afford to lag behind, especially since you, Zhou Yang, are of the human race, whose cultivators will undoubtedly assimilate with the spirit network at an accelerated pace, leveraging its convenience to advance far beyond our marine demon tribes. As she spoke, a hint of concern flickered across Zirna's features. Currently, the balance between human cultivators and demon tribes was relatively stable, even in the Eastern Sea. Trade between the two factions was commonplace, each benefiting from the other. Given the vastness of the ocean and its abundant resources, conflict was unnecessary, with only minor disputes manageable within controllable limits. However, the advent of the spirit network genuinely astonished Zirna. What a miraculous celestial artifact that could connect the entirety of the cultivation world. She had acquired intelligence on the spirit network's functions from the Eastern Sea Demon tribe, discovering its astonishing capabilities, including resurrection and pinpoint teleportation. In Zirna's view, such abilities surpassed mere instant communication among cultivators and were indeed a source of trepidation. Thus, when she learned that this artifact was in the hands of a human cultivator named Zhou Yang from the southern region, the name struck her as oddly familiar. Upon recalling Qing Li's frequent mentions of him, she confirmed with her that this was indeed the Zhou Yang she sought. Consequently, she personally traveled to the Yaosheng Palace to arrange a meeting with him, eager to discuss the collaboration between the Spirit Network and the Marine Demon Tribe. I have come in person to discuss the matter of my tribe's integration into the Spirit Network, as this necessitates the extraction of a fragment of true spirit. High Priestess Zirna, there is no need for concern, Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Though I am of the human race, my relations with the demon tribes are quite cordial. I have established numerous collaborations with Palace Master Qing Li and the leader of the Green-Eyed Demon Fox tribe. My friend Green Lotus is currently residing at my Zhou family. As for the Spirit Network, your Marine Demon tribe is free to join at your discretion. The Spirit Network is merely a function of a celestial artifact, even though joining requires a fragment of true spirit as a locator to serve as an information terminal. For powerful cultivators, this poses no risk or threat, as the connection can be severed at any time. Zhou Yang gestured helplessly. I certainly wouldn't exploit this to oppose the entire cultivation world, would I? Despite his reassurances, some elders of the Sea Emperor's palace and various marine demon tribes remained apprehensive. Zirna chuckled. Thus, I felt it necessary to come personally. Qing Li interjected, Zirna, your marine demon tribe is far too vigilant. Setting aside whether Zhou Yang could indeed control the cultivators and demon tribes of the entire cultivation world with a fragment of true spirit. Do you comprehend the immense karma that such an action entails? Even if he could achieve that, the consequences would be overwhelming, potentially leading to his heart's collapse. Given his prodigious cultivation talent, he has no need to undertake such a thankless task. Indeed, you are overthinking it. Zhou Yang addressed Zirna sincerely. I am merely a fledgling Yuanian cultivator. There are countless transcendent beings and formidable forces within the cultivation world. I lack the audacity to control them. My Zhou family is not solely reliant on me. There are many kin involved. His words were reasonable, and Zirna nodded in agreement. From her perspective, that fragment of true spirit could not achieve complete control over a cultivator. Even lesser cultivators might resist, let alone those of profound mastery. Although some risks remained, they fell well within acceptable limits. Naturally, should they successfully entice Zhou Yang to the Sea Emperor's palace, all risks could be mitigated. Qing Li added, indeed. With so many members in the Zhou family, would Zhou Yang dare gamble with their fate? Moreover, my Yaosheng Palace has already fully integrated into the Spirit Network. The various functions it offers are genuinely convenient. While spell-based communication requires time, the Spirit Network provides instant connectivity. One can communicate at any time and place, not just through text, but also via voice and even video. It's simply marvelous. Qingmu held Zhou Yang's creation of the Spirit Network in the highest regard. With its implementation, internal management of the Yaosheng Palace had become significantly more efficient, and contact with individuals in other regions had become more seamless and discreet. There was no longer concern that spell-based communications might be intercepted by formidable beings, as even those capable of such feats could not extract information from celestial artifacts. Thus, aside from Zhou Yang, any other user of the Spirit Network could rest assured that their messages were secure. Moreover, Zhou Yang had no inclination to delve into the information of countless cultivators unless they were adversaries of the Zhou family, in which case he would instruct the artifact spirit to query their Spirit Network data. Qingmu, I comprehend the essence of your words. Sighing, Zierna remarked. The reason I have come this time is precisely due to this matter. It is not merely my own anxieties, but rather the concerns of the elders within our clan. However, after meeting Zhou Yang, I am now certain that our Ocean Demon clan must indeed establish a presence in the Spirit Network. Otherwise, we shall forfeit a tremendous opportunity for growth and inevitably lag far behind the human cultivators and your terrestrial demon clans. By the way, has that ice dragon contacted you? Qingmu arched her brow and replied slowly, not at all. That frigid woman is far too proud to lower herself and bring this matter to me, let alone reach out to Zhou Yang. She is simply too haughty. Zierna smiled and said, one cannot blame her for her pride. After all, she possesses the bloodline of a true dragon. I am of the Qingmu bloodline as well, and I do not flaunt it like she does. Qingmu muttered, then turned to Zierna and suggested, since you have already made your decision, why not take advantage of Zhou Yang's presence to directly enter the network? Upon your return, you can promptly invite your kin from the Sea Emperor's palace to join as well. By the way, Zhou Yang, once Zierna returns, let her invite her ocean demon kin to join, and the Spirit Stone rewards you promised will indeed be fulfilled, correct? Speaking of which, where do you acquire such an abundance of Spirit Stones? With so many entering the network, you must have quite a sizable amount to distribute. A modest quantity of Spirit Stones is still within my means. Zhou Yang replied with a smile, before sending Zierna an invitation to join the network. After accepting the invitation, Zierna eagerly began to explore the Spirit Network, neglecting the conversation between Zhou Yang and Qingmu entirely. At that moment, a beam of spiritual light flew in from outside. Upon grasping the light, Qingmu's eyes momentarily reflected an unusual expression. Chapter 179, The Ice Dragon Princess's Silver Bell Transmission. The concept of establishing a transmission point. Who were we just discussing? Qingmu chuckled, covering her mouth. Her exquisite features, even partially obscured by a veil, could not conceal her boundless allure. Even Zhou Yang, with his composure, found his thoughts momentarily adrift. Who could it be? The Ice Dragon Princess of the Frostwing clan from the Northern Domain? A transmission from Yinling? Zierna, of course, had noticed the situation as well. After all, she was a top-tier void refinement expert. Even if she was engrossed in the Spirit Network, she remained aware of any disturbances from the outside. Indeed, a transmission from Yinling. It is truly remarkable that a woman with a temperament akin to the glaciers of the Northern Domain would seek me out. Qingmu remarked playfully, Zierna, do you think I should mention that request as a condition for introducing Zhou Yang to her? Zierna, seemingly aware of Qingmu's implication, rolled her eyes and said, you would be asking for her life. Besides, even the Frostwing clan has only managed to collect a few drops of the Cold Abyss ice essence over the years. How could she possibly provide it to you? Qingmu waved her hand dismissively. Do not heed the nonsensical claims of those from the Northern Domain. Over thousands of years, the Cold Abyss has birthed far more than just a few drops of ice essence. Each generation of their ice dragon lineage has experienced the tribulation phase, largely due to the effects of this ice essence, which holds immense significance for demon clans facing tribulations. One drop is sufficient to overcome a catastrophe. What is wrong with my requesting a drop? It is not as if I am asking for it without offering something in return. Precious spirit herbs or spirit fruits would suffice. Is it really that simple? Zierna replied helplessly, that is something deeply rooted in their lineage. It will not be easily relinquished unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Yang's gaze flickered. The Cold Abyss ice essence was indeed precious. Even these void refinement experts treated it with utmost seriousness. From the conversation between the two women, it was evident that this was an incredibly rare treasure capable of facilitating tribulation. Thus, it must be a naturally occurring substance, correct? If it is a naturally occurring substance, then once it comes into my possession, it ceases to be precious. Over thousands of years, only a few drops have been preserved. Even accounting for those consumed by the Ice Dragon clan, There could only be 20 to 30 drops at most over such a long period. Its rarity undoubtedly signifies its extraordinary nature. Naturally, a treasure capable of aiding in tribulations cannot be trivial. For demon clans, whose tribulation challenges are far more arduous than those faced by human cultivators of equivalent rank, it is an irrefutable treasure. It is easy to surmise that such a substance within the Frostwing clan is an invaluable secret. As Zerina stated, it is the foundation of the Frostwing clan's legacy. Qingmu has not even managed to acquire a single drop. What right does she have? Nonetheless, Zhou Yang believed that everything possesses value. With sufficient sacrifice, even celestial artifacts could be obtained. It all depends on the magnitude of the price. As Zhou Yang pondered, Qingmu tapped her fingers, and a reply was sent forth. The speed of magical transmission is determined by the cultivation level of the sender, with Qingmu's prowess as a void refinement expert. A response from the southern domain to Yinling would take no more than half a day to arrive. This speed is indeed astonishing, considering the considerable distance separating them, one in the southern domain and the other in the northern domain, with a vast central domain in between. However, after experiencing the convenience of the spirit network, Qingmu could not help but harbor disdain for this method of transmission. Previously, she had not noticed, but now she felt increasingly aware of the benefits of the spirit network. Currently, she was communicating with Yishou in the central domain via the spirit network, enjoying instantaneous communication without any delay, truly remarkable. In contrast, this traditional method required waiting over half a day for the other party to receive the message, and by the time they responded, it would take another half a day. If an urgent matter arises, by the time the information reaches them, it is likely too late. I have sent her a reply, requesting that she come in person, Qingmu said with a smile. When seeking favors, one must present oneself appropriately, just like you, Zerina, who personally came to see Zhou Yang, demonstrating your considerable sincerity. However, upon hearing Qingmu's words, Zerina was momentarily speechless. Hey, do not say any more. Rest assured, I will not allow Zhou Yang to be at a loss. Zerina turned to Zhou Yang and stated, Zhou Yang, I have just taken a cursory look at the various functions of the spirit network, and it is indeed remarkably comprehensive. Some functionalities are exceedingly powerful. Even abilities derived from celestial artifacts are impressively formidable. For instance, the resurrection feature allows any user of the spirit network to have the opportunity for revival, provided they pay the requisite amount of spirit stones. This is astounding. I would like to ask you a question. If someone fails their tribulation and their soul is obliterated by the heavenly tribulation, can they still be revived? Upon hearing this, even Qingmu became attentive. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before responding. You should have guessed the origin of my celestial artifact. Indeed, it is the soul pearl from the Great Xia royal family, which I have refined into a genuine celestial artifact. Do not inquire how I managed to forge a celestial artifact in such a short time. That remains confidential. Now, the resurrection capability is indeed powerful, but it is also contingent upon the cultivation level and condition of the person requiring revival, which determines the cost. The higher the cultivation level, the more challenging the revival becomes. I believe both of you understand this. Of course, both women nodded in agreement. It was no joke. If a mortal were to die, not even a celestial artifact would be necessary to revive them. Even a nascent soul or god transformation expert could easily intervene. However, if a formidable cultivator were to perish, it would often be due to the obliteration of their soul, which constitutes true death. If it were merely their physical form that was destroyed, that would not be considered death. A suitable physical vessel could be found for reincarnation. The soul pearl provides the resurrection function primarily aimed at soul revival, while restoration of the physical form is merely a complementary aspect. However, in the refinement of this function, Zhou Yang also stipulated that the higher the cultivation level of an individual, the greater the cost required for resurrection, regardless of whether others believe it or not. This principle is undeniably reasonable. It is simply impossible for a powerful figure in the void refinement stage to pay the same price for revival as a golden core cultivator. Such a notion is clearly absurd. Thus, Zhou Yang established a boundary for those wishing to utilize the resurrection feature, setting a demarcation for each major realm. With each increase in major realm, the resurrection cost multiplies several times. It may not be exorbitant, but it is certainly not inexpensive. After Zhou Yang articulated the fee structure, the two women were not taken aback. In fact, they found the cost rather reasonable, considering the magnitude of a resurrection. Furthermore, the ability to teleport is exceptionally impressive. Zerina exclaimed, the technology of teleportation arrays was lost in ancient times. Now, with your spiritual network, if it spreads throughout the entire cultivation realm, wouldn't cultivators be able to traverse without restraint? Zhou Yang responded, however, teleportation is not arbitrary. To prevent unforeseen incidents and matters concerning warfare, There will be stringent regulations for teleporting cultivators, overseen personally by the artifact spirit. For instance, teleportation between human cities requires mutual consent. The current mechanism of teleportation anchors individuals as points of reference and prohibits interdomain and interracial teleportation. Of course, this pertains to ordinary cultivators. Zhou Yang and certain members of the Zhou family are certainly exceptions. Well, although it is somewhat regrettable, it's still quite good. Zhou nodded. In fact, this is a positive development. I was previously concerned that someone might exploit this to suddenly teleport a large number of high-level cultivators to ambush the demon race. With your assurance, I can rest easy. Haha, Zhou, you worry too much. Zhou Yang is human. He would be more concerned about the demon race teleporting a horde of formidable demons into human cities to create chaos. Qingli teased. I do not share such concerns. Zhou Yang replied calmly. The teleportation of high-level cultivators or demons will invariably attract the attention of the artifact spirit, preventing such occurrences. Nonetheless, to facilitate the teleportation and travel needs of cultivators, I will establish fixed teleportation squares across the various domains, akin to the ancient teleportation array points. This will greatly enhance convenience. You demons can likewise establish teleportation points, as I will delegate management authority over these points to the most powerful forces within the regions where they are set. Oh, the two women perked up with interest and promptly inquired about the particulars. For instance, at the Demon Holy Palace, I will set up a teleportation point in the Dark Forest. The authority to activate this point will be granted to the Demon Holy Palace, and the privileges will be tiered. Naturally, the highest authority will reside with the Palace Master Qingli, who can further delegate powers to other high-ranking demons responsible for overseeing the teleportation point. The teleportation point can be configured to open once daily or remain perpetually accessible. Additionally, it can be linked to other teleportation points. Only after establishing a connection can teleportation occur. Without a connection, teleportation is prohibited. Zhou Yang elaborated. The specific arrangements will become clear in due course. I see. In that case, I am genuinely looking forward to it. Qingli felt relieved. Being able to freely decide on the connected teleportation points was excellent. Otherwise, if humans were to teleport into the heart of the demon territory, conflicts would undoubtedly arise. Qingli quietly resolved that once the teleportation points were established, she would only connect with the frost wing of the northern domain and the Sea Emperor's palace, while the connections with human teleportation points would be assessed as circumstances dictate. After chatting for a while, Zhou Yang initially intended to return to the Zhou family, but was persuaded by Qingli and Zhou to stay. After enjoying a sumptuous feast at the Demon Holy Palace, he spent a delightful night and only returned to the Zhou family the following day. In the northern domain, Yinling received the news but realized that traveling to the southern domain would take some time. So Qingli suggested she simply come to the Zhou family when the time was right. Zhou returned to the Sea Emperor's palace satisfied, and upon her return, she disseminated the spiritual network throughout the various tribes of the oceanic demon race. In the central domain, eastern domain, and even the western domain, the spiritual network has gradually spread over time. Zhou Yang firmly believed that, given enough time, the spiritual network would become thoroughly integrated into the entire cultivation realm. At this moment, Zhou Yang announced his retreat at the Zhou residence. The Zhou family members were filled with joy because each time Zhou Yang entered seclusion, he emerged with a significant increase in cultivation level. Alongside Zhou Yang in retreat were Zhou Yun, Xia Qingxian, and others. After such a prolonged period of cultivation, and with their exceptional spiritual roots, they were on the verge of making further advancements. Within the Zhou family's training chamber, Zhou Yang took a deep breath and began his cultivation. He had already attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, and this time, upon emerging from seclusion, he would undoubtedly break through to the divine transformation stage. In truth, this breakthrough was merely a natural progression. The bottleneck of the divine transformation stage posed no challenge for him. Zhou Yang had only been in seclusion for 2 days. The next morning, a magnificent aura belonging to a divine transformation powerhouse erupted, sweeping across the entire Qingmu city and radiating outward towards the entire Great Xia territory. This was the aura of a breakthrough, not a pressure that would affect others, nonetheless. The faint traces of dragon might contained within it still left everyone in awe and trepidation. Is it the head of the Zhou family? It must be him. This is the aura of divine transformation, and only he in the southern Qingmu city possesses dragon might. How terrifying. How long has it been since he advanced to the nascent soul stage, and he's already reached divine transformation? Throughout history, there has never been a cultivator with such talent. Indeed, I have studied Zhou Yang's journey. In just over a year, he transformed from a Qi refinement cultivator to a divine transformation powerhouse. Who could possibly argue against that? Within the Great Xia territory, the news of Zhou Yang's breakthrough to the divine transformation stage spread among the various cultivators and quickly became one of the most popular topics on the spiritual network. Even the ascension of a new sovereign in a certain sacred place in the central domain paled in comparison to the fervor surrounding Zhou Yang's advancement. Why? Because the spiritual network was established because of him, holding the unparalleled immortal artifact that spans the cultivation realm. Countless ordinary cultivators began to idolize Zhou Yang, and after learning about his past experiences and achievements, their admiration reached its zenith. A certain void refinement cultivator from the Eastern Domain candidly stated that with Zhou Yang's talent and progress in cultivation, it was virtually a foregone conclusion that he would one day ascend to the celestial realm. Meanwhile, a certain arduous cultivator from the Western Domain expressed bitterness. They toil for decades to elevate a single minor realm, while Zhou Yang, in just over a year, soared from the Qi refinement stage to the divine transformation stage. Akin to riding a flying sword, an incomparable feat. The cultivators of the Northern Domain, though fewer in number, gradually began to engage with the spiritual network and participate in discussions. As for the Central Domain, it goes without saying that it is the heart of the cultivation realm. As soon as the spiritual network entered the Central Domain, it was embraced by countless cultivators. Except for a few major sects and sacred places that remained vigilant, the majority of cultivators in the Central Domain eagerly joined the spiritual network. Thus, at this moment, the Central Domain had the largest and most active number of cultivators within the spiritual network. The news of Zhou Yang's ascension to divine transformation reached the ears of nearly everyone. Subsequently, the Great Xia royal family, the Demon Holy Palace, the Sea Emperor's Palace, the Frostwing of the Northern Domain, and various sects from the Central and Eastern Domains all sent congratulatory messages. Among them, factions closely allied with the Zhou family even dispatched envoys bearing gifts to express their congratulations. The envoy from the Great Xia royal family was led personally by the emperor, who came bearing gifts. In the sacred realm of the Demon Saint Palace, the esteemed Qingmu has personally arrived. Despite the considerable distance from the Sea Emperor's hall, the presence of the Spirit Network's teleportation function facilitated her journey, with the esteemed Zerna taking the initiative to transport herself here. As for the Frostwing Domain, the transmission of the Spirit Network by cultivators from the Central Domain has granted the Ice Dragon Princess access to this mystical network. However, Zhou Yang has yet to bestow upon her the privileges befitting a leader of a grand power like Qingmu. Nevertheless, Silver Bell possesses the standard permissions of an ordinary Spirit Network user, allowing her to utilize the teleportation feature. With Qingmu as her destination and her consent granted, she swiftly arrived, far more expeditiously than her initial plan to fly here. Returning to the Northern Domain is equally uncomplicated, as there are members of the Ice Dragon bloodline utilizing the Spirit Network on that side, enabling them to teleport using this connection. This visit serves as an opportune moment to finalize matters of collaboration. A grand banquet was hosted at the Zhou residence, not only to celebrate Zhou Yang's ascension to the God transformation stage and the Zhou family's elevation to a God transformation lineage, but also to commend Zhou Yun's promotion to Golden Core and Xia Qingshuan's advancement to Foundation establishment. Concurrently, among the younger generation of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuliang and Zhou Hai have commenced their pursuits towards Foundation establishment. Although they have yet to achieve this milestone, preparations are well underway, and given their innate talents, their success rate in establishing a foundation is projected to exceed 99%, leaving little room for failure. Thus, the Zhou family has emerged as a formidable force within the entire southern domain, second only to the renowned Yaoang Valley of the Great Xia, as well as the Tianjian sect and Xiaohuan sect of the Great Shang, alongside the Wanshou sect. If one were to consider the demon race, the Demon Saint Palace would also be included. Yet, Zhou Yang is acutely aware that he has now attained the God transformation stage. In the Yuaning realm, he could face off against the likes of the Xia Wu Xian, who possesses an immortal artifact, and in his current God transformation state, he holds the strength to contend directly with the formidable powers of the refining void stage. With an immortal artifact in hand and two exceptional innate abilities at his disposal, what adversary could possibly challenge him in the entirety of the southern domain? Just as the banquet was nearing its conclusion, Zierna's demeanor shifted dramatically. Upon activating the Spirit Network, she received a harrowing message from the Sea Emperor's hall, causing her expression to change profoundly. Seizing the moment while numerous powerful figures were present, she rose abruptly and announced a dreadful revelation that sent shockwaves of fear and astonishment throughout the assembly. Chapter 181. The Otherworldly Celestial Demon. A terrifying foe. What on earth is happening? Zhou Yang pondered, somewhat bewildered. He was currently raising a cup filled with spiritual liquid in toast to the esteemed elder of Yaoang Valley, when Zierna suddenly stood and declared a message that transformed the atmosphere. What is this celestial demon? Indeed, when Zierna stood, she stated emphatically that the seal of the celestial demon realm had weakened. The expressions of all present, referring to the grandmasters of the refining void stage and a select few of the god transformation stage, changed dramatically. Meanwhile, many others at the banquet, including several in the god transformation and yuaning stages, exhibited expressions of confusion akin to Zhou Yang's. The elder of Yaowang Valley sighed and explained, "Oh dear Zhou Yang, as a newly ascended junior, it is understandable that you are unaware of certain events from millennia past. It is not just you. Most individuals present are likely unfamiliar with the matters concerning the celestial demons." As the elder's words echoed, many at the banquet nodded in bewilderment, while only a few appeared to ponder the implications. Upon hearing Zirna's announcement, Qingli remained silent with her head bowed. Yet, upon listening to Elder Luo's remarks, she lifted her gaze and spoke. "Perhaps you may not grasp the implications of what Elder Luo has conveyed. Allow me to clarify. Are you all aware of the immortal artifact of the Xiaohuan sect?" "Of course. The Xiaohuan lantern. Who could be unaware of it?" came the collective response. The Xiaohuan lantern, with its spirit forged from the divine soul of a celestial demon, is said to be the work of a mighty being from the immortal realm. The crowd suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Qingli nodded, her expression grave as she continued. "The celestial demon is an enemy of the immortal realm." "What is the immortal realm?" "It is the destination for all races, including humans and demons, to ascend after their earthly existence. Conversely, the otherworldly demon realm, where the celestial demons reside, stands as a dire adversary to the immortal realm." Zirna added, "Though my demon kin may harbor conflicts with humanity, we are certainly not mortal enemies. At worst, our relationship is one of competition for territory. However, the otherworldly demon realm is a life and death foe of the immortal realm, which has long endured incursions from the demon realm. The Xiaohuan lantern is an immortal artifact forged by a celestial being of the immortal realm utilizing the divine soul of a celestial demon, which later fell to the mortal realm and was appropriated by the Xiaohuan sect, thus leading to its establishment." "Ah," Qingli smiled. "Interestingly, the origin of the human magic sect can be traced back to the otherworldly celestial demons." Gazing at the visibly troubled human cultivators around her, she continued, "Of course. This is because the magic sect originated in the immortal realm, where the ancient predecessors, in their arduous resistance against the otherworldly celestial demons, understood the wisdom of knowing both oneself and one's enemy, leading them to study the methods of the celestial demons. Thus, the origin of the magic sect was born and eventually transmitted to the mortal realms, including our own. Indeed, the ultimate goal was solely to triumph over the otherworldly celestial demons." Elder Luo from Yaowang Valley solemnly remarked, "Thus, even the major righteous sects of our mortal realms have shown a degree of tolerance toward the magic sect. The existence of the magic sect is justified, and though they occasionally partake in extreme actions, the righteous sects may sometimes act against them. Yet it cannot be denied that the ancient predecessors of the magic sect in the immortal realm paid an unimaginable price to combat the otherworldly celestial demons. Otherwise, when there was still communication between the immortal realm and the mortal realm, a directive to eradicate the magic sect would have long been issued. Their reluctance to do so was to preserve a legacy for those predecessors." "The otherworldly celestial demon?" At this moment, Zhou Yang interjected. Having absorbed the wealth of knowledge imparted by the gathered individuals, he began to comprehend the situation more clearly. "It makes sense now. The central and eastern domains are largely dominated by righteous sects, yet they have allowed the magic sect to exist for so many years. Even if some magic sects possess immortal artifacts to bolster their foundation in a true confrontation, the magic sect would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the many righteous sections. So, esteemed elders, what exactly did High Priestess Zirna mean by the weakening of the seal on the celestial demons? Is it possible that there are celestial demons sealed within the mortal realm?" "Not quite," Elder Luo sighed. "The mortal realm cannot contain true celestial demons. The celestial demons are beings of genuine celestial caliber. Even the weakest among them possesses strength equivalent to that of a celestial immortal. They are not entities that can be confined by ordinary immortal artifacts." Elder Luo continued, "Our mortal realm once basked in glory, as you all know. Thousands of years ago, we were home to divine beasts such as true dragons and phoenixes, and even true immortals occasionally made their presence known. Why, from thousands of years ago until now, have these ancient powers vanished? Why?" inquired an impatient golden core cultivator hailing from the imperial capital. "Because, thousands of years ago, a monumental event transpired in our realm, the invasion of the otherworldly celestial demons. It was a cataclysmic war that nearly rendered our world into one of the endless demon realms." Elder Luo lamented. "The endless demon realm is formed by the celestial demons after they invade countless vast worlds, assimilating them into their own domain. You can imagine, over endless ages, Those celestial demons, each at least at the level of a celestial immortal, are perpetually attacking other worlds. Each conquest results in the integration of those worlds into their own demon realm. Over such an expanse of time, how vast and boundless could their demon realm possibly be? Upon hearing this, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Could it truly be this terrifying? Zhou Yang's expression grew grave. He had never anticipated that the upper realm of the immortal world was indeed the celestial realm, yet it bore such a formidable foe, the extraterrestrial demons. An unending horde that had invaded the vast universe like locusts for countless eons. The most alarming fact was that among these extraterrestrial demons, even the weakest possessed the strength of celestial immortals. Even Zhou Yang, at this moment, had yet to attain the celestial immortal level. He was merely a formidable practitioner at the void refinement stage. How could he possibly contend with beings of celestial immortal caliber? It felt akin to a bucket of cold water being splashed on a Zhou Yang, who had previously been somewhat smug, awakening him to the realization that he was not as invincible as he had believed. Yet, this revelation ignited within him a fierce determination. It turned out that such powerful adversaries existed in the world, reflecting upon the spirit of the evil soul lamp. A terrifying demonic shadow as vast and potent as the essence of the cosmos. He pondered how immensely powerful the true extraterrestrial demons must be. If even a mere fragment of their soul could manifest such strength to exist as the spirit of a refined celestial artifact, Zhou Yang found himself profoundly intrigued. Then, Elder Luo, what exactly is the situation with these extraterrestrial demons? High Priestess Zirna, what are the details regarding the underwater seal? Is it possible that these extraterrestrial demons are about to descend upon our mortal realm? Zhou Yang inquired. Chapter 182. The War Between the Celestial Realm and the Extraterrestrial Demons. Proceeding to the Ocean Eye Grand Formation. The underwater seal was a remnant from tens of thousands of years ago. Those demons were of celestial caliber and exceedingly difficult to eradicate, particularly the demon generals among them. Even celestial artifacts struggled to completely vanquish such beings. Thus, they could only use celestial artifacts as the focal point to establish a grand formation to suppress and seal them. Elder Luo spoke solemnly. What Zirna mentioned pertains to a seal located at an underwater ocean eye. Zirna, how much longer can that seal endure? Upon hearing Elder Luo's inquiry, Zirna replied gravely. The Tiger Shark clan has reported that the seal can last at most a year. This should not be the case. I do not know why the seal has suddenly begun to tremble, and the fissures have unexpectedly widened. If the 3 demon generals and the hundreds of celestial-level demons sealed within were to escape, the entire realm of cultivation would be utterly annihilated. 3 demon generals and hundreds of demons. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with dread. Demon generals were at least of the celestial realm's profound immortal level, wielding power far surpassing that of ordinary immortals, and were nearly immortal entities. Not to mention the 3 demon generals. Just the hundreds of ordinary demons were not something the cultivators of this realm could withstand. Each one was equivalent to a celestial immortal. Even if their strength had diminished after being sealed for tens of thousands of years, demons were inherently much stronger than their immortal counterparts of the same level. Once the seal was breached, they would not be something that mere void refinement practitioners could contend with. At the very least, a late-stage tribulation transcendence expert would be required to stand against them. And with the sheer number of demons, hundreds of them, did the mortal realm even possess that many late-stage tribulation transcendence practitioners? Absolutely not. The number of void refinement practitioners was insufficient, let alone those at the late-stage tribulation transcendence level. Could we withstand for another year? Zhou Yang suddenly felt a sense of certainty. He had thought that the seal would break imminently. If that were the case, he truly had no means to contend with such formidable foes, 3 demon generals and hundreds of demons. No matter how extraordinary Zhou Yang was, he could not possibly face such overwhelming might. Yes, a year. We should have only a year left. Zirna sighed. The celestial artifact used to seal the Ocean Eye Formation was originally left behind by the Dragon King of the True Dragon Clan, known as the Sea-Calming Pearl. It can harness the forces of the entire ocean to stabilize the seal, effectively sealing the ocean eye and preventing the 3 demon generals and hundreds of demons from escaping. However, unexpectedly, after tens of thousands of years, this seal has begun to weaken. I sense there is something amiss. Elder Luo furrowed his brow. Our ancient texts in the Medicine King Valley record that this Dragon King hailed from the northern sea of the celestial realm, possessing a cultivation level at the golden immortal stage. Even in the celestial realm, he was considered a high-tier powerhouse. Otherwise, he could not have led the Dragon Clan to dominate the northern sea of the celestial domain and earned the title of Dragon King. Apart from the Dragon Emperor of the Great Luo realm, which of the 7 Dragon Kings of the celestial realm is not an ancient being that has survived for millions or even tens of millions of years? The celestial artifact he left behind cannot be so fragile as to be compromised by demons after merely tens of thousands of years. That is utterly inconceivable. Xierna paused, then turned to the typically aloof and reticent silver-haired maiden beside her. Yinling, speaking of that Dragon King. He is considered an ancestor of the Ice Dragon Clan of the Northern Domain. Do you have any insights regarding the celestial artifact he left behind? How could it suddenly become unstable? Moreover, given the Ice Dragon Clan's connection with the Northern Sea Dragon King, you should know more about the battle that transpired back then. My Sea Emperor Palace primarily holds the responsibility of guarding the seal. The ancestor of Frostwing was indeed the 28th descendant of the Northern Sea Dragon King, and he had descended to the mortal realm because a powerful being in the celestial realm had foretold that this realm would be besieged by the demons. He personally led dozens of dragons from the Ice Dragon Clan to confront the demonic invasion. Of course, other top sects from the celestial realm also dispatched numerous immortals to assist. Otherwise, the mortal realm would have been unable to withstand such a colossal demonic army. It is crucial to note that the demons currently sealed were merely a portion of the initial invading army. Many had either perished, fled, or gone to battle beyond the heavens. The specifics were unclear. Yinling spoke solemnly regarding the sea-calming pearl. This celestial artifact was personally crafted by the Northern Sea Dragon King of the celestial realm, categorizing it among the top-tier celestial artifacts, nearly approaching the legendary artifacts of the celestial kings, thus belonging to the realm of semi-king artifacts. Celestial king artifacts are reserved for those of the Great Luo realm. There are very few celestial beings of that caliber in the entire celestial realm. Those at the Great Luo level are the pinnacle forces under the command of the 8 eternal emperors. It is easy to imagine that using a semi-king artifact as the focal point for the seal would be absolutely foolproof. Yet, what is the reason for the current situation? Elder Luo furrowed his brow in inquiry. He did not comprehend the ranking of celestial artifacts in the celestial realm, yet he could envision that the sea-calming pearl, being a semi-king artifact, was certainly extraordinary. How could such an exceptional celestial artifact fail to contain even a few demons? By rights, it should have been capable of maintaining the seal for hundreds of thousands of years without issue. Another question arose, since it was personally crafted by the Dragon King. A being of golden immortal caliber, how could it fail to vanquish a few demon generals and hundreds of demons? What a jest! Was sealing even necessary? Yet the reality was that such a powerful celestial artifact had been employed to confine the demons deep within the Ocean Eye Grand Formation. And no one knew what had transpired at that time. The war back then was monumental. Yinling glanced at the others and stated, the main battlefield was not on the ground. It was in the cosmos, where the true battle unfolded. The Demon Emperor personally led an army, with countless demon generals and demon kings under his command. The demon generals were at the profound immortal level, while the demon kings were at the golden immortal level. As for the Demon Emperor, he stood on par with the Dragon Emperor, being a supreme entity of the Great Luo realm. Oh, how terrifying these extraterrestrial demons are. What a dreadful situation. Indeed, how shall we manage this? Who can withstand the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons? Surely, even the celestial realm cannot fend them off. Yinling spoke again, revealing some secrets of the celestial realm. In the realm of celestial beings, the most formidable entities consist of 8 ancient emperors, while the extraterrestrial demons possess their own counterparts, known as the Demon Emperors. There are a total of 9 Demon Emperors among these otherworldly fiends, surpassing the number of supreme beings in the celestial realm by 1. One must not underestimate this disparity among the strongest. It is precisely for this reason that the celestial realm has seldom gained the upper hand in the countless millennia of war against the extraterrestrial demons, predominantly adopting a defensive strategy. This mirrors the situation thousands of years ago when our cultivation realm resisted the celestial demons. Here, within our cultivation realm, we merely occupy the periphery of the main battlefield, while in the distant cosmos, the Demon Lord and Dragon Lord engage in combat, with numerous celestial beings contending against countless demons. Silverbell sighed. However, during the course of battle, a Demon King launched a surprise attack on our cultivation realm with a small contingent of demons from the rear. My Ice Dragon ancestor led a rescue operation and perished alongside that Demon King. The weapon he wielded was none other than the sea-establishing jade pillar bestowed by the Dragon King. Consequently, the remaining Dragon Kin could not entirely eradicate the demons and were compelled to seal them using the celestial artifact left behind by our ancestor. As for the Dragon King's main forces, they continued to battle amidst the cosmos. After the war concluded, there was an urgent need to support other battlefronts. Thus they were unable to promptly address the demons sealed within. Ah, I see. The others nodded in realization, their faces tinged with bitterness. So, the demons within the Sea Eye sealing array were merely a small detachment that once ambushed our cultivation realm. The most powerful demon king was taken down by the ice dragon ancestor in a mutual destruction. Otherwise, our cultivation realm would likely have ceased to exist, or rather, it would have already become part of the demon domain. One can only imagine the brutality of that battle. It is worth noting that our cultivation realm was not even the main battlefield. One can hardly fathom the horror of the true front lines. Indeed, it is terrifying. How should we address the demons that are about to break free from this seal? The group exchanged glances, some scratching their heads in confusion. I shall venture into the deep sea. Perhaps I can devise a way to reinforce the seal, Silverbell proposed. However, I must caution everyone not to harbor excessive hopes. My strength is rather feeble, merely at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. The sea-establishing jade pillar is a semi-royal artifact. Even if I find a method to reinforce it, my magical power may not suffice to wield such a celestial artifact. To put it another way, even if I could utilize this celestial artifact, the consumption of a royal-grade celestial artifact is not something that can be covered with mere mortal-grade spirit stones. It requires the use of celestial stones. Celestial stones, after all, are the spirit stones of the celestial realm, and where could the mortal realm obtain them? Let us first assess the situation. Speculating here is futile. Indeed, let us all proceed together. I will send word to the powerful beings of the central and eastern domains. Such a significant matter requires the concerted efforts of the entire cultivation realm. Yes, let us use the spirit network for communication. It is indeed swift. It can also allow for immediate transportation. The spirit network is truly convenient. Come, High Priestess Silna. Please locate the coordinates of the Sea Emperor's palace and enable the transportation rights there. Certainly. Let us go now. Chapter 183, Deep Sea Seal. Sea Establishing Jade Pillar. In the common understanding of the cultivation realm, the deep sea has always been regarded as the territory of the oceanic demon clan. With no other forces possessing the capability to interfere, not even the terrestrial or aerial demon clans of the same lineage. Due to environmental factors, other races find it impossible to compete with the oceanic demon clan. The variety within the oceanic demon clan is also exceedingly diverse. Notable among them are the Sea Serpent Clan, Shark Clan, Squid Clan, Whale Clan, Swordfish Clan, and so forth. Even within the same clan, there are subdivisions of different species. The clan to which Silna belongs is descended from the Orca clan. The Orca and Dolphin clans have long been recognized as the intellectual factions among the oceanic demons. Akin to the Fox clan among the terrestrial demons, consistently wielding authority over the oceanic demons and thus controlling vast resources, giving rise to numerous powerful beings. The power of the High Priest of the Sea Emperor's palace also fluctuates between these two clans. When Zhou Yang and numerous powerful beings from the central and eastern domains, along with Qing Li and Silverbell, the great demons, arrived, they were guided by the Orca Great Demon directly to the sea ice sealing site. At this juncture, the animosities and divisions among the various clan powers had dissipated. Facing the formidable threat of the demons, no one still held any enmity toward one another. The most pressing concern was to resolve the issue of the demons. Thanks to the rapid communication and transportation provided by the Spirit Network, several void refinement experts from prominent sacred grounds in the central domain arrived, as did their counterparts from the eastern domain. And even a great monk from the western domain made an appearance. Bubbles began to rise from the seabed, rolling up to the surface. The group swiftly advanced through the deep sea waters. Despite the immense pressure at the ocean floor, it posed no challenge to them. Even Zhou Yang remained unaffected in such an environment. Having attained the status of a god transformation cultivator, the pressure was trivial and could not hinder his progress. Moreover, he possessed the innate divine ability of the true dragon lineage, the ancestral dragon body. The dragon clan is inherently supreme among demon races, adaptable to the sea, land, and sky, making them the only powerful clan capable of thriving in all environments, a natural-born ruler. With such a divine ability, Zhou Yang felt no fear of the so-called deep-sea pressure. After a brief while, they finally reached a level expanse at the seabed, hovering several thousand meters above the ocean floor. Looking down at the vast seafloor plain, they beheld a towering, pristine jade pillar, standing at a height of merely 10,000 meters and measuring several hundred meters in diameter, situated at the center of the plain. Beneath the jade pillar, intricate patterns radiating with a ghostly light crisscrossed the entire plain. This was the seal containing the demons. Indeed, a malevolent energy was seeping forth. I can sense the faint traces of demonic energy permeating the surrounding waters, remarked a middle-aged Taoist, adorned with a feathered crown and draped in resplendent robes. He was the leader of a top sacred ground from the Eastern Domain, a pinnacle expert at the Void Refinement Realm. This seal has remained intact for tens of thousands of years, yet it now faces issues. A gentle woman in a white dress interjected. With the Oceanic clan guarding this place for so long, it is improbable that external factors are to blame. This seal was arranged using a celestial artifact crafted by the Dragon King. Any external force attempting to breach it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. Therefore, I suspect the problem lies within the formation itself. This woman hailed from a prestigious sect in the Central Domain, an esteemed elder whose strength surpassed that of the previously mentioned leader from the Eastern Domain. She was a top expert at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, the most formidable realm among mortals. I share the same sentiment, but such formations are likely beyond the comprehension of even the most eminent formation masters. If there are any top formation masters among your sects, it would be prudent to summon them for inspection. Silna contributed. Our demon clan has always been weak in the study of formations, far less profound than that of the human race. Thus, I humbly urge you, dear human friends, to treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. This concerns the life and death of the entire cultivation realm, and we, as cultivators of the human race, shall not turn a blind eye. A venerable elder clad in a python robe spoke gravely. Esteemed colleagues, this matter is of utmost importance, and we require everyone's concerted efforts. Master Xin speaks wisely. Given the threat posed by the demons, we shall certainly treat this with the gravity it warrants. The woman at the Tribulation Transcendent stage seemed to hold the elder in high regard. After nodding in acknowledgement, she began to relay messages to her sect to dispatch a formation master to assist. Elder Xian, this formation was laid down by the Dragon Clan of Ur, utilizing artifacts bestowed by the Dragon King himself. Now that we have ventured this far, we are accompanied by the descendants of the Dragon Clan, including the Ice Dragon Princess, Silverbell, from the Frost Wing of the Northern Domain. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire about her thoughts on the matter. A young man, bowing respectfully to Elder Xian, spoke up. This young man hailed from a sacred ground in the Central Domain. Despite merely being a saintly disciple rather than a master, he had already achieved the initial stages of the Void Refinement Realm, all before reaching the age of 2000. A remarkable feat indeed. Silverbell, might you take a look? If we can ascertain the source of the issue, we can commence repairs once the formation masters arrive. Elder Xian nodded and addressed Silverbell amidst the crowd. Certainly. Elder Xian, I shall investigate, and I ask that you all keep the formation steady for me. After all, this is the formation sealing the celestial demon. Silverbell replied earnestly, aware of the potential danger if the formation had already begun to fail, allowing the celestial demon to erupt unexpectedly. Rest assured, I am an accomplished cultivator who has survived the 8 tribulations. Even if the celestial demon were to break free after being sealed for millennia, I would be able to withstand a considerable amount with my artifact in hand. Elder Xian, an 8 tribulations cultivator on the brink of Ascension, was a true powerhouse. One of the most formidable figures in the cultivation world, and certainly among the strongest in their gathering. Such a being, wielding an artifact, could contend with numerous celestial demons sealed for tens of thousands of years, and even confront a demon general without exaggeration. Silverbell cast a glance at Zhou Yang and Qingmu before soaring towards the formation, heading directly for the immense jade pillar. Observing this, Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before sending a message to Silverbell. If you encounter danger, remember to activate the absolute defense shield. I have granted you maximum permissions. Thank you. Silverbell replied shortly thereafter. Chapter 184. Silverbell transforms into a dragon. The sealing situation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Silverbell arrived at the location of the jade pillar, suspended in the seawater, her gaze fixed upon the pillar ahead. With a commanding tone, she unleashed her immense demonic power. As a formidable entity of the Void Refinement Realm and a true dragon descendant bearing the bloodline of the Ice Dragon, whose ancestor was responsible for crafting the defending sea jade pillar, Silverbell managed to establish a tenuous connection with the pillar, despite not being its rightful master. Though this connection was modest and insufficient for her to fully control the artifact, it was adequate for her to gauge the condition of the sealing formation. Silverbell slowly closed her eyes, her consciousness entwined with the jade pillar as she explored its inner workings, even probing beneath the pillar to the vast sealing space below. Upon nearing the seal, her expression shifted dramatically. The terrifying demonic energy and aura emanating from within the seal struck her consciousness with a profound force, even causing a significant impact on her soul. Boom! An inaudible thunderous sound reverberated within her mind. Unconsciously, Silverbell let out a dragon's roar. In an instant, she transformed into a slender divine dragon spanning over 1,000 meters, radiating an icy aura as she swam through the sea. This is not good, Elder Xian declared gravely amongst the crowd. Silverbell's consciousness has been shaken by the demonic aura, forcing her to manifest her dragon form to resist it. The extent of the seal's damage is evidently far worse than we had anticipated. Elder Xian, do you think Silverbell will be alright? Hilda asked with concern. She cannot be allowed to come to harm. Qingli remarked coldly. I shall assist her. In a flash, Qingli appeared beside the white ice dragon, ready to lend her strength against the onslaught of demonic pressure. No need to intervene. Qingli, I am fine. Silver Bell turned her dragon head to glance at Qingli, her silver-white dragon eyes meeting hers. Zhou Yang has granted me maximum permissions for the absolute defense. Do not worry about my safety. I can withstand this level of demonic pressure. If it becomes too overwhelming, I will activate the Spirit Web Shield ability. Moreover, do not forget, I also possess an artifact. As long as the celestial demons have not truly emerged from the seal, they cannot threaten me. Be careful. I will remain here to guard you. Qingli reassured, feeling a sense of relief. She did not retreat back to the others, but instead distanced herself by several hundred meters, standing guard nearby. Seeing this, Silver Bell refrained from further conversation. She had intentionally probed the internal conditions of the seal. Only by provoking the seal's internal backlash could she assess its strength and the extent of its damage. Furthermore, she had refrained from activating the absolute defense shield. If she did, the celestial demons might choose not to attack her through the seal, thus complicating her ability to ascertain the seal's true condition. Fortunately, as she had mentioned, even if a demon general were to strike, they could not instantly annihilate a cultivator of her caliber. Given this, she had little to fear, especially with her artifact and spirit web shield as backup. I shall investigate further. The recent surge of demonic energy has triggered a backlash from the seal, and I believe I have detected several points of varying degrees of damage. Silver Bell announced, extending her consciousness anew. Despite the earlier turmoil, her mind had not suffered catastrophic damage. A crystal-clear dragon pearl, not her own but left by her ice dragon ancestor, fluctuated within her consciousness. Such a powerful ice dragon, even in the face of certain demise, would leave behind the most resilient dragon pearl, which had been preserved and refined into a legacy artifact, surpassing ordinary artifacts in suitability for the ice dragon lineage. With this dragon pearl stabilizing her consciousness, the mere demonic aura could not breach her defenses. Silver Bell's consciousness ventured out once more, successfully infiltrating the damaged sections of the seal through her connection with the defending sea jade pillar. Intricate patterns of the formation materialized in her mind. This was the internal structure of the seal, or rather, its very essence. Delving deeper would lead her through the layers of the seal, directly to the inner sanctum, where the celestial demons resided. 1 place, 2 places, 17 places, 28 places. Silver Bell's expression gradually darkened. There were a total of 35 points of damage. How could this be? This was a sealing formation centered around the defending sea jade pillar. According to Silver Bell's findings, this massive formation, established with the defending sea jade pillar as its focal point, comprised 108 foundational points. Yet, she had discovered 35 of them damaged. This essentially meant that 1/3 of the foundational points were rendered ineffective. Once the damage reached half, the sealing formation would become utterly useless. Moreover, considering the strength of the celestial demons within, they would not need to wait for half the formation to be compromised. With 3 demon generals leading them, they could breach 5 more foundational points and forcibly dismantle the formation at a cost. After all, these were 3 demon generals, powerful beings of the xianxian level. Thus, Silver Bell needed to ascertain whether there were additional damaged points beyond these 35. Having already conducted a thorough check, she performed another inspection to ensure no details were overlooked. Ultimately, she confirmed that there were indeed 35 points of damage. Silver Bell estimated that within less than a year, the demonic energy would erode up to 40 points. In other words, there remained less than a year before this sealing formation would be completely compromised. Yinling opened her eyes, and with a subtle movement of her dragon form, she transformed into a human shape. She then nodded towards Qingli, and the two departed from the Dinghai Yuzhu, returning to where the others were gathered. The situation was thus: within a year at most, the damaged array foundations would reach 40, at which point the celestial demon sealed within could emerge at a cost. Yinling shared her findings and insights regarding the seal with everyone, subsequently stepping aside, for the ensuing matters were beyond her solitary capability to handle. She could communicate with the Dinghai Yuzhu through their bloodline connection to monitor the state of the seal, yet lacked the ability to mend the sealing array, relying solely on the expertise of array masters for that task. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether the current array masters in the mortal realm possessed the capability to repair such a high-level sealing array. Even if they could, the time required was indeterminate, and a year seemed exceedingly challenging. After a brief silence, Elder Xian finally spoke. We have already informed the sect headquarters. Numerous array masters will rush to our aid as soon as they receive the news. Regardless of the outcome, even in the worst-case scenario, we will be granted a year to prepare. As he surveyed the room, meeting the gazes of those present, he continued, If the array masters can indeed repair the formation, that would be ideal. However, if they cannot, then our sect and the sacred grounds must brace for the worst. 1 year hence, we shall confront the celestial demon. Confront the celestial demon. Such a heavy phrase lingered in the air, prompting the gathered individuals to exchange glances, their eyes betraying an unmistakable flicker of trepidation. Among them, Zhou Yang inhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards the Dinghai Yuzhu, and then down at the ceiling array. To battle the celestial demon? A year's time. I have progressed from the Qi refinement stage to the God transformation stage within the past year. I wonder if I can reach the tribulation transcendent stage by then. Chapter 185. The Celestial Demon Catastrophe. Preparing for battle. For any other cultivator, even those with spiritual roots like Uncle Xia and Zhou Yun, reaching the tribulation transcendent stage within a year would be an unattainable feat. However, for Zhou Yang, such potential still existed. 2 months had elapsed since their expedition to the deep sea, during which Zhou Yang returned to the Zhou family in Qingmu City, while the others returned to their respective homes. Their presence in the deep sea was inconsequential at this juncture. Array masters dispatched by various sects were diligently studying the arrays in hopes of devising methods to reinforce and repair them. Yet, as of now, they remained at an impasse. For the intricacies of such formations were far too profound to be grasped in a short span. The leaders of the prominent sects and sacred grounds, observing this, ceased further preparations surrounding the repair of the array, shifting their focus instead to readying themselves for the impending battle against the celestial demon a year hence. With the establishment of the spirit network, the gathered individuals felt a sense of security against the potential emergence of the celestial demon from the array. Surrounding the array were personnel dispatched by various sects, array masters, and powerful guardians from the Sea Emperor's palace. Not only were the prosperous regions of the central and eastern domains preparing, but the northern and western domains, as well as overseas cultivators, were also actively gearing up. This was a war against the celestial demon, a matter of utmost importance for the entire realm of cultivation. Only those below the nascent soul stage were unable to participate in such a grand conflict due to their insufficient strength. However, lower-tier cultivators were still contributing to logistical preparations for the war. When the battle commenced, it would be the void refinement and tribulation transcendence experts leading the charge, while God transformation and nascent soul cultivators would provide support. Meanwhile, those at the golden core stage and below would be tasked with managing the mortal realm, as the mere aftermath of the conflict could obliterate vast stretches of the mundane world. Given the destructive power exhibited by celestial demons, comparable to that of heavenly beings, a single strike could rival the might of an immortal artifact. Such terrifying force would be beyond the capacity of the mortal realm to withstand. Thus, cultivators at the golden core stage and below were assigned to guard populous nations or cities, collaborating with array masters to establish defensive formations in densely populated areas to mitigate the impact of the fallout. The emergence of the spirit network provided these lower-tier cultivators with a means to contribute. Zhou Yang directly issued tasks via the spirit network, categorizing them according to various regions and nations of the mundane world. He proposed a range of defensive assignments, enabling cultivators to serve as pivotal nodes, transforming into absolute defenses. When the time came to withstand the aftermath, they could rely on the protective shields afforded by this function. With such measures in place, it was virtually assured that there would be minimal casualties among the common populace. It could be said that even if this war resulted in Zhou Yang expending millions of premium spirit stones, it would ultimately spare trillions of ordinary lives from the agony of death, whereas other cultivators, even those from the most prominent sacred grounds and top sects, could never muster such a staggering quantity of premium spirit stones, let alone possess the formidable spirit network that enabled the use of an invincible absolute defense shield. Zhou Yang was unperturbed. He had already invested his entire reserve of 100 million premium spirit stones into the soul-settling pearl, more than sufficient to address all combat scenarios. Meanwhile, upon returning to Qingmu City, Zhou Yang had not solely focused on these preparations over the past few months. He utilized the family section of the spirit network to distribute rewards at various levels, lacking the time to issue tasks to his kin individually. He directly allocated dragon scale grass, dragon blood fruit, and a plethora of other spiritual herbs and fruits to his family members, ensuring that each received bountiful rewards. Moreover, another function of the spirit network was fully activated within the family, that being the spirit gathering formation, which accelerated the cultivation speed of his relatives. The dragon blood fruits required for those with spiritual roots were procured through the task system and subsequently amplified via the system. After amplification, they were distributed through the rewards system, resulting in all the elders of the family attaining spiritual roots. Uncles, aunts, cousins, Zhou Shui, and his mother Lu Wanru, as well as close connections to the Xia family, all benefited. Zhou Qingxian His fiancée, certainly received her share, and Zhou Qinglan was similarly blessed. Even Zhou Qingming had attained a spiritual root. Furthermore, Zhou Yang did not hesitate to extend this fortune to others. Li Changfeng from the Li family, his future sister-in-law Li Fengxian, and others all consumed the enhanced dragon blood fruits and achieved spiritual roots. Lu Qian, his cousin from the Lu family, and Zhou Lanqing, his aunt, similarly benefited. As for his uncle, he only received a regular dragon blood fruit, which merely improved his spiritual root, stirring feelings of regret within him. The mortal cultivators previously selected by the Zhou family received treatment no less favorable than that of other cultivators. Each one attained spiritual roots and received various premium spiritual herbs and fruits, with every individual even equipped with a complete set of spiritual tools, including magical treasures. Every family member who reached the nascent soul stage was presented with a magical treasure, while golden core cultivators received a full set of spiritual tools. Such treatment far exceeded that of the top sacred grounds in the central domain. This encapsulates what Zhou Yang accomplished over the past 2 months. As for how so many magical treasures and various spiritual tools came to be, it was evident that with the spirit network in place, the entire cultivation realm had essentially united. The Zhou family possessed countless spirit stones and a plethora of astonishingly aged spiritual herbs, enabling them to issue tasks to the major sects in the central and eastern domains with ease. Additionally, Zhou Yang recalled his agreement with the Demon Sacred Palace and resolved not to postpone any further. The cultivation realm was approaching a critical juncture. There was no time to delay. Qingli and Lavlora had indeed formed a good rapport with him, along with Zierna and Yinling. Zhou Yang sensed that these 4 exquisite beauties from the demon race held a certain interest in him. Rather than waiting, he decided to take the initiative. Thus, Zhou Yang bestowed a remarkable gift upon the 4 individuals, transforming them into beings of celestial roots. In addition to gifting each of them 10 million superior spirit stones and 10,000 immortal stones. Where did such an abundance of superior spirit stones and immortal stones originate? Wasn't 1 billion superior spirit stones already allocated to the soul-guarding pearl? Indeed, the territory occupied by the Demon Saint Palace contained 2 spirit stone veins that fell into Zhou Yang's hands. One was a miniature vein of superior spirit stones, while the other was a large vein of medium-grade spirit stones. The miniature vein yielded approximately 100,000 stones, which, with a 10,000-fold quality enhancement, resulted in 100,000 immortal stones. The large medium-grade vein, on the other hand, produced hundreds of billions of superior spirit stones. Hundreds of billions, sufficient to sustain extravagance for several centuries. At this moment, Zhou Yang's wealth was beyond description. With such immense riches, what was he to do? The world of cultivation was on the brink of the celestial demon war. Should they suffer defeat, all would be lost. Thus, it was prudent to distribute these resources early, bolstering the strength of the cultivation realm while simultaneously enhancing Zhou Yang and the Zhou family's influence. Consequently, an astonishing event transpired within the cultivation community. Chapter 186. Zhou Yang dispenses wealth. It is inexhaustible, utterly inexhaustible. Firstly, Zhou Yang possessed approximately 300 billion superior spirit stones. He promptly extracted 100 billion, equivalent to the original reserve of superior spirit stones within the soul-guarding pearl. Yet even this amount constituted merely 1/3 of his total. This 100 billion superior spirit stones were converted through exchange channels into upper grade, medium grade, and the most abundant lower grade spirit stones, effectively bestowing benefits upon the major sects and sacred lands. Ordinary cultivators seldom utilized superior spirit stones. They were primarily employed by the grand sects. This initiative involved 100 billion superior spirit stones, a staggering quantity that would overwhelm the entire cultivation world. Fortunately, the major sects were unaware of the exact exchange limits. Zhou Yang refrained from providing specific amounts, merely granting all cultivators the privilege to exchange at a discounted rate of 20%. In other words, while 100 upper-grade spirit stones would typically be required to exchange for 1 superior spirit stone, now, only 80 upper-grade spirit stones were necessary for the same transaction. Moreover, with less than a year remaining until the impending celestial demon war, the price of superior spirit stones was soaring dramatically. Just days prior, the central and eastern regions had witnessed sacred lands proclaiming a rate of 150 upper-grade spirit stones for a single superior spirit stone. Yet few were willing to engage in such exchanges. In a stunning turn of events, the Spirit Network opened exchange privileges to all factions and individuals. In an instant, the price of superior spirit stones plummeted, experiencing a precipitous decline. Naturally, with the war looming, the significance of superior spirit stones was immense. Whether as energy for celestial artifacts or as power sources for protective formations at mountain gates, irreplaceable commodities. Thus, countless cultivators began a frenzied exchange. In just one day, 50 million superior spirit stones were redeemed by the major sects and numerous factions. Although the figure may seem modest, these are superior spirit stones. Each attack from a celestial artifact typically requires around 10,000 stones, equivalent to approximately 5,000 uses of celestial artifacts within a single day. A sacred land could barely amass over 100,000 superior spirit stones. Thus, it was no surprise that such a vast number of superior spirit stones were exchanged within a day by numerous factions and cultivators. Those who initially held superior spirit stones, waiting for the right price, were now filled with regret, compelled to sell their stones at a loss rather than allow them to languish in their possession. Ordinary cultivators and smaller factions were joyfully exchanging superior spirit stones, reaping upper-grade and medium-grade spirit stones suitable for their needs, while major sects and sacred lands jubilantly acquired vast quantities of superior spirit stones, fortifying their resolve for the impending war. This was precisely Zhou Yang's intention in releasing this batch of 100 billion superior spirit stones. He certainly did not wish for the cultivation realm to suffer. On the first day, 50 million superior spirit stones were exchanged. Shockingly, the second day saw the number rise to 80 million, indicating that many major factions had merely been biding their time before seizing the opportunity to exchange for superior spirit stones. However, the major sacred lands and top sects were puzzled by the apparent absence of the three great demon factions in this rush for superior spirit stones. Could it be that the demon race had hoarded such an abundance of superior spirit stones? Little did they know. The three great demon factions had already acquired over 10 million superior spirit stones from Zhou Yang, in addition to 1,000 immortal stones, whose value was staggering, with each immortal stone equivalent to 10,000 superior spirit stones. Thus, each of the three demon factions possessed 10 million superior spirit stones and immortal stones valued at 1 billion superior spirit stones. They had no need to worry about running out of spirit stones or immortal stones. They could indulge without restraint. The four demon women, shielded by Zhou Yang's granted absolute defensive barrier, need not fear death in the celestial demon war, no matter how formidable the demons. They could not breach the absolute defense provided by the Imperial artifact. With 100 billion superior spirit stones and a considerable reserve of immortal stones within the soul-guarding pearl, they could withstand the onslaught of demons for 100 years without faltering. Of course, this could ensure their survival, but could not prevent the demons from annihilating the cultivation realm. Therefore, after concluding this financial dispersal, Zhou Yang planned to resume his cultivation. Having trained for 2 months, he advanced from the initial to the late stage of the transformation god realm, and he was now preparing to challenge the illusory refinement stage. He intended to see if he could ascend to the tribulation transcendent stage within the next 10 months. Should he achieve this, he would be equipped to confront the celestial demons, even the demon generals. He would test the limits of a mortal cultivator against celestial-level adversaries. The celestial demons? Humph. Even the demon generals shall fall before me. Zhou Yang opened his eyes, exhaling softly, before once again directing his gaze toward the floating soul-guarding pearl. Directly communicating with the spirit of the Imperial artifact. Spirit, how has the exchange of superior spirit stones progressed during my training these past few days? Master, during your recent cultivation, 100 billion superior spirit stones allocated for exchange have been depleted by 20 billion. Currently, the exchange rate has significantly slowed, now averaging merely several thousand stones per day. A mere 20 billion? Zhou Yang furrowed his brow. 20 billion superior spirit stones had nearly exhausted the reserves of the major factions. This was not surprising, considering the magnitude of superior spirit stones. Each superior spirit stone was equivalent to 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones, meaning 20 billion was equal to 2 trillion lower-grade spirit stones. Given the current scarcity of resources within the cultivation realm, this was undoubtedly sufficient to deplete the reserves of the leading factions, leaving the remaining lower-grade spirit stones in the hands of ordinary cultivators and smaller factions. The major factions were utterly devoid of lower-grade spirit stones. 20 billion is acceptable. But what of the remaining 80 billion superior spirit stones? If not distributed, when the hundreds of celestial demons ravage the realm, ordinary cultivators, even with absolute defenses to protect many locations, would still see devastation across the vast world. The environment would suffer, and the growth of various spiritual herbs and plants would be hindered, ultimately affecting the future development of the Zhou family. Contemplating this, Zhou Yang turned his attention to the soul-guarding pearl, re-entering the spirit network to examine his account. After some consideration, he stated decisively, first, distribute spirit stones to all members of the Zhou family according to their cultivation levels. The soul-guarding pearl system account has accrued in excess of 2 trillion lower-grade spirit stones due to the exchanges made by various factions for superior spirit stones. and these must be utilized. It would be a tremendous waste to allow such lower-grade spirit stones to serve merely as reserve energy. Master, how shall they be allocated? The spirit inquired. All members of the Zhou family, including every Qi refining practitioner, were each bestowed with 100 exquisite spirit stones, in addition to 100 million low-grade spirit stones, which were to be distributed evenly across 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower grades. Upon receiving this directive, the artifact spirit promptly commenced its task. Concurrently, every member of the Zhou family received a notification from the Lingnet's artifact spirit. Your account has been credited with 200 million spirit stones. Please check your balance. The benefactor of these spirit stones was none other than Zhou Yang, processed through the Lingnet's artifact spirit system. The members of the Zhou family were utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief and ecstasy. This was an astounding sum of 200 million spirit stones. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this was not merely a sum of 200 million. It included 100 exquisite spirit stones valued at 100 million, along with 100 million worth of upper, middle, and lower grade spirit stones, freely available for their use. It could be said that every practitioner within the Zhou family had transformed into a billionaire, rivaling even the elders of the sacred lands, or perhaps even surpassing them in wealth. Those with higher cultivation levels received a greater share of upper-grade spirit stones among the low-grade stones, while those at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages received more middle and lower-grade stones, as per Zhou Yang's instructions, though the total value remained unchanged. The Zhou practitioners rejoiced, celebrating with exuberance, and some even sent messages of gratitude to Zhou Yang. At this moment, Zhou Yang spoke up. For the Xia family, distribute 100 million worth of low-grade spirit stones to every member, except for Xia Qingyun. Additionally, grant each individual 10 exquisite spirit stones. Acknowledging the order, the artifact spirit began the distribution. Subsequently, the Xia family members, including Xia Qingshuan's father, Xia Zhenfeng, who resided in the rebuilt imperial capital, received this grand gift. As for Xia Qingxian and Xia Qinglan, being Zhou Yang's future betrothed, they received the same treatment as the practitioners of the Zhou family. This astonishing gift left the Xia family members in utter shock, marveling at the magnitude of such generosity. The number of Xia family practitioners far exceeded that of the Zhou family. Thus, although the total distributed was not as substantial as that of the Zhou family, it amounted to nearly a third. The Xia family members, too, sent messages of gratitude to Zhou Yang, but at that moment, he had no time to respond. Distribute spirit stones to the Li family, in accordance with the Zhou family's allocation. Zhou Yang continued. The Li family, too, was taken aback by this unexpected generosity, quickly sending forth their thanks. Much like the Xia family, Zhou Yang remained unperturbed, continuing with his operations. This wave of generous distribution was bound to astonish the entire cultivation world. However, he was unfazed. For having an abundance of wealth without a means to spend it was quite vexing. 2 trillion low-grade spirit stones equated to 20 billion exquisite spirit stones, a sum far beyond what could ever be exhausted. Gazing at the remaining vast quantity of spirit stones, Zhou Yang felt a twinge of frustration. To say nothing of the 100 billion spirit stones, even the 2 trillion low-grade stones had scarcely seen a fraction spent. Zhou Yang scratched his head in exasperation, wondering how on earth he could manage this predicament. Chapter 187, Trillions of Spirit Stones. Buying out the cultivation world. Zhou Yang, in a state of resignation, pondered his next move while browsing the Lingnet. Occasionally, he would click on intriguing posts made by other practitioners, generously bestowing 100,000 spirit stones as a reward. The recipients of these rewards were left flabbergasted upon receiving the notification, and once they realized the benefactor was the master of the Lingnet, they rejoiced, exclaiming their good fortune. Zhou Yang continued to peruse the Lingnet, his consciousness deftly manipulating the interface, and the rewards escalated from the initial 100,000 to a staggering 10 million. Eventually, he stumbled upon a video of the saintess from the prestigious Baihua sect performing a dance. After indulging in the aesthetic for a while, he rewarded her with a whopping 100 million spirit stones, igniting a frenzy among countless practitioners on the forum. Has the head of the Zhou family lost his mind? They wondered, astonished at his sudden spree of lavish rewards, each exceeding 100,000 spirit stones, culminating in this extravagant 100 million. Indeed, even though the price of exquisite spirit stones had seen a decline, their intrinsic value remained, and it was certain that prices would rise again in the future. Yet, speculations arose regarding the head of the Zhou family's motivations for this unprecedented generosity. Who knows? Who cares? I'll give it a try, exclaimed a young practitioner with a sharp visage, eager to post his own content. Beside him, his chubby senior brother chuckled, shaking his head. The head of the Zhou family tends to reward those with unique abilities or captivating visuals, like the saintess from Baiwa sect performing a beautiful dance. What could you possibly post that would capture his attention? Let us give it a shot. It doesn't cost anything to try. Who knows? Maybe he'll click on my post, replied the eager young man, unconcerned. He uploaded a video of himself laughing in a rather goofy manner onto the forum. At that moment, he was not alone in this endeavor. Zhou Yang's impulsive generosity inspired a flurry of posts from countless practitioners, the volume of new threads resembling a torrential downpour. Witnessing this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. However, clicking through them all was an impractical task. Artifact Spirit. Extract all posts made in the forum within the last hour, and distribute 100,000 spirit stones to each unique account, ensuring no duplicates. Zhou Yang commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. Executing command. The artifact spirit comprehended Zhou Yang's intent and promptly compiled a list of all posting accounts, totaling an astonishing 485,000, the majority being Qi refining and foundation establishment practitioners, with a few nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators sprinkled in. In an instant, every practitioner who had posted within the last hour received a notification of 100,000 spirit stones deposited into their accounts. This spectacle left everyone in sheer awe. It was indeed happening. The chubby senior brother stared in disbelief at his ecstatic junior, who was practically bouncing off the walls with joy. Is this real? How could the Zhou family head reward someone for that goofy video? It's simply extraordinary. Haha. Senior brother, hurry. You should post too. Let us call the others in our sect. The mischievous young man urged, swiftly sending messages to his fellow disciples. The chubby senior brother took a deep breath, contemplating the magnitude of 100,000 spirit stones, a fortune beyond what a mere late-stage Qi refining practitioner could hope to possess. This was a genuine opportunity. If his mid-stage Qi refining junior could receive such a reward, why couldn't he? May the Zhou family head bless me. I must be chosen, he fervently hoped, uploading a selfie onto the forum. However, he did not receive an immediate notification of spirit stones credited to his account, as the artifact spirit was programmed to release rewards in waves, with a 10-minute interval between distributions. Thus, this massive spirit stone giveaway spread like wildfire among practitioners, each notifying their acquaintances. Yet, with the public forum buzzing with excitement, it was impossible for anyone to remain unaware of the monumental events unfolding. Only the cultivators from the Zhou family felt no envy amidst the chaos. Although they were unsure why their family head was recklessly distributing wealth, they themselves were beneficiaries, reaping rewards that far exceeded what they had given. At this moment, Zhou Yang was also calculating. With 4,850,000 individuals, each receiving 1 million spirit stones, the total amounted to a mere 485 million high-grade spirit stones. Yet, this wasn't even the high-grade stones being distributed. It was merely a deduction from the 200 trillion low-grade spirit stones, a paltry sum that was utterly insufficient. Even at 2,000ths of the total, that still amounted to 1 trillion, far too much to expend. Zhou Yang scratched his head in frustration. At this rate of expenditure, not only would the remaining 8 billion high-grade spirit stones be untouched, but even the 200 trillion low-grade spirit stones valued at 20 billion high-grade stones would remain unspent. Thus far, from the low-grade stones, only 48 billion had been utilized, a mere 2,000ths of the total. 10 minutes elapsed, and the statistics began to roll in. At this juncture, the artifact spirit spoke. Within the span of 10 minutes, there were 5 million individuals who posted, and the distribution of spirit stones is complete. An additional 50 trillion low-grade spirit stones were dispensed, prompting Zhou Yang to exhale in relief. This was exhausting work. Artifact Spirit. How many users does the Spirit Network currently have? After more than 2 months of accumulation, the Spirit Network had already permeated the cultivation world, with nearly 99% of cultivators utilizing it. The number of users Zhou Yang calculated was nearly equivalent to the total number of cultivators in the realm. Those who had yet to join were primarily those in seclusion or wandering in desolate areas, along with a handful of exceedingly cautious cultivators who preferred not to engage with the network. Their numbers would scarcely surpass 1 million. Replying to the master, the total number of users on the Spirit Network is 1,288,765,000, including 430 million from the demon race. So many? Zhou Yang was astounded. He had previously estimated the number of cultivators in the realm, yet the current tally of Spirit Network users far exceeded his estimates. Nearly tenfold, truly astonishing. It made sense, as he had never ventured into the central or eastern regions, only hearing tales of their prosperity and the numerous overseas cultivator circles. Over the years, countless cultivators had trained there. Now, upon this statistical revelation, the sheer magnitude was indeed shocking. Zhou Yang sighed. Then his gaze flickered as he mused. With this many cultivators, calculating at 129 billion, it should suffice to consume all these spirit stones. However, can we simply distribute spirit stones without consequence? It feels as though it might collapse the currency system of the cultivation world. No, I must devise a plan. Artifact spirit. In my name, exchange for various spirit herbs, treasures, and celestial artifacts, alongside diverse cultivation techniques and formations, as well as alchemical texts. And anything useful. Set prices ranging from 10 to 100 times the market value. Zhou Yang commanded. Until all 80 billion high-grade spirit stones and nearly 200 trillion low-grade spirit stones are completely expended. Understood. The artifact spirit calculated and then sent a message to all users of the spirit network. The transaction method was, of course, direct transmission. Utilizing each cultivator's terminal for identification and scanning, with reserves stored within the soul calming pearl's internal space, subsequently crediting the spirit stone amounts to their respective accounts, making withdrawals effortlessly simple. Thus, this grand expenditure once again astonished everyone. This time, it was not just the lower-tier cultivators reveling in the windfall, but also the major sects. As these resources were primarily held by the powerful factions, Zhou Yang's acquisition at 10 to 100 times the price was akin to bestowing them a magnificent gift. Among the most profitable were the various texts. These great powers were not stingy, offering their tomes for sale at elevated prices, as long as the spirit stones were sufficient. Even the foundational techniques of their sects could be sold. After all, they were merely selling copies of the texts, not prohibiting their own cultivation. Zhou Yang seized this opportunity to acquire and expand the Zhou family's library. Additionally, a multitude of naturally occurring spirit herbs was procured, which Zhou Yang instructed the artifact spirit to reserve until he completed his cultivation before enhancing them. He then instructed the artifact spirit to autonomously decide on further acquisitions before beginning his seclusion for cultivation. This time, he intended to devote 10 months to this endeavor, having entrusted the family affairs to Xia Qingxian. Of course, Xia Qingxian needed to cultivate as well. Now, every member of the Zhou family possessed celestial spiritual roots, their cultivation speeds soaring as they all aspired to enter seclusion. However, the family still required operation, with part of the duties delegated to the artifact spirit for assistance, while a portion needed to be overseen by real individuals, with Xia Qingxian, Xia Qinglan, his mother Lu Wanru, and Zhou Yun rotating responsibilities. Chapter 188. Zhou Yang emerges. The perfecting of tribulation. Zhou Yang was in seclusion, yet his lavish distribution of trillions of spirit stones triggered upheaval throughout the cultivation world. Countless spirit stones flowed into the hands of cultivators, while a myriad of resources converged upon the Zhou family, inciting dissatisfaction among numerous sections. To some extent, Zhou Yang had miscalculated a few matters. His initial intention was to place spirit stones in the hands of cultivators to prepare for the impending turmoil of the celestial demons. Yet this resulted in a drastic surge in the prices of cultivation materials. It was important to note that he was acquiring them at 10 times the normal price, leading to rampant inflation. Fortunately, under Xia Qingshuan's management, she proactively contacted the artifact spirit to make timely adjustments, averting the risk of skyrocketing prices and massive devaluation of spirit stones. While Zhou Yang was absent, Xia Qingshuan's spirit network account wielded immense authority. Simultaneously, the Zhou family was releasing vast quantities of materials, many of which were rare spirit herbs that Zhou Yang had enhanced, sold at high prices to cultivators to bolster the strength of the cultivation world in preparation for the impending celestial demon threat. Time passed rapidly amidst this flurry of activity. In less than 3 days of seclusion, Zhou Yang had already advanced from the transformation stage to the void refinement stage. In less than 2 months, he surged to the mid-void refinement stage, and 3 months later, he successfully ascended to the late void refinement stage. Now, 5 months had elapsed, leaving him with less than 5 months remaining. As time continued to flow, 5 months swiftly passed. When Zhou Yang opened his eyes, he emanated an unparalleled and terrifying aura, a celestial-like presence swirling around him. He had achieved the consummate stage of the tribulation phase. Zhou Yang calmly mused, "This speed is quite acceptable." Indeed, his cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, with no heavenly tribulation descending upon him. He had seamlessly attained this coveted apex that cultivators dream of, merely a step away from ascension. He could even sense a pull from a higher dimensional world, an allure beyond words. The celestial realm. Once I resolve this celestial demon crisis, I shall behold its splendor, Zhou Yang remarked, gazing serenely into the void. His divine sense expanded, instantly enveloping the entire cultivation world, which he now fully perceived. In the depths of the sea, numerous top-tier forces were congregated there, the pillar of calming the sea trembling intermittently, as the sealed celestial demons were on the verge of emerging. How fortuitous! The celestial demons are to appear today. Zhou Yang smiled calmly, then rose from his meditation chamber. In the moment he expanded his divine sense, he had gathered all the information he sought. Simultaneously, he accessed his spiritual network account and was greeted by a plethora of messages directed to him, the majority of which were from the Zhou family members, Xia Qingxian, Xia Qinglan, as well as his elder sister Zhou Yun, younger sister Zhou Shui, and mother Lu Wanru, among others. The four renowned beauties of the demon clan had also inundated him with numerous messages, predominantly concerning the imminent threat of the celestial demons. Upon returning to the Zhou family hall, he gathered the family members to inquire about the situation and learned that the Zhou family had made remarkable progress in strength over the past year. All members of the Zhou family possessed celestial spiritual roots, making it impossible not to experience rapid advancement. At this moment, his elder sister Zhou Yun had already attained the status of a god transformation cultivator, while the sisters Xia Qingxian were at the mid-stage of god transformation. The other members of the Zhou family, including his mother, were mostly at the early to mid-stage of god transformation. Aside from the core family members, there were hardly any Qi refinement cultivators, and very few who had established their foundation or achieved core formation. There were only a few dozen who had reached the nascent soul stage, with god transformation cultivators being the most numerous, and their progress in cultivation was generally on par. This was the Zhou family. The Li family, benefiting from the Zhou family's fortune, had also produced several nascent soul and god transformation cultivators. But nothing compared to the Zhou family's extraordinary progress. As for the Xia family, Xia Zhenfeng had become the highest cultivator, having reached the late stage of void refinement. Second only to Zhou Yang, followed by Huang Xianji, who was at the mid-stage of void refinement. And others had significantly increased their cultivation levels due to the Zhou family's influence. Zhou Yang instructed the Zhou family members to guard Qingmu city, granting Zhou Yun, Xia Qingxian, and other core family members the highest spiritual network permissions, primarily the utmost authority for absolute defense. He aimed to ensure the absolute safety of his family members while he ventured into the deep sea. Upon arriving in the deep sea, Zhou Yang discovered a colossal army of cultivators gathered there, evidently prepared to confront the emergence of the celestial demons. "Zhou Yang, you've arrived," came the voice of Qingli, as he had teleported using her as the coordinate. "How is it here?" Zhou Yang inquired, noticing that beside Qingli, the cultivation level of Luo had also reached the consummate stage of void refinement, while Qingli herself had ascended to the tribulation stage. It was needless to say that, due to Zhou Yang's influence, the four renowned beauties of the demon clan had gained celestial spiritual roots, making their rapid cultivation almost inevitable. In fact, considering that Qingli was originally a powerful void refinement cultivator, reaching the late tribulation stage in just a year was comparatively slow. However, the demon clan's cultivation speed was inherently slower than that of humans, making this comparison somewhat more acceptable. According to a friend well-versed in divination from the Holy Land, it was predicted that the celestial demons would emerge today, and everyone was prepared, now waiting for the seal to shatter. Although Qingli's cultivation had surged, the formidable adversary they faced was none other than the celestial demons, over 300 celestial demon-level entities, which was no trivial matter, including 3 demon generals. Even if she were at the demon Immortal Realm, she could not confront a single demon general alone. It would be tantamount to certain death. Thus, even with the army of cultivators present, Qingli still bore a worried expression, feeling that their chances against the 300 celestial demons were exceedingly slim. "Luo, why haven't you reached the tribulation stage yet?" Zhou Yang, noticing the concern on Qingli's face, turned to Luo with a smile. "You possess celestial spiritual roots. You should be there by now. Alas, I have been at ease in closed-door cultivation this past year, while my heart could not find peace, naturally. My progress has been stunted." Luo sighed. "We are about to face 300 celestial demons along with 3 demon generals. Even though the cultivation world has united, forming an army of over 100 tribulation cultivators with more than 10,000 void refinement experts aiding in battle, the strength comparison is simply not in our favor against the celestial demons. Do not worry, the celestial demons have been sealed for tens of thousands of years. I refuse to believe they retain much strength." Zhou Yang replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. Indeed, while there were numerous celestial demons, 300 celestial demon-level entities along with 3 demon generals were formidable. But what of it? When he was merely at the nascent soul stage, he dared to confront the wicked Xia Wuxian wielding a celestial artifact, despite the vast gulf between the nascent soul and void refinement realms. Now, he had reached the consummate stage of tribulation, and the celestial demons hardly intimidated him. Only the demon generals posed a genuine threat, and that was when they were at the peak of their powers. As for the demon generals sealed for tens of thousands of years, he welcomed the challenge of facing all 3. Zhou Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode directly to the forefront of the cultivator army, where the leaders of the cultivation world, including Xian Lao, were gathered, though there were a few more leaders present at this moment. At the forefront of the 100 tribulation cultivators stood Xian Lao of the Tianxian sect, along with Yin Ling, who had also reached the late tribulation stage, and others, discussing the imminent war while keeping a vigilant eye on the seal below. Zhou Yang, you've arrived, and fortunately, you emerged from seclusion just in time. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, Xia previously grave countenance eased somewhat, and even Yin Ling, who had appeared frosty, relaxed her expression slightly. At this point, Zhou Yang had become the last bastion of hope for the women, all thanks to the super dragon blood fruits he provided them before his retreat, granting them the extraordinary opportunity to attain celestial spiritual roots. Moreover, due to their celestial spiritual roots, they had gained the ability to fight beyond their levels, at least giving them a fighting chance against the impending celestial demon army, though the 3 demon generals remained a significant concern. Although they possessed the ability to battle beyond their means, the same could not be said for others. While the cultivation world boasted 100 tribulation stage cultivators, their combat strength and numbers could not compare to the celestial demons. The only advantage was that they were in peak condition, whereas the celestial demons were in a state of diminished vitality. Yes, Zhou Yang nodded, casting a glance at the seal below before turning his gaze to the others. Are you all worried about the 3 demon generals? Chapter 189, Astonishing Everyone. You have reached the consummate stage of tribulation? Indeed, those 3 demon generals are our greatest concern. The other celestial demons are manageable. After tens of thousands of years of sealing, their combat strength should not be vastly different from our tribulation stage cultivators. Provided we do not give them time to recover their powers, we stand a chance. Xian Lao spoke solemnly. However, those 3 demon generals are formidable beings of the Xian Immortal Realm. Even after tens of thousands of years of sealing, it is improbable that their cultivation has diminished significantly, and they are certainly not opponents we tribulation stage cultivators can confront. Exactly, Xia added, her expression serious. Moreover, in terms of sheer numbers, the celestial demons vastly outnumber our tribulation stage cultivators, and I fear our tribulation stage cultivators may not withstand such a massive assault from the celestial demons. Zhou Yang examined the seal below and the surrounding tribulation stage cultivators. From their positioning, it was evident that the tribulation stage cultivators had arranged themselves in a formation, preparing to unleash a coordinated attack as soon as the enemy emerged. A commendable strategy, Zhou Yang thought. Yet he surmised that the 3 demon generals would be challenging to restrain, which was likely the source of Xian Lao and the others' concerns. After all, they had prepared for a year, and they should have had a significant advantage. However, Zhou Yang understood their worries. After all, they were dealing with demon generals of the Xian Immortal Realm. It was already a formidable task to confront a multitude of celestial demons at the celestial immortal level with tribulation stage prowess, and taking on 3 Xian Immortal demon generals would surely be perilous. Zhou Yang spoke calmly. Leave the 3 demon generals to me. Huh, what? Young friend Zhou Yang, are you perhaps jesting? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Zhou Yang with a mixture of disbelief. Even the esteemed elders from the various sects, as well as the surrounding cultivators, were left bewildered by his words. Did he just claim that he would face the 3 great demon generals alone? This surely must be a jest, for they were demon generals. Please refrain from making light of such a critical moment. An irate elder with a white beard admonished Zhou Yang. You must understand that these are demon generals, extraterrestrial fiends from the realm of the xianxian. I acknowledge your formidable prowess, yet you are still. What is your current cultivation level? The elder suddenly faltered, realizing that he was aware of Zhou Yang's reputation. Indeed, the entire cultivation world knew of him. He was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, a genius who had, merely 2 years ago, just inherited the position of his family's head as a nascent qi cultivator. Yet, after assuming leadership, he had soared in strength. Advancing daily in his cultivation, he had reached the transformation stage within a year, an astonishing feat that even the reincarnated immortals could scarcely match. And now, as the elder's words echoed, countless eyes from the tribulation transcending and void refining cultivators turned towards Zhou Yang in astonishment. The void refining cultivators could not discern Zhou Yang's cultivation level, indicating that he had at least reached the pinnacle of the void refining stage. Otherwise, they would not be unable to see through him. The tribulation transcending cultivators were equally perplexed. How could they not fathom his level? Why, young friend, what is your cultivation level? Elder Xian stuttered, his astonishment evident as he stared at Zhou Yang, his mind racing. Senior Xian, I have already attained the pinnacle of the tribulation transcending stage. Zhou Yang replied with a calm smile, surveying the countless gazes of the tribulation transcending elders around him. When I was at the nascent soul and transformation stage, I could contend with cultivators 2 major realms higher than myself. Now that I have reached the pinnacle of the tribulation transcending stage, dealing with ordinary celestial demons seems rather trivial. Therefore, I shall take on the 3 demon generals sealed within. Gasp. At Zhou Yang's proclamation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, though only the 4 women, Zierna, Qingli, Lulv, and Yinling, remained unfazed. After all, they too had reached the tribulation transcending stage. And even Lulv was on the verge of breaking through. Zhou Yang's year-long seclusion and rapid rise from the transformation stage to the tribulation transcending stage was hardly surprising to them. The 4 women were not astonished, as they were well aware of Zhou Yang's extraordinary journey, 2 years from nascent Qi to the highest realm of the mortal world, the pinnacle of the tribulation transcending stage. Such a pace of cultivation left them without words. The elders of the tribulation transcending stage soon regained their composure, reflecting on Zhou Yang's remarkable history, and their surprise transformed into genuine delight. After all, they were facing a crisis with the celestial demons emerging. The sudden emergence of such a powerful ally could only bring joy. Excellent. With young friend Zhou Yang restraining the 3 demon generals, we shall do our utmost to fend off the 300 celestial demons. Elder Xian exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The numerous tribulation transcending and void refining cultivators felt a surge of relief. Having previously thought they would be unable to withstand the 3 demon generals without suffering significant losses. Yet, with Zhou Yang emerging from seclusion to confront their most formidable adversaries, how could they not feel elated? Boom. Crackle. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and the sea began to churn. Beneath the ceiling barrier, ominous cracking sounds echoed as countless bubbles surged upward. Everyone, focus and remain vigilant. The seal is rapidly breaking. The celestial demons are about to emerge. Elder Xian's voice resonated within the minds of all present as he commanded. The tribulation transcending elders took their positions at the formation bases, their powers intertwining to form a formidable array. Meanwhile, the void refining cultivators stood ready in the rear, tasked with dealing with any celestial demons that might escape the formation. With only about 100 tribulation transcending cultivators present, even a formidable array could not entirely contain the 300 celestial demons, beings from a realm even higher than tribulation transcending, and in numbers thrice that of the tribulation transcending cultivators. Therefore, several hundred void refining cultivators acted as a secondary line of defense. Some transformation stage cultivators were also present, though they were largely relegated to a support role, merely observing the battlefield where only top-tier powers clashed. To speak frankly, they would likely struggle to withstand the aftermath of the battle. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had already granted permissions for an absolute defense shield to counter this celestial demon crisis. However, aside from the Zhou family, the 4 women of the demon clan, and the families of Xia and Li, others would need to bear the cost to utilize the shield. In other words, outside of those personally authorized by Zhou Yang. Anyone else wishing to use the precious spirit stones or celestial stones stored within the soul restraining pearl would have to pay with their own resources, determining their duration of use based on their available spirit stones. Thanks to Zhou Yang's generous expenditures over the past year, the supply of spirit stones within the cultivation world was quite ample, making it feasible to sustain the absolute defense shield for a short time. Zhou Yang gazed at the swirling demonic energy encasing the seal below and suddenly turned his head, his expression turning cold as a burst of black flames erupted. Boom. Chapter 190. The Emergence of Celestial Demons. Facing the 3 demon generals alone. I never expected such a formidable being to exist within the mortal realm of cultivation. After a failed ambush, the twisting black flames transformed into a sinister young man clad in a black robe, draped with a dark cloak. His face was adorned with eerie patterns, and a small gray horn protruded from his forehead. He held a dagger in his hand, which he had just attempted to use in his surprise attack against Zhou Yang. This individual was no ordinary celestial demon. His strength was considerable. Zhou Yang regarded him calmly. Are you one of the 3 demon generals? An ordinary celestial demon would not have the capability to sneak up on me. Indeed, while Zhou Yang's cultivation may not exceed that of an ordinary celestial demon, he was exceedingly close to the realm of immortals. What ordinary celestial demon, sealed for thousands of years, could silently approach him for an ambush? Such absurdity. If celestial demons were truly that powerful, the immortal realm would have long since been obliterated by the extraterrestrial demons. Just as Zhou Yang finished speaking, a boisterous laugh rang out from the distance. He turned to see a muscular man, wielding a massive axe, with a mane of black hair and a pair of horns sprouting from his forehead, descending through the air. Little one, I am the first demon general under the demon emperor, Qing. The hulking figure declared, I sense immense power within you. You must be the strongest in this realm. Very well, your head shall be mine. Jiyun, how ungracious of you. I had intended to play with this young man myself, yet you have taken the first opportunity. Fear loomed beside the descending star, as a flickering violet halo materialized, revealing a captivating woman with flowing black hair. A petite purple horn adorned her forehead. Her enchanting features exuded an irresistible charm. Holding a delicate fan, she partially obscured her chin, gazing at Zhou Yang with keen interest. The first of the demon generals, intent on ambushing Zhou Yang, swiftly appeared at the opposite side of the descending star. Brother, be cautious. This little fellow seems rather formidable, the enigmatic youth advised. Third brother, you are overly wary. He is merely a tribulation stage cultivator, not even close to the Immortal Realm. How powerful could he possibly be? The woman scoffed. Brother, our comrades below will soon emerge. Let us clear the field first. Look, these fellows have set up a formation. They intend to ensnare us. Ha! The burly axe-wielding man laughed heartily. I've been trapped in this ceiling formation long enough. Do they think they can confine us with their tricks? What a joke. The descending star chuckled. Flanked by his two siblings, their cold, murderous intent gleaming as they surveyed the surrounding cultivators. Zhou Yang, do you really believe you can handle these three? Xian Lao expressed concern, trembling at the sight of the three demon generals before him. The oppressive aura emanating from them was overwhelming. They were ancient beings, each a formidable foe of the Xian immortal level, having lived for countless millennia. Not only he, but the multitude of tribulation stage cultivators encircling the three demon generals wore pale expressions. The pressure from these formidable foes was suffocating, extinguishing any desire to fight. Akin to sheep facing a tiger, devoid of courage to strike. Zhou Yang, if it becomes too overwhelming, we shall strike together, Qingmu declared solemnly. Sensing the tremendous pressure that the three demon generals exuded, it was too daunting for Zhou Yang to confront them alone. The burden was immense. Ling remained silent, inching closer to Zhou Yang, her actions speaking volumes. Were it not for the formation already in place, she would have commanded the tribulation stage demon beasts of Frostwing to charge in. Seeing this, Zirna chuckled wryly, stepping out from her seed demon entourage to stand beside Zhou Yang. She owed him a significant debt of gratitude and felt a peculiar affection for him. At such a critical moment, with Qingmu and the others having voiced their support, she felt compelled to show her stance too, lest she provoke Zhou Yang's displeasure in the future. Lu Luo sighed helplessly. You all are at the tribulation stage, while I am merely at the void refinement level. Even if I wished to fight alongside you, it would be inappropriate. I would only hinder you. Perhaps Zhou Yang would even have to divert his attention to protect me. Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. What are you all worried about? It's merely three demon generals. There's no need to fret over my capabilities. The ones who should be concerned are those three. Seeing Zhou Yang's confidence, the four women felt a measure of relief, though they remained cautious. After all, they faced three demon generals, and until they witnessed the true outcome of the confrontation, no one could feel entirely secure. Boom. Another tremor shook the ground, and this time, the sealed celestial demons emerged en masse. A dark torrent of demonic energy surged skyward, as hundreds of grotesque celestial demons brandished broken weapons or charged in bare-handed, shrieking with ferocity. These celestial demons seemed to have received orders from the three demon generals, immediately rushing towards the formation of the surrounding tribulation stage cultivators, intending to disrupt it with their numerical superiority. With a smile playing on his lips, Zhou Yang addressed the crowd. Fear not, everyone. The strength of these celestial demons has diminished to a mere fraction. At most, they can muster the power of a perfected tribulation stage. Some of them, having sustained severe injuries, may not even reach the tribulation stage. Do not be intimidated by their imposing presence. Xian Lao and the others recognized this as well. Indeed, the celestial demons were lacking in strength, which was encouraging news. Zhou Yang, I shall command the formation to besiege the celestial demons. As for the three demon generals, I entrust them to you? Xian Lao inquired, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Should Zhou Yang require his assistance, he was willing to remain and confront the three demon generals, for they were the most challenging adversaries among the celestial demons. Rest assured, I have pledged to handle the three demon generals and will not go back on my word. Zhou Yang affirmed earnestly. Very well. Xian Lao exhaled, relieved that Zhou Yang indeed possessed the capability to contend with the demon generals. He resolved to expedite the elimination or containment of the celestial demons, freeing himself to return and support Zhou Yang. Turning to Qingmu and the others, Zhou Yang instructed, rejoin your teams. Your tribulation stage demon beasts require your leadership to unleash their full potential in battle. Otherwise, I fear they may struggle to coordinate with the human cultivators. Do not worry about me. The four women exchanged glances, recognizing that this was not the time for hesitation. They nodded in agreement and returned to the ranks of the tribulation stage cultivators, leading their demon beasts into combat against the celestial demons. Luluo, on the other hand, returned to the rear ranks, guiding the void refinement stage demon beasts to deal with any celestial demons that slipped through the formation. Though their cultivation levels were not high, their sheer numbers would suffice to overwhelm any stragglers. You, young man, possess quite the audacity and arrogance. The axe-wielding demon general grinned, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yang. He paid no heed to anyone else. The three of them were not foolish and recognized the disparity in strength among the mass of mortal cultivators. The only one posing a genuine threat was Zhou Yang himself. Only the occasional aura emanating from Zhou Yang presented a potential danger to them. This was precisely why the enigmatic youth had chosen to ambush Zhou Yang upon breaking free from his seal, to eliminate the greatest threat first. This human is indeed quite arrogant, yet he possesses the capital to be so, the female demon general remarked, fanning herself with a smile. To be able to pose even the slightest threat to us three demon generals with a mortal body, one must acknowledge that he is a prodigious cultivator, a rarity in a million years. Thus, this fellow must be eradicated, otherwise, once he ascends to immortality, he may become a formidable adversary for our kind beyond this realm. The enigmatic youth sneered. Such a pity we couldn't eliminate him earlier. He was quite vigilant. Never mind. The axe-wielding demon general swung his axe, a formidable weapon rivaling that of celestial artifacts, clearly extraordinary. With a fierce expression, he declared, "Since he is an unparalleled prodigy, let us not indulge in formality. We will strike together and eliminate him, then annihilate all the cultivators of this realm. After we vanquish the cultivators of this realm, I shall devour all life here. Once we regain our former glory, we will establish an altar, transmit the coordinates, and reconnect with the demon domain, returning to our ancestral land." The female demon general spoke with fervor, her resentment evident. She was the first to attack, swiftly sending her fan hurtling toward Zhou Yang. A vicious gust of wind surged, swirling with an endless torrent of water, forming a whirlpool that rushed toward Zhou Yang's form. Chapter 191, The Ancestral Dragon's Body. Unrivaled dragon flames. Confronted by the oncoming watery whirlwind, Zhou Yang's expression remained unchanged. He simply flicked his finger. Boom. A muted wave echoed as the whirlpool was effortlessly dispelled by Zhou Yang's gesture, as if it had never existed. Such an attack posed no threat to Zhou Yang whatsoever. The enigmatic youth chuckled at the female demon general. "Sister, your methods are lacking. Yet you dare to criticize me." The female demon general gazed at Zhou Yang with a hint of astonishment. Could it be that being sealed for tens of thousands of years has drastically diminished my combat prowess? Am I truly unable to subdue even a mere crossing tribulation stage cultivator? Her sister, you are a demon general, once capable of overpowering Xian immortals. Yet now you falter against an ordinary mortal cultivator who hasn't even reached the immortal realm. Alas, the peculiar youth lamented, shaking his head. This individual is rather strange. The axe in Zhu Yun's hand radiated an oppressive black light, and he grew in stature, transforming into a giant. Kill. Zhu Yun swung his axe downwards towards Zhou Yang. As the leader of the three demon generals, Zhu Yun's strength is no jest. Even Zhou Yang must take this seriously, for they are separated by two vast realms. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and, with a firm grip, summoned a colossal sword into his hand. Heaven's tilt. This innate divine ability had been fully mastered by Zhou Yang after his ascension to the crossing tribulation stage. He could now wield its power rather than merely summon it, as he did before. However, even with mastery, it remains a technique that can only unleash a single powerful strike. The immense golden sword appeared almost as a phantom, yet it possessed a tangible pressure that rivaled reality, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. Go! Zhou Yang commanded with a deep voice, swinging the great sword to clash against the descending giant axe. The collision produced a resounding echo that reverberated across the sea, startling all combatants in the vicinity, drawing their attention towards the unfolding spectacle. The shockwave from the clash of the giant axe and the divine sword radiated outward, accompanied by endless sound waves and shockwaves. Zhou Yang frowned at this sight. If such a shockwave were allowed to propagate unchecked, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the ocean. This colossal impact occurring at the seabed would unleash terrifying energy that could not be underestimated, potentially triggering volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and massive tsunamis. With a mighty roar, Zhou Yang transformed into a colossal dragon, stretching thousands of meters long. At this moment, his dragon transformation technique approached perfection by channeling his crossing tribulation stage cultivation. He instantaneously achieved the true dragon cultivation level of Xian Immortal, coupled with his divine ability embodying the ancestral dragon's form. His potential for growth far exceeded that of an ordinary true dragon, with combat power that was immeasurable. In his dragon form, Zhou Yang possessed a sustained combat prowess that far surpassed what Heaven's tilt could offer. Following a dragon's roar, the innate abilities of the dragon race activated, granting Zhou Yang effortless control over all water-based forces. The might of the ocean converged, effectively suppressing the terrifying shockwaves generated by the clash. The great dragon coiled in the depths of the sea, its vast head swaying with two twisting dragon whiskers, while its enormous golden eyes, each over 10 meters in diameter, glimmered with infinite authority as they regarded the three demon generals. What was Zhu Yun feeling at this moment? He was a demon general, wielding Xian immortal strength. And yet he had failed to subdue a mere crossing tribulation stage cultivator. Such a reversal of fortune was unfathomable. The previous strike had shattered his top-tier demonic weapon axe. A weapon of immense power. How could it be reduced to fragments? Little did he know, Heaven's tilt was indeed Zhou Yang's unparalleled divine ability. Its destructive power reaching terrifying levels, equivalent to that of a king-tier weapon. This meant that although Heaven's tilt could only be used once every 10 days, its instantaneous attack power had already reached the level of a golden immortal. Such potency could easily shatter a demonic artifact, unless Zhu Yun employed a demon king-level weapon to withstand it. Fortunately for him, he had relinquished the giant axe at the critical moment. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to that very sword. Damn it! Zhu Yun's expression hardened, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon before him. This fellow is of the dragon race. No, this is a divine ability. How can he possess the divine abilities of the dragon race? The peculiar youth frowned. Moreover, that strike was also unusual. This individual wields two supreme divine abilities, both of which are extraordinary. Zhu Yun solemnly declared, "This is problematic. This fellow is not as arrogant as we presumed. He genuinely possesses the strength to contend against the three of us. To think that a mere crossing tribulation stage mortal cultivator could stand against us three demon generals. This is truly terrifying. An unparalleled prodigy." The female demon general also wiped the smile from her face. Initially, she had dismissed Zhou Yang, a mere mortal cultivator, as inconsequential. Given the vast disparity between the crossing tribulation stage and the realm of demon generals. However, the reality had left her utterly astonished. This individual could not be assessed by ordinary standards. Let us engage in another battle. Zhu Yun huffed, his gaze still locked on Zhou Yang's dragon form. If we cannot subdue him, we shall disperse and flee. The world is vast. There must be a place for us to hide. This realm's prodigy is but one. I refuse to believe that any others will emerge. With our strength as demon generals, there are places we can go. Brother is right, if all else fails. We shall retreat first. Once we contact the demon realm, we can summon the demon army for an assault, or return to our clan at any time. The peculiar youth nodded in agreement. Kill. Zhu Yun waved his hand, leading the charge once more towards Zhou Yang's dragon form. Roar. As Zhou Yang let out a dragon's roar, he unleashed a torrent of ancestral dragon flames from his mouth. Three anguished screams erupted as the three figures fled in a frenzy. They were caught off guard. They never anticipated that their initial charge would be met with such devastating dragon flames. In his dragon form, Zhou Yang had achieved combat power equivalent to that of the demon generals, with the immense might bestowed by the ancestral dragon form. A single breath of dragon flames was far beyond what the three demon generals, still recovering from their prior confrontation, could withstand. Thus, the three demon generals fled in disarray. Alas, in the ocean, a true dragon's domain, Zhou Yang, still fighting in the form of the ancestral dragon, would not allow them to escape. Die. As the peculiar youth fled in a state of panic, he saw Zhou Yang still pursuing them. With a surge of determination, he hurled his short dagger, which transformed into a flicker of cold light, aiming directly at the dragon's eye. Explode. He shouted. The short dagger, a top-tier demonic artifact, was intended for self-detonation, hoping to inflict even the slightest harm on Zhou Yang. If they could just delay him for a moment, they might find a chance to escape. Unfortunately, they could never have anticipated that Zhou Yang had additional trump cards. Absolute defense. With a thought, Zhou Yang enveloped his dragon form in a protective shield. The immense damage from the self-detonating demonic artifact was completely absorbed by the shield. This was absolute defense. As long as energy was available to sustain it, it could remain unbroken indefinitely. In an instant, over 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones stored within the soul-suppressing pearl were consumed to fully negate all damage from the explosion. Once the shield dissipated, Zhou Yang caught up with the last of the peculiar youth, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames that incinerated him to mere ashes, until nothing remained. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yun and the female demon general trembled in fear, hastily retreating once more. Chapter 192, The Frenzied Battle. The Annihilation of Two Demon Generals. One of the three demon generals, a sinister youth, was obliterated by Zhou Yang's dragon flame, sending a wave of terror through Zhu Yun and the female demon general. Both of them unleashed the demonic essence within, frantically propelling themselves to escape. They sought to tear apart the fabric of space to flee, but alas, the realm had long been sealed by celestial artifacts, rendering their efforts futile. This was a meticulous pre-battle preparation. The roar of the dragon reverberated as the two demon generals fled in desperation. Meanwhile, on another front, 100 tribulation stage powerhouses, with the assistance of the void refinement cultivators, were engaged in a relentless onslaught against 300 celestial demons. The ocean was stained crimson, erratic spells surged through the air, and explosions echoed, sending tumultuous shockwaves across the sea. At this moment, Qingmu transformed into a magnificent phoenix, her true form, adorned with a celestial artifact phoenix crown, enveloped in endless phoenix flames, while a colossal fiery phoenix spirit loomed over the ocean. Yet, this was not the only celestial artifact spirit above the sea. This was a monumental battle that encompassed the entire cultivation world, with countless celestial artifacts making their appearance, and myriad artifact spirits soaring through the skies, unleashing frenzied assaults upon the celestial demons. The celestial demons were not to be underestimated. A small faction wielded demonic artifacts, each on par with celestial artifacts, their might rivaling that of their heavenly counterparts. Thus, above the ocean, the clash of innumerable celestial and demonic artifact spirits erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Roaring, the silver bell transformed into an icy white dragon, and with a resounding dragon's roar, the vast expanse of the sea was encased in ice, trapping a celestial demon within its grasp, followed by a swarm of frost-winged beasts launching a frenzied assault. On another front, Zierna wielded her staff, summoning a massive dolphin that unleashed a sonic attack, causing dozens of celestial demons to clutch their heads in agony. Witnessing this, a multitude of tribulation stage cultivators directed their spells and artifacts toward the fray. Meanwhile, Greenvine led a group of void refinement experts to confront the celestial demons that had managed to escape the encirclement, but the struggle was exceedingly arduous. Dozens of void refinement cultivators found it challenging to vanquish even a single celestial demon, even one that was already spent and had escaped at a tremendous cost. Yet, the disparity in realms remained evident. Even at merely 10% of its full strength, a celestial demon could still stall numerous void refinement experts for a considerable duration. As time dragged on, more celestial demons broke free, escalating the pressure on the void refinement experts. Upon witnessing one of their own being torn apart by a celestial demon, Greenvine cried out, "Everyone, in this critical moment, activate the protective shields from the spirit net. Do not skimp on spirit stones, for our lives are far more precious." Hearing this, the void refinement cultivators ceased their frugality with spirit stones, recognizing the truth in Greenvine's words. Life outweighs the worth of spirit stones. Consequently, with protective shields shielding them from lethal attacks, the mortality rate of the void refinement experts significantly decreased, albeit at the cost of rapidly depleting spirit stones. On Zhou Yang's end, he sensed the battle below in the ocean was far from favorable. After all, they were contending with 300 celestial demons, each one, even at merely 2 or 3/10 of their former strength, possessed a realm that surpassed that of the others by a significant margin. A simple comparison of strength revealed that the tribulation stage powerhouses of humanity and demonkind were in their prime, fully prepared. Conversely, the celestial demons, having endured thousands of years of sealing, operated at only 20 to 30% of their strength, yet they could still contend with the others at their peak. And in one-on-one confrontations, they undoubtedly held the upper hand. The only recourse lay in numbers and formations. In terms of numbers, they indeed outnumbered the 300 celestial demons. However, among them, only 100 were tribulation stage cultivators and great demons, while the rest were void refinement and transformation cultivators, the latter of whom dared not approach too closely due to the devastating aftermath of battle, which could leave them gravely injured. Thus, sheer numbers proved ineffective. In overall strength comparison, the celestial demons still held the advantage, and the longer the battle dragged on, the slimmer the chances of victory became. Even with the various functions of the spirit net assisting them, spirit stones could not sustain such prolonged consumption. Therefore, Zhou Yang had to hasten to eliminate the two demon generals before turning his attention to the battlefield against the celestial demons. In the form of the ancestral dragon, Zhou Yang's power reached the celestial immortality realm, his offensive capabilities terrifyingly formidable. A single breath of dragon flame was enough to deter even Zhiyun from facing it head-on. Yet, these two fiends, with their established realms, possessed an alarming speed of escape. A contemplative glimmer flickered in Zhou Yang's dragon eyes as he relentlessly pursued them. But the two had begun to split up in their flight, a situation that vexed him greatly. If he pursued one, the other would undoubtedly slip away. What to do? After a brief contemplation, Zhou Yang resolutely directed his pursuit towards Zhiyun. The female demon general, witnessing this, felt elated. Almost there. She was on the verge of escaping the confines of the celestial artifacts blockade. Once out of that range, she could tear apart the space and hide wherever she pleased. The female demon general transformed into a shadow of black light, swiftly slicing through space to flee. Damn it! Why is he pursuing me so doggedly? Wouldn't it be easier to deal with my second sister? Zhou Yang glared back at the massive dragon form chasing him, his pace quickening, filled with overwhelming demonic energy. Slicing through the skies in his escape. Why is this damned celestial artifacts blockade so extensive? How many demonic stones must it consume? Wait, there's a fluctuation in space. Zhou Yang's heart surged with joy as he sensed the space around him loosening slightly. As he swung his fists, the space trembled, and fissures began to appear, as if it were on the verge of rupture. He pushed his speed further, nearing the edge of the blockade. Once he broke free, he could communicate with his clan's realm, and then, this world would surely be obliterated by my kin. Zhou Yang's gaze was resolute. His eyes filled with a savage bloodlust. This was a certainty. Once he opened the passage to the outer celestial demon realm, summoning a few demon kings or emperors would suffice to shatter this world at a whim. Such beings are capable of effortlessly annihilating heaven and earth. Even he himself, if he could restore his full strength, wouldn't be in such a wretched state. At least he would possess the power to fight back. Alas, he was fated not to wait for that moment. For at this critical juncture, just as Zhou Yang was about to escape the celestial artifacts blockade, Zhou Yang closed in. Charge! Roar! A dragon's roar echoed just under 100 miles behind Zhou Yang, nearly causing him to lose his wits. 100 miles, for a being at the celestial immortality realm, is hardly different from a mere meter. In the blink of an eye, he could cover that distance. The flight speed of celestial immortals approaches the speed of light. Representing the pinnacle of aerial velocity, celestial beings primarily travel via teleportation or instantaneous movement. Mortal cultivators above the nascent soul stage can also use teleportation to traverse distances, let alone celestial beings. It merely varies in the distance of teleportation. Roar! No! Zhou Yang's desperate cry rang out. Yet it could not prevent the dragon flame from engulfing him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dragon transformed into a figure. Zhou Yang gasping heavily as he watched a cloud of ashes fall from the sky, landing upon the ocean, and he finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was almost lost. In the end, Zhou Yang managed to catch up with the fearful meteor by awakening his own potential, albeit at a cost to himself. Fortunately, he succeeded in vanquishing the fearful meteor, but there remained another demon general that needed to be eradicated, otherwise she would pose a ticking time bomb. If she were to establish contact with the extraterrestrial demon clan, it would spell doom for this realm. He lacked the capability to confront those ancient and formidable celestial demons. However, just as Zhou Yang prepared to pursue the female demon general, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the ocean, followed by violent explosions and the anguished cries of a great dragon. Silverbell was in trouble. Zhou Yang's expression shifted, and he immediately headed towards the depths of the sea. Under the current restrictions imposed by the celestial artifact, the ability to teleport through the spiritual network was also hindered. Any forced usage would either prove ineffective or destroy the celestial artifact that was sealing the space, allowing the demons to escape at will. This was absolutely unacceptable. In this critical moment, Zhou Yang set aside all other considerations and decisively chose to provide support in the battle beneath the sea. The female demon general had already ventured beyond the confines of the celestial artifact's seal and could easily tear through space to flee far away. It would be challenging to catch up in a short time, whereas the battle in the depths of the ocean could not afford any further delay and had to be resolved immediately. As Zhou Yang submerged into the depths of the ocean, his first sight was of Silverbell, transformed into a slender white dragon, plummeting to the seabed, drenched in blood. With demonic energy swirling around her, the malevolent aura emanating from her wounds was substantial, indicating she had endured numerous attacks from the celestial demons. Nearby, Elder Xian and several other tribulation stage powerhouses were also on the brink of collapse, spitting blood, their celestial artifacts having sustained significant damage. Celestial artifacts were indeed powerful, but it was essential to recognize that they were facing demonic artifacts of similar caliber, with 300 celestial demons. While the number of demonic artifacts in their possession was not overwhelming, it was still considerable. The demons, drawing upon their own life force, could forcibly operate their artifacts, inflicting substantial harm on Elder Xian and the other prominent figures of various sections. Silverbell's ancestral celestial artifact, the Dragon Pearl, boasted formidable defensive capabilities, bolstered further by the absolute defense granted by the spiritual network, making it the ultimate shield. Previously, she had been at the forefront, enduring countless attacks from the celestial demons while Elder Xian, Qing Li, and Zirna led a large contingent to strike against the encircled demons. The celestial demons had initially been engaging cautiously with the cultivators, as they were not foolish, having been sealed for tens of thousands of years. Their strength was diminished to nearly nothing. They were merely waiting for the three demon generals to resolve the battle and come to their aid. Little did they expect that not only had the three demon generals been delayed by a tribulation-stage mortal cultivator, but they had also suffered a setback, with two being slain in a 1-on-3 confrontation. This was utterly outrageous. The celestial demons, possessing divine consciousness at the level of immortals, observed the battle between Zhou Yang and the three demon generals from afar. They understood that further delay was untenable. They could no longer rely on the three demon generals and had to depend on themselves. Thus, the celestial demons employed forbidden secret techniques, converging their divine consciousness to seize an opportunity when Silver Bell's absolute defense was momentarily compromised, delivering a devastating blow to her, with Silver Bell gravely injured. The premeditated attacks from the celestial demons fell upon her dragon form, pushing her to the brink of death. In that critical moment, had it not been for Qingmu summoning the Phoenix Crown artifact spirit to provide protection, Silver Bell would likely have been reduced to a lifeless dragon carcass by now. However, the subsequent frenzied assaults from the celestial demons left everyone struggling to withstand the onslaught. Out of the 300 celestial demons, dozens had perished due to the forbidden techniques, while many others had fled in panic. Currently, the number of celestial demons still attempting to breach the sealing formation was around 200. Zhou Yang, now restored to his human form, descended and hovered above Silver Bell's forehead, furrowing his brow at her severe injuries. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a powerful healing spiritual fruit, the Emerald Jade Lotus. This renowned healing fruit's efficacy improved with its age, and its value was exorbitant. It not only healed bodily injuries, but also mended spiritual wounds. The only drawback compared to the 9 underworld soul condensation water was its inability to enhance the success rate of tribulation. Nevertheless, it remained a coveted healing relic among countless cultivators. However, the healing effect of the Emerald Jade Lotus was closely linked to its age. Those under 10,000 years old had effects comparable to top-tier healing remedies, while those over 10,000 years were exceedingly rare. The Emerald Jade Lotus in Zhou Yang's possession boasted an age of over 500 million years, originally having only been 500 years old. While it was still possible to find several hundred-year-old Emerald Jade Lotuses in remote mountains and rivers, he had previously instructed the artifact spirit to procure a substantial quantity during his seclusion. With a wave of his hand, he crushed the lotus into a potion and poured it into Silver Bell's dragon mouth. He then turned his attention away from her, with a 5 million-year-old Emerald Jade Lotus ingested. There was no need to worry about her current injuries. Even more severe wounds could be fully healed, and she would soon be lively and vigorous, more energetic than in her prime. Zhou Yang turned to the others. Qingmu approached him, panting. Zhou Yang, is Silver Bell going to be all right? She'll be fine. I've administered a high-age Emerald Jade Lotus to her. She'll recover fully in no time. Zhou Yang replied, by the way, how many celestial demons managed to escape? He waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of unmatched magical energy that fiercely enveloped the sealing formation, ensuring that the remaining 200 celestial demons were firmly held within, unable to break free from the encirclement. About 50 managed to escape, but over 20 were blocked by the refining void and transformation god stage cultivators on the periphery, who paid a heavy price to stop them. Qingmu said, her gaze sternly fixed on the celestial demons within the encirclement. Even in their diminished state, these beings remained formidable. Should they manage to escape and regain their full strength, victory would be unattainable. So, approximately 20 celestial demons have completely escaped, have they? Zhou Yang frowned. This was concerning. When they regained their strength, eliminating them would become exceedingly challenging. Indeed, Zirna said, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth as she approached Zhou Yang. Even in their depleted condition, these celestial demons are difficult to contend with. If they recover their strength, we will truly be at a loss. Young friend Zhou Yang, do you have any plans? Elder Xian inquired as he and several others approached. These venerable figures were all injured, while the tribulation stage powerhouses surrounding the celestial demons were currently relying on absolute defensive barriers to withstand the attacks. Their occasional strikes barely grazed the celestial demons, and only through coordinated efforts could they inflict any damage. Only the attacks from celestial artifacts could deal substantial harm. Realizing this, Zhou Yang spoke solemnly. Everyone, do not hesitate to expend spiritual stones. We must eradicate these celestial demons completely, or we will face endless repercussions. Elder Xian and the others exchanged wry smiles. We understand that this is not the time to conserve spiritual stones, but our supply of top-grade spiritual stones is truly limited. If not for the numerous spiritual stones you provided earlier, our celestial artifacts would have become inoperable. Not to worry, Zhou Yang declared, waving his hand to produce another 1,000,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Consider this 1,000,000 top-grade spiritual stones as my personal donation, specifically for this battle against the celestial demons. Now, it is time to act. We cannot delay any longer. After we deal with these 200 celestial demons, an even greater calamity awaits us. Splendid. With this 1,000,000 exquisite spirit stones, every mystical artifact can unleash hundreds of attacks, sufficient to annihilate 100 celestial demons. At that moment, leveraging our numerical advantage, we can grind these celestial demons to oblivion. Everyone, let us divide the spoils. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Attack. After distributing the spirit stones to those wielding celestial artifacts, Elder Xian furrowed his brow and addressed Zhou Yang, young friend Zhou Yang. What do you mean by an even greater calamity? I have slain 2 demon generals, and 1 managed to escape. Coupled with the 20 celestial demons you mentioned that also fled, it is certain that these demons possess their own means of communication. If they were to regroup and establish a contact channel with the Outer Realm's demon clan. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, everyone's eyes widened in sheer horror. Indeed, should the Outer Realm demons establish a connection with our cultivation world, even a few demon kings descending could spell disaster for us. Is it possible for us to contact the celestial realm? A tribulation stage cultivator proposed. If they can seek assistance from the outer demon realm, surely we can do the same. Alas, Elder Xian sighed. Our connection with the celestial realm has been severed for tens of thousands of years. Initiating contact is exceedingly difficult, and with our mortal cultivator strength, we cannot possibly open a portal to the celestial realm. If we truly wish to communicate with the celestial realm, there exists but one path. What path? Ascension. Elder Xian intoned solemnly. Upon ascending, one could bear news to the celestial realm, urging its mighty beings to open a passage to the mortal realm. This was also the case during the war tens of thousands of years ago. Only the celestial realm can accomplish such a feat. Zhou Yang's gaze flickered, and the others mirrored a similar expression. Ascension, the ultimate aspiration of all mortal cultivators. Throughout their arduous journeys, overcoming countless tribulations. The tribulation stage itself demands the endurance of 9 heavenly tribulations, all in pursuit of ascension to the celestial realm, to attain boundless longevity and unparalleled strength. However, the path to ascension is fraught with challenges. Even with over 100 tribulation stage elites present, 9/10 of them are unlikely to ascend. Firstly, most have not yet completed all 9 tribulations. Currently, only Zhou Yang stands as a 9 tribulation candidate, having faced no tribulations at all, directly advancing to the 9th tribulation realm. The others are not so fortunate. Each tribulation they face grows increasingly formidable. Even the mightiest Elder Xian finds himself at merely the 8th tribulation, lacking confidence to overcome the 9th. As for Qing Li and Yin Ling, possessing celestial roots, they need not worry. Yet, their cultivation speed, though rapid, has yet to reach the 9th tribulation, with most at the 7th or 8th. At this juncture, only Zhou Yang is poised to ascend at any moment. Must Zhou Yang ascend to communicate with the celestial realm to resolve this calamity? Reluctant to approach the celestial beings for aid, Zhou Yang pondered the potential refusal of their assistance. After all, the mortal cultivation realm is but a speck in the grand scheme. The outer demons devour countless worlds annually. Would the celestial beings concern themselves with a mere mortal realm? The war tens of thousands of years ago was initiated by a large-scale invasion of outer demons. Our realm was merely a small fragment of the conflict. They did not come specifically to rescue us. With a sigh in his heart, Zhou Yang chose to set aside such thoughts and refocused on the 200 celestial demons encircling them. For now, it was essential to deal with these foes first. Just then, Yin Ling's injuries had healed. With a resounding dragon roar, she transformed into human form, standing beside Zhou Yang. Her cold and proud demeanor softened by a hint of gratitude as she gazed at him. Zhou Yang, thank you for saving me with that precious emerald jade lotus. No need for thanks. Zhou Yang waved his hand. The moment calls for action. As a tribulation stage great cultivator, you cannot be left unattended. Yin Ling nodded in silence. Everyone, follow my lead. Let us eradicate these celestial demons and track down the escaped demons and that female demon general. Engage. Slay. Chapter 194, Annihilation. The Indomitable Sea-Settling Pillar. With Zhou Yang's participation, despite the presence of around 200 celestial demons, the tide of battle was firmly in favor of the cultivators. Boom. Boom. Some celestial demons, realizing they had no chance of victory and facing certain death if the battle dragged on, opted for self-detonation. With each explosive roar, immense energy erupted, injuring and repelling numerous cultivators. Fortunately, the absolute defense barrier held firm. Otherwise, the casualties from this wave of self-detonations would have been catastrophic. With the infusion of exquisite spirit stones, the cultivator's celestial artifacts continued to unleash their might, the artifact spirits wailing as their colossal forms struck down. The end of the celestial demons was rapidly approaching, their numbers dwindling. 200, 150, 100. Ultimately, as the last celestial demon fell, this siege against the celestial demons reluctantly drew to a close. Next, they needed to pursue the escaped female demon general and the 20 or so celestial demons, ensuring they could not establish a connection with the outer demon clan. In the aftermath of the battle, designated personnel began to assess the losses. The final tally revealed devastating consequences. Approximately 40 tribulation stage cultivators perished, though it seemed minimal, considering over 100 tribulation stage cultivators were present. Losing 40 was fortunate compared to the 280 celestial demons that had been slain. However, this fortunate outcome was contingent upon the absolute defense barrier's relentless operation. Without Zhou Yang's support, not even 40 would have survived, let alone exterminating 200 celestial demons. Moreover, had Zhou Yang not neutralized 3 demon generals, the repercussions would have been even graver. Utter annihilation of the cultivation realm would have occurred in an instant. While the loss of tribulation stage cultivators was somewhat acceptable, the fatalities among the virtual refinement cultivators were far more alarming. Over 400 virtual refinement cultivators perished. This was the backbone of the cultivation realm. Such a sudden loss was catastrophic. These 400 were primarily the result of the several dozen celestial demons that escaped the encirclement, their power disparity far too great. As celestial demons possessed strength rivaling that of immortals, capable of wiping out swathes of opponents with a single strike. The virtual refinement cultivators lacked sufficient spirit stones to activate their absolute defense barriers multiple times, under the onslaught of collective attacks. There were always those unable to activate their barriers. After several rounds, the death toll escalated. Dozens of celestial demons escaped the encirclement, with the virtual refinement cultivators managing to slay a mere 10, ultimately allowing 20 to flee. Had these 20 celestial demons opted to fight rather than flee, they might have taken hundreds of virtual refinement cultivators with them. As for the lower-tier incarnation cultivators, they faced a truly insurmountable gap. A mere brush against a celestial demon would spell doom for a multitude. The celestial demons regarded them with disdain, akin to how a nascent soul cultivator views a chi refining cultivator. Consequently, the death toll among the incarnation cultivators was relatively low, with fewer than 200 lost. This was quite reasonable, as the celestial demons engaged in combat with virtual refinement and tribulation stage experts, leaving little opportunity for the incarnation cultivators to intervene. When the celestial demons fled, the incarnation cultivators were unable to keep pace, relegating them to the role of mere bystanders, which ultimately contributed to their survival. After the battle concluded, Zhou Yang initially intended to depart immediately in pursuit of the female demon general and the 20 celestial demons. However, Qingmu called out to him, "Zhou Yang, the ceiling formation here has been utterly compromised." Xianxia mentioned that the formation's level is far too high. The array masters of the mortal cultivation realm cannot repair it in the short term, and even if they could, it would be of little use. Qingmu pointed towards the towering sea-settling jade pillar and remarked, "Zierna is currently engaged in tidying up the aftermath of the battle, while Yinling is over there. This sea-settling jade pillar is a celestial artifact belonging to her ancestor, and she intends to reclaim it. Zierna has no objections, nor do the other cultivators. Could you assist in determining whether it can be refined? Although the sea-settling jade pillar is of a remarkably high grade, it remains a celestial artifact. Refining it during the tribulation phase may be challenging, yet with time and effort, it should be feasible, don't you think?" Zhou Yang, intrigued, inquired, "Is it possible that Yinling cannot refine it? This is her ancestor's celestial artifact, linked by blood, and she previously used it to investigate the conditions within the seal. Surely, it cannot be beyond her capacity to refine." "No," Qingmu shook her head, "it's not a matter of refinement. You are correct. Given her blood connection with the white dragon ancestor, refinement should indeed be possible. Even if challenges arise, time can hone the process successfully. Now, let us see for ourselves." Zhou Yang found himself puzzled. Was there a more complex issue at play? The two of them swiftly approached the sea-settling jade pillar, gazing at the immense artifact that resembled a jade disc, adorned with intricate wave patterns and an array of dragon motifs. At that moment, Yinling and Luluo stood at one of the raised designs, with Yinling's palm resting upon the jade surface, lost in contemplation, while Luluo bit her lip, furrowing her brow in thought. Upon noticing their arrival, Luluo flew over, nodded to Qingmu, and then turned to Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, the sea-settling jade pillar penetrates the array seal. Just now, Yinling informed me that the connection point between the pillar and the seal is severely damaged. The primary damage is to the seal itself. Upon examining the connection, Yinling discovered an overwhelming concentration of demonic energy, seemingly the result of a top-tier demon horn eroding it over millennia. This is a crucial reason why the array seal cannot contain the celestial demons. Ah, I see. How could it be otherwise? Such a celestial artifact of golden immortal caliber, combined with a top-tier sealing array, could not possibly be breached by merely 3 demon generals and a few hundred celestial demons after thousands of years. Zhou Yang sighed, realizing the cause. Demon horns. These are formidable organs that nearly all extraterrestrial demon races possess, akin to the teeth, claws, and horns of ferocious beasts, representing the hardest parts of their bodies. To wear down and damage a top-tier celestial artifact like the sea-settling jade pillar, the demon horn must undoubtedly be of considerable rank. It is conservatively estimated that it may originate from a demon king or even a demon emperor to exert such a significant influence. So, is this the reason Yinling cannot refine it? Zhou Yang looked towards Luo and Qingli. Indeed, they both nodded, their gazes shifting toward Yinling, seemingly aware of the external situation. Yinling slowly opened her eyes, looked at the group, and said, "Please wait a moment. I will extract the sea-settling jade pillar to assess the situation." Very well. Yinling expelled a dragon pearl from her mouth. This was not the legendary celestial artifact crafted from the white dragon ancestor's dragon pearl, but rather her own. While its power could not compare to that of the ancestral artifact, its affinity was perfect, as it was her very own dragon pearl. Utilizing this pearl to channel her magical energy would undoubtedly be more adept. With a surge of power, the colossal sea-settling jade pillar began to tremble, causing the sediment and rock layers beneath the sea to quiver. The pillar ascended, rapidly revealing over 100 kilometers of its length above the surface, piercing the sky. Even so, the portion embedded in the depths of the sea had not yet fully emerged. After a while, it finally revealed its entirety. The entire sea-settling jade pillar, a top-tier celestial artifact, measured nearly 1,000 kilometers in full length, with a diameter exceeding several dozen kilometers. Most of the pillars soared above the ocean's surface, reaching towards the heavens, while a portion remained submerged in the water. Yinling pointed to a specific section of the pillar, saying, "Over there, let us investigate. Perhaps that demon horn still resides within, for the concentration of demonic energy is alarmingly high, clearly abnormal." As they approached, they discovered a gaping hole measuring less than 10 meters in diameter on the colossal jade pillar. The group was taken aback. To bore such a large and deep hole into such a powerful celestial artifact was no trivial feat, and the demon horn should not be underestimated. Chapter 195. The Spirit of the Sea-Settling Jade Pillar. The Spirit of the Demon Horn. A hole of less than 10 meters in diameter was insignificant in proportion to the entirety of the sea-settling jade pillar, akin to a mere pinhole on a human body. Upon entering the cave, the four felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence, a result of the demonic energy's ability to instill dread in living beings, akin to the might of a dragon's presence. Unlike dragon might, however, the demonic energy harbored even greater dangers. Beings exposed to such an environment for prolonged periods risked being tainted and transformed into demonic entities. The higher echelon of these entities would inevitably become celestial demons. And the more potent the demonic energy in the environment, the stronger the demonic beings would become. In the extraterrestrial lands of the celestial demons, often referred to as the demon realm or demon domain, the concentration of demonic energy surpassed that of celestial spiritual energy by countless times. After flying a short distance of less than a few kilometers, following the end of the jade disk, the four were struck by a shocking sight. A small, 5-meter-long black-scaled unicorn serpent was coiled around an unconscious little girl, who bore a pair of pristine white horns on her head. The horned serpent's horn continuously emanated boundless demonic energy, which flowed in tendrils toward the girl, whose face was half retaining its pale complexion, while the other half had turned as dark as ink. Her expression was filled with anguish. Though she remained in a state of unconsciousness, she occasionally trembled. "This is bad." Upon seeing the scene, Yinling gasped. That unicorn serpent is the spirit of the demon horn, while the dragon girl is the spirit of the sea-settling jade pillar. It appears she has been largely corrupted by the demon horn. If we do not expel the demonic energy swiftly, the spirit of the sea-settling jade pillar will inevitably succumb to demonic transformation. And ultimately, the entire pillar will transform into a demonic artifact. Is that unicorn serpent truly the spirit of a demonic artifact? Qingli exclaimed in astonishment. Could it not be merely a horn of a demon king or demon emperor? How could it be that this horn has been forged into a demonic artifact? Without a doubt, such a powerful horn would attract anyone with sense to forge it into a treasure. Even in the celestial realm, there are those who have crafted celestial artifacts from demonic horns, yielding formidable results. As Yinling spoke, she turned her gaze to Zhou Yang. Although this demon horn is currently engaged in combat with the spirit of the sea-settling jade pillar, it appears to have the upper hand. It may possess the capability to spare some attention, representing a demonic artifact that could rival the sea-settling jade pillar, perhaps even slightly stronger. We may not be its match. Zhou Yang frowned at her words. Hold on. Previously, when we battled the celestial demon army, this demon horn did not emerge to assist. Even the 3 demon generals could not summon it back in their dying moments, which indicates something significant. What do you mean? Firstly, they escaped from the sealing array and had to abandon this horn to entangle the spirit of the sea-settling jade pillar. Otherwise, a pillar with a spirit would never have allowed them to escape so easily. They have spent millennia eroding it, using the demon horn artifact to restrain the spirit of the sea-settling jade pillar, and they no longer possess the power to control this demonic artifact. Zhou Yang stated solemnly. The sea-settling jade pillar is not to be trifled with. While it is entangled with the demonic artifact, it has also ensnared the artifact here. Even if this magical artifact can manage to strike, its power will be greatly diminished. Silver Bell, I will handle the attacks of the magical artifact. Your task is to communicate with the spirit of the artifact and work in unison to vanquish this horn. Can we accomplish that? Silver Bell hesitated, saying, this could possibly be a magical artifact of royal caliber. The magical artifact forged from the Demon King's horn is likely to be of the royal grade. Otherwise, it would not have been able to erode the sea-calming jade pillar from within the seal, while simultaneously suppressing its spirit. If it were at its peak, I might not stand a chance against this horn, but now it must contend with the spirit of the sea-calming jade pillar, and it lacks any subsequent energy replenishment. What can it use to fight me? Zhou Yang spoke calmly. In truth, he had a trump card he had yet to reveal. A royal-grade magical artifact? Before my soul-subduing pearl, that is but a lesser entity. Even if the soul-subduing pearl is not an offensive type of imperial artifact, its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. No matter how formidable your magical horn may be, it cannot breach my defenses. What use is it then? With that, Zhou Yang commenced his maneuvers. He swiftly appeared beside the unicorn serpent, launching a mental assault directed at it. The spirit of the artifact exists in a spiritual state, immune to over 90% of physical attacks. Thus, a mental strike is the appropriate response. As the mental assault struck, it immediately provoked a reaction from the unicorn serpent. With a hiss, the serpent turned its head, a dim aura enveloping it as it deflected Zhou Yang's mental attack. Hiss! The unicorn serpent hissed again, expelling a misty, gray-black lightning that sped towards Zhou Yang. This seemingly inconspicuous attack caused a surge of alarm in Zhou Yang's heart, as a dreadful sense of impending doom loomed over him. It felt as though the descent of that gray-black misty lightning heralded his demise. With a twitch of his eyelid, Zhou Yang shifted his thoughts, activating his absolute defense shield that enveloped his entire body. He did not dare to absorb this attack with the body of the ancestral dragon. Perhaps the resilience of the ancestral dragon could withstand this strike, but there was no need to take such risks. The misty lightning struck the shield, creating ripples that spread across its surface, completely nullifying the attack. Then, the spirit of the imperial artifact conveyed information that left Zhou Yang astounded. Such an attack consumed 150,000 premium spirit stones. Was this some sort of jest? This implies that a single strike from the magical horn is equivalent to 150 attacks from an ordinary celestial artifact. Is this the might of an offensive royal-grade magical artifact? Zhou Yang gazed at the magical horn with delight. If he could acquire this, he would possess the ultimate trump card for offense. The power of this artifact's attack is on par with his own unparalleled divine ability, the Celestial Fall, which occurs only once every 10 days. However, this artifact can unleash such formidable attacks continuously, as long as the supply of spirit stones is maintained. Elated, Zhou Yang continued to engage in combat with the magical horn, with the absolute defense shield encasing him. No matter how formidable the magical artifact, it could not breach his defenses. It was merely a futile struggle. Zhou Yang relentlessly assaulted the unicorn serpent, uncovering 3 distinct offensive capabilities of the magical horn. While the number of types could not compare to the soul-subduing pearl, each of these 3 abilities was undeniably offensive. The specifics of these abilities would only be revealed upon acquisition, but for now, he knew that all 3 were formidable. At that moment, Silverbell, under the protection of Qing Li and Lu Luo, penetrated into the consciousness of the unconscious spirit of the sea-calming jade pillar, establishing a connection with the true spirit of the Dragon Maiden. Though the Dragon Maiden appeared small, resembling a 7- or 8-year-old girl, she was, in fact, the spirit of a royal-grade celestial artifact that had existed for countless millennia. Indeed, the spirit of a royal-grade celestial artifact can grow alongside the artifact itself. When the sea-calming jade pillar was forged, it may not have reached the royal level, but after so many years, it had likely ascended to that status. Had it not encountered the invasion of the magical horn. At present, the Dragon Maiden was on the verge of reaching royal caliber, if the magical horn were expelled. And the sea-calming jade pillar's body was fully restored with energy from celestial stones, it would be nearly certain to revert to the status of a royal-grade celestial artifact. Just a few breaths later, the Dragon Maiden trembled, releasing a copious amount of celestial spiritual energy. Externally, the massive sea-calming jade pillar rapidly contracted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a 2-meter-long jade-like rod, quietly hovering above the surface of the sea. With the sea-calming jade pillar shrinking to such a size, Zhou Yang and the others, as well as the magical horn, were completely expelled. At last, she has awakened. A clear and melodious voice rang out. And while Zhou Yang restrained the magical horn, he turned to look. He saw Silver Bell, her face alight with joy, alongside Qing Li and Lu Luo. And beside them stood a small dragon girl clutching the sea-calming jade pillar. This girl was, of course, the spirit of the sea-calming jade pillar. The intelligence of celestial artifact spirits is not to be underestimated, especially that of a royal-grade artifact. Curse the unicorn serpent, watch out. Though the Dragon Maiden had just awakened, she was aware of what had transpired. Zhou Yang and the others had rescued her. However, with a formidable enemy still at large, she immediately charged at the unicorn serpent wielding the sea-calming jade pillar. Chapter 196, Capturing the Magical Horn. The Dragon Maiden's Astonishment. The Dragon Maiden, wielding the sea-calming jade pillar, engaged in fierce combat with the unicorn serpent. Despite being merely a spirit of a celestial artifact, her combat experience was extensive. Having once accompanied powerful celestial beings in battles across numerous realms, enduring countless brutal fights. Of course, the unicorn serpent was equally formidable as the horn of a demon king. It possessed even more combat experience, and the battles of the extra-mundane demons were far more frequent and savage than those of celestial beings. The difference was that the Dragon Maiden had Zhou Yang and the others supporting her, while the unicorn serpent was truly isolated. Having to focus on both the Dragon Maiden and be wary of Zhou Yang's movements, surrounded by enemies, how could it concentrate on the battle? The clash between the two artifact spirits was intense. At first, Zhou Yang and the others watched with keen interest, even gleaning some combat strategies from the encounter. However, as time passed, their patience began to wear thin. Let us bring this to a swift conclusion. I will assist the Dragon Maiden in subduing this magical artifact, for we still have to deal with the female demon general and those 20 extra mundane demons. Zhou Yang declared. All right, just be cautious, after all. This is the horn of a demon king, experienced in battle. It is better to coordinate with the Dragon Maiden to subdue it, Qing Li advised. Yes, it is wise to exercise caution. You need not worry about us. The Dragon Maiden and I have established a mental connection, and I can communicate with her during the battle. Silver Bell added. Though she had not fully refined the celestial artifact, she had already forged a connection with the Dragon Maiden. Refining it would merely require some time in the future, and with the spirit's assistance, it would be straightforward. We cannot offer you much help, but we will not hinder you either, Lu Luo remarked. She understood that her current strength was the weakest. Merely at the void refinement stage. Previously, even Qing Li, who was the most powerful in the Demon Saint Palace, was only at that level. Now, in response to the war against the extra-mundane demons, it could be said that the hidden trump cards of the immortal cultivation realm had all emerged. The various factions within the realm of immortality collectively possess an unparalleled heritage, amounting to over 100 transcendental tribulations. The human cultivation world claims nearly half of this power, while the other half is derived from the formidable forces of the demon race, with the demon sacred palace boasting around 10 transcendental tribulation experts. However, at this moment, these esteemed figures are absent, having been led by Elder Xian on a quest across the cultivation realm to seek out the female demon generals and traces of the celestial demons. Other factions, such as those specializing in the transformation of the ethereal into the divine, are also engaged in the pursuit of celestial demons. The moment any intelligence is acquired, it is swiftly transmitted through the spiritual network, followed by the arrival of transcendental tribulation experts to encircle and eliminate the celestial demons. This matter is of utmost gravity and must be treated with the highest seriousness. Thus, the conflict between the two supreme weapon spirits must be resolved post-haste. Zhou Yang's entry into the fray immediately imposed immense pressure on the unicorn serpent. Although it did not succumb instantly, defeat was merely a matter of time under the combined onslaught of Zhou Yang and the Dragon Maiden. The Dragon Maiden wielded her staff with fervor, delivering fierce blows to the unicorn serpent, her cheeks flushed with anger, a clear reflection of her past torment at the hands of this serpent. which had nearly led her to the brink of demonic transformation. Her fury was entirely justified. The serpent's obsidian demon eyes glinted with cunning. It understood that contending with a single dragon maiden was already a formidable challenge, and now it faced Zhou Yang as well. While Zhou Yang might not be its match in a one-on-one confrontation, the serpent sensed an underlying threat, as if the adversary harbored hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. Moreover, its reserve of energy was nearly depleted. If it failed to flee now, it would become vulnerable, leaving it at the mercy of these cultivators. Based on the historical conduct of human cultivators, its consciousness would undoubtedly be obliterated, ultimately leading to its refinement into an artifact spirit. The mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down its spine. It equated to death. Thus, the unicorn serpent sought to escape. It recalled the previous skirmish and knew that a demon general had managed to slip through the encirclement. It now prepared to flee in search of that escaped general. For if it could find that demon general, it might replenish its energy and have a chance to return to the demon domain. Once within the demon domain, these human cultivators would pose no threat. Hissing, it braced itself against Zhou Yang's strike, utilizing its demonic form to endure the blow. Riding the force of the impact, it soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of inky black light as it sped away towards the horizon. Damn it, trying to escape. The dragon maiden seethed with rage and immediately pursued. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. This serpent displayed a modicum of intelligence. Truly, it was worthy of being a top-tier demonic artifact, far surpassing the legacy artifacts from his cultivation realm. Its intellectual prowess was at the level of a normal cultivator. Zhou Yang murmured softly and transformed into a divine dragon, soaring through the clouds, tail whirling as he gave chase. Meanwhile, Silver Bell observed the ancient, dark golden dragon that Zhou Yang had morphed into, her bloodline stirring with primal reverence. It was a sensation that emanated from the depths of her being, an involuntary surge of respect flooding her mind. This was undoubtedly not a feeling mere ordinary dragon transformation could evoke. Dragon transformation techniques are categorized into tiers. The basic form can only transform into a common true dragon, the next tier into a dragon king, then a dragon emperor, and ultimately into the primordial dragon god or the ancient ancestor dragon. Silver Bell dared not contemplate further. Perceiving that the dragon Zhou Yang had morphed into was at least of dragon king caliber, if not potentially a dragon emperor. The other girls did not pursue, but instead observed the unfolding chase between Zhou Yang and the unicorn serpent with their divine senses. Given their realms, their participation would not significantly impact the battle. However, under the coverage of their divine consciousness, they could discern the combat's progression. They occasionally suffered minor injuries from the backlash of the demonic artifact's consciousness, which was an inevitable consequence. After a brief tease worth of time, the battle reached its conclusion. The moment Zhou Yang revealed his primordial dragon form, the outcome of this confrontation was sealed. The synergy between his ancestral dragon physique and the Dragon Maiden's artifact yielded unexpectedly powerful results, allowing Zhou Yang to directly wield the artifact in combat, thoroughly dominating the unicorn serpent. Ultimately, the unicorn serpent found itself utterly drained of energy and captured by Zhou Yang. Had it not exhausted its reserves, it might have managed to flee. Indeed, as a top-tier demonic artifact, even while being pressured, it could only be subdued once its energy was entirely depleted. Otherwise, it would have required a strategy of encirclement and attrition. With a series of shrill cries, the unicorn serpent transformed into wisps of black smoke, leaving behind a gleaming black horn, the very essence of the demon's antlers. Nearby, the sea-stabilizing jade pillar shimmered, and the dragon maiden reappeared, grasping the pillar. Her gaze first fell upon the horn, then fixed intently on Zhou Yang, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "What do you seek from me?" Zhou Yang smiled lightly. "Is there something amiss with my visage?" "Nothing amiss, but your dragon transformation technique is indeed remarkable." The dragon maiden responded, her tone calm, yet her eyes filled with astonishment. She had witnessed numerous dragon transformation techniques. Many celestial beings in the celestial realm possessed such abilities, far exceeding those in the mortal realm. Given her experience, what technique had she not encountered? "Why is that?" Zhou Yang inquired, eager to glean insights about the celestial realm through the dragon maiden. "I have seen many in the celestial realm who possess the dragon transformation technique, yet after transforming, they lack the ability to utilize their powers without refinement." The dragon maiden explained, "But you can wield it directly. This is quite peculiar. From my understanding, only those who have attained the status of primordial divine dragons or ancient ancestor dragons can achieve this. Even a dragon emperor could not manage it, let alone those with mere dragon transformation abilities." Chapter 197, The Curtain Falls. Search and Nationwide Bounty. 3 beams of light flashed as Qingmu, Silver Bell, and Green Lo appeared nearby, hovering in midair. "Have we captured it?" Green Lo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the horn in Zhou Yang's grasp. At last. It's over, completely over. Not quite yet, Qingmu replied with a calm smile. Only when we have vanquished the escaped female demon general and all 20 celestial demons will it truly be considered a definitive conclusion. Indeed. I was overly simplistic in my thinking. Green Lo nodded. This horn is rather precious. It is an artifact of the same grade as myself. The dragon maiden glanced at the three newcomers before addressing Zhou Yang. You should find time to refine it, but be cautious of the demonic energy's corruption. On second thought, with your dragon transformation technique, and having approached the golden immortal realm, you need not fear such corruption. Zhou Yang chuckled, feeling the horn in his hand still writhing. This creature, despite being captured, was unwilling to concede defeat. It seemed to have overheard the dragon maiden's words and was reluctant to be refined, harboring a sense of resentment. But what of it? Being refined was its destined outcome. There is no need for concern on that front. I will be careful. Zhou Yang nodded. But what of you? In the absence of a master to refine you, you cannot maintain your current state for long, can you? The dragon maiden, as a celestial artifact, was indeed a top-tier one. Such highly intelligent and powerful artifact spirits possess a degree of autonomy. However, as an artifact, it has inherent limitations. In a state without a master, it cannot sustain itself for long and will eventually lapse into slumber to replenish its energy. There is no need to worry about me. That little ice dragon over there happens to be the descendant of my former master. The dragon maiden shrugged nonchalantly. Let her refine me. I recognize no one else. Well, if it were you, I might consider it. The dragon maiden harbored no aversion towards Zhou Yang. Rather, she sensed a formidable and regal aura emanating from him. One that surpassed that of her former master. Within this aura, there lingered an undeniable warmth and familiarity. Zhou Yang shook his head, stating, though you are immensely powerful, I must decline your companionship. Yinling would be a more suitable companion for you. As the ancestral artifact of her family, it is far more fitting for you to remain by her side. Go now. Nearby, upon hearing his words, Yinling's countenance, typically pristine and aloof, betrayed a glimmer of joy in her gaze, tinged with a hint of admiration directed towards Zhou Yang. This was indeed a premier celestial artifact. It could be asserted that, once replenished with top-grade spirit stones or sufficient celestial stones, the Dinghai Jade Pillar would undoubtedly unleash the might of a king-level celestial weapon. The fact that such a magnificent artifact willingly sought to become Zhou Yang's companion, yet he refused due to its bloodline connection to himself, filled her with genuine appreciation for his kindness. You are Yinling, correct? From now on, I shall accompany you. The dragon maiden exclaimed as she materialized before Yinling. Her head held high, before transforming into a radiant beam of light and vanishing, leaving only a jade staff suspended in the air. Along with her lingering words, please gather some celestial stones for me. I have no fondness for consuming earthly spirit stones. Fear not, I possess some celestial stones. Yinling replied, casting a glance at Zhou Yang. She then grasped the jade staff and produced a considerable quantity of celestial stones, casting them into the internal storage of the Dinghai Jade Pillar. It seemed as if a cheer echoed in the air with these celestial stones. The Dinghai Jade Pillar would swiftly regain its peak prowess, and once its damaged areas were mended, its king-level might would be fully restored. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang stored away the demonic horn, intending to refine it at a later date, though not at present, for there were more pressing matters at hand. My spiritual network backend has received some leads regarding the suspected traces of the demon generals. It is time for us to take action. Until we eradicate the celestial demons, our world will remain perilously threatened. Zhou Yang declared solemnly. Understood. Let us proceed at once. Qingmu nodded in agreement. However, we must prioritize safety during our information search. After all, we are dealing with a demon general. Green Vine, do not stray from my side. Yinling, return to the northern region to search. You are more familiar with that area. Be sure to inform Zhou Yang immediately upon discovering any leads. With him present, we stand a better chance of capturing all the fleeing celestial demons. I understand. Yinling acknowledged, nodding at Zhou Yang before transforming into a beam of light and teleporting back to the northern region. We should return as well, with Zierna here in the deep sea. We need not worry. I doubt the celestial demons would dare return to the depths, Qingmu remarked, gazing at Zhou Yang. Indeed, let us go? Zhou Yang waved his hand, and a radiant glow enveloped the three of them. They vanished and reappeared within the heart of the dark forest. At the headquarters of the Demon Sage Palace, atop a colossal tree. At the Demon Sage Palace, Zhou Yang did not linger long. He merely processed some back-end information. Regrettably, the leads were merely vague hints without any concrete intelligence. Even after multiple teleports, the traces of the celestial demons were simply remnants of their passage, devoid of any specific locations where they might have settled. Disheartened, Zhou Yang returned to Qingmu City. Upon arriving at his residence, he reunited with his family. Engaging in conversation with Xia Qingxian, Xia Qinglan, his sister Zhou Yun, his younger sister Zhou Shui, and his mother Lu Wanru regarding familial matters. He then began to remotely coordinate the efforts of over 100 tribulation stage experts in their quest to locate the celestial demons. The fugitive celestial demons proved exceedingly difficult to track. These beings, having escaped, refrained from wanton destruction and slaughter, which would have made them easier to locate. Currently, the coverage of the spiritual network across the world was extensive. Wherever there were cultivators, it was almost uniformly monitored. Any trace of the celestial demons would be detected swiftly. However, these entities were astute and cautious, managing to suppress their bloodlust and avoid indiscriminate slaughter of the populace, which was indeed perplexing. Where could they be hiding? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before redirecting his focus to the spiritual network. Currently, the primary search force comprised over 100 tribulation stage experts. However, this was insufficient. Their combat prowess and speed, along with their mental coverage, were indeed vast, yet their numbers were limited. It was essential to mobilize ordinary cultivators for the search, necessitating the initiation of a mission. Thus, after thorough contemplation, Zhou Yang's mission appeared on the spiritual network, igniting a fervor throughout the entire cultivation community. Chapter 198, Traces. The approaching celestial demon portal. Bounty notice. Search for traces of the celestial demons. Any individual with relevant information, upon verification, will receive a reward of 100 top-grade spirit stones. Those who pinpoint the exact location of the celestial demons will be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. During the search, requests for assistance from the spiritual network's functionalities may be made. A spiritual network artifact spirit will be responsible for validating the authenticity of these requests. Available functionalities include revival, shields, and teleportation. All functionalities requested during the search for the celestial demons will be provided free of charge. In the cultivation world, spirit stones are the de facto currency. Previously, due to resource scarcity in the cultivation realm, Zhou Yang's actions had led to a significant devaluation of spirit stones. However, following the recent conflict with the celestial demons, the depletion of spirit stones had reached alarming levels, making them even more precious and rare than before the war. Thus, upon witnessing Zhou Yang's issuance of this bounty notice, the entire spiritual network buzzed with excitement. Were it not for the spiritual network's assurances, they would have thought twice before confronting the celestial demons, as they were formidable beings, typically at the pinnacle of power and led by a demon general. Outside of Zhou Yang, anyone else who encountered them would surely meet their demise. They had depleted their spirit stones, leaving them unable to sustain the use of the spiritual network's shield. However, the situation was now different. With the guarantee provided by the spiritual network, not only could they access shields, but they could also be revived for free if they perished. With such a safety net, the cultivators were eager and ready to take action. Zhou Yang observed the enthusiasm with which the cultivators were accepting the search tasks, a smile gracing his lips. The current scarcity of spirit stones in the cultivation realm prevented him from distributing them freely. Thus, this task also served to replenish the spirit stone resources. But not for everyone. Only for those fortunate enough, strong enough, and capable of uncovering traces of the celestial demons. On one hand, it replenished the spirit stone resources for the cultivation realm. On the other, it addressed the threat posed by the celestial demons, eliminating a significant adversary. The celestial demons were not only a menace to the other cultivators, but also a dire threat to Zhou Yang and the Zhou family. If left unchecked, they could establish contact with the celestial demons' lair beyond the realms, leading to the ruin of the entire cultivation world, including Zhou Yang and his family. No matter how powerful he was, he could not face the entire celestial demon race alone, a faction that had triumphed in battles against the celestial realms for eons. As time passed, countless cultivators sprang into action, scouring various locales within the cultivation world for traces of the celestial demons. Some ventured into remote, uninhabited mountains and forests. Utilizing their mental probing abilities, they navigated through the skies in flying vessels, diligently searching. Occasionally, they did uncover traces left by the celestial demons, promptly reporting back to the artifact spirits, and upon verification, receiving rewards of top-grade spirit stones. These rewards are publicly announced, and all cultivators can see the notifications regarding the distribution of these prizes. Thus, spurred by the allure of these rewards, an increasing number of cultivators have joined the fray. On this day, a youth who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age was traversing through a mountain forest, leaping and running forward. The young man, named Lu Yuan, hailed from a third-rate sect, possessing neither exceptional nor utterly lacking talent. His current endeavor was, of course, to search for traces of the celestial demons. Although his sect was of lesser standing, Its strength was not insignificant within the entire Western region, for there are but a few major sects in that domain. It was only after entering the spiritual network that he realized the existence of so many top-tier sects, formidable cultivators, and a vast number of practitioners in the world. Driven by the recent bounty notice from the spiritual network, nearly everyone in Lu Yuan's sect was mobilized, from the sect master at the nascent soul stage to the newly initiated disciples of the Qi refinement stage, eagerly scouring for traces of the celestial demons. As Lu Yuan sprinted, he employed his feeble spiritual awareness to search for clues within a radius of several dozen meters. Reflecting with a sigh, several cultivators have already located traces of the celestial demons on the spiritual network, with the weakest among them at the foundation establishment stage. Although I am merely at the late stage of Qi refinement, if I practice diligently for another 6 months, I too could have the chance to advance to foundation establishment. Why, then, has such fortune eluded me? Upon this realization, Lu Yuan shook off his despondency and pressed forward once more. Only when he felt the severe depletion of his spiritual awareness and the instability of his spirit did he pause to rest. After recuperating, he set off again in search of clues. Not far from his location, within an underground cavern, 20 celestial demons, led by a female demon general, were gathered together. The center of their attention was the figure of the female general herself. Everyone, exert yourselves. After half a month of effort, we are finally on the brink of opening this passage. The female demon general's voice resonated with a hint of excitement. I must admit, the spatial barriers in this realm are remarkably resilient. Even with our strength as celestial demons and demon generals, it has taken us half a month to breach this barrier. Nevertheless, it shall all be worth it, as we shall soon return to our ancestral grounds within merely 2 days. Upon hearing this, the 20 celestial demons became animated, their breaths quickening with anticipation. Returning to their ancestral lands, their lair filled with demonic energy, would require no gradual recovery. Within half a day, they could restore themselves to their peak condition thanks to the abundant demonic energy. Haha, the cultivators of this realm are frantically searching for us, unaware that we are hiding right here in this mountain forest of the western region. Although this realm is but a speck compared to our celestial demon territory, it is still not insignificant in the mortal world. Even if Zhou Yang mobilizes the entire cultivation realm to search for us, they will not find us in the short term. Indeed, by the time they discover our whereabouts, we will have already opened the passage and departed from this realm. Fortunately, we have the female general with us. Otherwise, given the current strength of these spatial barriers, our combined efforts would not suffice to breach them. Ha ha ha, I suddenly realized that, considering the strength of these barriers, the difficulty for cultivators to ascend must be akin to reaching for the heavens. That is unlikely. The ascension of cultivators is akin to the sanctification of demonic beings. At that moment, they will connect with the higher realms and collectively open a passage. Though the difficulty of ascension will certainly be heightened, let us not concern ourselves with the cultivators. Instead, let us ponder what awaits us upon our return. I wonder how our ancestral lands are faring. Need we even speculate? Given the might of our clan, they are undoubtedly still dominating the immortal realm. Just then, the female demon general's expression suddenly shifted, and she gritted her teeth, whispering, "Send someone to remove a minor cultivator from 800 miles to the south. Make sure not to kill him indiscriminately, lest we attract Zhou Yang's attention." Chapter 199. Lu Yuan's Opportunity? The demonic tracks emerge. The surrounding celestial demons halted, their faces betraying expressions of terror as they recalled Zhou Yang's calm, yet terrifying gaze. It was unfathomable that such a fearsome figure had emerged in the mortal realm of cultivation, truly terrifying. "My lord, I shall go." A tall female celestial demon spoke solemnly. The newcomer is merely a young cultivator at the Qi refinement stage. Although he is surely a member of the spiritual network and the spirit of this celestial artifact can monitor his situation as long as I do not reveal myself. Our whereabouts shall remain concealed. Yes, hurry and go. Do not allow him to approach here. The female demon general waved her hand. Once dealt with, return swiftly. We cannot delay the opening of the passage. Understood. The female celestial demon accepted the command and vanished like a wisp of black smoke. The celestial demons resumed their efforts to maintain the distorted black vortex suspended in midair at the center, with the female general as the orchestrator. Her power was the crucial force sustaining the vortex. The vortex absorbed the boundless energy from the celestial demons, gradually expanding at a languid pace. As they maintained the vortex, the celestial demons also focused their magical awareness on the happenings beyond. Outside the mountains, hundreds of miles away, Lu Yuan had just scaled a peak and stood atop a great tree, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, "This cursed place is truly barren. I have been running for several days without a single clue. Is it possible that the reports of celestial demons appearing in the western region were false? But that cannot be. Those who reported it have already received their spirit stone rewards. Surely, it cannot be fabricated. Therefore, it must mean that the celestial demons are not located in my immediate vicinity. Lu Yuan could only conclude thus. The vastness of the western region surpassed that of other domains, although it was comparatively desolate. This desolation made it all the more evident that the western region was sparsely populated. This is exceedingly challenging. He muttered again before leaping down from the great tree, contemplating resting a while before continuing his search. He wondered how his fellow sect members and elders were faring in their own quests. If they could find even a thread of evidence, it would mean prosperity for their sect. Yet, upon reflection, he realized they were searching for the tracks of celestial demons, terrifying entities at the level of immortals. As a mere chi refinement practitioner, he doubted he would even notice if one appeared beside him. Just as Lu Yuan was lost in his thoughts, a translucent figure appeared atop the very tree he had just descended, silently observing his retreating silhouette. This figure was none other than the female celestial demon dispatched to eliminate Lu Yuan. For a celestial demon, dealing with a minor chi refinement practitioner was as effortless as a breath, capable of annihilating hundreds of thousands without exaggeration. However, the present Lu Yuan, or any cultivator in the current realm, was not someone they dared to dispose of recklessly. They had encountered several instances of being detected while evading Zhou Yang's pursuit. This was largely due to their indiscriminate killings of some cultivators, whose soul memories exposed their presence within the spiritual network. Initially, they had been unaware of the existence of such a peculiar network. It was only through the memories of the slain cultivators that they learned of it, thus refraining from indiscriminate slaying thereafter. Even when seeking information, they disguised themselves as cultivators, obtaining it through conversation. The female celestial demon pondered briefly before deciding to take action. She pointed a finger, and a wave of concealed, invisible demonic energy rippled through the air for an instant. At this moment, the power she wielded was exceedingly feeble. Firstly, she was hesitant to unleash a significant amount of demonic energy for fear of attracting the attention of the spirit net's guardian. Secondly, facing a mere novice in chi refining did not necessitate an extravagant display of power. With her subtle demonic energy paired with a flicker of demonic intent, there was an immediate stir on Lu Yuan's side. After resting on the ground for a brief spell, Lu Yuan prepared to resume his journey. He intended to traverse the forest ahead in search of further clues, and if none were to be found, he would return to his sect. However, after only a few steps, he sensed something amiss. Where's this? Lu Yuan felt a sudden flash before his eyes, and he found himself in an unfamiliar place, as if he had been transported through the spirit net from one location to another. Perplexed, Lu Yuan opened the spirit net to investigate and discovered that he had not invoked any teleportation function. Besides, with his limited resources, he certainly lacked the spirit stones required for such a travel. Scratching his head, he pondered, could it be that I have stumbled upon some secret realm? It was indeed a possibility. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan began to search the area, hoping to uncover some treasures in this seemingly mysterious domain. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a spirit herb adorned with vibrant red fruits. This particular herb was one he recognized well. Were it not for the existence of the spirit net, he would hardly have been able to identify such a rare medicinal plant given his level of cultivation. This herb held immense medicinal value even for a celestial transformation practitioner, worth at least several million low-grade spirit stones. I've struck gold. I can't believe I've discovered such a precious herb. No, I must have stumbled upon a secret realm. This is truly a secret realm. Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy and hurried towards the herb. However, just as he reached out to grasp it, the red fruits emitted a strange radiance. Lu Yuan's expression froze, and he seemed to succumb to a trance, slowly turning around and retracing his steps. Above, the celestial demoness observed Lu Yuan's gradual departure and let out a sigh of relief. All right, come back now. The voice of the demon general echoed in her ears. As you command. The celestial demoness nodded, glanced at Lu Yuan's retreating figure, and swiftly vanished back into the cavern. You've done well, the demon general remarked, casting a glance at her. Let him return at his own pace. It both buys us time and avoids drawing the spirit net's attention. This technique of mine can only last around 3 days. Beyond that, I fear complications may arise. The celestial demoness responded solemnly. What if that little brat's elder tries to contact him? It could expose our plans. No need to worry. Let's expedite our efforts. The demon general's expression remained unchanged, her gaze fixed intently on the swirling portal. We need not concern ourselves with this insignificant character. Delaying him is sufficient. As long as we open the passage beforehand, everything will come to a conclusion. Indeed, a robust celestial demon added in a deep voice. Once we establish the passage to our clan's domain, this realm will be of no consequence. Even if Zhou Yang possesses extraordinary talents, before our clan's might, he is but a mere insect easily crushed. Chapter 200. The Search. Lu Yuan and the Flying Crane Sect. In Qingmu City, at the Zhou family estate. Brother, where is Sister Qingluan? In a pavilion within the Zhou family's courtyard, Zhou Yang, clad in white, sat engrossed in the spirit net, perusing information, when Zhou Shui rushed over from a distance to inquire. Zhou Yang turned to face Zhou Shui, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Can't find Qingluan. Have you tried contacting her through the spirit net? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui pouted. But she told me through the spirit net to come here to find her. With a resigned sigh, she added, Fine, I'll keep looking. If I can't find her, I'll just message her again. Observing Zhou Shui dash away, Zhou Yang shook his head without uttering a word. Despite being merely in her early teens, Zhou Shui had already attained the pinnacle of the celestial transformation stage. As a core member of the Zhou family, she had long possessed a celestial spiritual root, enabling her to cultivate at a pace far beyond that of ordinary practitioners. Has there been any news of the spirit weapon yet? Zhou Yang closed the forum page, letting out a sigh as he inquired. It's been days. If we don't uncover the traces of the celestial demons soon, we risk the chance of them establishing a connection to their outworld stronghold, jeopardizing the entire cultivation realm. Though he possessed formidable strength, it paled in comparison to the entire outworld celestial demon realm, a force that could rival the celestial realm itself. Returning to the master, no discoveries thus far. The spirit weapon responded. Didn't we previously uncover some traces in the central and western regions? Zhou Yang recalled. Those leads were merely remnants left behind by the celestial demon's passage, later detected by roaming cultivators through residual demonic energy. Contemplating this, Zhou Yang remarked. That still indicates the celestial demons have traversed the central and western regions. Currently, based on the movements of practitioners in these areas, we can ascertain they have undertaken a mission, scouring both regions relentlessly. Once any clues emerge, I will swiftly be informed. The spirit weapon spoke calmly. As the spirit of the soul-guarding pearl, its intelligence was unquestionable, even surpassing that of typical cultivators, with computational prowess rivaling that of celestial emperors. After all, it was a subroutine of the system, endowed with unparalleled computational strength. Unlike ordinary spirit weapons, however, its emotional system was rather weak, even inferior to that of the Dragon Maiden, leaning more towards mechanical and procedural tendencies. Keep a close watch, Zhou Yang instructed. Understood. The spirit weapon acknowledged before falling silent. Meanwhile, in the western region, as Zhou Yang remained vigilant for any signs of the celestial demons, elite practitioners from various sects and realms were diligently searching for traces of the celestial demons. In the depths of the cavern, the celestial demons were hastily working to open a passage. On the other side, after a day of wandering, Lu Yuan finally departed from the forested area. As he distanced himself from that place, the enchantment that had bewitched him began to wane. The celestial demon's methods were indeed formidable, especially against a novice chi refiner like him. However, fearing that the spirit weapon on Lu Yuan's person would perceive any irregularities, the celestial demon refrained from exerting excessive force to interfere. In fact, without external influence, the illusion cast upon Lu Yuan could only persist for 3 days due to the weakness of the demonic energy. As Lu Yuan exited the forest, an imperceptible radiance emanated from him. His spirit net account buzzed, a notification he had configured to alert him whenever a message was received, vibrating in his consciousness. While this alert could not simply unravel the illusion enveloping him, it might raise the caution of the contacting party. Within the Flying Crane sect, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Why hasn't Lu Yuan replied yet? Despite the notification being active, he had yet to receive a timely response. Had something befallen him? The middle-aged man longed to teleport to him, but without Lu Yuan's consent, pinpoint teleportation was impossible. Those sent out from the sect to search for traces of the celestial demons had found no leads after extensive searching. He hoped to call his young disciple back, urging him to abandon unrealistic pursuits. After all, if the sect's elders had failed, how could a mere novice succeed? He intended to summon Lu Yuan back to the sect to continue his cultivation, yet this young man's silence suggested he was sulking. Sigh, this boy. The middle-aged man shook his head, then retrieved a compass-like artifact from his possession. Fortunately, he had previously left a fragment of his true soul with me. This artifact possesses some efficacy in tracking and tracing. However, much to his surprise, it proved utterly ineffective in locating the celestial demon, and instead, it only succeeded in pinpointing the whereabouts of his disciple. The middle-aged man chuckled to himself and began to activate the artifact, which ultimately revealed Lu Yuan's location. Anxious for his disciple's safety, he did not dare to linger and promptly set off for Lu Yuan's whereabouts. He was prepared for the worst. Should anything happen to Lu Yuan, he would have to painfully expend spirit stones to resurrect him. Upon locating Lu Yuan, the man's expression instantly shifted dramatically. After a brief examination, he swiftly carried Lu Yuan back to the sect. The sect's patriarch, upon investigating, immediately convened a meeting with the senior members of the sect. Esteemed colleagues, fortune has come to our Flying Crane sect. Lu Yuan bears a hidden aura of demonic energy, the patriarch proclaimed solemnly, casting his gaze over the assembly of high-ranking members. How can that be? One elder exclaimed incredulously. I just scanned the boy and found no trace of demonic energy whatsoever. Of course, the fleeing celestial demons are elusive. If they strike, you would hardly feel it. Another elder interjected. The patriarch is different. He wields fragments of celestial artifacts. So it is unsurprising that he can perceive the presence of demonic energy. The fragments of the celestial artifact in the patriarch's possession were remnants of the once mighty relic that protected the Flying Crane sect. Regrettably, this esteemed sect, once among the pinnacle of the cultivation world, had seen its artifacts shattered during a war thousands of years ago, leading to its decline and tenuous survival until now. However, it seemed that the Flying Crane sect was finally on the brink of a resurgence. Chapter 201, The Patriarch's Analysis. Proceed with investigation. Once I awaken Lu Yuan and inquire in detail, we shall uncover the nature of his ordeal, the patriarch stated with calm assurance, extending a hand to direct a beam of spiritual light upon Lu Yuan. Under the immense magical power, the dazed Lu Yuan was roused from his stupor. What happened to me? Lu Yuan mumbled, still disoriented as he propped himself up, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Upon recognizing the familiar figures of his sect's elders surrounding him, he jolted in surprise. Lu Yuan had met these venerable seniors, including the patriarch himself. Hastily bowing, Lu Yuan's heart raced with anxiety as he pondered the suddenness of his current predicament. In his memory, he should still have been miles away in a forest, searching for traces of the celestial demon. Why was he here? Young friend Lu Yuan, there is no need for alarm, the patriarch said kindly, waving a hand dismissively. Now, please recount the events you encountered while searching for the celestial demon. Lu Yuan hesitated, unsure of how to begin. The middle-aged man beside him grew impatient. Lu Yuan, the patriarch is inquiring. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? I was concerned for your safety when you failed to respond through the spirit network. I used the artifact to locate you, and upon arrival, I found you ensnared in a trance. Thankfully, I arrived in time. Had you exited that area and encountered wild beasts in your state, you would have surely perished. A realization dawned on Lu Yuan. It was his master who had brought him back. Thank you, master, for saving my life. He expressed his gratitude before beginning to recount his journey from the sect with his fellow disciples in search of the celestial demon. When the elders heard about Lu Yuan's separation from his companions and his subsequent venture into an unfamiliar forest thousands of miles away, several Yuanian cultivators exchanged glances. Noting his audacity despite his modest cultivation level, entering such a strange forest without hesitation, what a reckless spirit. Lu Yuan continued, detailing his experience after entering the forest, where he encountered a mysterious realm filled with treasures. Upon revealing that he had seen a spirit herb of immense value even to transformation realm cultivators, the assembly of cultivators grew agitated with excitement. If it were indeed an undiscovered realm, the Flying Crane sect would stand to gain immensely. Lu Yuan, noticing the eager expressions on the elders' faces, couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. At that moment, I thought I had struck gold. Unfortunately, just as I was about to harvest that spirit herb, it emitted a brilliant red light, and then I lost all consciousness until the patriarch awakened me. Oh, the patriarch furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You mean to say that the so-called spirit herb emitted red light, causing you to fall into a trance, and you only regained awareness when I roused you? Indeed, esteemed patriarch, Lu Yuan replied, bowing respectfully. Then I have a few conjectures, the patriarch stated, stroking his beard as his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The other elders, eager for insight, pressed. What wisdom do you possess, patriarch? Please share. The patriarch, with a contemplative expression, proclaimed. In my estimation, the realm Lu Yuan described is likely a fabrication. What? A fabrication? Disappointment washed over the assembly as they had harbored hopes of acquiring a new realm, only to hear the patriarch's disheartening conclusion. They speculated that Lu Yuan had fallen prey to the guardian beasts protecting the spirit herb within the realm. As a mere chi refining cultivator would certainly be no match for a creature guarding such a valuable herb. Perhaps the beast, recognizing the backing of a great sect behind Lu Yuan, chose not to kill him. Yet, another elder mused. But if it were a wise and powerful beast that discerned Lu Yuan's backing, why would it allow him to leave? Surely, that would reveal the location of the realm to our sect. The patriarch replied, unfazed. It was not a true realm, but rather a ruse devised by the celestial demon to ensnare our young friend Lu Yuan, urging him to leave the forest. Why then did the celestial demon not eliminate Lu Yuan, but instead let him go? An inquisitive sect steward asked. This query did not require the patriarch's elaboration. A female steward shot him a look, akin to one reserved for a fool, and explained, the celestial demon is now aware of the spirit network's existence. Should Lu Yuan perish, the artifact spirit would be the first to know of the incident. Our sect would receive feedback through the spirit network, learning precisely where Lu Yuan met his demise and could easily revive him with a few spirit stones. At that point, we could inquire about the events that transpired in that forest. Ah, that makes sense, the steward said, blushing slightly in embarrassment. At that moment, the atmosphere among the elders and stewards shifted to one of excitement. The celestial demon. It must be the trace of the celestial demon. We are set for great fortune, they exclaimed jubilantly. Lu Yuan, you have rendered a great service. Our sect's rise is imminent. Quickly, Patriarch, activate the spirit network and report this matter to the artifact spirit. The assembly clamored, each brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of obtaining an abundance of spirit stones. Yet, the Patriarch remained calm and composed, slowly stating, Are you all truly content with merely 100 premium spirit stones? The crowd fell silent, realizing that while 100 premium spirit stones were indeed a substantial sum, even for a third-rate sect like the Flying Crane sect, it paled in comparison to what they could potentially acquire. In that secluded mountain forest, there may indeed exist a celestial demon. It is imperative that we ascertain the precise location of this demon, according to the Spirit Network's bounty notice. Once we can provide specific coordinates, a reward of 10,000 Supreme Spirit Stones will be ours. 10,000 Supreme Spirit Stones. That is sufficient to activate 2 celestial artifacts. The venerable ancestor declared with gravity, 1,000 compared to 10, 100-fold return. This matter cannot be treated lightly. The elders and disciples were invigorated, their spirits soaring as they envisioned the wealth of 10,000 supreme spirit stones within their grasp. Little did they know, had they been aware that the mountain forest harbored not 1, but 20 celestial demons along with a demon general, they would likely have been left speechless with terror. For the sake of those 10,000 supreme spirit stones, I shall personally lead the expedition to investigate that mountain forest, the venerable ancestor proclaimed, rising with an air of authority, hands clasped behind his back. All gold core stewards and nascent soul elders of the sect shall accompany me. The remaining disciples will remain to guard the sect. He continued, furthermore, the spirit stones stored in the sect's treasury will be utilized to activate the shield function provided by the spirit network. We shall be confronting celestial demons, and we are not their match. However, fret not. Should we truly discover the celestial demons, we will activate the shield and promptly contact the spirit of our artifacts. At that time, powerful beings in the tribulation stage will surely come to confront these celestial demons. The owner of the spirit network, Zhou Yang of the Zhou family in the southern domain, is a formidable individual who has sequentially slain 2 demon generals. Even if we encounter a horde of celestial demons, we need not fear. As long as we endure the initial onslaught, all will be well. Haha. The venerable ancestor is indeed wise. Let us hasten our actions. The disciples were filled with enthusiasm and excitement, eager to set forth immediately. Although the spirit stones preserved by the sect would not sustain the shield for long, they would suffice for a brief period. A moment's contact with the artifact spirit would suffice, and in the blink of an eye, a multitude of tribulation stage experts would arrive. With Zhou Yang, a being of extraordinary prowess, even the mightiest celestial demon would find itself a lamb to the slaughter. Do not underestimate the individuals of the Flying Crane sect. They are not fools. Having cultivated to this level, they are all astute individuals. Thus, the venerable ancestor of the Flying Crane sect, accompanied by the sect's high-ranking cultivators, set out for the mountain forest, guided by Lu Yuan. At this very moment, within the cavern of the mountain forest, the celestial demons were nearing a critical juncture in their efforts to open a portal. Push harder, we are almost there. The portal has stabilized. We are but a step away from opening it. I have located the coordinates of our ancestral land. Everyone, increase your power input. The female demon general's face flushed with excitement, her body trembling as she envisioned her return to the ancestral realm. Chapter 202, Exposure, Slaughter and Annihilation. Suddenly, the female demon general furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting outward. A group of several dozen cultivators soared through the skies. Their destination unmistakably the very mountain forest where she and her kin were located. Among the cultivators, there was a youth, none other than Lu Yuan, who had previously fallen under the enchantment of the female celestial demon. The female demon general's expression turned icy. The other celestial demons also noticed this scene. They were beings of celestial rank, their demonic thoughts capable of enveloping the entire world, though they could not maintain a broad range of coverage at all times. Their vigilance ensured that their demonic awareness extended over several hundred kilometers. Now, they had discovered that the youth they had previously dealt with was among a throng of cultivators. It was evident that this youth had returned after being discovered by his sect, bringing with him a multitude of reinforcements. Damn it, how did they arrive so swiftly? The female demon general scoffed, casting a dissatisfied glance at the female celestial demon. My lord, I had no control over this. That youth was simply too fortunate to have found us. The female celestial demon replied, equally aggrieved. When she acted, her hands were tied by constraints and rules. She could not kill him to avoid attracting the attention of artifact spirits, nor could she reveal herself, lest he recognize her or call for the artifact spirit. Her only recourse was to use deception to lead him away from the mountain forest, which had already pushed her limits. As for capturing Lu Yuan, the same dilemma applied. If he could not contact anyone, he would undoubtedly return here, perhaps even faster than he currently had. This was utterly unsolvable. I care not how you manage it. Those cultivators are here to cause trouble, and you must eliminate them. The female demon general commanded coldly. Strike swiftly and decisively. Do not give them the opportunity to activate that shield. You should be aware that it is a function of the spirit network, one that even we demon generals cannot breach. Thus, they must be slain before they can react. Understood. The female celestial demon responded and vanished, leaving the cavern to confront the incoming cultivators. To her, these cultivators, the strongest of whom were merely at the transformation stage, were no more than insignificant insects. Fortunately, this time she was unencumbered and could kill them without restraint. The swirling portal was nearly complete. Only the final steps remained, and there was no longer any need for concealment. Once the portal opened, not even 10,000 Zhou Yangs could withstand the slaughter of their formidable kin. As the female celestial demon departed, the female demon general's expression tightened, her gaze fixated on the swirling portal. Damn it, what is happening? The portal feels off. The female demon general mused, perplexed. If I recall correctly, the coordinates are correct for our ancestral land. Could it be that, after tens of thousands of years, the ancestral land has shifted? Impossible, utterly impossible. My lord, the ancestral land cannot have changed. Even a full-scale assault by the celestial army could not breach its defenses. It is our ancestral land. After all, our clan possesses more formidable beings than the celestial realm. A burly celestial demon coldly stated. I sense a wave of bloodlust and madness emanating from the portal. If I am not mistaken, it is the might of the two demon emperors, the Crimson Moon and the Lord of Frenzy. But this is merely a portal, one that has yet to fully open. Can the powers of the two emperors permeate it? A celestial demon queried. The might of the demon emperors is unfathomable. It is beyond our comprehension. Another celestial demon remarked. Indeed, the demon emperor possesses boundless magic. Their might radiating across myriad worlds, a force we cannot fathom. The other celestial demons nodded in agreement. The female demon general's brow furrowed deeply. The power of a demon emperor is indeed formidable. That much is natural. However, how could such power be transmitted before the portal had even opened? The notion that the might of a demon emperor could radiate across countless worlds is truly exaggerated. Even in the mundane realms under the celestial realm's jurisdiction, the power of a demon emperor cannot recklessly pervade. The barriers of space are a force that derives from the cosmos itself. And unconscious radiations of power cannot achieve such magnitude. Unless a demon emperor intentionally controls their own power to infiltrate a specific world, that would indeed be a simple task. Yet, in the current scenario, it is evident that no demon emperor has made such a deliberate move to invade this realm. If a demon emperor were truly involved, this would be no mere skirmish. The realm would have been obliterated or devoured by the demon domain long ago. This is neither an unconscious act nor a deliberate assault. So, what then is the source of the aura from the two demon emperors? Something unknown is undoubtedly unfolding here. The coordinates are accurate, and the swirling portal is functioning properly. The female demon general took a deep breath. Now was not the time for hesitation. The female celestial demon had already engaged in battle with the cultivators, and it was imperative for her to expedite the opening of the passage. There could be no further delays. Meanwhile, the figure of the female celestial demon materialized directly in midair, this time no longer concealing her presence or waiting idly. As soon as she appeared, she unleashed a fierce assault. With the might of a celestial demon, facing a group of cultivators whose highest cultivation was merely at the transformation stage, it was nothing short of a massacre. Even the most powerful ancestor of the Flying Crane sect was rendered motionless. Despite his divine sense detecting the sudden emergence of an imposing figure and overwhelming demonic aura ahead, it was far too swift. The terrifying force enveloped him almost instantaneously, leaving him no time to react. Not only the ancestor, but the other cultivators fared no better. Even the transformation stage elders could not respond. let alone the nascent soul practitioners. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan was utterly helpless. With his mere qi refinement cultivation, he had no inkling of what had transpired before he lost consciousness entirely. Huff! The female celestial demon glanced at the scene before her, where her adversaries had been reduced to ashes raining down from the skies. Exhaling, she turned away expressionlessly, vanishing back into the abyss. In the air, aside from the remnants of the cultivator's demise scattered as ash, numerous shattered artifacts fell, including a fragment of a celestial weapon. However, to the celestial demon, these items were nothing more than detritus, utterly worthless. At that moment, far away at the headquarters of the Flying Crane sect, beams of light descended. The revival function from the spirit network was activated, and a dark, shadowy power from the underworld, intertwined with vibrant green vitality, surged forth. In the illuminated area, bodies were resurrected. It turned out that the ancestors of the Flying Crane sect had long laid preparations, depositing spirit stones with the spirit network and establishing a revival mechanism. Once death occurred, this mechanism would trigger. This feature was not exclusive to the Flying Crane sect. Many cultivators would reserve a revival slot whenever they possessed spirit stones, preventing the situation where no one would be willing to spend resources to revive them after death. After all, relying on oneself was preferable to depending on others. After the group was revived, their expressions were as solemn as water. Chapter 203, The Arrival of Zhou Yang. The final battle approaches. With a wave of his hand, the ancestor of the Flying Crane sect summoned a multitude of garments from the treasury and tossed them to the others. Coldly, he declared, "It is now certain that a celestial demon must be present in that forest. Aside from celestial demons, I cannot fathom who else could instantaneously annihilate so many of us." That sudden display of overwhelming power and the surging demonic aura is unmistakable. Indeed, could it be a celestial demon? I lost consciousness before I even sensed anything. An elder of the sect exclaimed, drenched in sweat. It must be. Although I did not witness much, I felt that overwhelming demonic aura just before my demise. Such power can only belong to a celestial demon. Lu Yuan remained utterly bewildered. He had felt nothing before losing consciousness. The ancestor of the Flying Crane sect wasted no time. He accessed the spirit network and directly contacted its spirit. In the southern region, at the Zhou family estate, Zhou Yang was instructing Zhou Pingyan in his cultivation. At this moment, Zhou Pingyan possessed the innate spirit root, and although he was still below the age for formal cultivation, the presence of the spirit root rendered that age gap inconsequential. Despite only just beginning his cultivation journey, Zhou Pingyan was nearing foundation establishment, currently at the 9th layer of qi refinement, surpassing even Lu Yuan. "Brother, when can I establish my foundation?" Zhou Pingyan asked with a cheeky grin. "Go find your sister and inquire about foundation establishment knowledge. Remember, even though the spirit root doesn't require breaking through bottlenecks, you must solidify your foundation before attempting a breakthrough." Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand to teleport Zhou Pingyan away. Beside Zhou Yang, seated at the stone table, was the figure of Xia Qinglan. Upon seeing Zhou Pingyan vanish, she set down her teacup and smiled gently. "Zhou Yang, is it too early for little Pingyan to begin cultivating?" "It is not too early. He possesses a spirit root, unlike ordinary children from the outside world." Zhou Yang shook his head. All cultivators of the Zhou family now essentially possess spirit roots. It's just a matter of time before, in 10 or 8 years, the entire Zhou clan ascends. That is true. The spirit root is exceedingly formidable. Xia Qinglan nodded in agreement. Currently, the Zhou family, with all its members possessing spirit roots, exhibited an astonishing cultivation speed. Aside from Zhou Yang, who had reached the pinnacle of tribulation crossing, several others had also reached the void refinement stage, including Zhou Yun, Zhou Shui, Lu Wanru, and the Xia sisters. There were even more at the transformation stage. 7 clan elders, cousins, and numerous younger generations had also attained this stage. As for the nascent soul, last year's new members of the clan were all at least of nascent soul cultivation. This was the minimum standard. After all, with everyone possessing spirit roots, having merely reached the nascent soul stage after over a year of cultivation could be considered a relatively slow pace. As for the families closely allied with the Zhou clan, Xia Jinfeng had reached the peak of void refinement, while Huang Xianji and the Xia family, despite lacking spirit roots, benefited from their ties to the Zhou family, making resource acquisition significantly easier, leading to rapid advancements in their cultivation. In Qingmu City, Li Chanfeng had reached the transformation stage, and the head of the Li family was at the pinnacle of transformation. Li Fengxian, being Zhou Jun's wife, was treated as a member of the Zhou family and similarly possessed a spirit root, currently at the early stage of void refinement, like several of her sisters-in-law. Additionally, in Liuguang City, the Lu family, with aunts married into the Zhou family, also enjoyed the exclusive opportunity of spirit roots. Not only this aunt, but several others who married into the family obtained this fortune, which directly spurred the rise of several foundation-building and golden core families. As for Lu Qian, a relative who had developed a good relationship with Zhou Yang and his sister, she was an exception among relatives to gain a spirit root and had already reached the peak of transformation, poised to break through to void refinement at any moment. At this moment, the Zhou family stood as the foremost family in the cultivation world. Once someone ascended, they could instantly elevate to a sacred ground. Even the current most powerful sacred grounds paled in comparison to the Zhou family. Zhou Yang alone could dominate the entire cultivation realm. Has Qingxian not returned yet? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's inquiry, Xia Qinglan lifted her teacup again, saying, "Yes, she is still in the imperial capital. Even Uncle Wang has gone there." The Empress's breakthrough to void refinement is not significant for the Zhou family, but it is a monumental event for the Xia family. Huang Xianji's ascension from transformation to void refinement within a year, even with the Zhou family's ample resources, is indeed an impressive feat. She is the second member of the Xia family to reach void refinement, aside from Xia Zhenfeng, not counting the Xia sisters, who are now considered part of the Zhou family. Speaking of the Xia family, besides Xia Zhenfeng, there is also that Xia Qingming, who frequently comes to the Zhou family to take advantage, a shameless scoundrel who has managed to obtain numerous benefits from us. He has already reached the peak of transformation and is likely the next to break through among the Xia family members. While the two conversed, suddenly a semi-transparent panel materialized before them. Zhou Yang's expression shifted as information appeared on the panel. What is it? Xia Qinglan also noticed the emerging panel. Zhou Yang had set it so that outsiders could see it, and naturally, Xia Qinglan could view it, although she did not examine the details closely. There is news regarding the celestial demons. Zhou Yang slowly rose, instructing Xia Qinglan, "I must go personally to address these celestial demons. Only by resolving this can our realm attain true safety. Otherwise, if they were to open a passage to the demon realm, the entire cultivation world would face annihilation." "Very well, you can rest assured to go. We will guard our home diligently." Xia Qinglan nodded slightly. Her cultivation level was considerable, and the Zhou family harbored a multitude of formidable warriors. Even if a celestial demon were to launch a surprise attack, they possessed the capability to activate a protective shield, holding out until Zhou Yang returned. Furthermore, should they encounter danger or even death, their vast reserves of precious spirit stones and celestial stones stored within the spiritual network would allow for effortless resurrection. "Oh, and please relay this information to my mother and elder sister, Qingxian," Zhou Yang remarked before vanishing without a trace. Having directly teleported to the headquarters of the Flying Crane sect in the western regions using the coordinates of the sect's ancestor. Upon his arrival at the sect's main headquarters, Zhou Yang, clad in a flowing white robe, descended amidst a radiant beam of light, immediately drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. "We, the practitioners of the Flying Crane sect, extend a warm welcome to Senior Zhou Yang." The sect's ancestor led the assembled cultivators in a respectful bow, their voices ringing out in a chorus of welcomes. No need for formalities. Zhou Yang waved his hand, and the bowing cultivators felt an overwhelming force lift their bodies upright, rendering them unable to continue their gestures of reverence. "Where are the traces of the celestial demons?" Zhou Yang asked, his tone grave. "Please, tell me everything in detail." In response, the ancestor of the Flying Crane sect promptly recounted how Lu Yuan had discovered the mountain forest where the traces of the celestial demons were found. Zhou Yang cast a glance at Lu Yuan, surprised that such a fledgling cultivator had stumbled upon the celestial demon's whereabouts. "As for Lu Yuan, I shall take him with me. There's no need for the rest of you to accompany us. Having too many would only be a burden, and since Lu Yuan was the first to uncover the traces, it's fitting that he joins." With that, Zhou Yang offered no further words to the practitioners of the Flying Crane sect, merely stating, "Rewards will be distributed after the battle. Be attentive to receive them." At present, the adversaries were aware only that there were celestial demons in the forest, and the exact number remained unknown. They had no knowledge of whether the female demon general was among them. Therefore, it was impractical to distribute rewards in advance. If one were to calculate the reward based on 10,000 premium spirit stones per celestial demon, the total could reach 200,000 spirit stones if multiple demons were hidden within the forest. Should the female demon general be present, an additional 100,000 would be added. Zhou Yang saw no reason to withhold the promised rewards. After all, to him, these spirit stones were not a significant sum. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Flying Crane sect's members, Zhou Yang waved his hand, and with a flick of his sleeve, he and Lu Yuan transformed into two streaks of radiant light, speeding away. Chapter 204, Celestial Cataclysm, Bloodthirst and Frenzied Will. Although Zhou Yang was accompanied by Lu Yuan, his current strength rendered the additional presence inconsequential. The mountain forest was merely several thousand miles from the Flying Crane sect, seemingly distant. It was but a fleeting moment for Zhou Yang, who had attained the pinnacle of tribulation, as he appeared above the forest. A mere flicker of perception brought a smile to his lips. So, this is where you are hiding. Splendid. It will all be eradicated in one fell swoop. In an instant, the celestial demons surrounding the swirling vortex within the subterranean realm turned pale, their expressions transforming dramatically. The female demon general gritted her teeth in fury. Her eyes filled with resentment as she gazed at the trembling vortex. They were so close, just a hair's breadth away from completion. The presence of the Lord of the Crimson Moon and the Lord of Frenzy was already intensifying, almost piercing through the barriers of space. And now, Zhou Yang had arrived. Was this merely an act of malice? Damn it, Zhou Yang. It would have succeeded in just a moment. Why did you have to show up now? How infuriating. The female demon general struggled to maintain her composure, the instability of the vortex reflecting her turmoil. My lord, stay calm. The vortex is of utmost importance. A nearby celestial demon urged. What does it matter? Zhou Yang is here. How can we possibly complete the opening of the vortex? The female demon general retorted fiercely. With his strength, we have no hope of proceeding. What shall we do? Zhou Yang's figure gradually manifested from the air. Standing beside Lu Yuan with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping past the celestial demons to the vortex. Noticing that it had yet to fully open, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Hearing the celestial demon's words, he smiled faintly. Ah, we meet again. And you have made it quite easy for me to find you. The celestial demons trembled in fear, having witnessed Zhou Yang's terrifying prowess firsthand. Two powerful demon generals had met their demise at the hands of his dragon flames. The female demon general's eyes flashed with a glimmer of fear. Let us go? Zhou Yang, I assure you, we will never invade this realm again, she implored earnestly. Indeed, we merely wish to return home. Spare us our lives. The surrounding celestial demons recognized the gravity of their situation. If they did not plead for mercy, they would undoubtedly face death at Zhou Yang's hands. Even the demon general had resorted to begging. How could they, mere minor celestial demons, stand against such a ruthless figure? It was as if they were witnessing a miracle. A mere mortal realm had birthed such an extraordinary individual. It was utterly absurd. Standing behind Zhou Yang, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first experience witnessing the legendary celestial demons. In lore, they were entities capable of laying waste to the heavens and devouring worlds. Yet here they were, groveling before Zhou Yang. Their demeanor a stark contrast to the fearsome reputation they held. This scene was utterly breathtaking for a fledgling cultivator like Lu Yuan, igniting within him an uncontrollable admiration for Zhou Yang. This was the true essence of a cultivator, powerful, dignified, and domineering, eclipsing all others. Do you think I would believe your deceitful words? Zhou Yang spoke calmly. Once the vortex opens, the forces from the demon domain will swarm in, leading to unimaginable devastation in this realm, and it will be too late for regrets. We guarantee. The female demon general opened her mouth, but realized that no matter how they assured him, it would be futile. After all, celestial demons were notorious throughout the realms for their treachery, synonymous with cunning and cruelty. Then, shall we proceed to your demise? Zhou Yang calmly uttered those few words. You scoundrel! After our desperate pleas, you still seek to eradicate us? Very well, then. Let us perish together. The female demon general's face twisted with madness, her demonic energy surging and shimmering as dark mist swirled around her. The 20 celestial demons around her, their expressions resolute, abandoned any hope of survival. It was clear that their pleas had been in vain. As was customary for celestial demons, they would not resign themselves to defeat without a fight. Even in death, they would strike back at their opponent. Thus, the celestial demons turned their attention away from the now unstable vortex and launched their assault on Zhou Yang. With a thunderous roar, waves of demonic energy transformed into various offensive techniques, hurtling toward Zhou Yang. The female demon general unleashed a fierce punch, her demonic energy morphing into monstrous creatures that roared as they lunged at Zhou Yang. Childish tricks. A desperate struggle. Zhou Yang scoffed, feeling the vortex's instability. He did not regard the incoming barrage of attacks with any concern. As the sound of a dragon's roar resonated, he unleashed a single punch. From his fist, a dark golden divine dragon surged forth, effortlessly shredding through all attacks, crashing into the group of celestial demons. Amidst the cries of agony, for celestial demons were torn asunder, while 3 others were grievously injured, spewing blood as they were sent flying. Zhou Yang's attack, though seemingly less formidable than when he faced the demon general, when he had transformed into the form of an ancestral dragon, was nonetheless devastating. However, it is imperative to consider whom one is confronting. Transforming into the form of the ancestral dragon wielding dragon flames against the demon general. A single breath of dragon fire could annihilate. Yet, at this moment, he faces an ordinary celestial demon. In his human form, his punches harbor the might of the ancestral dragon, combined with the immense magical power of a perfected tribulation stage, with his celestial root included. The level of his magical prowess is nearly indistinguishable from that of the celestial demons, equivalent to the standard of an ordinary celestial being. With such a punch delivered, who could withstand it? It is entirely reasonable to slay 4 celestial demons in an instant. Meanwhile, the female demon general stationed at the rear found her own attacks effortlessly neutralized by Zhou Yang. The overwhelming force and the awe-inspiring dragon might caused her to shudder. Fortunately, most of the power had been intercepted by the celestial demons, reducing the impact upon her to a mere fraction. Given her rank as a demon general, she managed to endure it with ease. Nevertheless, she comprehended that this was merely a casual strike from Zhou Yang. The expression on the female demon general's face darkened considerably. Her heart weighed down by immense pressure, her eyes gleaming with a perilous light. A fleeting glance toward the unstable vortex passage filled her mind with chaotic thoughts. Damn Zhou Yang, if you seek to deny me existence, do not expect to fare well yourself. Suddenly, the female demon general flickered to the side of the vortex passage. Standing 2 meters tall, she appeared less imposing before the swirling maw of over 10 meters in diameter. Yet the ferocious demonic aura emanating from her instilled fear in anyone who beheld her. Zhou Yang's gaze shifted to the female demon general's eyes, where a dangerous frenzy sparkled. This tempestuous energy bore a striking resemblance to the volatile force emanating from the passage. The chaotic aura on the other side of the passage was undoubtedly formidable, easily influencing the female demon general. From Zhou Yang's understanding of her character, even in such dire straits, she should not so readily abandon hope or resort to a self-destructive approach. This choice was clearly a result of external influence. Looking at the 10 or so surviving celestial demons, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty mania, he realized that it was time to conclude this confrontation. Heaven's descent. The golden divine ability had long since cooled, and at this critical juncture, the moment for its application had arrived. A brilliant golden light flashed as a massive golden sword materialized in Zhou Yang's hand. His stature surged to nearly 8 meters, dragon horns sprouting from his head, and an ethereal dragon tail swished behind him, startling Lu Yuan greatly. The sword's radiance swept through, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The offensive power of the Heaven's descent technique surpassed even that of dragon fire, maintaining his semi-draconic form. This technique, unleashed under the suppression of dragon, might render the celestial demons immobile. The female celestial demon, poised to detonate the vortex passage, was momentarily daunted by the dragon's might. In that fleeting instant, she could have been vanquished 1,000 times over. With a cacophony, debris scattered as remnants fell to the ground, including shattered demon horns. Zhou Yang paid them no heed. Although precious and ideal for crafting magical artifacts, indeed, the female demon general's horns could serve as prime materials for celestial weapons. His priority lay with the vortex passage. Seemingly influenced by the might of Heaven's descent, the passage became increasingly unstable. Zhou Yang stepped forward, reverting to his original size, his expression calm as he regarded the flickering, swirling black mist of the vortex passage, which exuded an impending sense of explosion. Consolidate, Zhou Yang commanded as his magical energy surged forth, enveloping the vortex. His pure magical force approached the purity of celestial energy, and upon contact with the demonic aura previously infused by the female demon general and her kin, a hissing sound erupted, employing his formidable spiritual consciousness. Zhou Yang firmly restrained the passage, striving to stabilize it. He estimated that, without the influence of the 2 potent auras, an explosion would affect a radius of no more than 10,000 miles. With his presence to safeguard it, the worst outcome would be a few tremors. However, with those 2 auras present, should an explosion occur, the entire western region could face catastrophic repercussions. Zhou Yang could not idly stand by and allow such a calamity to unfold. He resolved to first stabilize the passage, then gradually obliterate it. Yet, what had been his intention before infusing his magical energy shifted as he managed to stabilize it slightly with his consciousness. A surge of bloodthirsty and frenzied thoughts arose within him. This aura, even I am affected by it? What could possibly be the source of such an influence? Chapter 205, Refining the Demon Horns. Enter Lu Yuan's great opportunity. Lu Yuan hesitated as he stood in the cavern, frequently glancing up at the vortex passage overhead and the figure of Zhou Yang beside it. Several hours had elapsed since Zhou Yang's vanquishing of the celestial demons, and he remained motionless by the passage, leaving Lu Yuan too intimidated to speak or move recklessly, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. After all, He was merely a nascent Qi practitioner. After waiting for so long, anxiety gnawed at him, fearing that Zhou Yang might encounter peril. Though Zhou Yang was powerful, the vortex before him was undoubtedly a remnant of celestial demons. What if it concealed some trap? Lu Yuan. A cool voice resonated in his ear. Startled, Lu Yuan quickly responded, "Yes, Senior Zhou Yang. Come here." Zhou Yang beckoned, and Lu Yuan found himself uncontrollably soaring into the air. Arriving at the side of the vortex passage, Zhou Yang turned to face him, his gaze tranquil as he spoke. "I have a task for you to complete. Please, Senior. Instruct me. I will do my utmost." Lu Yuan's heart fluttered with trepidation. The notion that an invincible figure like Zhou Yang required his assistance was almost unfathomable. Was this some kind of jest? Yet, he knew Zhou Yang would never joke with him. Zhou Yang nodded in acknowledgement. During the lengthy pause, he had explored the vortex passage and assessed the situation, leading him to this decision. This passage had not been fully completed. To extinguish it would require a substantial cost, not for any other reason, but because it bore the traces of two supreme beings. Given Zhou Yang's current capabilities, he could not obliterate it in a short span. However, ignoring the matter was not a prudent choice. Even an incomplete passage could draw the attention of whatever lay beyond. He was unfamiliar with the conditions on the other side, and thus, recklessness could not be afforded. It was also impractical for Zhou Yang to venture through himself, as the passage's incompletion would not accommodate a presence like his. Indeed, no material form could traverse such a passage in its current state. Lu Yuan, as a nascent Qi practitioner, might attempt it. He could potentially pass through using his spiritual essence. "I will not conceal this from you. I need you to enter this passage and gauge the situation on the other side. The risks are exceedingly high. There is a 90% probability that it leads to the demon realm. To undertake this mission is tantamount to courting death." Zhou Yang cautioned Lu Yuan. "However, this also presents a monumental opportunity. I will grant you access to the spirit network and an authorization for a reserve of 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. Yet, exercise caution when utilizing the spirit network. Timing is crucial. Avoid attracting attention. If it is indeed the demon realm, even I would not stand a chance against its supreme beings." Understood. Lu Yuan's countenance shifted. The gravity of the situation was indeed perilous. As a mere practitioner, he was about to delve into the demon realm, an upper realm on par with the celestial realm. Ordinarily, only beings of celestial caliber could ascend there. Yet he was merely a nascent Qi practitioner, scarcely stronger than an ordinary person. Deep down, he had little hope of survival. Certainly, the promise made by Zhou Yang instilled a flicker of hope for survival in his otherwise doomed heart. The authorization to access a vast reserve of 1,000,000 premium spirit stones allowed him to utilize various functionalities of the spirit network, including resurrection, teleportation, communication, and shielding. With such assistance, perhaps there truly lay a chance for survival. Zhou Yang was indeed correct. This presented a monumental opportunity, one that other nascent cultivators could scarcely dream of. Should he succeed, the benefits accrued would be beyond measure. This passage could not be traversed by the physical body. Only the soul could pass through and subsequently be resurrected. Furthermore, the disparity between his soul and the life forms in the demon domain necessitated concealment. As Zhou Yang spoke, he produced a demon horn, a formidable artifact he had previously subdued. Initially intended for his own use, it now appeared that it must be entrusted to Lu Yuan. By enveloping Lu Yuan's soul with the demon energy emanating from the horn, he could masquerade as a creature of the demon domain, thereby gathering intelligence from the other side. "I shall assist you in refining this demonic artifact to conceal the vulnerabilities of your soul," Zhou Yang proclaimed, as he infused the artifact into Lu Yuan's spirit. "However, due to your insufficient cultivation level, you are presently incapable of wielding this artifact autonomously. Only upon reaching the transformation realm shall you gradually harness its powers. Take heed." Zhou Yang summoned the spirit of the demon horn to aid Lu Yuan in its refinement. After Zhou Yang's efforts, the spirit had been stripped of its previous identity, ensuring it would not betray him upon entering the demon domain. Lu Yuan, being too weak to utilize the artifact, would still benefit from the spirit's passive concealment of his aura. "Go forth," Zhou Yang gestured, obliterating Lu Yuan's physical form. Then gripping his soul and casting it into the passageway, enveloped in Zhou Yang's consciousness for protection, ensuring no issues would arise while traversing the passage. Lu Yuan's soul swiftly traversed the passage, and after an indeterminate period, it finally emerged on the other side. The resurrection ability of the spirit network activated. Flesh and blood reconstituted around Lu Yuan, and soon, a youthful figure materialized in midair before plummeting to the ground. With a pained cry, Lu Yuan raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, only to be struck with horror at the utterly inhospitable environment. A colossal crimson moon loomed in the sky, casting an eerie, sanguine glow. Nearby, the ground reverberated with the thunderous roars of monstrous beasts. Without the luxury of contemplation, Lu Yuan hastily activated the spirit network to commence recording, simultaneously opening Zhou Yang's dialogue box to report his observations. Zhou Yang, continue your investigation, exercise caution. Lu Yuan, yes. Senior Zhou Yang. Chapter 206, Lu Yuan's Discoveries. A Strange World. After sending Lu Yuan through the passage, Zhou Yang lingered at its entrance for an extended duration. Upon receiving the information transmitted from Lu Yuan, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given Lu Yuan's relatively weak prowess, it was improbable he would attract the attention of formidable entities, making him an ideal candidate for intelligence gathering. From the details relayed from the opposite side, it seemed unlikely they were in the realm of the extraterrestrial demonic clan, or that this passage directly led to the demon domain. However, it was undoubtedly in proximity to both the demon domain and the celestial realm. The aura emanating from the passage indicated that the world beyond was at least within the radiance of the two demon emperors' might. So, why was it deemed near the celestial realm? Did you suppose the two demon emperors had nothing better to do than to radiate their powers over such vast territories? Through his conversations with the Dragon Maiden, Zhou Yang had gleaned some secrets of the celestial realm. The Blood Moon and the Lord of Fury were among the two demon emperors primarily responsible for warfare, and after years of conflict between the celestials and demons, the top-tier powers on both sides were well acquainted with one another. Even ordinary celestials possessed considerable knowledge of the situation. Zhou Yang's exploration of the world beyond the passage represented a rare opportunity. He had reached the pinnacle of the tribulation realm and could ascend at any moment. However, a significant dilemma loomed. Ascension was a ritual. After achieving the pinnacle of the tribulation realm, cultivators must complete the 5 elements to communicate with the gate of the celestial realm, which would then be opened by the celestial realm to facilitate their ascension. For reasons unknown, it now seemed exceedingly difficult for mortals to reach out to the celestial realm. The spatial barriers appeared to have been reinforced by an unseen force countless times over, rendering communication impossible. Without receiving news or coordinates from the mortal realm, the celestial realm could not open the gateway for ascension. Zhou Yang found himself unable to access the celestial realm, leaving him in the dark as to what had transpired to fortify the spatial barriers to such an extent that even he, a being of considerable strength, could not breach them. This was utterly absurd. If he could not pass through, how could any other cultivator at the pinnacle of the tribulation realm possibly do so? Thus, he was convinced that something significant had transpired between the celestial realm and the demon domain. The likelihood of the passage leading to the demon domain was nearly non-existent, which explained why he had been diligently searching for traces of the demon clan without succumbing to panic. If I cannot open the gates of the celestial realm, how could 20 demon lords and 1 demon general open the passage to the demon domain? While the world beyond the passage was unlikely to be the demon domain, it was undoubtedly closely related. His soul's mass was too great to traverse, but Lu Yuan could make the journey. Now, he awaited further messages to make a decisive call. Zhou Yang casually transmitted the remnants of the demon clan left behind on the ground, along with the rewards due to the Flying Crane sect, through the spirit network. He also sent a message to the Flying Crane sect, notifying them that Lu Yuan had been assigned a task and would not be returning to the sect in the short term, urging them not to worry. The Flying Crane sect was unconcerned with such matters. Having received a substantial bounty, they had long since cast Lu Yuan from their minds. Only Lu Yuan's master remained worried about his safety. The others, including the sect's ancestors, were reveling in the prospect of the sect's rise, basking in the rewards they had gained. Zhou Yang first returned to Qingmu City, then dispatched several cultivators from the Void Refinement Realm to establish a presence at the Western Passage's cave to prevent any unforeseen events. Subsequently, he contacted the Dragon Maiden and Silver Bell to inquire further about matters concerning the celestial realm. His time in the mortal realm was limited. Zhou Yang was making his final preparations. As for his family, he no longer needed to fret. Even if he ascended to the celestial realm or departed from the mortal realm, their development would proceed smoothly without issue. What remained was for him to open the gates to the celestial realm for his family, the allied clans, and for Qing Li, Zerna, Silver Bell, and others who had placed their hopes in him. He could not afford to disappoint them. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had also made his own discoveries. He had been in this unfamiliar place for several days. Zhou Yang's primary directive for him was simply to survive. This was the foundation upon which all else rested. As long as he lived, he could gradually gather information. On the first day, Lu Yuan harbored no thoughts beyond seeking signs of civilization. He now resembled an ordinary person, hesitant to cultivate for fear that he might be in a place related to the demon domain. If his cultivation system diverged from theirs, would that not be tantamount to courting death? Days passed, and he eventually exited the weak point of the swirling passage, emerging from the valley. After several days of traversing rugged terrain, he finally glimpsed signs of life. He encountered a thoroughfare where merchant carts passed by, prompting Lu Yuan to hastily seek assistance. The caravan, sympathetic to Lu Yuan's plight, offered him passage, and after a long journey, he arrived at a city where, upon entering, he finally discovered traces of cultivators. Indeed, cultivators. Lu Yuan was astonished to discover that there were indeed cultivators present in this place. Under normal circumstances, even if this were not the demon domain, it should not harbor any cultivators. It was evident that these practitioners were cultivating authentic celestial family legacies. If they were a bunch of demonic cultivators, Lu Yuan could comprehend that. However, the current scene left him utterly perplexed. After wandering around for a while, Lu Yuan arrived at a secluded corner and activated the spirit network to contact Zhou Yang. The capabilities of the spirit network were indeed formidable. After all, it was an imperial artifact, and interdimensional communication was hardly a challenge. Lu Yuan, Senior Zhou Yang, I have made a discovery. Zhou Yang, what is the situation? Lu Yuan, it seems that this is not the demon domain. I have entered a small city and discovered traces of cultivators. Based on their aura, they are following a legitimate celestial cultivation system, not the methods of demonic cultivators or demonic beings. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, incredulous. What a strange turn of events. Are the female demon generals and those celestial demons fools? After all their efforts to create a passage, it leads not to the demon domain, but rather to another realm of cultivation? What kind of jest is this? Zhou Yang found it difficult to comprehend. Something felt amiss. If the passage led to an ordinary realm of cultivation, why would there be the auras of two demon emperors present? Moreover, according to Lu Yuan's earlier words, in this world, at night, there was a blood-red moon in the sky. If Zhou Yang's conjecture was correct, that blood-red moon must be the projection of the blood moon demon emperor, a world illuminated by the projection of a demon emperor having the presence of authentic cultivators. Do you think the demon domain is a benevolent place? Countless worlds in the vast universe have been devoured by the endless demon domain. How could a mere realm of cultivation remain unscathed under the influence of a demon emperor's might and appear to be free from significant turmoil? Zhou Yang replied, continue your investigation. However, since there are cultivators present, you may also commence your cultivation. It would be best to practice the techniques of that world, utilizing some of the reserved resources to enhance your spiritual root qualifications and join a sect of cultivators in that realm for your training. Lu Yuan, understood. I will continue my investigation and report any other news to you immediately. Very well. Zhou Yang closed the spirit network, furrowing his brow. Something was amiss with the world on the other side. Chapter 207. The Ancient Imperial Star, the Land of the Seven Emperors. In the past, there existed a powerful world in the mortal realm, one that birthed 4 demon emperors and 3 celestial emperors. This planet was known as the Imperial Star. The emergence of 7 emperor-level figures from a single mortal planet is enough to illustrate its status as the highest celestial body in the mortal realm. This ancient and formidable planet was ultimately dragged from the mortal realm to the upper realm by the last-born celestial emperor, but encountered interference from the demon emperors in the process. How dare you? This imperial star is not solely the property of your celestial realm. It is also the homeland of our demon emperors. On what grounds do you drag it into the celestial realm? The demon emperors were not to be trifled with, and thus they joined forces to thwart the celestial emperor's actions. In the end, the last-born celestial emperor had no choice but to agree to a friendly negotiation with the demon emperors, resulting in the planet being situated at the confluence of the 3 realms. What are the 3 realms? The realms of celestial, demon, and mortal. As the only planet to have given birth to 7 emperors, it rightfully garnered such supreme honor. The origins of the Imperial Star have been passed down through ancient myths and legends in the 3 realms. Following Zhou Yang's advice, Lu Yuan consumed a top-tier spiritual herb reserved in the spirit network, resulting in a significant enhancement of his spiritual root, propelling it directly to the level of an extraordinary celestial spiritual root. Such a talent for spiritual roots would be considered exceptional even on the Imperial Star. Indeed, Lu Yuan had inquired about the origins of this planet and learned that he had joined a sect with a lineage spanning over 1 million years. To think that a sect with such an ancient heritage would be regarded as second-rate on the Imperial Star is quite astonishing. With his extraordinary talent, he successfully entered the Xianxia sect, becoming an outer disciple. Within the sect's records, he discovered information about his own sect, as well as details regarding the Imperial Star. Upon realizing the terrifying history of the world he now inhabited, named the Imperial Star, Lu Yuan was nearly left speechless. Such a formidable world existed in this realm. In comparison to the previous realm of cultivation, the Imperial Star was a veritable giant, having produced 7 emperor-level existences. Lu Yuan also did not forget his mission. He immediately activated the spirit network to relay the relevant information he had gathered to Zhou Yang. He had considered whether his actions might draw the attention of the higher-ups in the Xianxia sect, but he could not neglect the task assigned by Zhou Yang. After all, his current entry into the Imperial Star and his association with such a powerful sect were all due to senior Zhou Yang's assistance. Upon receiving the information from Lu Yuan, Zhou Yang gasped in astonishment. The Imperial Star, an ancient planet that had birthed 7 emperors, the second-rate sect that Lu Yuan had joined, the Xianxia sect, surprisingly possessed dozens of tribulation stage experts and hundreds of refining void stage practitioners, with countless more at the transformation and nascent soul stages. With such a powerful Xianxia sect being only a second-rate sect of the Imperial Star, one could only imagine the strength of its first-rate and top-tier sects. It goes without saying that they would certainly be protected by formidable celestial beings, celestial demons, or demon generals. The celestial and demonic artifacts used to suppress the sect would be at least king-grade, or even emperor-grade celestial or demonic artifacts. The likelihood of encountering imperial artifacts was slim, as those were weapons wielded by celestial emperors, treasures that only those at the Tao Lord level in the celestial realm might bestow. Despite the Imperial Star's might and profound heritage, it remained a planet within the mortal realm, remarkable only for being situated at the confluence of the 3 realms, bringing it slightly closer to the celestial and demonic realms. The Imperial Star, a place that had birthed emperors, spanned a vast area and was in close proximity to the celestial and demonic realms. Zhou Yang contemplated the information before making a decision to journey to the Imperial Star. As he was unable to ascend to the celestial realm at present, he sought a way to reach it through the Imperial Star, which maintained close ties with the celestial and demonic realms. Given its deep heritage, even the most robust spatial barriers would not hinder the ascension of powerful beings from the Imperial Star. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and summoned the spirit of the soul-settling pearl. Spirit, check Lu Yuan's soul positioning. Is it possible to teleport directly there? The spirit replied, Master, the Imperial Star where Lu Yuan is located is sealed off by multiple Emperor-level experts, with the presence of several Imperial artifacts. Teleportation is not feasible. Zhou Yang fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. It was entirely reasonable. A planet with such profound heritage could not simply be accessed at will. The existence of barriers was justified, and thus, without the possibility of pinpoint teleportation, he would have to find a way to traverse through the Vortex Passage. The Vortex Passage differed from pinpoint teleportation. It was constructed using demonic domain techniques. One could say that to reach the Imperial Star, the consent of either a celestial emperor or a demon emperor was necessary. Zhou Yang's method of teleportation fell outside both categories, making it unsurprising that it was not recognized. Conversely, the passage constructed by the female demon general was a method of teleportation acknowledged by the demon emperor. However, it was unclear why the passage did not connect to the demon domain, but rather to the Imperial Star. There must be reasons unknown to Zhou Yang. He did not dwell on it, deciding to investigate further when the opportunity arose. If Zhou Yang wished to enter the Imperial Star and could only do so via the passage constructed by the female demon general, he would need to find a way to traverse through this passage, which, at present, could not accommodate a being of Zhou Yang's strength. After much contemplation, he felt somewhat stumped. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow as he contacted the family cultivators stationed at the passage. How is the passage currently operating? Has its capacity improved? A cultivator at the void refinement stage replied, At present, the passage's carrying capacity has indeed seen some enhancement, though the increase is modest. It can only accommodate those at the nascent soul stage and below. Only nascent soul? Zhou Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. This limitation meant not only could he not pass through, but neither could the family's elite. Only junior cultivators would be able to enter. Very well. Let the younger members of the family proceed first to establish a foundation for the Zhou Clan. Zhou Yang summoned the senior members of the Zhou family to deliberate on this matter. The elders, along with his mother, sister, and cousins, expressed no opposition. Rather, they were all exceedingly excited upon hearing of the existence of the Imperial Star, clamoring to lead the expedition themselves, eager to root the Zhou family in such a formidable realm. Unfortunately, due to their high cultivation levels, the seniors could not venture forth just yet, leaving the initial exploration to some junior nascent soul cultivators. Thus, the Zhou family began their migration to the Imperial Star, with nearly 100 cultivators of the nascent soul stage and below making the journey, transporting a significant portion of the younger generation. Some established a foothold near the passage, while others ventured to nearby cities to exchange a wealth of spirit stones and medicinal resources for assets, thereby embedding themselves within the local fabric. The vast expanse surrounding the passage lay within the territory of the Xianxia sect. After securing subsidiary status and substantial assets, the Zhou clan managed to establish a tenuous foothold on the Imperial Star, coexisting with the Xianxia sect in a somewhat harmonious manner. However, one could not help but wonder how the Xianxia sect would react when the main contingent of the Zhou family arrived, given the sudden emergence of such a sizable force. Of course, due to the unique nature of the Imperial Star, Zhou Yang and the Zhou Clan could not act tyrannically against the Xianxia sect. It was prudent to maintain a low profile initially, for no one could predict whether this second-rate sect could attract the attention of formidable beings from the Immortal Realm. At present, Zhou Yang could not contend even with a mere Golden Immortal, let alone a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Therefore, discretion was the better part of valor. As time passed, the swirling passage gradually expanded and stabilized, ultimately reaching its upper limit, accommodating those in the Tribulation Transcendent stage. After making the necessary preparations, Zhou Yang, along with several senior members of the Zhou Clan, approached the passage, ready to embark on their journey to the Imperial Star. Chapter 208, The Ancient Sword Sect and the Phoenix Empress. The Imperial Star is vast beyond comprehension. To what extent, you may ask? The realm of cultivation that Zhou Yang hailed from was already immense, measuring over 10 times the size of Earth in his previous life. Yet even this expansive realm pales in comparison to the Imperial Star, comprising less than 1% of its entirety. The Imperial Star has existed since time immemorial. Steeped in history and profound depth, the Xianxia sect resides within the Tianxian Prefecture, one of the 9 prefectures of the Imperial Star. Tianxian Prefecture is home to hundreds of sects and over a dozen dynasties, each ruling territories 10 times larger than that of the Daxia dynasty. Among these hundreds of sects, the Xianxia sect ranks within the top 10. Regardless of the circumstances, it remains a second-rate sect within the Imperial Star and is considered a leading sect in Tianxian Prefecture. With Lu Yuan entering the Xianxia sect for cultivation, leveraging his innate spiritual roots, it should not be difficult for him to make a name for himself. Upon their arrival at the Imperial Star, the Zhou family established themselves within the Tianxian Prefecture, temporarily setting up a base in the western region, specifically in the valley where the swirling passage is located. This valley, with its connection to the original realm of cultivation, is a crucial site that cannot be relinquished lightly. Zhou Yang divided the family members into 2 groups, one stationed in the valley, while the other ventured into nearby cities to acquire properties and develop their influence, linking up with the previously arrived junior family members to spread the Zhou family's reputation. The sudden emergence of a new family inevitably raised suspicions among the local cultivator families in the surrounding cities. However, the Zhou family, with their substantial financial resources, understood the importance of forging good relationships upon their arrival in this realm. This is the Imperial Star, and while the Zhou family possesses immense strength and potential, they cannot afford to act domineeringly from the outset. The territory governed by the Xianxia sect lies in the western part of Tianxian Prefecture, under the dominion of the Dafeng dynasty. The relationship between sects and dynasties here resembles that of the cultivation world and empires Zhou Yang was familiar with. Within the Dafeng dynasty, not only does the Xianxia sect exist, but several other sects also contend with rival dynasties. After expending considerable spirit stones, the Zhou family secured extensive land within the western region, including the valley where the swirling passage is located and the surrounding area, spanning hundreds of square kilometers. Once all arrangements were finalized, with the elders of the family providing protection and the existence of the spiritual network, Zhou Yang could receive messages regarding any family matters. Should danger arise, he could be instantly transported back for assistance. Positioning and transmitting within the confines of the Imperial Star posed no issues. As for whether to extend the reach of the spiritual network across the Imperial Star, Zhou Yang was not inclined to rush into that decision. Once implemented, the discerning eyes of the Imperial Star's elites would likely recognize the origins of the soul-restraining pearl. Should the foremost sects discover that it is a divine artifact, it could very well invite calamity upon them. Naturally, the Zhou family members were not easily intimidated. With the revival capabilities of the spiritual network, they harbored no fear of death. Coupled with their potent spiritual roots and abundant resources, they were equipped with a plethora of magical treasures. Frankly speaking, even amidst the Imperial Star, they would be considered extraordinarily affluent. In such circumstances, the Zhou family would not seek to oppress others if they were to be wronged. They would not hesitate to retaliate. The family rules, however, forbade their members from bullying the weak or abusing their power. One day, Zhou Yang took Zhou Pingyan and Zhou Shui to Donglin City, a major metropolis under the Dafeng dynasty, significantly larger than the Daxia imperial capital. The Zhou family had established a residence in Donglin City as a base, preparing to develop a branch within this city. Brother, why isn't Sister Qinglan with us on this outing? Zhou Shui asked curiously, observing the novel sights around her and recalling her plans with Xia Qinglan to explore the Dafeng dynasty. It puzzled her that such a splendid opportunity did not include her companion, prompting her to inquire of Zhou Yang. Qingxian and Qinglan are attending to family affairs. They can't leave everything to Sister Yun and our mother, can they? Zhou Yang replied. I didn't bring you both out solely for leisure. Huh? Is there something else at play? Zhou Shui exclaimed in surprise. Brother, I've been diligently cultivating lately. Please don't have any ulterior motives. Zhou Pingyan interjected cautiously. Although still young, his experiences with the Zhou family's numerous trials and their recent arrival at the Imperial Star had broadened his horizons and sharpened his acumen beyond that of an ordinary child. You've already established your foundation. I intend to send you to the Ancient Sword Sect for further training, Zhou Yang announced. The Ancient Sword Sect, the most powerful sect within the Dafeng dynasty and one of the foremost sects in Tianjin Prefecture, is among the elite sects of the Imperial Star. This venerable swordsmanship sect has a rich history, having once produced a great Luo Golden Immortal, and possesses immense strength and depth. Sending Zhou Pingyan, his own brother, to this sect for development would vastly benefit his future ascension to the Immortal Realm. The Ancient Sword Sect also wields significant influence within the Immortal Realm, with the great Luo Golden Immortal who ascended from the sect establishing a counterpart in the Immortal Realm, further amplifying its impact and prestige. Not only Zhou Pingyan, but also members of the Zhou family have dispersed, joining various prestigious sects, establishing connections and mutual influences between the Zhou family and these top-tier sections. In the event of future crises for the Zhou family, who would dare to act against them, given the influence of these dispersed family members? The Ancient Sword Sect? I've heard that this sect is quite formidable, excelling in swordsmanship. Zhou Pingyan pondered, having diligently supplemented his knowledge about the Imperial Star sects. He was naturally well acquainted with the leading sects in Tianjin Prefecture. Thus, your primary task upon entering the Ancient Sword Sect will be to cultivate and achieve commendable results within the sect. Zhou Yang instructed. Understood. Zhou Pingyan nodded in agreement. And what about me? Zhou Shui inquired. Patience. Zhou Yang turned to Zhou Shui. I intend to send you to Tianfeng Prefecture to join the Tianfeng Palace. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, the Tianfeng Palace? The very palace that birthed the Empress Tianfeng? Indeed, Tianfeng Prefecture is named after the sect, which speaks volumes about the prestige of the Tianfeng Palace. After all, it is a powerful sect overseen by an immortal emperor. The Tianfeng Palace even has a branch in the Immortal Realm, and although Empress Tianfeng ascended to the Immortal Realm, becoming one of the 8 immortal emperors, she established a branch of the Tianfeng Palace there, while the original Tianfeng Palace on the Imperial Star remains the headquarters. Speaking of Empress Tianfeng, her tale is nothing short of legendary. Each emperor on the Imperial Star possesses an aura of legend, be they immortal emperors or demon emperors. Empress Tianfeng faced numerous hardships in her youth, being a human hybrid with phoenix blood, and nearly fell victim to the malevolent creatures of the Imperial Star. After countless battles against these fiends, she rose to prominence as a paragon of the Imperial Star, dominating countless prodigies. Not only did she suppress cultivators, but also the genius of the demon and beast tribes. Eventually, Empress Tianfeng founded the Tianfeng Palace and ascended to the Immortal Realm, dazzling all who beheld her. Chapter 209, Entrance Examination. A Defiance of Nature. Naturally, Zhou Shui was filled with anticipation regarding such a prestigious sect. The Zhou family is currently rich in resources, with family members possessing formidable spiritual roots. However, they lack in terms of techniques and secret arts. In the previous realm of cultivation, this would not have been a concern, as the Zhou family had amassed a vast collection of cultivation techniques through the spiritual network, nearly encompassing all techniques from the realm of cultivation, aside from the core techniques of the top-tier sections. Yet, compared to the elite techniques of the Imperial Star, they fall significantly short. The techniques of the Imperial Star represent the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Those who ascended from the Imperial Star to the Immortal Realm occasionally provide guidance to the sects there, and the 7 emperors frequently pass down various secret arts and techniques. Even the Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal figures from the Immortal Realm transmit powerful techniques and top-tier treasures to ensure their originating sects can continue to thrive in the fiercely competitive environment of the Imperial Star. In the Imperial Star, ordinary immortal artifacts are no longer sufficient to underpin a sect's heritage. At the very least, one requires king-level or emperor-level artifacts, while imperial artifacts are treasures reserved for those of the Great Luo and Emperor realms. Only the 7 supreme sects of the Imperial Star possess imperial artifacts to bolster their legacy. It is not surprising for a sect that has birthed emperors to have artifacts left behind by them. Zhou Yang was equally astonished the first time he learned that the 7 supreme sects possessed imperial artifacts. Such artifacts are immensely powerful, and only after acquiring the soul-suppressing pearl did Zhou Yang comprehend their true might. The soul-suppressing pearl is merely a functional imperial artifact, Yet it has provided formidable support for the Zhou family's development. What, then, of those offensive imperial artifacts? Wouldn't they be extraordinary? Could it be that imperial artifacts have become so undervalued? Zhou Yang mused, recalling the system's assertion that the total number of imperial artifacts in the Immortal Realm would not exceed 10. Yet, there are 7 right here in the Imperial Star. Could the system have erred? The system clarified that 3 of these 7 imperial artifacts originate from the Immortal Realm, belonging to 3 immortal emperors. The remaining 4 artifacts come from the Demon Realm, the exclusive possessions of 4 demon emperors, left in the Imperial Star to suppress the expansion of Immortal Realm forces. The Imperial Star is a battleground of the 2 great powers in the Mortal Realm, arguably more significant than any other place on Earth for the forces of immortals and demons. Zhou Yang, upon hearing this, felt an increasing sense of the importance of the Imperial Star. With the soul-suppressing pearl as an imperial artifact, the Zhou family possesses the capital to establish themselves in the Imperial Star. However, even so, the disparity with the 7 supreme sects remains vast. Their greatest assets extend beyond merely the 7 imperial artifacts. Those 7 emperors represent a true depth of heritage. It can be said that the power of an imperial artifact can only be fully realized in the hands of an emperor, especially for those offensive artifacts. The difference in power when wielded by an ordinary immortal versus an immortal emperor is akin to that between heaven and earth. Look at all the commotion ahead. That must be our destination, Zhou Shui remarked as she observed a bustling square in the distance. Indeed, this Donglan city is one of the locations where the ancient sword sect conducts its recruitment every decade, Zhou Yang replied. Many sects in the Imperial Star adopt a similar practice of recruitment every 10 years. And had it not been for the ancient sword sect's timely initiation of its recruitment this year, I would have considered sending Zhou Pingyan to one of the 7 supreme sects. However, the 4 Demon Realm sects are certainly out of the question. And the other 3 Immortal Realm sects, including the Tianfeng Palace, only accept female disciples. I plan to send you first to gauge the situation. If all goes well, it would be a good opportunity for Zhou Yun, Qinglan, and Qingxian to also enter the Tianfeng Palace for cultivation. What about you, brother? Zhou Shui asked. Aren't you going to join a sect for cultivation? This is one of the 7 supreme sects. This year is not feasible. Only the Tianfeng Palace among the 3 major sects is holding a recruitment event, Zhou Yang explained. The other 2 supreme sects from the Immortal Realm will not hold their recruitment for several more years, and I cannot afford to wait that long. I intend to explore other top-tier sections. Even if I cannot learn imperial techniques, they will surely be far superior to the methods currently practiced by the Zhou family. Very well. Zhou Xuan nodded resignedly. Her brother is the pillar of the Zhou family. If he could join a supreme sect for cultivation, it would undoubtedly be a boon. But since he is unwilling to wait, it would suffice for her to join other top-tier sects. Enough fooling around, Zhou Pingyan. Zhou Yang called to Zhou Pingyan, who was busily frolicking nearby, and summoned him with a wave of his hand, enveloping him in a magical grasp. It's time to participate in the Ancient Sword Sect's entrance examination. Oh, all right, big brother, I'll go right now. There's no need to be so fierce. Zhou Pingyan grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Once he saw the magical hand releasing him, he quickly made his way towards the front, slipping into the crowd like a nimble eel. Zhou Yang and Zhou Shui then settled themselves at a nearby tea house adjacent to the square, keeping their thoughts on the entrance examination without needing to jostle among the crowd to witness the ceremony. After the shopkeeper served them tea, Zhou Shui sipped her drink and asked, Brother, will Pingyan's spiritual root aptitude be tested during the entrance examination? Certainly. The testing methods employed by the Imperial Star are unparalleled in our cultivation realm, derived from the techniques handed down from the celestial realm, capable of discerning the existence of immortal spiritual roots. Zhou Yang smiled calmly, stating, in the Imperial Star, those endowed with exceptional talents need not conceal their gifts. Throughout history, the Imperial Star has witnessed countless extraordinary talents. While the immortal spiritual root is indeed the pinnacle of cultivation qualifications, do you know that throughout the annals of the Imperial Star, many talents have emerged that surpass even the immortal spiritual roots? Here, the discussion centers on talent rather than mere qualification, as cultivation qualifications pertain to spiritual roots, with the immortal spiritual root being the strongest, without exception. In contrast, the demonic realm harbors the demonic spiritual roots, which possess an innate affinity for malevolence. Spiritual root qualifications are but one aspect of talent. True talent encompasses enlightenment, foundational strength, physical constitution, and more. I am unaware of this. Brother, do enlighten me, Zhou Shui admitted, having not perused many historical texts of the Imperial Star, only possessing a cursory understanding of its current circumstances. Zhou Yang continued softly, the Imperial Star has birthed individuals with astonishing enlightenment. such as the innate Tao body with unparalleled cultivation speed, the unmatched immortal body, the formidable chaotic body, the most powerful offensive primordial holy body, and the most suitable sword cultivator spirit sword body. Additionally, the demonic realm has its myriad demon bodies and the truly sinister bodies, along with the most enigmatic and powerful immortal demonic body. What is this most enigmatic and powerful immortal demonic body you speak of? Zhou Shui inquired. The immortal demonic body arises solely from the union of celestial and demonic bloodlines. However, this constitution is exceedingly rare, with only 2 recorded instances in the history of the Imperial Star. One ascended to the celestial realm, while the other ascended to the demonic realm, Zhou Yang explained. And what cultivation levels do these 2 individuals currently possess? Even if they are not at the Emperor level, they must be formidable, right? Zhou Shui asked. Zhou Yang shook his head. These 2 with the immortal demonic bodies have likely yet to attain the Emperor level. Otherwise, the Imperial Star would not be known as the land of 7 emperors, but rather 9 emperors. Nevertheless, given the formidable and domineering nature of the immortal demonic body, as long as they remain alive, their current cultivation must be impressive, at the very least at the Golden Immortal or Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. The 2 continued their conversation until Zhou Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, look quickly. Ping'an is on stage." Chapter 210, Entrance Examination. The immortal spiritual root shocks the audience. At the testing square, the ancient sword sect was responsible for the entrance examination in Donglan City, represented by Elder Zhengzhongyu of the 36 Sword Peaks, accompanied by several of his disciples, along with other disciples from Junshu Peak. Typically, the ancient sword sect recruits disciples through each of the 36 peaks, each overseeing a designated area, with the sect leader rotating among the 36 peaks based on strength, ensuring fairness and equity. Master, the quality of the disciples we are receiving from Donglan City this time is concerning. The senior disciple of Elder Zheng frowned as he observed the testing teams ahead, which were organized into several lines. I just received word from Elder Wu of the Void Forbidden Peak that he has received a disciple with an extraordinary spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Elder Zheng paused and stroking his beard, responding nonchalantly, "There is no rush. The recruitment ceremony has only just passed a few days ago, and we still have 2 days left. Have we not also received several first-grade spiritual root disciples in Zhou Yang's previous cultivation realm?" Extraordinary spiritual roots were a rarity encountered once in several centuries, while first-grade spiritual roots were also uncommon. However, in the Imperial Star, such disciples with spiritual root qualifications appear yearly in considerable numbers. What is truly rare in the Imperial Star are extraordinary spiritual roots and even more powerful spiritual body endowments. Indeed, Master Brother, we still have 2 days, do we not? Remarked a young woman clad in a blue dress. In previous recruitment ceremonies, we received a fire spirit body disciple. Junior brother Luo Yan is now the sect leader's personal disciple and has mastered the fierce flame sword technique, which is quite formidable. His cultivation speed is also exceedingly rapid. Within just a few years of initiation, he has already reached the late stage of nascent soul. However, the last recruitment ceremony was not overseen by Master. The senior disciple glanced at his junior sister. That was the achievement of Uncle Luo, who has boasted of this matter on multiple occasions before Master. Now that Master is in charge of recruiting for Junshu Peak, we cannot bring shame upon him. Upon hearing this, Elder Zheng felt a surge of pride for his devoted disciple, recognizing the worthiness of having such a loyal student. Did not Master say there are still 2 days? Perhaps we might receive a spirit body disciple. The junior sister murmured, her gaze directed toward the busy outer disciples ahead. The outer disciples, composed of those with lesser talents, serve the 36 peaks. Upon reaching a certain cultivation level, they may ascend to inner disciples. But their status within the sect pales in comparison to the personal disciples of the 36 peaks elders, resulting in a significant disparity in the resources available for cultivation. In the cultivation realm, the significance placed on qualifications is immense. However, the ancient sword sect would not abandon these disciples of ordinary talent. Provided they exert effort in their cultivation and enhance their prowess, they too can strive for the status and resources they deserve. The ancient sword sect also boasts several predecessors of mediocre qualifications who ascended through sheer determination, yet, in comparison to those with exceptional innate gifts, their cultivation speed and combat prowess inevitably fall short. We can only hope. The senior disciple sighed, then turned to Elder Zheng. Master, did you truly wish to take on another personal disciple? Elder Zheng replied calmly, Indeed, it is true. I currently have only you 2 as my personal disciples. If we are fortunate enough to receive a spirit body disciple this time, I intend to take them under my wing. Will the sect leader not demand them? The female disciple inquired curiously. Humph, the sect leader already has 3 spirit body disciples and 2 extraordinary spiritual root disciples. What more does he wish for? I currently have only you two, one with a water spirit body, and one with an extraordinary spiritual root. The previous extraordinary spiritual root disciple was taken by that old ghost Zhang. Elder Zhang shook his head helplessly. His pursuit of the recruitment task stemmed from a desire to increase his number of personal disciples, as two were simply insufficient. He had originally received an extraordinary spiritual root disciple 2 days prior, but due to a debt to Zhang, who is also an elder of Junshu Peak, he could not refuse the request. Hey, Master, look! Suddenly, the female disciple exclaimed, capturing the attention of Elder Zhang and the senior disciple. They turned to see Zhou Ping and approaching the testing platform from one of the examination teams. Guided by an outer disciple of the ancient sword sect at the Golden Core stage, he arrived at a jade-like pillar and placed both hands upon it. Without the need to channel his energy, the jade pillar erupted with a dazzling display of radiant, 7-colored light. The multicolored brilliance enveloped the jade pillar, ultimately transforming into a vibrant beam of light that soared skyward. Silence fell over the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The testing personnel, whether outer disciples of the ancient sword sect or the young aspirants dreaming of entering the sect, stood dumbfounded. The 7-colored beam. Oh my heavens! Is it truly the legendary 7-colored beam? My goodness, this is the 7-colored beam representing the qualification of an immortal spiritual root. A once-in-a-thousand-years spiritual root qualification. The crowd was left speechless, their astonishment spilling forth in a cacophony of exclamations. The people of the Imperial Star are not as ignorant as common folk. Even the mortals here possess a profound understanding of the cultivation realm. The ordinary populace of the Imperial Star enjoys a remarkably high standard of living. Even those without spiritual roots possess considerable knowledge of the cultivation world. And they have certainly heard tales of the legendary and most formidable aptitude known as the immortal spiritual root. Now, they find themselves witnessing, with their own eyes, the emergence of this fabled immortal spiritual root, said to occur only once in a millennium. In the Imperial Star, while many possess heavenly spiritual roots and a fair number exhibit first-grade heavenly spiritual roots, it is the extraordinary heavenly spiritual roots that many sects manage to recruit a few of with each new batch of disciples. What truly garners the attention of the major sects are those with spiritual bodies and the legendary immortal spiritual root, which is considered the epitome of talent in the immortal realm. At this moment, Elder Zhang suddenly rose to his feet, his figure flashing as he appeared beside Zhou Ping. The senior brother and junior sister, having shaken off their astonishment, swiftly followed suit, their faces alight with wonder as they regarded Zhou Ping. Chapter 211. Elder Zhang's Delight. It is fate that I should accept this disciple. The immortal spiritual root. Truly, it is the immortal spiritual root. Elder Zhang was overwhelmed with joy. This was indeed the immortal spiritual root. There are scarcely a handful of cultivators with such an aptitude throughout the entire Imperial Star, and even in the Immortal Realm. They are few and far between. To think that the ancient sword sect could actually welcome a disciple with an immortal spiritual root. The senior brother chimed in with equal enthusiasm. This is splendid. An immortal spiritual root cultivator. Master, senior brother, we have struck gold this time. The junior sister exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement. We have achieved something monumental. I wonder how astonished the sect leader will be upon learning this news. Yes, we must promptly inform the sect leader. Elder Zhang, snapping back to reality from his exhilaration, hastily waved his hand to send a message, summoning the sect leader and others from the sect to swiftly bring the elders here to escort the immortal spiritual root back to the sect. The significance of the immortal spiritual root cannot be overstated. Currently, there are fewer than 10 sects in the Imperial Star that boast cultivators with immortal spiritual roots. Excluding the 7 supreme sects, the remaining first-rate sects combined barely reach a handful. While the ancient sword sect is regarded as a top-tier sect in Tianxian Prefecture, it is merely a second-rate sect in the broader context of the Imperial Star. If those top-tier sects were to learn that the ancient sword sect had taken in a disciple with an immortal spiritual root, they might very well attempt to seize him by force. It is only once this child is safely back at the sect that they can truly breathe easy. Seeing that the master had notified the sect, the senior brother and junior sister sighed in relief. It is indeed for the best that the elders can arrive, otherwise, an immortal spiritual root could attract unwelcome attention from envious sects, especially those ranked above the ancient sword sect in Tianxian Prefecture. If they were to hear that the ancient sword sect had recruited an immortal spiritual root disciple, they might take drastic measures to prevent the ancient sword sect from rising and surpassing them. Of course, while it is uncertain whether they would resort to lethal force against the immortal spiritual root, given its rarity and value surpassing that of spiritual bodies, they might simply intercept and nurture this newly acquired disciple as their own. Child, what is your name? Elder Zhang asked kindly, gazing at Zhou Ping. who appeared to be under 10 years of age. In the Imperial Star, children of such an age are just beginning their cultivation journeys. Once taken into the sect, with proper guidance, he is sure to become a significant asset. Elder Zheng was brimming with joy, as he had been contemplating the recruitment of a disciple, and now, the appearance of an immortal spiritual root before him seemed like destiny. It is indeed my fate to take on a disciple with an immortal spiritual root. My name is Zhou Ping'an. Zhou Ping'an scratched his head and replied, looking up at the amiable elder. Though young, his intellect far surpassed that of his peers, comparable to that of a youth in his teens. As a direct descendant of the Zhou family, he was acutely aware of the preciousness of the immortal spiritual root he now possessed and found no surprise in the elder's astonished demeanor. After all, it was a perfectly reasonable reaction. Ah, Zhou Ping'an, huh? Little Ping'an, did you come here on your own? Elder Zheng quickly inquired about Zhou Ping'an's family situation. As a formidable figure in the Tribulation Transcendence stage, he could easily discern that Zhou Ping'an had already established his foundation. Although a foundation cultivator of such a young age is not exceedingly rare in the Imperial Star, it is still noteworthy. Certain unique spiritual bodies, such as the innate Tao body, are born with a foundational cultivation level, and with a little training, they can solidify their foundational prowess. The owners of the dominating body are even more extraordinary. From the moment they can walk, they possess the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards, with bodies impervious to blades and spears. Meanwhile, the holy body is equally impressive, capable of shattering boulders by the age of 3. The strength of these spiritual bodies is no jest. I came with my older siblings. Zhou Ping'an responded obediently. Oh, where are your siblings? Elder Zheng asked, turning to look. Over there. Zhou Ping'an pointed in a direction, and Elder Zheng and the others turned to see Zhou Yang and Zhou Shui approaching. Having learned of Zhou Ping'an's test results, the two naturally would not linger in the tea house any longer. The Zhou family sends their young disciples to various sects for cultivation, primarily to pave the way for their kin, allowing them access to more formidable legacies and cultivation methods. Additionally, it serves as an opportunity to establish connections with the top sects. By forging relationships with these sects, the Zhou family can mitigate the risks of being targeted by local top-tier cultivation families. As newcomers, they cannot afford to be overly brazen in a place like the Imperial Star, where numerous hidden talents reside. No one knows if a seemingly inconspicuous cultivation family possesses ancient ancestors from the Immortal Realm, a possibility that is quite substantial. The Imperial Star is distinct from other cultivation realms. Here, every sect and cultivation family possesses unfathomable trump cards. In times of crisis, it is entirely plausible for them to summon the protection of ancestral beings from the Immortal Realm. Zhou Yang had read numerous historical accounts of such events during his time in the Imperial Star. Conflicts between certain families in the Imperial Star escalated, ultimately leading to each family revealing their trump cards, summoning ancestral beings from the Immortal Realm, resulting in a resolution after intense battles among these powerful entities. This pertains to conflicts between factions within the Immortal Realm. When certain cultivation families and sects clash with demonic forces, the situation often escalates to the point where numerous immortals descend, culminating in a grand battle between immortals and demons. Two young friends, you are both. In the Tribulation Transcendence stage, Elder Zheng, raising his head to regard Zhou Yang and Zhou Shui, suddenly felt a shift in his expression, astonished at sensing the presence of a peer-level powerhouse emanating from Zhou Yang. While cultivators in the Tribulation Transcendence stage are not considered overly powerful within the Imperial Star, they nonetheless represent the pinnacle of mortal achievement. Naturally, there exist stronger beings among the sects, but they transcend the realm of mortals, typically employing special secret techniques or formations as their trump cards in the mortal realm. Just as the 300 heavenly demons exist in a sealed state within the mortal realm. Under normal circumstances, the presence of beings above the immortal level is prohibited in the mortal realm. Even if an immortal descends, they would be repelled by the mortal realm, unable to remain for long. At most, they could linger for a year and a half before being expelled. In the mortal realm, without the presence of immortal spiritual energy, their cultivation cannot progress. The 300 heavenly demons, sealed for millennia, have not absorbed any demonic spiritual energy. It is fortunate if they have not regressed in their cultivation. This esteemed elder, I am Zhou Yang, the brother of Zhou Ping'an, and this is my sister, Zhou Shui. Zhou Yang greeted with a smile. Chapter 212, The Sect Leader's Arrival. Next steps. Ah, it is you, Zhou Yang, my friend. Elder Zheng initially exchanged a few courteous remarks, but suddenly felt a jolt of surprise. This Zhou Yang was, in fact, the brother of Zhou Ping'an, and what a young lad Zhou Ping'an was. The young girl beside him, named Zhou Shui, was also quite youthful, yet had already attained the realm of divine transformation. At such a tender age, possessing such a remarkable cultivation level, one could only imagine the astonishing talent of their spiritual roots. Elder Zheng mentally reviewed the information regarding the cultivation families within the Defeng dynasty. There were 5 families bearing the surname Zhou. Yet, he had never heard of the Zhou Yang before him. Considering Zhou Yang's cultivation was at the tribulation stage, it seemed implausible that he would be from one of those 5 families without Elder Zheng having any knowledge of him. Zhou Yang, my friend. From which Zhou family of the Defeng dynasty do you hail? Is it the Zhou family from Fenglan City or the one from Baidi City? Elder Zheng inquired. Oh, we are not originally from one of the cultivation families of the Defeng dynasty. We have recently migrated from afar. We hope to engage in more exchanges with the esteemed friends of the ancient sword sect in the future. Zhou Yang replied with a gentle smile. Many cultivators from the Emperor Star were indeed from other cultivation realms, as this was the most powerful cultivation world in the mortal realm, where numerous well-informed mighty cultivators were aware of the existence of Emperor Star. Given the close ties between Emperor Star and the Immortal Realm, it was only natural that many cultivators and families sought refuge here. The 2 disciples standing nearby displayed expressions of astonishment as they gazed at Zhou Yang. They had not expected this seemingly youthful individual to be a formidable powerhouse, worthy of being addressed as a peer by their master. It was a realization they were able to grasp. Zhou Ping successfully passed the test. His spiritual root delighted the ancient sword sect, and the sect's master personally came to escort Zhou Ping back to the sect. A series of luminous streaks descended from the sky, and Elder Zheng, along with the 2 disciples and a group of outer disciples, went to greet them. As Zhou Yang looked up, he saw a robust middle-aged man striding forward with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, followed by several individuals of varied appearances, each radiating a formidable aura. From the middle-aged man, Zhou Yang sensed an undeniable threat, although he appeared to be merely at the tribulation stage. His combat prowess was undoubtedly astonishing. Elder Zheng, where's the disciple with the spiritual root? The man's solemn voice echoed as he scanned the surroundings, eventually resting his gaze upon Zhou Yang and Zhou Shui. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, his eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of surprise. Just as Zhou Yang sensed the threat emanating from him, he too felt an aura of equal strength from Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's tribulation stage cultivation astonished him. Where did this youthful prodigy emerge from? Master, this friend hails from the Zhou family and is named Zhou Yang. This is his sister, Zhou Shui, and this one is Zhou Ping, their younger brother, who is the possessor of a spiritual root, as revealed in today's disciple recruitment ceremony. Elder Zheng introduced, then turned to Zhou Ping with a joyful expression, saying, Master, our preliminary tests indicate that he indeed possesses the qualifications of a spiritual root. However, to ensure absolute certainty, it would be prudent to conduct another test upon returning to the sect. Elder Zheng's words were indeed reasonable. The sect master of the ancient sword sect nodded in agreement, and then turned to Zhou Yang with a smile, saying, Zhou Yang, my friend, I am Lu Qianfeng, the sect master of the ancient sword sect. I would like to inquire if your younger brother has undergone a talent assessment previously. There are many methods to test talent, and he did not believe that the Zhou family had not conducted an internal assessment before bringing him to the ancient sword sect. Oh, it is indeed an honor to meet sect master Lu, Zhou Yang replied. My brother has undergone a talent assessment. He possesses a spiritual root. However, our family's cultivation techniques and resources are insufficient to nurture a cultivator of such talent, which is why we sought refuge in a grand sect like yours. I hope Sect Master Lu can understand. Haha, there is no need for such apologies, Zhou Yang. Sect Master Lu chuckled. It is entirely logical for you to seek refuge in a grand sect, considering your brother's spiritual root. In the realm of cultivation, possessing extraordinary talent can sometimes be a double-edged sword, potentially attracting calamity. This was indeed true, especially for cultivation families. Once a rival family produced a child of extraordinary talent, they could face oppression for hundreds or even thousands of years. There was always the risk that once that rival matured, they might annihilate one's own family. Consequently, many families would take drastic measures to eliminate exceptionally gifted offspring from rival families when they emerged. The countermeasures adopted by many families were quite simple. They would send their talented offspring to join the most prestigious sects, to gain the protection of a grand sect and secure a powerful ally. The sects welcomed this, as they too coveted disciples with such unparalleled talent. For instance, Zhou Ping, if he were to thrive within the ancient sword sect, would undoubtedly remember their nurturing grace even upon ascending to the immortal realm. Regardless of the heights he reached, even if he became a formidable immortal of the Great Luo realm, this gratitude would be more than sufficient. The sect would view the disciples nurtured by Zhou Yang, akin to the top-tier academies from his past life, as their future accomplishments would only enhance the sect's standing. Just as it was with the current Emperor Star Grand sects, while one could suppress rivals, annihilating them was a different matter entirely. Even the most powerful beings, like the Demon Emperor, would have to consider the number of predecessors from the rival sect who had ascended to the Immortal Realm over the years. And as for the three sects that had produced immortal emperors, the situation was even more dire. As long as the immortal emperors remained alive, the legacies of those three sects could never be extinguished. The immortal emperors had placed their treasures within the sects, and an attempt to strike against them would surely invite a swift and lethal response. Of course, the same could be said for the four demonic sects. Half of the territory of the Emperor Star cultivation realm was occupied by the Demon Realm, and the influence of the Demon Realm was not weak here. In fact, it was even stronger than that of the Immortal Realm. The debate over whether Emperor Star belonged to the Demon Realm or the Immortal Realm has persisted. Yet no true victor had ever emerged. Ultimately, Zhou Yang politely declined Sect Master Lu's invitation. After imparting a few words to Zhou Ping'an, he allowed the ancient sword sect to take him away. A disciple with a spiritual root like him would undoubtedly be treated with utmost seriousness by the ancient sword sect, and Zhou Yang had no concerns regarding the lad's safety. Furthermore, with the soul-guarding pearl in his possession, he was not worried even if something were to happen to Zhou Ping'an. Brother, all the individuals from the ancient sword sect have left without leaving a single person behind. They have completely disregarded the disciple recruitment ceremony, Zhou Shui exclaimed, watching the crowd gradually disperse from the square. Indeed, having secured a disciple with a spiritual root like Zhou Ping'an, the ancient sword sect had entirely abandoned the recruitment ceremony. Of course, with a disciple of a spiritual root present, the ceremony could not possibly continue, Zhou Yang remarked. However, this location will certainly remain under the watchful eyes of the ancient sword sect. They will want to see if any other sects attempt to gather information regarding the disciple with the spiritual root. Zhou Yang's gaze flickered as he sensed a peculiar scrutiny descending from the heavens, likely the function of a special artifact possessing surveillance capabilities. He did not perceive the gazes of cultivators. Rather, there was an all-encompassing, enigmatic observation. Ah, indeed. But since Little Ping and has successfully entered the ancient sword sect, our mission here can be considered accomplished. Should we not proceed to let us go? Zhou Yang interrupted Zhou Shui's words with a wave of his hand. Previously, without the oversight of celestial artifacts, and due to his casual concealment, one could speak freely without concern. However, with the ancient sword sect's celestial artifact now monitoring the area, Zhou Yang preferred to keep a low profile, exercising caution in his words to avoid revealing too much. Zhou Shui, sensing the shift in atmosphere, refrained from further inquiries. She had intended to ask Zhou Yang if they were to proceed to Tianfeng Prefecture next, but his interruption made her realize that discretion was prudent at this moment. Zhou Yang instructed Zhou Ping'an and Zhou Shui to enter the ancient sword sect and Tianfeng Palace, respectively, to learn more suitable cultivation techniques and inheritances tailored to their unique talents. Moreover, as he had previously discussed with Master Lu, the protection offered by these two grand sects would firmly establish the Zhou family within the Empire Star, allowing him to expand their influence without concern for the trifling Tianxin Prefecture. Once Zhou Shui joined Tianfeng Palace, she would benefit from the protection of one of the three supreme sects in the Empire Star, which had once nurtured an immortal emperor. He intended to open the permissions for the spiritual network as well. Chapter 2:13. The second celestial spiritual root, the fiendish phoenix soars. Tianfeng Prefecture, dominated by Tianfeng Palace, is a vast region where all sects revere Tianfeng Palace as the highest authority. The Empire Star comprises 9 prefectures, with 7 major regions effectively monopolized by the 7 supreme sects, each being the most authoritative within its respective territory. The same holds true for Tianfeng Palace and Tianfeng Prefecture. Upon their arrival, Zhou Yang and Zhou Shui went directly to the headquarters of Tianfeng Palace located in the heart of the Qihuang mountain range, a colossal mountain range encompassing 360 prominent peaks, which serve as the stronghold of Tianfeng Palace. As the grand ceremony for accepting disciples approached, families of cultivators and suitable mortal children from across Tianfeng Prefecture flocked toward the Qihuang mountain range. The palace had set up hundreds of locations around the mountain to accommodate the influx of children eager to participate in the ceremony. Zhou Yang and his companions arrived not too late, indeed quite early, as he had meticulously calculated the timing. Zhou Shui and Zhou Ping'an were his closest kin, young and highly malleable, making their entry into a grand sect beneficial for their futures. Thus, he took it upon himself to escort them personally, unlike other family members who would need to venture alone to join a sect. Given the exceptional talent of the Zhou family, no sect could possibly refuse them entry. Zhou Shui's entrance examination was remarkably straightforward and swift compared to Zhou Ping'an's. When it was her turn, a radiant pillar of 7 colors erupted, causing a tremendous stir. A 7-colored light column. Good heavens, another celestial spiritual root. This marks the second celestial spiritual root at this year's disciple acceptance ceremony. Indeed, it was astonishing previously. Encountering even one celestial spiritual root would be a rare occurrence. Yet this ceremony had witnessed two in just 3 days. Truly remarkable. Haha. Our Ten-Thousandfold Palace is indeed blessed with fortune. With these two celestial spiritual roots joining, the path to ascension is surely near. Such was the nature of celestial spiritual roots. A qualification that directly leads to the realm of the immortals. Everyone present at the disciple acceptance site, whether the young aspiring disciples or their accompanying guardians, engaged in animated discussions, their faces illuminated with envy. Meanwhile, the disciples of Ten-Thousandfold Palace, filled with excitement and pride, chatted amongst themselves. The middle-aged woman overseeing the ceremony displayed unmistakable joy, personally instructing her disciples to manage the ongoing acceptance process before guiding Zhou Shui to converse with Zhou Yang. After a pleasant exchange, Zhou Yang entrusted his sister Zhou Shui to Ten-Thousandfold Palace, politely declining the offer to visit the palace himself. There was no need for such a visit. Firstly, Zhou Shui's exceptional qualifications would undoubtedly garner attention within the palace, making his presence there inconsequential. Secondly, he harbored a slight concern, as he possessed an imperial artifact, and given that Ten-Thousandfold Palace also housed an imperial artifact left by the Phoenix Empress. His presence at the foot of the Qingmu mountain range was already a risk. Should he enter the palace and provoke a reaction from that artifact, it might be mistaken for interference from his demonic sect. Zhou Yang's reluctance was understood by the middle-aged woman, who merely noted the Zhou family name and residence before departing with Zhou Shui. Despite Zhou Shui's extraordinary talent, Ten-Thousandfold Palace, being such a grand sect, would undoubtedly investigate the background of each disciple through secret methods or artifacts. With a reluctant glance, Zhou Shui followed the woman into the sky, heading towards the heart of the Qingmu mountain range. Zhou Yang remained behind, observing the ongoing disciple acceptance ceremony. To be candid, the quality of disciples being tested at Ten-Thousandfold Palace was noticeably superior to that of the ancient sword sect. In a short span, over 100 disciples had been tested, among whom was one with a first-grade celestial spiritual root and 3 with second-grade roots, while those with dual and triple roots were plentiful. The acceptance criteria at Ten-Thousandfold Palace were stringent. Any disciple with a spiritual root below the 3rd grade was deemed unqualified. Additionally, unlike the realm Zhou Yang had previously inhabited, this place, likely due to its imperial nature, understood the necessity of completing the 5 elemental roots for ascension. Thus, any disciple reaching the first 3 grades, even with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, would be welcomed and nurtured within the sect. Zhou Yang nodded in approval, recognizing the thorough considerations of such a powerful sect, one that had birthed an immortal emperor. After observing for another half an hour, realizing that no so-called spiritual bodies appeared, he understood that, while spiritual bodies might not be as exceptional as celestial spiritual roots, they were still among the most formidable innate talents within the Imperial Star, not easily encountered. Satisfied, he turned to depart. He had pressing matters to attend to, primarily returning to the family residence to strategize on utilizing the Imperial Star's proximity to the celestial realm to ascend. His cultivation had reached the peak of the tribulation stage, allowing him to ascend at any moment. However, before doing so, he needed to arrange family affairs and hoped to wait for the arrival of Xia Qingxu and the other 4, as well as his sister Zhou Yun, to ascend together. For those possessing celestial spiritual roots, reaching the tribulation stage within a few years was not an insurmountable challenge. Before ascending, he also aimed to leave sufficient resources for the family and, ultimately, select a suitable head of the family. Zhou Pingyan was still too young and occupied with his training at the ancient sword sect, making family management impractical. Zhou Yang favored his cousin Zhou Jun for this role. However, circumstances could change, and by the time he ascended, his own child might have grown. Just as Zhou Yang rose to leave, having flown several hundred miles, his expression suddenly shifted. He turned to gaze intently at the distant Qingmu mountain range, his eyes reflecting a grave concern as he hovered in midair. Not far off, the majestic Qingmu mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, loomed like an ancient dragon god, exuding a formidable presence. At that moment, from the far north, at the edge of the sky, a colossal avian creature, resembling a celestial beast of the cosmos, spread its wings, casting a shadow over half the sky as it swept closer. The scene before Zhou Yang evoked memories of his earlier encounters during the Southern Domain period, specifically the moment when the leader of the evil soul sect, Xia Wuxian, obstructed the entrance to the Medicine King Valley. At that time, both sides summoned the spirits of their celestial artifacts, a confrontation that mirrored the current spectacle. The colossal form of the artifact spirit overshadowed half the sky. Yet the imposing presence now before him was of an entirely different magnitude. Indeed, the avian creature that had suddenly materialized, akin to a dark phoenix. Far surpassed the spectral shadow of the evil soul lantern, whose original strength and realm were merely at the level of a demon general. The speed of the demonic bird was astonishing. As it soared, it left behind a trail of burning black flames in the sky, flames so fierce they seemed everlasting, scorching the heavens and warping the very fabric of space, rendering even the automatic restoration of world rules temporarily futile. At that moment, within the Qi mountain range, a sound akin to a phoenix's cry resonated from one of the towering peaks. A phoenix ablaze with golden-red flames emerged. Chapter 214, Confrontation of the Two Phoenixes, neither yielding. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Zhou Yang's eyes. This phoenix bore an uncanny resemblance to the one summoned by Qingmu with her phoenix crown. Of course, it was conceivable that all phoenixes might share such a likeness. However, it was evident that the celestial phoenix palace was facing a formidable adversary. Those who dared to oppose a supreme sect like the celestial phoenix palace could only be another supreme sect. The overwhelming demonic aura emanating from this dark phoenix indicated that it was an enemy hailing from one of the supreme sects of the demon realm. Among the supreme sects of the demon realm, only one possessed the imperial artifact spirit of a dark phoenix, the Minghuang sect. This sect was similarly a supreme power within the demon realm, mirroring the celestial phoenix palace in numerous respects. The demon emperor born from the Minghuang sect was also a woman, and she had even emerged prior to the celestial phoenix empress. Unlike the hybrid lineage of the celestial phoenix empress, the Minghuang empress was of pure, dark phoenix blood. The antagonistic relationship between the two sects can be traced back to the bloodline of the celestial phoenix empress. As a hybrid, she had previously faced countless assassination attempts from the Minghuang sect. Regardless of the enmity between the celestial phoenix lineage and the orthodox phoenix clan of the celestial realm, they remained relentless in their extermination of hybrid bloodlines. Naturally, since the ascension of the celestial phoenix empress, the celestial phoenix clan had ceased to pursue the matter of her bloodline, perhaps out of fear. Conversely, the highest-ranking member of the celestial phoenix clan had only achieved the Great Zhou realm. Apprehensive that a mere inquiry from the celestial phoenix empress might lead to the annihilation of their lineage. However, the Minghuang lineage had no such fears. Their strongest member was also an empress, and the name of the Minghuang empress carried even greater weight than that of the celestial phoenix empress. Yet, the reason behind the arrival of this imperial artifact spirit, the Minghuang, at the celestial phoenix palace remained a mystery. The activation of an imperial artifact indicated an event of great magnitude, one that would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire celestial star. As Zhou Yang had speculated, the activation of the Minghuang sect's imperial artifact and its descent upon the celestial phoenix palace not only unsettled the latter, but also sent ripples through the other 5 supreme sects, as well as the various top sects and dynasties across the celestial star, even those from outside the realms of celestial and demonic beings, such as the monster races and other factions, felt the tremors, not to mention the various cultivation families from other realms and the indigenous cultivation families. In the sky, countless divine thoughts pierced through the air, gazing at the scene unfolding in the Qi mountain range, hesitant to approach. It was no jest. This was an imperial artifact. And no matter how formidable a mortal cultivator may be, they would not dare to provoke an imperial artifact. Not even celestial realm cultivators dared to confront it unless they had reached the Great Zhou realm. The celestial phoenix palace, surrender that hybrid celestial root, or I, Mingyu, shall not rest. A voice, cold and laced with overwhelming killing intent, emanated from the dark phoenix. Opposite, the golden red fire phoenix had already ascended into the air, its wings unfurling to envelop a significant portion of the Qi mountain range, shielding the entire mountain beneath its feathers. Mingyu, what madness are you indulging in? The golden red phoenix, evidently the artifact spirit of the celestial phoenix empress, had been entrusted with the task of safeguarding fortunes within the celestial phoenix palace, ostensibly as a precaution against other sects, but in truth, it was aimed at the Minghuang sect. Unbeknownst to her, she had clashed with Mingyu countless times, with each encounter resulting in a stalemate. Both were imperial artifacts, and their offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as their various techniques, were well understood by each other, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. I have stated, surrender the hybrid phoenix you accepted 3 days ago, or I assure you, the Minghuang sect will not relent. The cold voice of the dark phoenix was thick with malice. Does the Minghuang sect presume to dictate the affairs of my celestial phoenix palace concerning the acceptance of disciples? Your audacity knows no bounds. The golden red phoenix chuckled lightly. Though she was not a true phoenix, her years of companionship with the celestial phoenix empress had afforded her profound insight into the temperament of the phoenix clan. While the celestial phoenix clan had been intimidated by the celestial phoenix empress, The Ming Huang lineage clearly did not share that recognition. Nonetheless, as she stated, the Celestial Phoenix Palace was under no obligation to heed the Ming Huang sect. Red Luan, do not force my hand, for should my esteemed master, the Ming Huang Empress, arrive, your Celestial Phoenix Palace shall be obliterated. Mingyu declared sternly. If the Ming Huang Empress were to arrive, so too would the Celestial Phoenix Empress. And did he truly wish to incite a war between emperors? Red Luan glared at him, her tone growing equally frigid. Should the emperors engage in battle, the entire Celestial Star would be plunged into the brink of destruction. That is of no concern to me. You will handle it as you see fit. Mingyu scoffed. In the demon realm, for demon emperors have been born here. Should a war of emperors break out, for against 3 unless other celestial emperors descend, but if they do, the demon realm shall respond in kind. Ultimately, it would be 9 emperors against 8, and the celestial realm would still find itself at a disadvantage. Red Luan's fury ignited at his words. This scoundrel was leveraging the fact that the demon realm had one more emperor than the celestial realm to press her. As her thoughts raced, she sought a means to drive Mingyu away. He likely understood that the Celestial Phoenix Palace would never concede, and his presence was merely a show of force to save face for the Ming Huang sect. What war of emperors? Were emperors so idle? With a total of 17 emperors across the celestial and demonic realms, their authority shook the heavens. They were either locked in stalemate with each other or engrossed in the pursuit of supreme immortal arts, or exploring the endless universe and chaotic void. Who had the time to meddle in the affairs of the Celestial Star over a newly accepted disciple? What a farce. However, Red Luan did not dare to truly provoke Mingyu. She had first-hand experience of his impulsiveness. If he truly unleashed his wrath, he would not hesitate to fight her to the bitter end. Should Mingyu go all out, she too would have to exert herself entirely, which would deplete a substantial amount of celestial stones. Once her resources were exhausted, she would have no choice but to contact the Celestial Phoenix Empress. And that would escalate matters significantly. Mingyu, you should know that we will never surrender that child. I advise you to abandon your hopes, return, and inquire with the Ming Huang Empress or the leader of the Ming Huang sect. Are they aware of your actions? Have they consented? Red Luan huffed. I have no desire for conflict with you, but do not overstep your bounds. To disrupt the Celestial Phoenix Palace during our disciple acceptance ceremony is an affront. My esteemed masters do not hold grudges against the petty, nor do they desire to stoop to your level, so do not presume we fear you. Upon hearing this, Mingyu fell into silence for a moment. She was acutely aware that the other party could never genuinely surrender that disciple. However, ever since the last mixed blood phoenix of the Imperial Star achieved the status of the Celestial Phoenix Empress, the Ming Huang sect had been vigilantly monitoring the Phoenix clan on the Imperial Star, regardless of whether they belonged to the immortal lineage or the demon domain. All phoenixes were under scrutiny. Should a mixed blood appear, they would be relentlessly hunted to the death, with vengeance extending even to the parents of the mixed blood phoenix. This was an absolute taboo within the Ming Huang lineage. The phoenix bloodline was of the utmost nobility and allowed no room for mixed breeds. Even with the existence of a great emperor like the Celestial Phoenix Empress, the Ming Huang clan remained steadfast in this belief. Moreover, due to the emergence of the Celestial Phoenix Empress, the demon realm, in order to prevent another immortal emperor from arising in the immortal realm and to maintain a balance of power, strictly forbade the appearance of another being of her caliber. The immortal realm, on the other hand, would consider the emergence of another Celestial Phoenix Empress a tremendous boon. The phoenixes of the immortal realm, despite their dissatisfaction with the notion of their noble bloodline producing mixed breeds, had no choice but to acquiesce, as the threat of the Celestial Phoenix Empress loomed over their necks. At the moment when the 2 imperial artifact spirits were at a stalemate, a graceful and voluptuous figure soared from the peak of Qihuang. 2 imperial spirits. I beseech you to hear me out. Chapter 215, Sect Master of Ming Huang, Lu Yuyan. Imperial Artifact, the Rift-Cutting Blade. By Yunfei, I give you one last chance. If you do not surrender that mixed blood celestial root, the Ming Huang sect will launch a full-scale assault on your Celestial Phoenix Palace. Mingyu declared coldly, an overwhelming aura of demonic power emanating from him. Mingyu, as an imperial artifact spirit, despite being a demonic artifact, your stature is undeniable. Even though Bai Yunfei is the master of the Celestial Phoenix Palace, it is essential to show you the respect you deserve. An artifact spirit of your level ranks just below that of the Demon Emperor. Bai Yunfei replied courteously. This mixed blood celestial root has already been reported to the Immortal Realm, where the ancestral masters are closely monitoring this matter. Even the Celestial Phoenix ancestor has heard of it. To demand this newly initiated disciple from my sect seems implausible. I hope you will reconsider, Lord Mingyu. Should this matter provoke our 2 formidable sects into conflict, it would spell disaster for the entire Imperial Star. Are you trying to intimidate me? Mingyu scoffed. Using the name of the Celestial Phoenix Emperor to press me? Lord Mingyu is overthinking it. I merely state the facts. Bai Yunfei replied calmly. Moreover, has the sect master of Minghuang been informed of your visit? Does this emperor need to report my intentions to you juniors? Mingyu huffed. His voice suddenly tinged with uncertainty. Hundreds of miles away, Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile. It was evident that Mingyu had rushed here upon hearing of the situation at Celestial Phoenix Palace, without consulting anyone from the Minghuang sect. Such brashness was astonishing. After all, as an imperial artifact of the Demon Emperor, his standing and status far surpassed those of the mortal cultivators on the Imperial Star. Even the esteemed sects here could not compare. It was unrealistic to expect Mingyu to suppress the foundational strength of the Minghuang sect. How could anyone dare to act arrogantly in his presence? Haha, so you acted rashly without consultation. I suspected the higher-ups of the Minghuang sect were not so impulsive. Hong Luan laughed heartily, taking the opportunity to mock Mingyu. She and Mingyu had been fierce rivals for countless millennia, and she was all too familiar with his temperament. Thus, she would not let this chance slip away. You, Hong Luan, are courting death. Mingyu exclaimed in fury, his demonic energy surging like flames. Black, demonic fire cascading down like blooming dark lotuses, scattering across the sky. Upon witnessing this, Bai Yunfei's expression abruptly changed. This was the demonic flame emanating from an imperial artifact, and on the entire Imperial Star, there were few means to counter it, save for artifacts of equal rank. Are you truly enraged? Hong Luan retorted, summoning a gust of heated wind that forcefully dissipated the falling demonic flames. The fierce wind contained her own formidable power. As the golden-red flames enveloped the demonic fire, colliding and extinguishing each other. If you wish to go mad, return to the Minghuang sect to do so. Do not wreak havoc in our Celestial Phoenix Palace. Hong Luan's words were razor-sharp, and her taunting incited Mingyu's already volatile temper, prompting him to strike. Bai Yunfei, having just seen Hong Luan extinguish the demonic flames, felt exhausted upon hearing her inciting words. While her imperial artifact might be slightly superior to Mingyu's, it was not by much. At least it wouldn't recklessly provoke trouble. However, her sharp tongue was capable of inciting fury. Hong Luan and Mingyu, one was sarcastic and the other a hot-headed brute, could be likened to the cunning and the impulsive among the 7 great imperial artifacts of the Imperial Star. Oh, you infuriate me, Hong Luan. Your tongue remains as vile as ever. Today, I shall tear it from your mouth. Mingyu shouted, flapping his wings in exasperation. And it seemed that both sides were on the verge of combat. Zhou Yang readied himself to flee, and those observing the situation felt an undercurrent of tension. After all, should these 2 imperial artifacts engage in battle, it would undoubtedly transcend the conflict between 2 mighty sects, posing a grave threat to the very existence of the Imperial Star. Thus, it was only natural for someone to intervene, and that individual would need to be of the lowest sect master rank among the 7 great sects, or another imperial artifact. Suddenly, 2 resounding presences echoed from the sky, their voices resonating. Palace Master Bai, Lord Hong Luan, are you both well? What a scene we have here. Are you 2 so idle that you wish to fight? Come, I happen to be quite bored myself. How about we have a spar? The 2 imperial spirits and the Celestial Phoenix Palace Master were unsurprised. The first voice belonged to Lu Yuyan, the sect master of the Minghuang sect, whose tone remained relatively polite. The latter voice, however, was decidedly more domineering. It was clear that no other sect master would dare speak in such a manner to the 2 imperial artifacts, indicating that it must be another artifact spirit. Sect Master Lu, does Lord Mingyu's actions represent the will of your sect? Bai Yunfei inquired solemnly. Upon hearing Bai Yunfei's words, Lu Yuyan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. She was a captivating figure, exuding an alluring aura as a member of the demon race. In the demon realm, while there existed high-intelligence groups among the mortal demons, including lowly demonic creatures akin to the monster tribes, once they ascended to the demon realm and attained wisdom, they became part of the demon domain's elite. Yet, because the demon race closely resembled humans, akin to the 3 demon generals Zhou Yang had encountered, this type of demon was more likely to ascend. Of the 9 demon emperors, half were humanoid demons, while the remainder originated from various monstrous races. Among them were 2 monstrous entities born from the Imperial Star, namely the Blood Moon and the Lord of Fury, whose demonic power had long shrouded the regions of the Imperial Star. As a humanoid demon race, the Minghuang did not possess a strong sense of territoriality, leaving only the existence of Mingyu within the Minghuang sect. Hearing Bai Yunfei's words, Lu Yuyan chuckled, covering her mouth. Sister Bai, you jest. How could Lord Mingyu's will be something I can control? Then what brings you here? Bai Yunfei asked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at her rival. If Lu Yuyan had also come to demand a disciple from her sect, today would likely not end amicably. At that moment, The two imperial spirits found themselves incensed by the words of another domineering artifact. What is this broken blade doing here? Hong Wan cast a glance towards the lofty heavens, where the ethereal silhouette of a long blade flickered into view, an overwhelming aura cascading down like a tempest. Mingyu disdainfully regarded the blade, exclaiming, "Liakong, do you truly wish to engage me in combat? In that battle 30,000 years ago, you did not emerge victorious. Is it not laughable for you to boast now?" The spectral blade suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by the imposing figure of a bald, muscular man, who was none other than the embodiment of the imperial weapon. The Liakong blade. Forged by the illustrious Emperor Liakong of the Celestial Realm, this imperial artifact had accompanied him through countless battles, having clashed not only with the rulers of the demon domain, but also with numerous celestial emperors. This was a formidable figure who had fought his way from the Imperial Star to the level of Celestial Emperor. Chapter 216. The Liakong Blade Shakes the Arena. The soul-subduing pearl discovered. This emperor, who could be deemed a titan of war, was exceedingly respected by both the celestial and demon realms. During the last war between the two, this individual faced two formidable emperors from the demon domain, including the ancient and revered Zhou demon emperor and the malevolent demon lord. Liakong's sheer strength positioned him as the mightiest among the 17 emperors from both realms. And naturally, his imperial weapon, the Liakong blade, was renowned among the greatest of artifacts. Thus, even though the Liakong blade spoke with bravado, none deemed him arrogant. Mingyu and Hong Wan, as imperial artifacts of the female emperors, exhibited a somewhat feminine temperament, though they understood that Liakong blade possessed the means to be audacious. It was only natural for them to retort defiantly. Upon hearing Mingyu's boastful words, Hong Wan transformed from her fiery phoenix form into a striking figure clad in red, radiating confidence with her golden red tresses. "Mingyu, do you truly believe the words you utter?" Hong Wan mocked. "In that battle 3 decades ago, with the aid of the Ming Phoenix Empress, you barely managed to hold your ground against the Liakong blade alone. Now you have the audacity to boast. Fool, how much better can you be, Hong Wan?" Mingyu retorted, shifting into her human form, draped in a black robe, her cascading dark hair framing a face of exquisite coldness as she glared at Hong Wan with indignation. "Back then, the Emperor Liakong defeated both you and the Tianfeng Empress with his bare hands. Compared to you, I and the Ming Phoenix have at least not been defeated. We are far superior." The Liakong blade wore a sincere smile as he observed the two imperial artifacts exchanging pointed barbs. He was indifferent to their quarrel, having come solely to prevent these two from descending into chaos. Now that he had arrived, it was clear that a confrontation would not ensue. While the Liakong blade was indeed combative like Emperor Liakong, he was not one to engage in futile skirmishes. Clearly, the current situation was pointless, sparked by a mere new disciple of the Tianfeng Palace. If the two imperial artifacts were to clash, it would only serve as a source of amusement. "Enough, you two. Cease this at once." The Liakong blade waved his hand with a chuckle. "I have already sent word to Liakong. Let us not make things difficult for him. It would be best for you to return to your respective abodes and rest." Hong Wan and Mingyu glared at each other, silent, both aware that with the Liakong blade intervening, a fight was out of the question. If a battle were to break out, it was likely they would find themselves on the receiving end of a fierce beating from the Liakong blade. Together, they were no match for him. As the embodiment of pure combat, the Liakong blade would not hold back in a confrontation. Bai Yunfei, at that moment, bowed to the Liakong blade, saying, "I am Bai Yunfei, honored to meet you, Lord Liakong." The name Liakong derives from the Liakong blade, and as for the true name of Emperor Liakong, it has long been lost to the annals of time, making Bai Yunfei's address entirely appropriate. "I am Lu Yuyan, honored to meet you, Lord Liakong. I hope you will not take offense at Mingyu's straightforwardness." Lu Yuyan also offered her respects, defending Mingyu. Mingyu merely scoffed, remaining silent. While Hong Wan appeared to relish the unfolding drama, she was the one responding passively, for it was Mingyu who had instigated the provocation. Thus, she felt entirely at ease. No need for such formality. The Liakong blade waved his hand. The Imperial Star is indeed one of the most significant realms in the mortal world, being the birthplace of 7 emperors and countless Deluo and various celestial and demonic powerhouses. It is the cradle of the mightiest beings from both realms. The 7 of us, as imperial artifacts, were left here by the 7 emperors to maintain balance and protect the legacy of this Imperial Star. I hope you will consider your actions carefully in the future and not disrupt the customs of the Imperial Star. The words of the Liakong blade carried an implicit message, not only directed at the 2 imperial artifacts present, but also to the various sect powerhouses and other imperial artifacts whose consciousnesses were enveloping the area. Each time a prodigy of extraordinary talent emerged from the celestial and demon realms, it had historically incited conflicts among the sects here. leading to violent upheavals in the Imperial Star. The battle from over 30,000 years ago had far-reaching consequences. Sparked by the demon realm's annexation of countless mortal planets under celestial jurisdiction, ultimately igniting warfare on the Imperial Star and drawing the emperors into combat. Only after the intervention of Emperor Liakong, who repelled the demon incursions, did the two sides settle down to negotiate. After enduring for 3 decades, the Imperial Star had only recently begun to recover. Should conflict arise once more, it could potentially provoke battles of emperor-level magnitude. The Tianfeng Empress would undoubtedly intervene. In such a case, could the other emperors of the celestial and demon realms remain idle? The powerful consciousnesses in the sky gradually dissipated, clearly recognizing that a confrontation was no longer imminent. Among them were those who would relish seeing the 7 supreme sects embroiled in conflict. Hoping to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos, Lu Yuyin and Ming Yu transformed into fleeting shadows as they departed, leaving behind the Liakong Blade by Yunfei and Hong Wan. The two women had invited the Liakong Blade to visit, but he politely declined. His purpose here had been to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Now that the matter was settled, his involvement was concluded, and it was time for him to return to his slumber. However, just before he left, the Liakong Blade seemed to cast a glance in Zhou Yang's direction. Zhou Yang felt a jolt, and the soul-subduing pearl within him trembled, clearly sensing the presence of the artifact. As an imperial artifact itself, the soul-subduing pearl, being of functional type, would undoubtedly be no match for the Liakong Blade in true combat, even falling short against Hong Wan and Ming Yu. This was an inherent truth, unalterable by circumstance. Zhou Yang's expression turned grave. If the soul-subduing pearl could not contend with him, he certainly could not, even with an absolute defensive shield. How long could his reserves of spirit stones and celestial stones withstand the relentless assault of an imperial artifact? As the most formidable weapon in the celestial realm, the Liakong Blade's offensive power was unparalleled across both realms of celestial and demon. There was no way to endure such an onslaught. Fortunately, after a seemingly gentle smile, the Liakong Blade departed. A new imperial artifact emerged, one unknown to the celestial realm. Although the Liakong Blade was curious, he did not pursue further inquiry, which greatly relieved Zhou Yang, though his heart remained heavy. The Imperial Star was no longer what it once was. It was now a gathering of formidable beings. While many were mortal practitioners, even the most powerful sects predominantly consisted of mortals. Yet, they had many hidden cards. The 7 imperial artifacts remained an insurmountable mountain. Moreover, within the esteemed sect, there lie dormant celestial beings and demons hidden in secret realms, serving as a formidable foundation to safeguard the sect's lineage from extinction. After casting a final glance at the Tianfeng Palace, ensuring that he comprehended the situation and that Zhou Shui was unharmed within, Zhou Yang turned to depart. His intention for returning to his family was to prepare for Ascension. With Zhou Pingyan, Zhou Shui, and other clan members having joined various major sects, they should be able to shield the family from turmoil through their connections and networks. However, this is but a temporary measure. The family cannot indefinitely rely on others for protection. It must possess its own formidable strength to deter those with predatory intentions. The soul-settling pearl in Zhou Yang's possession might have already drawn the attention of the sky-rending blade. Fortunately, this imperial artifact does not seem to harbor any covetousness, as it is a principled entity. After all, a relic of the celestial realm, and the reputation of the sky-rending emperor is commendable. Such a being would not resort to acts of brazen theft. Nevertheless, if the demon domain were to discover the existence of the soul-settling pearl, the consequences would be unpredictable. Thus, Zhou Yang must act swiftly. Upon returning to the Zhou family residence in the Tianjin prefecture, Zhou Yang promptly sent messages to Qingmu and the others, urging them to come to the Imperial Star, and to also consider bringing along a few sect members to establish a branch there, though the numbers should remain modest to maintain a low profile. Subsequently, Zhou Yang began his cultivation. In the Imperial Star, the barriers between the mortal realm and the celestial realm are significantly weaker, and Zhou Yang is confident that he can successfully ascend within a year. Transitioning from Qi training to Ascension, even with the advantages of his celestial roots and system enhancements, a 3-year timeline for Ascension is already a remarkable feat, placing him among the most extraordinary prodigies in the realm of cultivators. This ascension will undoubtedly elevate the Zhou family into a lineage of celestial beings. Chapter 217. The Arrival of 4 Maidens. The Trials of Ascension. The Zhou family residence, not counting the various branches in the major cities of Tianjin Prefecture, can be considered the headquarters of the Imperial Star Zhou family, and over the course of many days, the valley housing the teleportation portal has undergone significant transformation. The valley has been meticulously planned and constructed with expansive residential buildings and various halls. The transmission hall, the external affairs office, the Internal Affairs Office, as well as the Refining Hall and the Alchemy Hall, among others. Each has personnel from the family responsible for its operations. The Internal Affairs Office is overseen by Xia Qingxian, with assistance from Xia Qinglan, while their mother, Lu Wanru, remains in the Great Xia cultivation realm. As the Zhou family originated from that realm, serving as a contingency plan, it is imprudent to place all eggs in one basket. Zhou Yun, along with her cousins, primarily manage the External Affairs Office and the Enforcement Hall. The Enforcement Hall is tasked not only with upholding the family's internal regulations, but also with addressing external combat matters, particularly in dealing with adversaries who harbor ill will towards the Zhou family. These affairs do not require Zhou Yang's direct involvement, for he now stands as the highest combatant of the Zhou family. Frankly, he is on the verge of relinquishing the position of family head. As he is preparing for Ascension, naturally, a new leader will need to be appointed for the Zhou family in the mortal realm. However, with the existence of the Spirit Network, Zhou Yang can communicate with the Great Xia Zhou family and the Imperial Star Zhou family, a distinct advantage that no mortal family or sect can rival. It is hoped that the communication capabilities of the Spirit Network will not be obstructed by the separation of realms. Zhou Yang pondered. Considering that with the soul-settling pearl being an imperial artifact, it is unlikely that the barrier between realms could impede even such a powerful object. The truth of the matter will only become clear after his ascension. After returning to the family and enjoying a moment of warmth with the Xia Qingxian sisters, news soon arrived through the teleportation portal, and the Spirit Network also conveyed messages indicating that Qingli and the others had arrived at the Imperial Star. Welcome to the Imperial Star. Zhou Yang promptly teleported to the portal area, where he found the four maidens, each exhibiting an air of curiosity, prompting a smile from him as he approached to extend his greetings. Wow, is this the Imperial Star? Qingli exclaimed, her delicate nostrils flaring as she remarked. The spiritual energy here is indeed far richer than that of our cultivation realm. No wonder so many powerful beings from the celestial realm have emerged here. You seem quite familiar with the Imperial Star, Qingli? Zhou Yang chuckled. I thought this was your first visit and that you were unaware of what the Imperial Star entailed. Ah, you may not know this. Qingli laughed lightly, linking arms with the nearby Yinling. Of course, neither I, Zerna, nor Greenrow knows much about the Imperial Star. Though the name is grand, it is primarily known in the celestial realm, the demon domain, or among large cultivation realms that maintain frequent contact with the celestial realm. While our cultivation realm is not too weak, we are not so formidable that we would be privy to knowledge about the Imperial Star, a central hub for mortal cultivation. We owe much of this knowledge to Yinling. Indeed, Greenrow chimed in, sidling up to Zhou Yang, her voice sweet as she added. Let us not forget that Yinling hails from the Dragon Clan, and her ancestors were once dragon kings in the celestial realm, so naturally, she would be aware of the existence of the Imperial Star. While our Demon Saint Palace and Sea Emperor Hall are both recognized as top-tier forces among the demon clans, we originated from the cultivation realm, whereas Yinling comes from the celestial realm. Well then, since you've gleaned relevant information from Yinling, there is no need for me to elaborate further. Zhou Yang nodded, stating, my Zhou family has established a branch here in the Imperial Star, and of course, the Zhou family from Great Xia will not relocate entirely. That will serve as a fallback plan. The reason I summoned you here, I trust you all are aware? Zierna nodded, responding, of course we are aware, but are we merely going to converse here? Aren't you going to take us to the Zhou family residence for a proper visit? Very well then, let us go. We shall discuss matters in detail at the residence. Leading the four maidens back to the residence, they engaged in a thorough discussion in the living room. The Xia Qingxian sisters also participated, while Zhou Yun and the others busied themselves with other matters, such as procuring the finest elixirs, talismans, artifacts, and various spiritual fruits and grains produced by the major sects of the Imperial Star, ensuring that top-tier experts from the family would oversee these operations to prevent any unforeseen complications. Preparing for Ascension, are we? That makes sense. The Imperial Star is in close proximity to the celestial realm, not just in a superficial sense, but in terms of spatial dimensions. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's account, Zierna remarked, the connection here to the celestial realm is exceptionally tight. With support from there, Ascension here is remarkably straightforward. At this juncture, Qingli suddenly inquired, by the way, Zhou Yang, have you discovered why the spatial barriers between the mortal and celestial realms have become so formidable in recent years? Indeed, Greenrow echoed, we consulted Elder Xian and the others. Our cultivation realm has not seen anyone ascend for quite some time. Many major sects have concealed their reserves for years. It is not that they lack the desire to ascend, but rather that the difficulty has escalated to the point where breaking through the celestial gate is nearly impossible. It is fortunate, in a way, for without those 100 or so tribulation stage cultivators, we might not have been able to withstand the assault of those 300 heavenly demons. Qingli sighed, Perhaps our cultivation realm has turned misfortune into fortune. Zhou Yang chuckled lightly. My Zhou family has only just arrived at the Imperial Star. How would we possess such clandestine knowledge? Nevertheless, I am certain that the 7 major sects must be privy to some information, so I intend to clarify the underlying truths before formally preparing for Ascension. It is only to be expected. Otherwise, should the Ascension fail and the gates to the celestial realm remain closed, one would inevitably suffer harm. The spatial barrier is remarkably robust. Even though this place is the Imperial Star, I can sense that its fortitude is not significantly inferior to that of our cultivation world. It can only be said that communication with the celestial realm is more accessible here, allowing us to devise strategies from that side, perhaps enlisting the aid of powerful beings to guide cultivators upwards, Qingmu remarked. At that moment, the usually reticent Ling spoke up. Regarding this matter, I believe the celestial realm is certainly aware of the underlying circumstances. In truth, we do not need to communicate with them directly. As Zhou Yang mentioned, we can ascertain relevant information through the 7 great sects. However, as outsiders, will the 7 great sects pay us any heed? Even if we wish for the celestial realm to assist us, we must first be acquainted with someone from there to notify them, correct? Surely the 3 great sanctuaries of your demon tribe have ancestors in the celestial realm. If we can establish a connection with them, wouldn't it suffice to inform your forebears to facilitate the Ascension? Zhou Yang inquired. The primary reason for summoning Qingmu and the other 3 was precisely this. If he could contact the ancestors of the celestial realm through them, he could avoid the perilous engagement with the 7 great sects. The reason it is perilous is that he does not wish to expose the existence of the soul-suppressing pearl. The status of the 7 great sects is paramount. To inquire about information, it would necessitate his personal visit as the head of the Zhou family. Should he draw too close, the imperial artifacts would undoubtedly sense each other. Much like the previous encounter with the split sky blade, which had clearly sensed something but, for reasons unknown, did not cause him trouble. However, based on their actions at the Tianfeng Palace, it seems they are not the type to engage in coercive plunder, if absolutely necessary. Zhou Yang contemplated a visit to the sword sect to gather information, though such an endeavor would undoubtedly carry risks. To contact the ancestors of the celestial realm, a prerequisite must be fulfilled. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Qingmu responded helplessly. Likewise, we must establish a passage to the celestial realm to smoothly convey messages to our demon ancestors. Zhou Yang, upon hearing this, grimaced. Was this not a dead end? If that is the case, then I shall devise a solution myself. Zhou Yang rose and addressed the quietly seated Xia Qingxian and Xia Qingluan. Please make arrangements for our 4 guests to settle in. I shall step out for a moment. Very well, take care of your business, and remember to prioritize your safety above all. There is no need to rush your ascension. Xia Qingxian gently advised. Yes, rest assured. I shall not take unnecessary risks. With the spirit net in place, whether fleeing or self-preserving, I can safely return even when confronted by imperial artifacts. Zhou Yang replied earnestly. I never intended to ascend immediately. That is unrealistic. Should I ascend, it would be a monumental affair for the Zhou family, requiring careful consideration. I will only act when all preparations are in place. Then we can be at ease. Xia Qingluan also sighed in relief, sensing that the Zhou family had been under tremendous pressure since their arrival at the Imperial Star. This was, in fact, quite normal. Back in the Great Xia, the Zhou family stood as the preeminent force in the cultivation world, far surpassing all others. Yet upon arriving at the Imperial Star, they found themselves overshadowed not only by the presence of imperial artifacts, but also by innumerable indiscernible celestial beings slumbering within secret realms. Even second-rate sects surpassed the Zhou family, and several top-tier cultivation families were not far behind. In such an environment, it was only natural for the Zhou family to feel an immense weight of pressure. Such pressure can be both a bane and a boon. The Zhou family's meteoric rise had been remarkably swift, transforming from an inconspicuous foundational family into the foremost clan in the cultivation realm within a mere few years. Moreover, due to Zhou Yang's influence, every family member experienced a surge in their spiritual roots, attaining the rare celestial spiritual root quality, which imbued them with considerable pride, striding with heads held high wherever they went. Yet now, upon reaching the Imperial Star, they were immediately humbled. However, the strict family teachings ensured that the clansmen did not succumb to despair. After all, with each possessing celestial spiritual roots, how could they be so easily disheartened? Their pride had indeed been somewhat tempered, yet this was ultimately beneficial, as they all diligently pursued their training, aspiring for the Zhou family to become the foremost clan within the Imperial Star. This was something Zhou Yang was delighted to witness. Departing, Zhou Yang made his way to the sword sect located in Qingmu continent. Since the split sky blade had sensed the soul-suppressing pearl but had not sought Zhou Yang out, he preferred to keep the pearl's existence discreet. Thus, seeking information from the split sky blade was undoubtedly the most prudent course. Alternatively, it would be beneficial to traverse through various cities along the way, gathering relevant news from several prominent cultivation families. However, it was likely that ordinary families would be unaware of such matters. The Zhou family had not been idle during their days at the Imperial Star. They had also inquired in Xianxiaaudiobooks, only to find that those smaller families were completely oblivious to the circumstances. The spatial barrier had become increasingly fortified over these tens of thousands of years, indicating that monumental events had transpired between the realms of immortals and demons. Chapter 218, The Small Town, The Invasion of Demonic Beasts. The location of the Sword Sect is quite distant and lies perilously close to the territory controlled by the demonic domain sect. As Zhou Yang journeyed forth, he frequently paused to enter various cities in search of information. As a cultivator at the tribulation stage, he encountered numerous cultivators who were eager to enlighten him. However, he still failed to obtain any news regarding the celestial realm from these encounters. It appears that although the Imperial Star is in close proximity to the celestial realm, it ultimately remains a mortal domain, and the flow of information between the celestial realm and this world is far less intimate than one might imagine. At least for cultivators outside the 7 great sects, acquiring hidden or timely information from the celestial realm proves exceedingly challenging. Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before embarking once more. Perhaps second-rate sects like the ancient sword sect may possess some information, though certainly not as detailed as that from the supreme sections. Furthermore, given that the split sky blade is an imperial artifact, it ranks just below the celestial emperor level. Its knowledge of affairs may even surpass that of ordinary celestial beings, as it can communicate directly with celestial emperors. After several days of travel, Zhou Yang finally arrived at the Qingmu continent, home to the sword sect. The name Qingmu derives from the opposing demonic domain sect, Mo continent, where the forces of the demonic domain and celestial realm collide, has historically been the site of numerous battles. The sword sect, with its formidable strength, has staunchly resisted the incursions of the Red Moon cult from the Mo continent. The Mo continent is also the birthplace of one of the most powerful demonic beings, the demonic emperor, Crimson Moon. The Red Moon cult, formed by those who worship the sanguine moon and the humanoid demonic entities, is not among the 7 great sects, but gathers a plethora of formidable demons and demon kin. As Zhou Yang reflected on this information, he gazed up at the ominous crimson moon in the sky. This blood-red moon is the projection of the demonic emperor. The crimson moon, the original moon of the Imperial Star, was rather ordinary. However, countless years ago, a demonic creature evolved infinitely, overwhelming the Imperial Star before ultimately ascending to the demonic domain, where it continued its rampage of evolution, eventually becoming a moon that now hangs in the demonic domain. Its projection also reached the Imperial Star, where it devoured the original moon, replacing it as the celestial body illuminating the night sky. The presence of the crimson moon casts the Imperial Star into chaos each night, as demonic beasts rampage under its light. During the night, the strength of these beasts surges, increasing significantly compared to the daytime. The Mo continent, being the birthplace of the demonic emperor Crimson Moon, teems with demonic creatures beyond imagination. Thus, the neighboring state of Qingmu, adjacent to the ominous Moyanshao, is naturally besieged by a plethora of fiendish creatures. The local populace is known for their indomitable spirit. Not only the cultivators, but even the common folk have trained in martial arts since their youth, wielding blades with remarkable proficiency. As Zhou Yang soared above a quaint town, he beheld a fierce skirmish erupting below. With a mere glance, his formidable eyesight pierced the distance of thousands of meters, clearly discerning the tumultuous conflict unfolding within the town. "Quickly, armed guards, join me in banishing this fiend," bellowed a robust man, brandishing a hefty sword as he charged down the central thoroughfare of the town. In the heart of the town, a monstrous creature, grotesque as a vile insect, erupted from the earth, wreaking havoc upon everything in its path, be it structures or the panicked throngs fleeing in terror. All lay within its devastating reach. With Zhou Yang's exceptional prowess, he could easily perceive that this was a being of the nascent soul realm. Yet, its formidable regenerative capabilities and the surge of power under the Crimson Moon granted its strength nearly equivalent to that of a transformation realm entity. This town, however, was merely a settlement of mortals. Even the valiant warrior leading the charge, while formidable, lacked the strength to contend with the nascent soul level. His prowess was likely akin to that of a golden core cultivator. Such warriors, possessing the might of a golden core, were a rarity, typically found only among the elite of the Empire Stars. After some contemplation, Zhou Yang descended gracefully, prepared to eliminate this creature. For him, encountering such a lowly fiend was a novel experience. Indeed, to Zhou Yang, a transformation realm beast was but an inferior existence. Previously, he had encountered 300 celestial demons, many of which had adopted human forms, with few retaining their monstrous shapes. He could effortlessly annihilate swathes of them with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, for the townsfolk facing this abomination, they were truly up against their nemesis. The town structures crumbled under the onslaught. The destructive power of a transformation realm creature was indeed fearsome, obliterating numerous edifices with casual strikes, resulting in numerous fatalities among the ordinary citizens as they fled in disarray. A multitude of town guards, weapons in hand, charged forth, rallying under the leadership of the burly man to encircle the creature. Despite their evident fear and trepidation, their ability to organize a counterattack illustrated that the mortals of Qingmu frequently endured incursions by such fiends and possessed considerable experience in combating them. Alas, the foe they faced this time was vastly superior. Their weapons were utterly inadequate to breach the creature's defenses, even when they occasionally managed to pierce its carapace. The beast's formidable recovery ensured it returned to full strength in no time. Despair permeated the air throughout the town. "Captain, this creature's strength far exceeds ours. With the crimson moon high above, its power has increased exponentially. We cannot hope to slay it, and our brethren are suffering grievous losses," cried one guard. Deflecting a clawed strike from the fiend and calling out to the burly leader, "Perhaps we should retreat and seek vengeance by daylight." "Retreat? What will become of the town? By morning, it shall be utterly devastated." The sturdy man, with a decisive swing, severed one of the creature's long limbs, only to be struck by another appendage, sending him flying several dozen meters. Regaining his footing, he could only chuckle bitterly at his subordinate's words before gritting his teeth and charging back into the fray. The town, spanning several dozen miles, had been thoroughly roused by this creature. Yet, while the townsfolk nearest to the fiend were thrown into disarray, those in other areas maintained a commendable order as they evacuated, effectively isolating the vicinity of the fiend. Meanwhile, guards from other parts of the town converged toward the monster's location. They utilized communication talismans to summon the practitioners from the Wang family fortress to come and slay the beast. A gaunt middle-aged man, accompanied by a cadre of guards, arrived on the scene. Witnessing that the town's defenders were no match for the creature, he made a swift decision and instructed his subordinates to send word. In a region like Qingmu, various prominent cultivation families bore the responsibility of exterminating demons within their jurisdictions. Every town and city was equipped with communication talismans, ensuring that, in the event of an overwhelming and insurmountable threat, practitioners could be swiftly alerted for assistance.